Chapter 1, Transmigration, then becoming the school beauty's spirit pet. So, I've transmigrated. Transmigrated into a world where firearms and magic coexist, and martial arts powered by chi compete with beast tamers. Bai Changsheng watched the bustling crowd on the street and the shop across selling martial techniques and chi boosting pills, feeling utterly confused. Freshly made chi boosting pills, the latest batch from Hunyun Group, with potent effects. Limited stock. Hurry while supplies last. First tier magic spell Fireball. Comes with a tutorial video from a grand mage. Limited to 500 copies. First come first served. Newly hatched white-scaled snakes. Just 9 yuan each. Easier to bond with when raised from young. Would you two lovely ladies like to take a look? Behind the noisy hawking was a complex world Bai Changsheng struggled to comprehend. Filled with people he couldn't understand. Boss, is this white-scaled snake really only 9 yuan? Hearing the vendor's pitch, the young girl spoke up and tugged her friend along as they approached the stall. The speaking girl had an exquisitely delicate face, especially those peach blossom eyes that made it hard for anyone to look away once they met her gaze. Her high ponytail swayed slightly as she walked, dressed in the most ordinary school uniform, yet radiating youthful vitality to the fullest. With a pointed gesture, a series of bell-like sounds chimed from her wrist. As for the person beside her, also clad in a school uniform, their short hair, just past the jawline, had a faint hint of purple, though not very noticeable. While their looks couldn't quite match the peach blossom eyes of the one beside them, they were still nothing to scoff at. Anyone who saw them would unconsciously let their gaze linger on the two for a moment longer. Yes, the shop owner was a rough-looking man. Seeing the girl actually inquiring about the price, he responded, "Business isn't doing well. Just 9, selling it cheap." Hearing this, the girl was clearly tempted and was about to say something more when the short-haired girl beside her pulled her back. "Little you were, you're not thinking of buying a white-scaled snake as a spirit pet, are you? White-scaled snakes may look pretty, but even when fully grown, they only reach about 30 centimeters and have no combat ability whatsoever. If you form a spirit contract with a white-scaled snake, your path as a beast tamer might as well be over." Jiang Jiu, however, seemed unfazed by the comments and shrugged slightly, saying, Yao, you know my family's situation, how could we possibly afford for me to pursue martial arts training? Any spirit pet with high bloodline potential would cost far more than I could afford just to raise during its growth period. A white-scaled snake is perfect, it doesn't eat much, doesn't require any special spiritual materials to nurture, and most importantly, it's beautiful. As she spoke, the girl slightly crouched down, and Bai Changsheng saw her face drawing closer to his, while she extended a finger to tap on the transparent glass display case in front of him. "Look, Yao, it's so tiny and adorable." Bai Changsheng saw clearly that the girl was pointing at him. Indeed, he had transmigrated into a high fantasy world where various power systems flourished, but tragically, he had become a white-scaled snake. A white-scaled snake with no growth potential, almost zero combat power, and even had a girl pointing at its head saying, "So tiny yet adorable." Other transmigrators either had extraordinary talents or came from influential families. Only he, not only was explicitly called out as a weakling with combat power of 5, but also got locked in this display window for people to pick. Is this reasonable? No, it's utterly unreasonable. Seeing that Jiang Jiu had already made up her mind, Lin Jingyao, who knew her childhood best friend's temperament all too well, could only swallow her words of persuasion and follow Jiang Jiu's pointing finger to look inside the display window. "I have to admit, although the white-scaled snake is quite useless, it's truly beautiful." Bai Changsheng tilted his head to glance at his siblings. Its entire body was covered in white scales, with 3 flowing lines of varying lengths, pink, cyan, and purple under each serpentine eye. It was indeed prime material to be raised as a pet snake. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you, but even if we're signing a spirit contract with a white phosphorus snake, it should be the most beautiful one. I think this one looks quite good." Lin Jingyao also pointed at Bai Changsheng. "Right? I thought so too. From the very beginning, this one has been watching the two of us, with the most lively gaze." Jiang Jiu turned to the shop owner and asked, "Boss, can I touch it?" "Of course you can." Even a rough-edged man like the boss couldn't help being charmed by a beautiful girl. He chuckled and said, "It just hatched, and its fangs haven't even grown in yet. No need to worry about being bitten, go ahead and touch it." The glass display case's lid was opened, and then Jiang Jiu's hand reached inside. Bai Changsheng wanted to dodge, but was ultimately a fraction too slow. The next moment, his body was lifted into the air and then cradled in Jiang Jiu's arms. "Ziyu, look, it seems to really like you." It even closed its eyes. Bai Changsheng ignored Lin Jingyao's exclamation, pretending he hadn't heard it. Since resistance was futile, why bother resisting at all? "Yeah, so well behaved." Another hand rested on Bai Changsheng's body, the warmth gliding over, creating a rather pleasant sensation. "Boss, I'll take this one." Jiang Jiu spoke, but Bai Chongsheng didn't even budge. He had resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't change being transformed into a white-scaled snake. Rather than being bought by some unknown person, it was better to be taken away by Jiang Jiyu. At least facing a beautiful girl every day would lift his spirits. Alright, since you're such a pretty girl, I'll throw in a small bag of white shrimp for free. White-scaled snakes don't have big appetites, feeding them once every 3 days is enough. This bag of shrimp will last you a month. Thank you, boss. The payment has been sent. After a brief transaction, Bai Chongsheng found himself being held in someone's arms, becoming Jiang Jiyu's spirit pet from start to finish. No one ever asked how he felt about it. Of course, even if they had asked, he wouldn't have been able to respond, given that he was just a pretty but useless creature. What struck him as peculiar was that after Jiang Jiyu pricked her fingertip, smeared a drop of blood on his forehead, and muttered something under her breath, Bai Chongsheng felt an indescribable sensation, a strange sense of inexplicable closeness toward Jiang Jiyu. Is this the spirit contract? It does seem somewhat magical. You're all white, so I'll call you Little White from now on. With his palm raised, Bai Chongsheng was met with Jiang Jiyu's peach blossom eyes. Ziyu, do you think Little White is hungry now? Should we feed it something first? Try giving it a white shrimp. If it's hungry, it will naturally eat, but I don't think it will eat. After all, it's still so small. As the two women spoke, a small white shrimp was placed in front of Bai Chongsheng. To be honest, Bai Chongsheng hadn't eaten anything since hatching and was genuinely hungry. The sight of the shrimp meat in front of him made him salivate uncontrollably. Opening his mouth to bite the shrimp meat, he swallowed it bit by bit. Contrary to his expectation of a fishy taste, it was surprisingly sweet and fragrant. At the same time, an electronic synthesized voice rang out in Bai Chongsheng's mind. Divine level devouring system successfully bound. Divine level devouring system, devour flesh, blood, or spirit energy containing objects to gain chi and blood points. Devouring rare items will grant evolution points and unlock branches on the evolution tree. Congratulations, host, for devouring frozen shrimp meat. Obtained 0.01 vitality points. Congratulations, host, you have completed your first devouring. Reward, initial evolution tree branch unlocked, digestion enhancement LV1. Digestion enhancement LV1, your digestive ability has been significantly improved, allowing you to digest flesh-based food in a shorter time. Chapter 2, the God-level devouring system and the Empress Master. The sudden electronic synthesized voice made Bai Chongsheng freeze momentarily, followed by an overwhelming joy in his heart. A system. It really is a system. Before transmigrating, Bai Chongsheng was an avid novel reader, so he was no stranger to the concept of systems. He had originally thought that after reincarnating as a white-scaled snake, he would be nothing more than a pretty but useless creature for the rest of his life. But with a system, everything would be different, especially when seeing the system's explanation. Bai Chongsheng instantly understood the formidable nature of the system. As long as he devours, he can gain vitality points. Doesn't that mean his growth won't have any bottlenecks? There are also evolution points and evolutionary branches obtained by devouring rare items. Unlimited evolution? If that's the case, it seems like it's not unacceptable after all. Bai Chongsheng murmured to himself, then saw a pale blue light screen slowly appear before his eyes. God-level devouring system. Host, Bai Chongsheng. Race, white-scaled snake. Chi and blood value, 0.12. Unlocked evolution tree, digestion enhancement LV1, 0/1. Available evolution points, 0. Evolutions available to unlock, none. A concise and clear attribute panel, with every detail exuding the word shabby. Of course, it's Bai Chongsheng's own attributes that are shabby. He didn't know how combat power, or rather, vitality values, were classified in this world. But one thing was certain, 0.12, no matter how you calculated it, meant he was utterly powerless, likely just a snack for any real exotic beast. Play it safe, grow steadily, and don't act recklessly. With this thought, Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth toward Jiang Jiyu again. To gain evolution points, it's nothing to be ashamed of. The two women looked at Bai Chongsheng opening his mouth again and exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't the boss say we only need to feed it once every 3 days? Why does it seem like it's still hungry? How about feeding him one more piece? Lin Jingyao tentatively suggested, and Jiang Jiyu gave a soft before picking up another piece of shrimp meat and offering it to Bai Chongsheng. As expected, the shrimp was swallowed in one bite, and then, under the gaze of the two girls, Bai Chongsheng opened his mouth again. Feed again, eat again, feed again, eat again. After devouring 9 pieces in a row, Bai Chongsheng finally felt that his stomach couldn't possibly hold any more food. He shifted his body slightly, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and stopped eating. Although his digestive ability had been enhanced by the system, it clearly wasn't enough for unlimited consumption. Even so, Bai Chongsheng was more than satisfied. An ordinary white-scaled snake would eat 1 piece of shrimp meat every 3 days. Yet he could devour 9 pieces in one go. This wasn't just a significant improvement, but an enhancement by dozens of times. The 9 pieces of white shrimp successfully earned him 0.09 points of vitality. Moreover, Bai Changsheng had a feeling that after a good sleep, he'd probably be able to eat just as much again upon waking. At this rate, eating 3 meals a day with each meal increasing by 0.1, it would only take 3 days for his vitality value to break through 1. However, Bai Changsheng's optimistic thinking seemed rather exaggerated in the eyes of Zhang Jiyu and the other girl. Little Bai seems to have quite the appetite. Lin Jingyao gazed at the leisurely, squinting Bai Changsheng and spoke after several seconds of silence. Although Zhang Jiyu didn't say anything, her eyes also held a trace of surprise. The shop owner had raised so many white-scaled snakes it was impossible he didn't understand their habits. Feeding them 1 piece every 3 days must work for the vast majority of white-scaled snakes, but now it seemed to contradict the little white snake in her hands. Luckily, it's just white shrimp. $10 can buy a big bag, so if it eats more, just give it more. Lin Jingyao added another sentence, and Zhang Jiyu responded with a soft lowering her head to glance at the white-scaled snake in her hands without saying much more. After strolling around the streets for a while longer, the 2 girls each headed home. Meanwhile, Bai Changsheng was jostled awake after Zhang Jiyu arrived home and opened the door. The sight that greeted them was a somewhat old-fashioned 2-bedroom apartment. The wooden furniture, sofa, coffee table, cabinets, and the like was made from the cheapest timber, the kind that instantly signaled this household had little money to spare. With no one else at home, Zhang Jiyu seemed to shed all restraints, glancing around before letting out a long sigh. Reborn into this life, I've returned to this house once more. Though shabby, it's filled with warmth. Dad, Mom, how have you both been? Don't worry, in this life, I will never let the tragedy of our past life happen to our family again. Just a few simple words, yet they made Bai Changsheng, who was still a bit dazed, widen his eyes in surprise. No way, sis, you're a reincarnator. Others might not understand, but how could Bai Changsheng not grasp the hidden meaning behind Zhang Jiyu's words? What's going on? A transmigrator and a reincarnator, the crouching dragon and young phoenix gathered together? Originally, he just wanted to find a random household to settle down and steadily grow stronger. Who would have thought fate would play such a big joke on him? Sensing something, Bai Changsheng glanced at Zhang Jiyu, who also happened to look back at him. In my previous life, during my talent awakening, I unlocked the beast tamer ability. Little did I know it would lead me astray instead. Spent a fortune to buy a tiger-striped leopard, then poured all my money and energy into it, only to barely cross the threshold of a novice beastmaster by the age of 22. It wasn't until a chance encounter with blood chi martial arts at the age of 40 that I achieved minor mastery in a week and major mastery in 3 months. Only then did I have an epiphany and switch to blood chi martial arts. Within 15 years, I reached the Emperor realm, becoming the 8th supreme throne of the Celestial dynasty. Unfortunately, by then, my blood chi had already begun to decline, making further progress as difficult as scaling the heavens until the final battle arrived. I should have perished then, but for some reason, I was reborn back to my senior year of high school. This time, I won't take the path of beast taming again. I will devote all my money and energy to myself. As for you, I can't provide you with resources to help you grow. The reason I contracted you is to give others an excuse, a reason for me to switch to cultivating the path of physical martial arts. But don't worry, although I can't give you rare treasures, ordinary food isn't too expensive. I'll take care of you for life, until your natural end. Listen, is there anything more heartfelt than these words? Bai Changsheng had never imagined that one day, a current campus belle and future empress would personally promise to support him for a lifetime. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now he felt an inexplicable reluctance to speak. Zhang Jiyu's ability to become an empress in her previous life meant her resolve was unshakable once she made a decision. It was beyond his power to change. Most likely, he was really going to be left to his own devices. In that case, might as well grab a bite to eat. Bai Changsheng opened his mouth toward Zhang Jiyu again, who was momentarily speechless at the sight of him like this. I must have lost my mind, talking to you so much and actually thinking you could understand. Forget it, if you're hungry, just eat. As she spoke, Zhang Jiyu picked up a few more pieces of shrimp meat and placed them in front of Bai Changsheng while casually turning on the TV. Chapter 3, Beast King equals Transformation. According to reports from our correspondent, a mutant beast in Linen City has recently broken through to the Beast King realm, greatly increasing its strength, which may potentially cause damage to the city's defenses. Additionally, we remind all awakened individuals hunting in Linen City that Beast Kings of the Beast King realm possess the ability to take human form. Be cautious of strangers when hunting in the wilderness. The voice from the television made by Changsheng, who had been happily swallowing shrimp meat, paused abruptly. His gaze slowly turned toward the TV, confirming he hadn't misheard. Beast King realm, can shapeshift? Bai Changsheng hardly knew how to describe his current emotions. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiyu stared at the TV and began murmuring to himself. According to the classification of exotic beasts, from the lowest unranked beasts to the ultimate beast god, there are a total of 9 tiers. Unranked, 1st/2nd/3rd tier beast soldiers, beast generals, lords, beast kings, beast emperors, and the beast god. These correspond to the martial artists' ranks: apprentice, 1st/2nd/3rd tier martial artists, martial generals, martial marquises, martial kings, martial emperors, and finally, the imperial realm. To be able to break through to beast king level, this blood energy value must be over 1 million. Bai Changxing took Zhang Jiyu's words to heart, glanced at his own blood energy value of 0.22, and fell into silence. At his current rate of blood energy growth, even with system enhancements, he only gains about 0.3 per day. Yet, to achieve human transformation requires a full 1,000,000 blood energy points. Eating without missing a single meal for 100 days would only increase his blood energy by 30 points. 1,000,000? He'd have to wait 10,000 years. Fortunately, with the system's support, this 10,000 years doesn't seem so hopeless. Moreover, as his vitality continues to increase and his body grows larger, the amount of vitality he can devour and absorb each day will also rise. Thinking about it this way, maybe 1,000,000 vitality points aren't so unattainable after all? First, set a small goal for myself: devour and become the Beast King. Bai Changsheng silently cheered himself on in his heart, then continued burying his head in eating the shrimp meat. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiyu kept watching TV with a persistently furrowed brow. If I remember correctly, the second cataclysmic change of heaven and earth began during my senior year of high school. The first cataclysm created mutated beasts and gave rise to martial artists, mages, and beast tamers. However, this second mutation only affected the aberrant beasts, causing their strength to rapidly escalate. Eventually, even beings surpassing the beast gods emerged 30 years later. The balance between humans and aberrant beasts was shattered once again, leading to the fall of countless base cities. Phew, fortunately, I've been reborn and returned this time. I didn't stray down the wrong path. With the insight and cultivation knowledge from my past life, I'll grow even faster in this life. Who knows, I might even have a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Bai Changsheng glanced at Zhang Jiyu, who was full of ambition, and then slightly narrowed his eyes. As expected, every reincarnator is this arrogant, dreaming of dominating everything in sight. Little do they know, even with a system, he doesn't dare to think about things like beast gods or the Emperor realm. Can't they be more mature and steady like him? Start with a small goal first, like becoming a beast king or something. Bai Changsheng had no intention of persuading Zhang Jiyu to be down to earth and take things step by step, because he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. At this moment, all he needed to do was focus on his 3 meals a day and maximize the function of his digestive system at all times. He ate until he was full, then slept, and upon waking, continued to eat. During this time, he also met Zhang Jiyu's parents, an ordinary couple who were already showing signs of aging and fatigue. They worked in a factory with a combined salary of around 10,000 yuan. Regarding Zhang Jiyu's arbitrary decision to form a spiritual contract with a white-scaled snake, the elderly couple merely sighed and said no more, accepting that they had become a burden to her. They also showed no objection to Zhang Jiyu's intention to switch from beast taming to cultivating the path of qi and blood martial arts. Silently transferring 15,000 yuan to Zhang Jiyu was already the greatest effort they could make. Bai Changsheng witnessed all of this but continued pursuing his goal of becoming a beast king, persisting in this manner for a full 3 days. As usual, Zhang Jiyu, who had returned from school at noon, placed a few pieces of shrimp meat, but after taking the third bite, Bai Changsheng heard an unusual system notification. Congratulations, host, for devouring frozen shrimp meat. Obtained 0.01 vitality points. Congratulations, host, your vitality points have reached 1, meeting the conditions for the first evolution. Would you like to begin the evolution? The sudden change in the system notification stirred Bai Changsheng's heart, suppressing his excitement to start the evolution immediately. He continued devouring the remaining shrimp meat, but this time, no more vitality points were gained. This food can no longer provide vitality points. Reached the limit? Although he had long anticipated this outcome, when the moment finally arrived, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the shrimp meat fulfilled its destined purpose, helping him accumulate his vitality points to a full 1 point. In that case, there didn't seem to be any reason to hesitate. With a single thought, he confirmed the evolution. First evolution initiated. This evolution will last 4 hours. As the system notification sounded, Bai Changsheng suddenly felt dizzy, his consciousness swaying as if unsteady. Before he could react, everything went black, and he fell into a deep slumber, lost in the darkness for who knows how long. When his consciousness finally returned, he found himself no longer on the living room coffee table but back in Zhang Jiyu's room, his slender body coiled up on a cushion. Lifting his serpentine head slightly, he could see his current appearance in the full-length mirror of Jiang Jiyu's bedroom. Compared to 3 days ago, his entire body had grown noticeably larger, with his length now reaching 30 centimeters, touching the upper limit of his species' growth. Though still tiny, at least there had been some progress, hadn't there? If this kind of evolution happens a few more times, I'm afraid this room won't be able to contain me much longer. Moreover, Bai Changxing could clearly feel that after this evolution, it wasn't just about his body becoming thicker and longer, his appetite had grown significantly too. Current evolution completed. Total evolution points consumed, 0. Congratulations, host. First evolution completed. Next evolution requires 10 points of chi blood, 1 evolution point. So, the conditions for the next evolution are 10 points of chi blood and 1 evolution point? Bai Changsheng muttered silently in his heart. Shrimp meat can no longer provide chi blood points. He must find other food sources. As for the evolution points, they require devouring rare treasures, but where should he even begin looking? The system didn't explicitly state it, but it's obvious that to continue gaining vitality points, the food's level must be higher than white shrimp. Staples like rice and flour are out of the question. The next level up would preferably be direct meat consumption. A new problem arose before Bai Changsheng. How could he convey to Jiang Jiyu that he didn't want shrimp but meat instead? Chapter 4, Vitality Points Cap. After school in the evening, Jiang Jiyu as usual placed a few pieces of shrimp meat in front of Bai Changsheng. But this time, Bai Changsheng took a bite and immediately spat it out. Just moments ago, he had still been somewhat unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. But the fact proved that the shrimp meat could no longer provide him with any vitality points. Why aren't you eating it? Has it gone bad? Jiang Jiyu frowned slightly, picked up the shrimp meat to smell it, and finding no unusual odor, pushed it back in front of Bai Changsheng. But this time, Bai Changsheng didn't even glance at it. Getting tired of shrimp? How about trying to feed it something else? Mother Jiang had originally planned to wash her hands and cook, but upon noticing her daughter's situation, she made a suggestion. Bai Changsheng nodded at Mother Jiang in response, though he wasn't sure if she could understand him. When he first hatched, he could only perform basic actions like swallowing and opening his eyes. After his first evolution, his body grew longer. Though he still had no combat ability to speak of, he had at least gained control over his new form. Oh, this little one can actually understand us? And even nod? Alright, wait here. I'll go get you some meat. In the path of Qi and Blood martial arts, Qi and Blood are the foundation. Though the elderly couple couldn't provide their daughter with rare treasures for her martial training, they could at least ensure she had meat at every meal, which now unexpectedly benefited Bai Changsheng. Mother Jiang cut off a small piece of meat and placed it in front of Bai Changsheng. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the piece of meat. Congratulations, host, for devouring fresh beef and gaining 0.21 vitality points. The vitality value provided by beef is clearly incomparable to that of shrimp meat. This piece of meat, roughly just 7 or 8 grams, can provide 0.21 vitality points. More importantly, Bai Changsheng feels he's only half full and is far from reaching his limit. Mom, cut some more meat for it. After quietly watching Bai Changsheng finish the meat and still gazing at her eagerly, Jiang Jiyu immediately understood what he meant. Soon, Mother Jiang sliced another piece of meat no smaller than the previous one and placed it by Bai Changsheng's mouth. Another system notification sounded, this time increasing the vitality value by 0.25. Combined, it amounts to a full 0.46, equivalent to the increase over a day and a half previously. If this efficiency continues, becoming a beast king doesn't seem so distant after all, just under 2,000 years to go. Never mind, the path to kingship is long and arduous, it all comes down to taking it step by step. Watching Bai Changsheng, who had closed his eyes to nap after eating, Jiang Jiyu's eyes flickered with surprise. This white-scaled snake was just something she picked casually, but now it seems even more human-like than she imagined. And this growth rate, growing from 10 centimeters to 30 centimeters in 3 days, is clearly not something a normal white-scaled snake should be capable of. Could this white-scaled snake be a 1 in a million mutated variant? But the surprise was fleeting. After all, the white-scaled snake is just a white-scaled snake, with its upper limit locked. No matter how human-like it becomes or how mutated its bloodline is, it's still useless. It's like having a base of 1, no matter how much it mutates. It can't surpass 100, but for other races, the base is already 100, without any mutation. They've reached the white snake's limit. Yet, seeing how lively it was, Jiang Jiyu ultimately couldn't resist and turned to say to her mother, Mom, next time you buy meat, could you get a little extra? Let's prepare some for the little guy too. Alright, whatever you say. Mother Jiang didn't dislike this cute little creature that didn't run around. Besides, buying an extra $1 or $2 worth of meat wouldn't cost much, would it? To be honest, the feeling of having someone feed you on time is quite comfortable. 6 more days passed, and Bai Changsheng once again fell into the cycle of waking up to eat and then going back to sleep. Every day, Without fail. 1. 5 units of vitality were added to his account, allowing Bai Chongqing to clearly feel his body growing stronger. However, as his vitality reached 10 points, a new problem arose before him. Congratulations, host, for devouring fresh beef and gaining 0.26 units of vitality. Blood chi value has reached the current limit. Please initiate the second evolution as soon as possible. Second evolution requirements: blood chi value 10/10, evolution points 0 to 1. Blood chi is easy to obtain, but where can I get evolution points? If he were in the wilderness now, he could hunt some living creatures to see if he could gain evolution points. Unfortunately, he can't even leave this room. Of course, given his current strength and size, any living creature he encounters in the wild would likely be far stronger than him. Who ends up devouring whom is really hard to say. Mom, the school is organizing a practical combat training session this morning. The whole class will be going to the simulated training field, so I won't be back for lunch. After returning in her school uniform, Zhang Jiyu took out a small piece of fresh meat from the fridge for Bai Chongsheng, cut it into thin strips, and placed it in front of him. Hearing her daughter's words, Mother Jiang emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, her face etched with concern. Combat training? Isn't that dangerous? I've heard that while the simulated training field doesn't have high-level mutated beasts, students still get injured every year. Bai Chongsheng leisurely ate his meat. Though the beef no longer provided him with vitality points, his stomach would growl all the same. Upon hearing Mother Zhang's words, he slightly turned his head to glance at Zhang Jiyu, although he didn't know exactly what this practical combat training entailed. Since it was open to all students, its educational significance clearly outweighed its combat aspect. After all, she's the reincarnation of a female emperor. A practical combat training session for all students would be a piece of cake for her. Wait, practical combat training? And we might encounter mutated beasts? Bai Chongsheng suddenly thought of something, and his heart stirred involuntarily. Zhang Jiyu's hand slowly brushed over Bai Chongsheng's body. Even her fingers carried a warm sensation, giving him a rather pleasant feeling. Don't worry, there will be teachers accompanying the whole time. Nothing will go wrong. Moreover, for this practical combat training, the school will provide certain rewards. The most outstanding student in each class will receive a chi and blood pill worth 2,000. By the way, cut a few pieces of meat for Little White later. I'm participating as a beast tamer, so I should bring my own spirit beast. Hearing Zhang Jiyu's words, Bai Chongsheng felt even more at ease. Early the next morning, while Bai Chongsheng was still asleep, he suddenly felt his body being lifted into the air and then stuffed into a dark space, likely Zhang Jiyu's backpack. However, Bai Chongsheng, who knew where he was going, didn't struggle. He quietly coiled inside, drifting in and out of sleep for an unknown amount of time. Vaguely, he heard the voices of women talking, and then the zipper of the backpack was pulled open. At the opening of the backpack was the face of a short-haired girl, along with a hand reaching toward him. Once again, he was given no chance to resist as the girl pulled him into her embrace, the faint fragrance of a young maiden wafting over him. Chapter 5, Flame-Maned Fire-Devouring Lion. Ziyu, it's only been 10 days, right? Little White has grown so much. Lin Jingyao gently stroked Bai Chongsheng, the smooth texture of the delicate snake scales making it hard for the girl to resist touching him. I don't know what's going on either, but it's growing really fast. Another hand rested on his body. Bai Chongqing could clearly sense that many boys in the classroom looked at him with a hint of envy in their eyes. But then again, being cradled and fawned over by the two most beautiful girls in the class or even the entire school was a treatment they wouldn't dare dream of. At this moment, countless boys probably wished they could trade places with him. The feeling that some people live lives even less enviable than a snake grew increasingly strong. But it's still so tiny. If it really went into battle, wouldn't it just get swallowed whole by other beasts? Lin Jingyao's concern wasn't unfounded, but to Bai Chongqing's ears, the words felt rather insulting to snakes. I've worked hard eating meat for 10 days to reach this level, and you're worried I'll get eaten by other beasts in one bite? To express his silent resistance, Bai Chongqing wriggled further inside, but the next moment, a deep roar sounded from outside the door. Everyone, including Bai Chongqing, instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. Then they saw a blonde-haired youth walking in, leading a lion by its side. Unlike the lions in Bai Chongqing's memory, this one was entirely crimson, with even the mane around its neck appearing as if ablaze. It wasn't particularly large, standing only about a meter tall, yet each step it took carried an intimidating aura. Compared to this lion, Bai Chongqing seemed rather shabby and immature, possessing nothing more than looks that might appeal to girls. After Huang Mao entered, his gaze swept across the room, and he let out a light snort. The lion he was leading even roared fiercely, serving as a warning to everyone in the classroom. Is this Huang Xiaotian's spirit beast? I heard him say before that his father spent 500,000 to buy him a juvenile flame-maned fire-devouring lion. This must be the one. 500,000. Is this how rich kids roll? Just for their first tamed beast, They're willing to spend so much, not just that 500,000 is only the cost for the juvenile. To raise this flame-maned fire-devouring lion properly, they need to spend nearly 100,000 every month just on exotic beast meat, spirit materials, and the like. If you really calculate it, raising this flame-maned fire-devouring lion costs way more than buying it. It's said that flame-maned fire-devouring lions, once they reach adulthood, become beast general level creatures, and a rare few with mutated bloodlines can even grow to lord level. Compared to Huang Xiaotian, our pets are just trash. Isn't that obvious? Huang Xiaotian is aiming to get into Tsinghua Martial University after the college entrance exams. What are we compared to him? That makes sense. Even though he was being scolded, the person being scolded didn't feel anything was wrong. It seemed as if it was only natural. Meanwhile, listening to the flattering voices around him, the yellow-haired youth named Huang Xiaotian probably led his spirit beast toward Zhang Jiyu and the other person. Wherever he passed, the crowd stepped aside, afraid to block his path. Seeing this, both women slightly furrowed their delicate brows. Ziyu, what do you think of my spirit beast? A pure-blooded flame-maned fire-devouring lion. My dad spent 500,000 to buy it at an auction. Before Zhang Jiyu could speak, Lin Jingyao couldn't hold back anymore. Can afford a 500,000 spirit beast but not a 1,000 spirit storage bag? Didn't you see how scared the classmates were when you led a lion into the classroom? Besides, no matter how high your potential is, aren't you just a first-tier beast soldier now? The words were sharp, leaving Huang Xiaotian with no face at all. However, Lin Jingyao wasn't wrong. Many girls in the classroom were looking at the flame-maned fire-devourer lion with pale faces. Huang Xiaotian glanced at Lin Jingyao, seemingly accustomed to her attitude, before shifting his gaze back to Bai Changsheng. Is this your spirit beast? No offense, but a tamer's first spirit beast is crucial. How could you just casually form a spirit contract with a white-scaled snake? If you can't find a suitable one, you can always tell me. I can easily ask my dad to find you a better spirit beast. With just a few brief words, Bai Changsheng understood everything. This guy has a thing for Zhang Jiyu, and his family is somewhat well off. But more than that, he's stingy. If you're really sincere, then bring out some rare treasures. Anyone can just flap their lips. Coincidentally, Lin Jingyao's thoughts aligned perfectly with Bai Changsheng's. Then what should we do? It's too late to talk about this now. How about young Master Huang offers some valuable items to nurture Xiaobai? Consider it helping Jiyu. As expected, Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but show some embarrassment when Lin Jingyao said those words. Well, the resources I have were all allocated by my dad. They're just enough for the daily consumption of the flame-maned devouring lion. Huang Xiaotian wanted to explain further, but Zhang Jiyu shook her head and said it wasn't necessary, then turned her gaze toward Lin Jingyao. The teacher said to gather at 8:30. It's about time. Let's go wait downstairs. Lin Jingyao, upon hearing this, hugged Bai Changsheng and moved toward the classroom door, leaving Huang Xiaotian and his lion standing awkwardly alone. Still, there were plenty of people who flattered him. If Zhang Jiyu and the other ignored him, there were others willing to. Bai Changsheng, held in Lin Jingyao's arms, was no longer stuffed into Zhang Jiyu's backpack. The brief encounter just now made Bai Changsheng acutely aware of how far he still was from being a true exotic beast. He originally thought that having 10 points of chi and blood would give him some capital for pride, but when facing Huang Xiaotian's flame-maned devouring lion, he realized the gap between them wasn't even on the same level. If they had met in the wild just now, that flame-maned devouring lion could have eaten him as easily as snacking on a spicy strip. What's even more exaggerated is that such a level of beast is only just stepping into the first-grade beast soldier rank, with second and third-grade beast soldiers above it, and even higher ranks like beast generals and lords beyond that. Realizing his severe lack of strength, Bai Changsheng silently made a decision. To avoid being eaten like a snack, I'll have to keep lying low by Zhang Jiyu's side. At the very least, I need to reach the point where I can swallow this flame-maned fire-eating lion in one gulp before considering venturing into the wild. At the same time, I must seize this opportunity to gain enough evolution points and trigger the second evolution. Bai Changsheng wasn't the type to be blindly confident, but he had to admit that the power disparity in this world was far greater than he had imagined. The only silver lining was that with the system's support and Zhang Jiyu, the future empress, by his side, there might still be a chance for him to reach the pinnacle of power someday. Chapter 6, The Second Evolution. The practical training will take place in the simulated training field, which is where we're heading now. Let me go over a few important points with the students. Pay close attention. First, the simulated training field is a fenced-off mountainous forest area where you might encounter anything. Inside the bus, the homeroom teacher, with a small microphone clipped to their waist, was enthusiastically listing the precautions, though clearly, no one was paying attention anymore. Anything could happen. It just sounds a bit intimidating. In reality, The area they're heading to doesn't even contain beast soldier level mutated creatures. This isn't a martial artist examination where everyone's strength is guaranteed. Students' combat abilities vary greatly. If lives were actually lost, the school would bear major responsibility. Under these circumstances, it's probably just going through the motions. The bus slowly drove into a forested mountain area and came to a stop in front of a 4-story building. As the team entered, everyone was issued a set of weapons and armor. The precautions had already been explained on the way, so there was no need to repeat them here. After confirming that everything was ready and all communications were functioning normally, the middle-aged man carrying a long sword finally allowed the group to proceed inside. At first glance, the environment appeared no different from an ordinary forest. Just entering the woods, there was still a small path trodden by people, but as we went deeper, the classmates who had initially stuck together began to scatter gradually. Stepping on the fallen leaves on the ground, occasional crunching sounds could be heard. Ziyu, do you think we might encounter some strange beast that would gobble us up in one bite? Lin Jingyao, who was usually fearless outside, had become unusually quiet since entering the woods. At this moment, she lightly held onto Jiang Jiyu's arm, as if afraid of being left behind. No, beast soldier level mutant creatures are mostly in the warrior trial zone. In this area we're in, even ordinary ungraded mutant creatures rarely appear. Even if we encounter one, as an advanced apprentice, are you really afraid of ungraded mutant creatures? Jiang Jiyu tilted her head slightly to glance at Lin Jingyao, somewhat helpless. Hearing this, Lin Jingyao gathered her courage and released Jiang Jiyu's arm that she had been clinging to, though she tightened her embrace around the white snake by Changsheng in her arms. Little Bai, if a fight really breaks out later, don't run around. Let me tell you, there are many strange beasts in this place. If you run around, you could easily get caught and eaten by who knows what. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's muttering, Bai Changsheng carefully pondered the indescribable scent in the air. Previously, he had been holed up in Jiang Jiyu's room, unable to detect any extraneous scents. However, upon entering the mountain forest, the temperature immediately became varied and unpredictable. He could even roughly deduce the strength and approximate locations of the surrounding exotic beasts through their scent. This should be considered an innate talent of snakes, and coincidentally, this ability is quite useful. Within a range of 2 to 3 kilometers, there were 3 distinct scents that made him feel alarmed, while the rest posed no apparent threat. Perhaps because it was somewhat far away, the sensation wasn't very distinct. But it also proved one thing from another perspective: this place truly couldn't be considered fraught with danger. At the very least, the fighting spirit in Jiang Jiyu's eyes was enough to make Bai Changsheng feel at ease. Hiss! The sudden serpentine hiss made both Jiang Jiyu and Lin Jingyao turn their heads to look at Bai Changsheng. Ever since bringing Bai Changsheng home, this was the first time such loud commotion had been heard from it. However, seeing Bai Changsheng fixate intensely on one spot, Jiang Jiyu was the first to react. With a sudden flick of the wrist, the long spear that had been resting at his side instantly revealed its sharp edge, its tip pointing toward a patch of shrubs beside the two. The next moment, an entirely black spider, over 40 centimeters in length, burst out from the shrubs and leaped high toward Bai Changsheng. Getting closer, Bai Changsheng could even see the erect hairs on its legs. His body tensed up instantly as Lin Jingyao's scream echoed in his ears. But before Bai Changsheng could react, Jiang Jiyu, who had been prepared, took action. The alloy spear shot out in an instant, so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. With just a soft pff sound, the enormous spider that had been menacingly trying to devour Bai Changsheng met its end under Jiang Jiyu's spear. The spear tip pierced through its body, though its legs still twitched. It was beyond saving as its life force rapidly faded. Just a black-striped wolf spider, nothing to fear. With a flick of the spear, the corpse on its tip was flung to the ground. From spotting this guy to delivering a fatal blow, the entire process was smooth and without any hesitation. It was only at this moment that Bai Changsheng truly believed that Jiang Jiyu was indeed the reincarnation of the Empress, not just playing some cosplay game with him. This kind of temperament was definitely not something a high school girl should possess. A real high school student would still be screaming their head off right now. Glancing back at the noisy Lin Jingyao, Bai Changsheng slightly moved his body, leaped directly from her embrace, and then crawled toward the corpse of the black-striped wolf spider. To be honest, the way this thing died was a bit too gruesome, and its appearance wasn't exactly appetizing. But who asked him to be a snake now? His intuition told him that this black-striped wolf spider, which hadn't lasted a second under Jiang Jiyu's hands, could give him what he needed. As long as you devour the other party, there's a high probability of gaining evolution points. Bai Changsheng wasn't the type to be overly fastidious, knowing full well that eating this black-striped wolf spider before him would grant evolution points, yet refusing to consume it just because it looks ugly, abandoning those evolution points? Only fools would do that. No, only foolish snakes would do such a thing. So without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down on a spider leg, effortlessly tearing it off. The expected feeling of nausea didn't come, and the system's notification chime sounded simultaneously. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black-striped wolf spider, obtains 0 vitality points and 0.14 evolution points. It actually worked. Hearing the system notification, Bai Changxing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Without evolving, his vitality points had already reached the upper limit and could no longer increase. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that he had gained evolution points, even if it was a pitiful 0.14. A single spider leg could provide 0.14 points. If he ate the remaining 7 legs, he'd have enough evolution points to level up. Keep going, keep going. No one can stop him from gaining evolution points today. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black-striped wolf spider. Obtains 0 vitality points and 0.14 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for devouring the exotic beast black-striped wolf spider. After devouring all 8 spider legs in one go, the system notification finally changed. Congratulations, host, the conditions for the second evolution have been met. Proceed with evolution? Activate. Chapter 7, Digestion Enhancement LV2. As Bai Changsheng confirmed the initiation of his second evolution, a surge of scorching heat erupted within his body, quickly spreading throughout his entire being. It felt as if all the blood in his veins had begun to boil. As one of the representatives of cold-blooded creatures, snakes naturally have ice-cold blood. The consequence of making his blood boil was that Bai Changsheng now felt as if his body was about to burst, as if his blood had been instantly replaced by magma. Lin Jingyao reached out to pick him up again, but the moment her fingers touched him, she hissed and instinctively pulled back. So hot. What's wrong with little Bai? Could it be poisoned? Lin Jingyao's voice was laced with urgency, but Jiang Jiyu slightly furrowed his brows and stopped her from trying to move Bai Changsheng further. The black-striped wolf spider is venomous, but the toxins are concentrated in the fangs on its head. Little White only ate spider legs, so it shouldn't be poisoning. It must be undergoing a mutation. Whenever a creature mutates, its body exhibits changes contrary to the norm. Apart from mutation, Jiang Jiyu couldn't think of any other term to explain Bai Changsheng's current condition in such a short time. Mutation? Wasn't little Bai already a mutated? Secondary mutation? Lin Jingyao's words paused as both women turned their gazes toward Bai Changsheng on the ground. They saw Bai Changsheng's slender body slowly curl up, writhing continuously until a layer of translucent scales was shed from him. As the writhing grew more intense, more and more snake scales were shed. Unlike the first evolution which completed during sleep, this time, Bai Changsheng clearly felt the entire process. The agony was unbearable, yet accompanied by a sense of breaking free from shackles. After enduring for several minutes, Bai Changsheng finally felt the burning sensation throughout his body gradually weaken until it completely subsided. Huff, it's finally done. Bai Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief as the system notification sounded simultaneously. Current evolution completed. Total evolution points consumed, 1. Congratulations, host. Second evolution completed successfully. Next evolution requirements, 100 chi and blood points, 10 evolution points. Although he suffered once, fortunately, everything was worth it. After unlocking the upper limit of his vitality value, it meant he could continue to grow, and the cap was directly raised from 10 points to 100. His gaze fell on the remaining part of the black-striped wolf spider's body. Bai Changsheng initially intended to continue, but the next moment, his body was lifted into the air. Then, what came into view was Lin Jingyao's exquisitely beautiful face. Ziyu, little Bai has grown so much again. How amazing. It doubled in size in just a few minutes? Jiang Jiyu's gaze at Bai Changsheng also held a trace of astonishment. Before, she only thought Bai Changsheng was unusually intelligent and grew at an incredible speed, suspecting it might undergo a second mutation. But now, she had witnessed it all happen before her very eyes. Lin Jingyao didn't understand the rarity of a beast's second mutation, but she did. An ordinary white-scaled snake would fetch around $10 at most in the market, but if it underwent a second mutation, its value could skyrocket to 5 figures, if she could just sell Little White. The moment Jiang Jiyu entertained this thought, she saw Little White turn its head to look at her. As the strength of the spirit beast and its master continued to grow, the effects of the initially signed spirit contract gradually became more apparent. Bai Changsheng faintly sensed that a feeling called greed had begun to emerge in Jiang Jiyu's heart. Ahem. Perhaps embarrassed by Bai Changsheng's gaze, Jiang Jiyu let out 2 dry coughs. Since the spirit contract has already been signed, even if she wanted to sell it, it wouldn't be possible. Moreover, Bai Changsheng's increased strength is actually beneficial to her, though she doesn't really need his meager combat support. Let's keep moving forward. After Little Bai's second mutation, its sensory abilities have greatly improved. It can help us detect potential threats in the surroundings. The trial only lasts 4 hours, and I must secure the top spot in this class. Is it for that vitality pill? Bai Changsheng had an inkling in his heart, and indeed, his senses had improved tremendously. Just as Jiang Jiyu had said, What was once a somewhat vague sense of smell now allowed Bai Changxing to pinpoint locations with much greater accuracy. After returning to the ground from Lin Jingyao's grasp, Bai Changxing confirmed the direction and immediately set off, with Jiang Jiyu and Lin Jingyao quickly following behind. Thud, roar, splash. Battles began to occur frequently in this not-so-dense forest. Thanks to Bai Changxing's keen sense of smell, Jiang Jiyu continuously harvested the lives of nearby unranked exotic beasts. Lin Jingyao followed behind, mostly just tagging along without much contribution. Although her strength wasn't exactly weak, when it came to actual combat and killing, she clearly couldn't compare to Jiang Jiyu, a reincarnated emperor-level expert. Meanwhile, Bai Changxing also got his share of spoils, devouring a black-furred rabbit with blood-red eyes. It's worth mentioning that the vitality points and evolution points provided by this black-furred rabbit are no less than those from the black-striped wolf spider. Congratulations, host, for devouring the red-eyed black-furred rabbit. Obtained 7 vitality points and 88 evolution points. Vitality points aren't the key. After obtaining these 88 evolution points, combined with what was left earlier, it just adds up to 1 point again. Bai Changxing's gaze couldn't help but fall on the personal panel, focusing on the only illuminated branch of the evolution tree, digestive enhancement. Use evolution points to continue unlocking the evolution tree branch, digestive enhancement? Use 1 evolution point deducted. Digestive enhancement branch level increased. Current unlocked evolution tree branch, digestive enhancement LV2, 0/5, before the food crisis. How fast Bai Changxing's vitality grew depended entirely on how quickly he could digest. Investing hard-earned evolution points into enhancing digestive ability is, in a way, a strategy of increasing income while reducing expenditure. The only regret was that before he could continue devouring, the sound of a horn blaring echoed from the sky as a drone swiftly flew overhead. This practical combat training session ends here. All students, please return to the reception center building upon hearing this broadcast. Repeat, this practical combat training session ends here. Jiang Jiyu forcefully shook her spear twice, scattering all remaining blood from its shaft before retracting it. Let's go. It's time to head back. In these 3+ hours, she had slain enough unranked mutant beasts with her spear. There was no need to greedily prolong this any further. As for Lin Jingyao, she had long wanted to go back. After wandering in the forest with this person and snake for so long, although she had rarely taken action, just running non-stop in the forest for over 3 hours had exhausted her stamina. Finally, we can go back. Ziyu, your points should be enough to secure first place, right? Chapter 8, Hybrid Elixir. Whether the points are enough to take first place, just calculate and you'll know. Over half an hour later, the two women brought Bai Changxing back to the 4-story reception center. Huang Xiaotian, who had been basking in the flattery and admiration of those around him, quickly pushed through the crowd to greet the two women as soon as they entered. Ziyu, I scored 177 points, no one else even came close, with the highest being just 45. Pretty impressive, right? As Huang Xiaotian spoke, his eyes gleamed with a mix of pride and anticipation. Clearly, compared to praise from others, what he truly wanted was Jiang Jiyu's astonishment. If Jiang Jiyu could gaze at him with admiration and let out a gasp of surprise, Huang Xiaotian would probably float straight up to the heavens. However, it was clear that Jiang Jiyu wasn't the least bit interested. Upon hearing the number 177, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, let out an "oh," and then went to submit his battle footage. On the other hand, Lin Jingyao rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaotian. You only scored this much with a high-grade spirit beast bought by your dad, and you still have the nerve to show off. A fire-mane devouring flame lion, whose strength had already reached the first-tier beast soldier level, appeared in this beginner-level simulated training ground for students. If he still couldn't achieve this kind of cliff-like leading score, then it could only prove that Huang Xiaotian was utterly useless. Unfortunately, this guy seemed to have been so flattered that he lost his sense of position. Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, he immediately became agitated. Even if I got this score because of my dad, it's still the highest in the class. You, Lin Jingyao, couldn't get it even if you wanted to. The highest score in the class? Lin Jingyao scoffed. Only you could be this confident. Since young Master Huang is so confident, why don't we make a bet? A bet? Huang Xiaotian was taken aback. Bet on what? Let's bet on whether you'll actually get the highest score in the class. Lin Jingyao unhooked the sports camera hanging around her neck, waved it, and continued. If you get the highest score, I'll owe you a blood chi pill. If not, you owe me one. Huang Xiaotian fell silent, but upon seeing Lin Jingyao's utterly confident expression, he suddenly laughed. In the class, only you and Jiyu haven't submitted their videos yet. Jiyu obviously doesn't stand a chance. That white-scaled snake she contracted would be lucky not to get eaten by the magical beasts in the forest, let alone help her hunt them. As for you, your strength is decent, but how many mutant beasts can a little girl like you kill? Surely you can't be more formidable than my flame-maned inferno lion? Deal. I'll take that bet. If you lose, I won't take your blood chi pills either. Huang Xiaotian chuckled and turned his gaze toward Jiang Jiyu, who was submitting a video in the distance. All you need to do is give me Jiyu's WeChat account. Seeing Huang Xiaotian's mischievously annoying expression, Lin Jingyao couldn't help but shiver, her voice laced with disgust when she spoke again. Jiyu's WeChat account is fine, but the price needs to go up. Besides that blood chi pill, throw in 2 more hybrid blood pills for spirit beasts. Vitality pills and mixed blood pills are essentially the same thing, except that mixed blood pills are of slightly inferior quality, containing many impurities. If consumed by martial artists, they might disrupt the flow of vital energy and even cause hidden ailments. However, there's no such concern when feeding them to spirit beasts. A single vitality pill is priced at around 2,000 alliance coins, while a mixed blood pill only costs about 1,000. Deal. Huang Xiaotian flashed an okay hand sign, his lips curling into a confident smile once again. But the next moment, the homeroom teacher's voice came through. Jiang Jiyu, 234 points. How much? 234? At this announcement, everyone turned their gaze toward the homeroom teacher. Huang Xiaotian's smug grin instantly froze on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Jingyao let out a soft chuckle and extended her hand toward Huang Xiaotian. Young Master Huang, a bet is a bet. You agreed to the wager in front of all these people, surely you won't go back on your word now? Huang Xiaotian's expression gradually stiffened, as if he could feel countless eyes boring into his back. He has already come to his senses. Lin Jingyao had just deliberately used her action camera to trick him, making him think he was competing against her, when in reality it was Jiang Jiyu. Wait, even if it was Jiang Jiyu, how did she get so many points? Huang Xiaotian instinctively wanted to voice his doubts, but when he turned around, he met the gazes of many classmates looking at him. Don't worry, it's just a few medicinal pills. I wouldn't go so far as to renege on a bet I agreed to. As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Xiaotian simply flipped his hand, revealing 2 porcelain bottles in his palm. After pouring out the pills from each bottle, he tossed them to Lin Jingyao. We're even now. Ha ha, as expected. Young Master Huang is truly generous, handing over a pill worth 4,000 without a second thought. Lin Jingyao clutched the pill in her hand, not missing the chance to mock Huang Xiaotian one last time. Faced with Lin Jingyao's taunts, Huang Xiaotian had no choice but to suppress his frustration, though whether he cursed her inwardly remained unknown. What's wrong? Jiang Jiyu had just submitted the video and, sensing the tense atmosphere, couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Some sucker said he'd give you a few medicinal pills. Lin Jingyao handed the chi and blood pills to Jiang Jiyu, then took the backpack from behind her and unzipped it. Little Bai, look what your sister got for you. Bai Changsheng was inherently highly sensitive to scents, and the moment the backpack zipper was pulled open, a refreshing fragrance rushed in. The overwhelming allure seemed to make Bai Changsheng lose all rationality. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and swallowed the bright red pill in Lin Jingyao's hand in one gulp. Wait, Xiao Bai's vitality is too low, he can't consume the blood mixing pill. Before Jiang Jiyu could finish speaking, Bai Changsheng had already swallowed it. The next moment, an indescribable surge of heat washed over him, and the system's notification sound rang out at that very instant. Congratulations, host, for devouring the mixed blood pill. Obtain 28 points of vital energy and 12 points of evolution points. The sudden surge of vital energy felt as if it was about to burst Bai Changsheng's entire body open. This sensation was far more intense than simply overeating. It was akin to rising from hundreds of meters below the sea directly back to the surface. In just an instant, Bai Changsheng realized that if he didn't do something, his body might explode at any moment from the overwhelming medicinal energy. Use evolution points to continue unlocking the evolution tree branch. Digestive enhancement. 5 evolution points deducted. Digestive enhancement branch level increased. Currently unlocked evolution tree branch. Digestive enhancement LV3, 0/20. As the digestive enhancement reached level 3, the previously rampaging medicinal energy was immediately restrained. Over time, the sensation of his body being on the verge of bursting gradually faded. That was close, almost died from that one bite of food. Chapter 9, The School Beauty Empress's Soft Rice, whoever wants it can have it. Little White, are you okay? I'm sorry, I really didn't know you couldn't take the hybrid elixir right now. Seeing Bai Changsheng's painful state, Lin Jingyao wasn't sure if he could even understand her, but she kept frantically apologizing. However, Jiang Jiyu, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and looked at Bai Changsheng with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Lin Jingyao couldn't perceive it, but since she had formed a spiritual contract with Bai Changsheng, she could vaguely sense it. At first, Bai Changsheng felt as if his body was about to burst from the potency of the hybrid blood pill, waves of pain continuously surging through him, but within just 2 or 3 seconds, the pain vanished, replaced by joy and excitement. The effects of the hybrid blood pill had already been fully absorbed by it. Even Jiang Jiyu, with his vast knowledge from his past life, couldn't help but feel astonished at this moment. The white-scaled snake I unintentionally chose didn't seem as simple as it appeared on the surface. It was remarkably human-like, had an astonishingly large appetite, underwent a second mutation, and could even forcibly absorb a mixed blood elixir when its vitality was pitifully low. Of course, it was merely a matter of feeling astonished. These anomalies couldn't fundamentally change anything. The white-scaled snake was still just a white-scaled snake, struggling to even grow into a beast soldier. So naturally, it wasn't worth her paying too much attention to it. However, if possible, Jiang Jiyu would still find a way to help it. Don't worry, little white is fine. Seeing her best friend's frantic and anxious expression, Jiang Jiyu had no choice but to explain. Lin Jingyao finally calmed down a little, only to realize that Bai Changsheng had somehow regained his composure, and his gaze was now fixed on the hand in which she held the hybrid pill. His demeanor suggested that if Lin Jingyao dared to feed him, he would dare to keep eating. No. Lin Jingyao hurriedly handed the remaining hybrid pill in her hand to Jiang Jiyu. If you eat any more, you'll really burst. I don't dare feed you anymore. The scene just now was enough to make her fearful afterward. If Bai Changsheng really died because of her, how could she explain it to Jiang Jiyu? Now that everything's fine, it's already a stroke of luck. Lin Jingyao doesn't dare to act recklessly anymore. Seeing that Lin Jingyao didn't dare to feed him anymore, and Jiang Jiyu showed no intention of doing so either, Bai Changsheng smacked his lips slightly, secretly thinking it was a shame. A single hybrid blood pill could provide him with 28 points of vitality and 12 points of evolution value. If he could eat a few more, it probably wouldn't be long before he could directly initiate his third evolution. However, Bai Changsheng himself was well aware that even though his digestion enhancement had been upgraded to level 3, it would still take some time to fully absorb the medicinal power of the hybrid blood pill. Eating another hybridization dan at a time like this was truly unable to absorb the medicinal power. The reason why they still want to eat it is just the greedy nature of snakes at work. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, and Jiang Jiyu was right not to feed him the second hybridization pill. Shrinking back, Bai Changsheng retreated back into his book bag to absorb the medicinal power, and Jiang Jiyu reached down and put the book bag back on his back before turning towards the staff in the reception hall. No fish. Where are you going? Little White's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems like it prefers fey meat, so I was thinking if I could give it some. Lin Jingyao let out a whoop and hurriedly followed. Hello, I'd like to buy some fey meat. I wonder where I can get it. Jiang Jiyu's face was a little cold, but because she was pretty enough, anyone who saw her would not be able to help but feel good about her, especially coupled with the fact that the Lin Jingyao next to her was just as pretty as hell and even had a sweet mouth. Seeing that Jiang Jiyu wanted to buy some exotic beast meat, she knew that she was trying to find food for Bai Changsheng, and she also hurriedly opened her mouth, looking at the male staff member with a pitiful look. Little brother, the two of us have a white-scaled snake, but it seems to be very edible and has a very picky mouth. It won't even eat shrimp meat when it's given to it. Can you? Without waiting for Lin Jingyao to say anything else, this staff member decisively surrendered. No problem. The staff member's face was a little red, probably because he had never been called little brother by a pretty girl before, and he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. We hunt the occasional fae and deliver them to those hotels in town, and just happen to have some in stock. Those beast soldier class ones and the fleshly fae carcasses can't be given to you, but the others are fine, and it's just right if you feed them to the fae. You guys come with me. The staff was generous, more generous than the two Jiang Jiyu had imagined. But it was also because no one wanted those unclassified and poorly fleshed fey corpses, and they weren't worth much on their own. It's better to keep it, than to do a favor and earn a couple of sentences to listen to your little brother. A modest frozen warehouse stored a number of alien beast corpses, and without the slightest bit of politeness, Jiang Jiyu picked more than 10 in a row, all of them belonging to the type that was not small in size. Only after picking did this turn his head to look at Lin Jingyao. A 3 cubic meter storage ring sold for 3,000. She didn't bother to buy it, but Lin Jingyao did. And when Lin Jingyao saw this, she immediately bitterly raised her face. My storage ring is full of snacks. Although he said that, in order to avoid little white getting hungry, Lin Jingyao was still stuffing as much foreign beast meat as she could into her storage ring. It was not until the stuffing was gone that the two men returned satisfied. Bai Changsheng didn't realize how much of a sacrifice Lin Jingyao had made for him, and the remaining medicinal power of the mixed blood pill caused him to drift off to sleep for almost an afternoon. And when he woke up again, he had already returned home. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Jiang Jiyu, who was only wearing a halter top and shorts. Her hair was still tied up high, but at this moment, she was scarlet in color, with beads of sweat seeping out of her body. Sitting on the bed with his knees crossed and his 5 hearts facing the sky, he looked as if he was exercising his energy to absorb the aura. The white socks on his feet had already been removed, and the 2 long legs were just displayed in front of Bai Changsheng, along with the waist that was less than a handful and the grandeur in front of his body. Bai Changsheng didn't disturb her, just watched this quietly. Honestly, This was the first time he had been so quiet to survey Jiang Jiyu, and he had to say that in terms of looks and body shape alone, Jiang Jiyu was already perfect to the point of being impeccable. Not to mention that she was also the reincarnation and rebirth of the Empress. Her talent and experience were equally unrivaled. If there were no surprises, this life, sir, she would definitely certify to the Emperor realm in the future as well. Following such a stunningly beautiful and at the same time infinite potential future Empress, even if one was to peacefully be a spirit pet, it seemed to be enough to provoke the envy of countless people, right? But then again, with the system at his side, why wouldn't he himself have unlimited potential? His future accomplishments wouldn't be any lower than Jiang Jiyu's. I'm afraid, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? He is at least a person who has crossed over, even if the soft rice of the schoolgirl Empress is fragrant. Phew, first-grade martial artist, success. Just as Bai Changsheng was rambling, Jiang Jiyu took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. At the same time an indescribable pressure acted on Bai Changsheng's body. Well, it looks like this soft food is going to be around for a while. Chapter 10 Evolution Tree Branch, Rock Armor Defense. I thought that Jiang Jiyu's strength would increase quickly, but I never thought it would be this fast. When everyone in her class was still stuck in the apprentice realm, she had already managed to step into the martial artist realm. More importantly, Jiang Jiyu's strength obviously couldn't be measured by an ordinary martial artist. The pressure alone, if any, was not something a martial artist could do. In comparison, Bai Changsheng's chi and blood values had only managed to reach 29.7. And the third evolution of 100 points was still a long way off. Abandoning those messy thoughts in his head, Bai Changsheng dryly opened his mouth towards Jiang Jiyu. Hungry so soon? Jiang Jiyu raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, a long leg stretched out, her bare white feet tucked into her slippers. From Bai Changsheng's perspective, these two long legs of Jiang Jiyu were just a little too heaven-defying. It hadn't been so visualized before in a school uniform. After getting down from the bed, Jiang Jiyu just slightly turned over his hand, and then a fist-sized beast leg with scale armor appeared in front of him. The storage ring was filled with exotic beast meat for Bai Changsheng, and it was useless to wear it herself, so Lin Jingyao simply lent her storage ring to Jiang Jiyu. Just by looking at the mold, there's no way to tell what this thing originally grew on, but that didn't matter at all. What mattered was that Bai Changsheng was really hungry. After his digestive enhancement reached level 3, his appetite grew significantly. The beast's leg that looked like it weighed a pound in front of his eyes, opened his mouth and bit it, while swallowing it in one bite. Congratulations to the host for devouring the three-colored blade lizard, gaining 2.7 blood value and 0.6 evolution points. The system's beep sounded in synchronization. 2.7 chi blood value was definitely not a small amount. Before changing, it was enough for him to eat for a day. However, at this time, Bai Changsheng still felt that his stomach was empty, and he didn't feel full at all. More? Jiang Jia looked at Bai Changsheng and looked at her again, and her mind moved. Feeling the emotions that Bai Changsheng had passed on, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And then he became interested and took out another piece of beast meat from his storage ring. This piece was bigger than the leg of the beast just now, a full pound and a half. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the beast's meat whole without any half-hearted hesitation. Congratulations to the host for devouring the muddy rock turtle, gaining 3.4 blood value and 0.9 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree, Rock Armor Defense. Rock Armor Defense, when lit, forms an Earth attribute defense layer under the scales, dramatically enhancing defense capabilities. Evolution points required for illumination. 6. A new branch of the evolutionary tree. The sudden change of heart caused Bai Changsheng's heart to rejoice, especially after hearing the system's explanation. This feeling of surprise became more and more obvious. For such an ability that could save his life at critical moments, Bai Changsheng naturally wouldn't skimp on evolution points. Glancing at his remaining evolution points, he had 7 points left from upgrading digestive enhancement, and with the 1.5 he had just gained, there was still a surplus of 8.5. He hadn't even saved up enough chi and blood values for his third evolution, so naturally, he didn't need to worry about the evolution points without the slightest hesitation. System, plus points. 6 evolution points are deducted and the evolution tree branch Rock Armor Defense is lit. Currently lit branch of evolution tree, Rock Armor Defense LV1. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of Rock Armor Defense, 18. There was nothing noticeable, not even pain. After the system tone fell, Bai Changsheng only felt a tingling sensation coming from underneath his scales, and slowly, the sensation spread all over his body, but then it completely faded after a few seconds. As the tingling sensation receded, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel a faint energy flowing on his body surface, not exactly thick, but solidly present. Once an attack was able to break through the defense of his scales, it would be met with resistance from this energy. No loss, even a little profit. Although this evolution tree direction cost him a full 6 evolution points, it was still worth every penny. Personal panel, Divine Devouring System. Host, by Chong Shang. Race, white-scaled snake, secondary evolution. Blood value, 45. 8. Evolution tree lit, digestive enhancement LV3. Rock armored defense LV1. Available evolution points, 2. 5. Evolution tree can be lit, none. 10 days and the attribute panel is brand new. If he had just crossed over when he was still a scum with a battle power of only 5, then the current him had at least some battle power. And according to the current efficiency of acquiring chi and blood values, it wouldn't take more than a few days before his chi and blood values should reach the threshold of the third evolution. 100 points of blood value. A first-rate beast soldier. Though his goal was to become a beast king and gain the ability to transform. But in the end, the beast soldier level was the threshold he should consider now. The next day, Jiang Jiyu took a morning off, and when he returned, he already had an extra bronze martial arts medal in his hand, symbolizing the status of a first-grade martial arts practitioner. Looking at the medallion brought a smile to her face. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. After getting the martial artist medal, the state will subsidize 1,000 Union dollars every month, as well as a chi blood pill. You guys don't have to worry about my cultivation resources. I can earn them on my own. But after my senior year, I'm going to try out the wasteland. For his daughter's strength to increase so quickly, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were clearly elated. How many people have spent their entire lives just barely passing the threshold of a martial artist? And Jiang Jiyu went from apprentice to martial artist in only 10 days. This also proved the point that Jiang Jiyu's martial arts talent was indeed superb. It was only after hearing the word wilderness come out of Jiang Jiyu's mouth that the couple exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. After the cataclysm, humanity was forced to give up large swaths of land, migrating from the coast to the interior, and finally relying on hot weapons and martial artists to barely establish the various cities that exist now. But even with the development of martial arts to this day, it is still impossible to reclaim those lost lands from the hands of the beasts. And this part of the land and sea where the foreign beasts were all over the place was collectively known as the wasteland. The word wilderness, for many people, was a complete hell, a paradise for foreign beasts, and a forbidden area for humans. Although every year, one could hear about people earning huge wealth from the middle of the wasteland, but more often than not, it was that so-and-so martial artist was seriously injured and disabled by a foreign beast in the wasteland, or even perished. There was a desire to say something, but Jiang Jiyu didn't give them a chance to persuade them at all, and with Bai Chongqing in tow, she went back to her room. Taking out 2 pieces of foreign beast meat from the storage ring, Jiang Jiyu watched Bai Chongqing eat the meat, but he was in a bit of a trance. After becoming a martial artist, the cultivation resources needed will only increase. Every 3 days you need a chi and blood elixir to ensure that the chi and blood value growth rate doesn't slow down. Although becoming a martial artist can alleviate some of the financial pressure, it's still treating the symptoms but not the root cause. In the end, it's still about going to the wilderness, and only by traveling to the wilderness and hunting foreign beasts will I be able to earn the money needed to fulfill my cultivation needs. If only you could break through to Beast Soldier. At that time, I will also be able to take the Imperial Beast Master's examination, and I will be able to earn another amount of income every month. Jiang Jiyu looked at Bai Chongqing and muttered to himself. Chapter 11, Third Evolution, Beast Soldier Level. When he first crossed over, Bai Chongqing still felt that beast soldiers were rather distant. After all, the value of chi and blood he gained from devouring blood and flesh in a day at that time still needed to be calculated with decimal points. However, with the 2 evolutions completed and after raising the digestive enhancement to level 3, the amount of blood value that could be gained each day was extremely impressive. 3 meals a day, each of which yielded 6 points of chi and blood value, and a number of evolution points depending on the original strength of the meat eaten, more or less. But the daily improvement is visible to the naked eye, and after 3 days, Bai Chongqing's chi and blood values reached the upper limit of his current level. Congratulations to the host for devouring the 3-colored blade lizard, gaining 2, 4 blood value and 0, 5 evolution points. The blood value has reached the current limit. Please start the 3rd evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for 3rd evolution, blood value 100, evolution points 10. Evolution conditions have been met. Do you want to start evolution? Yes. After the system prompted him to reach the upper limit, Bai Chongqing directly chose to turn on evolution. Only this time the burning sensation was even more intense than the last time. Without warning, redness began to surface above Bai Chongqing's originally white scales. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his consciousness had begun to grow dim. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not going to be this painful for all future evolutions, is it? In his heart, he cursed, but Bai Chongqing could only resist. Although he didn't know if he would perish with his life if he fell unconscious during the evolution process, even a minor evolution failure was not something he could afford. It was hard to save up the blood value and evolution points for so long, and if this failed, one would have to wait for days to save up enough evolution points. So no matter what, he has to hold up. However, fortunately, Jiang Jiyu sensed something different about Bai Changsheng. Looking at Bai Changsheng, whose entire body had turned red, Jiang Jiyu frowned slightly and muttered under her breath, 3 times of mutation? How is that possible? Even if she had ascended to the Emperor realm in her previous life, she could count on one hand the number of foreign beasts she had seen that could accomplish 3 mutations, and those who were able to carry out the 3rd mutation were, without exception, at the very least, Beast Emperor level existences. 3 mutations are almost treated as exclusive to Beast Emperors, and by completing 3 mutations, one will become a Beast Emperor. But, Little White is just a white-scaled snake. What makes it capable of a 3rd evolution? Jiang Jiyu found that his past experience and vision seemed to be completely useless on this spirit pet of his. Every time she came up with a new result for Bai Changxing's growth cap, it wouldn't take long for Bai Changxing to break it once, so on and so forth. She'd lost some memory of how many times the little guy had surprised her. These things, which no one would believe if they were told, happened so literally in front of her. But although his heart was surprised, he still had the ability to distinguish between the two. With a flip of her hand, a hybrid elixir appeared between her palms. It was exactly what Lin Jingyao had gotten from Huang Xiaotian when she was teaching in actual combat before. She had eaten one at that time, and there was another one that had been kept until now. However, looking at the hybrid Dan, Bai Changsheng was in a rare state of being a bit evasive. Just evolving had already caused him to hurt like this, and if he added another hybridization pill, it would truly be a double torture when the time came. Alteration extremely consumes chi and blood, just like a martial artist's breakthrough. If there isn't enough chi and blood to replenish it, it's easy to lose the feat. Eat it. Jiang Jiyu didn't even give him a chance to refuse again, reaching out and shoving the hybrid Dan into Bai Changxing's mouth. As the mixed blood pill entered his mouth, the previous feeling of his chi and blood seeming to explode once again struck, intertwining with the original burning sensation throughout his body. It was just rare that with the outbreak of the medicinal power of the mixed blood pill, the burning sensation instead subsided, and even the feeling of chi and blood boiling was not as exaggerated as one would expect. Everything was back within the reach of Bai Changsheng. The molting, burning sensation subsided, and the chi and blood slowly became smooth. A few minutes later, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid elixir, gaining 20 points of blood value and 8 evolution points. This evolution has been completed, consuming a total of 10 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the 3rd evolution. Required blood value for next evolution, 1000 points, 100 evolution points. It was as if he had survived a robbery, causing Bai Changxing to gasp slightly, and with a slight inclination of his head, he saw his current state in the mirror. When he had just crossed over, his body length was no more than 10 centimeters, and his overall appearance appeared rounded, looking extremely tender and cute. But after 3 evolutions, he had reached 2 meters in length. The current one no longer had any semblance of mellowness, especially in the head, which vaguely carried a sense of sharpness, especially when coupled with the 3 colorful lines of varying lengths next to his eyes. Beast soldiers so soon? Jiang Jiyu's voice rang in his ears, and with a slight inclination of his head, Bai Changsheng captured surprise in the young girl's eyes. This growth rate of yours, even if you compare it to me, it's not even close. Jiang Jiyu didn't know exactly what mood she was in right now, especially when she saw Bai Changsheng looking towards her. Surprise? Joy? Or maybe doubt? Regret? In her last life, she had spent 22 years studying the imperial beasts, spending all her thoughts and money on the spirit beasts, but the result was a total loss. And then she switched to the chi and blood martial arts path, but because of too much delayed time her potential was exhausted. In this life, she had embarked on the path of chi and blood martial arts from the very beginning, and had no more than half an interest in imperial beasts. It was just that she hadn't expected that picking a white-scaled snake at random would give her such a big surprise. 3 mutations and growing into a beast soldier in only 13 days. This growth speed could already be said to be astounding. Although some fey beasts possessed the strength of a beast soldier or even a beast general at birth, just like Huang Xiaotian's fire-mane swallowing inferno lion, but that was the effect brought about by a high-level bloodline. Don't forget, Xiaobai started out as a white-scaled snake with the lowest bloodline and 0 battle power. Jiang Jiyu inexplicably had the feeling that you were obviously the least optimistic about you, but you were the most competitive. If, in the beginning, I took the path of the imperial beasts, is Xiaobai. Just as soon as this thought was born, it was dismissed by Jiang Jiyu herself, shaking her head in mute amusement, focusing on the chi and blood martial Dao. Achieving a martial emperor was almost a certainty, but it wasn't necessarily the case with the imperial beast Dao. There are billions of foreign beasts, and only a handful of them may grow to the level of a beast god. Even a beast god heir is not guaranteed to grow to the beast god level. and there is only a 10% probability of even growing to Beast Emperor. White-scaled serpent bloodline. The upper limit is always locked. However, the achievement of a beast soldier will be able to allow me to pass the Imperial Beast Master examination. Jiang Jiyu's mind moved and his eyes burned. Chapter 12 Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion. Jiang Jiyu, a first-grade martial artist? Practicing both the Qi and Blood martial path and the path of the Imperial Beasts, the little girl is highly talented. The staff member in charge of data review looked at the cool temperament of Jiang Jiyu in front of her and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It wasn't that there were no martial artists who practiced both the Qi and Blood martial paths and the Imperial Beasts together, but under normal circumstances, it was only when a certain path had reached its limit that they would consider supplementing the other path to enhance their battle power. There were very few like Jiang Jiyu, who had practiced both paths together while still in high school. Either the family has so much money they have no place to burn it, or the talent is really outstanding. It was as if Jiang Jiyu at this moment, just 2 weeks after his talent awakening was completed, he had already received the martial artist medal, and now he was coming to get the Beast Royalist qualification certificate. Now that's a true son of God. Jiang Jiyu just hummed and didn't say anything more. In fact, even though everything had happened right under her nose, she herself couldn't explain how Bai Changsheng had grown to the beast soldier level. Is this your spirit animal? Wait, why is it a white-scaled snake? The staff glanced at Bai Changsheng beside Jiang Jiyu with a few moments of skepticism in his eyes. But ultimately, it's the official staff that has seen it all. Looking at Bai Changsheng's obviously mutated size, he said indistinctly, so it's a secondary mutation. No wonder it could grow to the beast soldier level so quickly. After signing the sheet in his hand and entering it into the system, the staff member proceeded to speak. The rules of the Imperial Beast Masters test are basically similar to the martial artist test. The only problem is that the entire battle needs to be dominated by spirit beasts. You can help, but you have to show me that your spirit beast possesses beast soldier level combat power. Understand? Jiang Jiyu looked back at Bai Changsheng beside her before humming. After some more preparations, one man and one snake were led by the staff to the back of the mountain. It's the same place as the last practical teaching, just a different area. The area before, which was prepared for the students, the strength of the foreign beasts in it was generally not high, and could even be said to be pitifully low. The battle test obviously won't take place there, and after entering this new forest area, Bai Changsheng noticed a change in the odor in the air. For beast soldier level sense from different directions gave him an unspeakable sense of pressure. Wait, just try, you don't have to force it. Jiang Jiyu spoke softly, one hand resting on Bai Changsheng's head. She vaguely remembered that in her last life, she had taken the Imperial Beastmaster test 4 times, and it was not until she was 22 years old and almost graduated from university that she managed to obtain the qualification certificate of Junior Imperial Beastmaster. The foreign beasts that were dropped here were all captured from the wasteland by high-level martial artists. On the one hand, it had grown from killing, and on the other, it had just hatched only 2 weeks ago and had never even experienced a decent battle. Unless the Qi and blood values could be drastically crushed, it would be difficult to pass the test. Bai Changsheng didn't know what Jiang Jiyu was thinking, but he really wanted to see what his true battle power was. After thinking about it, he finally chose the weakest of the 4 scents, and then he hurriedly traveled in that direction. As the distance got closer and closer, the aura became more and more obvious, until after there was only a patch of low shrubs left in front of him, Bai Changsheng finally stopped. The odor was the strongest here, and if nothing else, the beast soldier class alien beast was hiding amongst the shrubs. Looking at the height of the shrubs is only 40 to 50 centimeters. Can hide in them, the size is bound to be not too big. This is good news, but bad news at the same time. Not too big in size, yet able to reach the beast soldier level. The opponent's Qi and blood values wouldn't be too high, but there must be something unique about it that was far ahead of the other Fey beasts. Bai Changsheng slowly traveled towards the shrubs, constantly collecting the scents that were free in the air, trying to find out exactly where the other party was hiding. In the next moment, his heart snapped, and he turned his head to see a scorpion tail needle stabbing viciously towards his skull. The speed was so fast that it gave Bai Changsheng the feeling that his brain had reacted, but his body movements couldn't keep up. Subconsciously, his body flinched and pulled his head to the side for several moments, narrowly avoiding the jab of the tail pin. It was also not until this moment that Bai Changsheng saw the full picture of his opponent this time. The body length of more than 50 centimeters, in front of the body topped with a knot much smaller than the body of the AO pincer. The body is black, but the high-cocked tail needle but with the color of gold and red. Golden Needle Giant Araucaria Scorpion? This thing is not easy to deal with. Not only is its defense outstanding, but that poison needle at the end is even more insidious. Under the beast soldiers, just being stung is certain death. Even if it's a beast soldier level Fey, even if it barely survives, it will injure its nerves and be dumb from then on. The staff watched a snake and a scorpion face each other from a distance and continued to speak. Little girl, I advise you to take your spirit beast and go find a new opponent. In case something goes wrong and injures the second mutation of your white-scaled snake, it will be more than worth it. The staff's reminder wasn't unreasonable, but Bai Changxing knew one thing at the same time. Although the toxin of the golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion was extremely terrifying, its chi and blood values were pathetically low, and if he didn't choose it, the other options would only be harder to fight. As for Jiang Jiu, seeing that Bai Changsheng had no intention of retreating, he also understood what he meant. The golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion is very slow, and it takes time to build up its strength to explode in speed with each tail needle attack. Jiang Jiu's words coincided with Bai Changsheng's thoughts. After a short confrontation, Bai Changsheng had realized where his opponent's weaknesses were. With a thought in his mind, the next moment, Bai Changsheng suddenly exerted his strength, his slender body charging directly toward the golden needle giant AO scorpion. Another tail pin poked and stabbed. The speed wasn't as fast as the sneak attack just now, but it wasn't far off. Fortunately, this time, Bai Changsheng was prepared and did not use his full strength in his charge. His body lurched, narrowly avoiding the tail pin, before his speed suddenly exploded. The serpent's mouth opened as if it wanted to directly swallow it in one bite. The golden needle giant Aeolian scorpion naturally wouldn't surrender. The tail needle attack fell short, but the pair of huge Aeolian pincers also had enough killing power. There was no doubt that if one was caught in its AO pincer, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Bai Changxing didn't have the intention of trying to see if the other party's force could break through his rock armor's defense, and the snake's tail flung out violently, lashing out as fiercely as a whip. The golden needle giant Aeolian scorpion's attention was attracted to the front, and when caught off guard, its body was directly overturned. He still wanted to roll over and continue his attack, but Bai Changsheng had already wound up. Over 120 points of blood value continued to power up. And then there was the gradual sound of the golden needle giant AO scorpion's body armor clicking and crumbling, from the time the two sides took a look at each other, to this moment when Bai Changsheng resolved his opponent. It was only half a minute before and after. Fighting so swiftly, straight away, the staff member looked puzzled out. This white-scaled snake of yours seems to be a bit too smart for its own good. Chapter 13, Evolution Tree Branch, Toxin. Bai Changsheng didn't realize that this maneuver of his had given the two people outside the field a little bit of a shock. After determining that the entangled golden needle giant AO scorpion had completely snapped, its body gradually loosened. Then without waiting for the two to say anything, he opened his mouth and swallowed one of the pincers. Before that, all he had eaten was just some foreign beast meat that didn't enter the grade. The gas and blood content is not much to speak of, let alone the meat being flavorful, especially after the third evolution. The original chi and blood values that had begun with 1 had returned to begin with 0. Such a change also allowed Bai Changsheng to discover the pattern. As his strength continued to rise, the requirements for the quality and grade of the flesh and blood would also increase. If he wanted to continue to maintain the same efficient rate of improvement as before, then the meat he ate should ideally have a pre-birth grade that was on par with his, or at least not too much lower. This feeling is somewhat similar to the experience compensation mechanism in the game. Too much of a level gap and the chakra value and evolution points will infinitely converge to 0, and vice versa. Bai Changsheng was so keen on the meat of this golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion, and aside from the fact that it was beast soldier grade, there was a more important reason. Congratulations to the host for devouring the beast soldier grade golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion, gaining a blood value of 5, 4 and 1, 2 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolutionary tree, Toxin. Toxin, when illuminated, it can form a venomous capsule inside the snake's fangs, and when attacking through the fangs, it can be accompanied by a toxin attack. Evolution points required for illumination, 12. Sure enough it can. That was the second reason why Bai Changsheng was so desperate, a new branch of the evolutionary tree. He had a suspicion earlier when he awakened the rock armor defense because he devoured the Hunyin turtle, and now it was just confirmed. The systems claim that devouring rare things would result in an evolutionary tree branch referred to creatures with special attributes. For example, the turtle armor of the Hunyin turtle, or the tail needle toxin of the golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion at this moment. Only if this feature was prominent enough could it be recognized by the system and receive an evolutionary tree branch. If that's the case, then everything is clear. So, does that count as passing the test? Jiang Jiyu turned his head to look at the staff, who nodded with a few bitter smiles on the other side. From beginning to end, Jiang Jiyu did not make a move, and the entire battle was done by Bai Changsheng himself, so naturally he passed. The data has all been submitted, and the Junior Beast Royalist certificates will be issued in half an hour or so. The staff member spoke up after a few moments on the tablet he had with him. However, after saying that it was a turn of phrase and looked at Bai Changsheng, "Little girl, are you selling this white-scaled snake?" "Aha, what do you mean?" Hearing this sound, even Bai Changsheng stopped eating and turned his head to look over. It's like this. I know a merchant who likes to collect and breed these secondary mutated exotic beasts, so ask me to help keep an eye out during the week. This white-scaled snake of yours has reached the beast soldier level of strength even though its own bloodline is relatively inferior. I can offer $50,000 to buy it outright if you want. 50,000? Hearing this figure quoted by the other party, even Bai Changxing couldn't help but mutter secretly, am I already this valuable? Think back to the day when it was $9.90 and a free bag of shrimp. It's only been 2 weeks and the value has directly doubled 5,000 times. But will Jiang Jiyu say yes? Meeting the staff's gaze, Jiang Jiyu didn't have any half-expression fluctuation on her face and directly shook her head. Don't worry, I won't let you forcefully dissolve the spiritual contract, and I won't hurt your spirit, even if you buy it back. It's just ornamental, and it will still provide the spirit beast with enough resources for it to grow. The staff still wanted to make an effort, but Kang Jiyu had already waved it by Changsheng. White, go back. Swallowing the remaining golden needle giant Araucaria scorpion corpse in one gulp, Bai Changsheng slowly and leisurely returned to Jiang Jiyu. He debated whether or not to light up this evolutionary tree he'd just acquired and give this staff a bite. It was said to be ornamental, but who would spend such a large amount of money, to buy second awakening alien beasts purely for the sake of interest? It also said something about providing enough resources. It would be a hell of a thing to really believe. When the time comes, if he doesn't get broken into pieces, he'll be sorry for all the money the other side spent. But what made Bai Changxing more surprised was that in the face of 50,000 alliance coins, Jiang Jiyu actually didn't hesitate at all. If Bai Changxing were to come in his place, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold back from refusing when his own home wasn't in good condition and someone had offered him this price. After all, 5,000 times in 2 weeks, anyone can do the math on that one. Seemingly sensing that Bai Changsheng carried doubts in his heart, Jiang Jiyu glanced down at him. The price of 50,000 is indeed very high, enough to fulfill my expenses for the first or even second grade martial artist stage, but you're always my spirit animal, and I for one have never been in the habit of betraying my fighting partners. Jiang Jiyu knew that Bai Changxing's spiritual intelligence was very high. Whether or not he could understand her words specifically was unknown, but the meaning was definitely felt. It was because after she finished those words, she felt the kindness from Bai Changsheng. Little girl, this is your junior sentinel certificate. Going forward, the monthly stipend will be sent to your certified martial artist account. On top of that, there are 2 hybrid pills every month that you can pick up at any official medical center. A grant of 1,000 per month, plus 2 hybrid pills, equaled 3,000 alliance coins per month with this certificate. This grant isn't much, but it's definitely not little. In particular, Jiang Jiyu also had a martial arts medal, which added up to a subsidy worth $6,000, higher than her parents' salary, but even that was a bit of a drop in the bucket compared to what she was spending. 1 chi and blood elixir for 3 days was 20,000 alliance coins a month, and that was it, not including other resources necessary for cultivation such as nutrient solutions. According to Bai Changxing's estimation, in at most another month, Jiang Jiyu would head to the wasteland. The only thing he could do was to raise his strength as much as possible before traveling to the wasteland, and it was indeed as he expected. As the progress of cultivation continued to rise, the funds in Jiang Jiyu's pockets were decaying rapidly. From the beginning of 3 days at Qi and Blood Dan, slowly to 4 days to the back simply do not eat. All rely on their own talent cultivation, but in that case, her cultivation speed would inevitably be slowed down. The only good news was that Bai Changxing's blood value was growing at an okay rate. Every day, the meat of the foreign beasts was enough to fill him up, and occasionally, Jiang Jiyu would take him to that examination ground and hunt a wave in the name of the Intermediate Royal Beast Master Examination. Instead of going after the second-grade beast soldiers, they specialized in hunting the first-grade beast soldiers in that area. With 1 person and 1 snake cooperating, most of the first-grade beast soldiers really couldn't help them in the slightest. In this way, Bai Changxing's food standard had instead risen rather than fallen, and a month's time had allowed his chi and blood values to break the 500 mark hard and fast. But a piece of news that Bai Changxing had expected came with it. I'm going to the wilderness. Do you want to join me? Jiang Jiyu looked at Bai Changxing and said so. Chapter 14. Next stop, the wasteland. Counting the time, a month and a half had passed since the crossing. From being so weak in the beginning that a random person could trample him to death with a single kick, to now unusual martial artists were no longer able to pose much of a threat to him. It would be a lie for Bai Changxing to say that he wasn't floating. After all, enhancement was something that could be seen every day, and Bai Changxing was well aware of just how quickly his strength had increased. Just look at Lin Jingyao, who once hugged him with a mouthful of Xiaobai, and had yet to step into the martial artist realm after more than a month. The current Bai Changxing would be able to crush Lin Jingyao with just one look. Of course, even though he had already improved so quickly, Jiang Jiyu was still able to steadily pressure him at all times, which prevented him from really swelling up. there basically won't be any foreign beasts above a second-grade beast soldier present around the wasteland defense line. With your strength and mine, joining forces is enough to deal with the vast majority of first-grade foreign beasts, and you were able to warn in advance of the approach of the second-grade Fae. When the words came to this point, Jiang Jiyu paused slightly, looking at Bai Changsheng, who was already close to 3 meters in length. Even she had to admit that this white-scaled snake she had casually bought at first had given her a big enough surprise. It wasn't just because it was able to help her greatly now, but also because of this potential of Bai Changsheng that shouldn't have belonged to the white-scaled serpent in the first place. In a month and a half, from 0 to a mid-grade first-grade beast soldier's battle strength, even Huang Xiaotian's fire-mane swallowing inflammatory lion was somewhat inferior to Bai Changsheng. Because of this, at this moment, Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng were more like partners than master and spirit pet. Nod your head if you will. Listening to Jiang Jiyu's words, Bai Changsheng slowly nodded. In fact, from the time he crossed over to this world, Bai Changsheng understood that he was bound to go to this wilderness, and the difference only lay in the timing. It couldn't be helped. Who let Jiang Jiyu not even be able to take care of his own cultivation resources? It could only find a way to hunt for food in the wasteland by itself, and that month and a half has gotten him through the awkward period of weakness. Now that this strength enters the wasteland, as long as I'm careful and don't make a fool of myself, there shouldn't be a situation like that where a random foreign beast can trample me to death. Jiang Jiyu was able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in his last life, so at least he wouldn't make the mistake of blindly facing the enemy. There is still safety in following her. No fish. You guys are really going to the wasteland? Ha? Lin Jingyao asked with a bitter face, still somewhat uneasy. It's so dangerous in the wilderness. Even the homeroom teacher said that we shouldn't think about going to the wilderness until we graduate from college. Why do you have to be in such a hurry? If you're short of cultivation resources, I can give you a share of mine. Listening to Lin Jingyao's words, even Bai Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl really doesn't have any heart at all. But thinking about it, the fact that Jiang Jiyu could still maintain this relationship with Lin Jingyao after she came back reborn was enough to prove everything. And in the face of Lin Jingyao's words, Jiang Jiyu smiled somewhat helplessly. Yao, I'm not short of a month's worth of cultivation resources, not to mention that your cultivation resources themselves are just enough for your own needs. You can help me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. In the end, I can only rely on myself to fight for my cultivation resources. I've already gotten the consent of my homeroom teacher and my parents on this matter, so you don't need any more persuasion. What's more, with little white around, it's not like you don't know how capable it is. When Lin Jingyao heard this, she inclined her head and glanced at Bai Changsheng before she stopped trying to persuade anything. So, are you ready for the defense, weapons, and nerf pouches? Why don't I go to my dad and ask him for some money? Nothing else matters. You must wear better defense gear that can save your life in a critical moment. Don't worry. Jiang Jiyu spoke out to reassure her. It was clearly her and Bai Changsheng going to the wilderness, but the way it looked, it was as if Lin Jingyao was the one going to the wilderness. Weapons, defense equipment including nascent sacks, all purchased from the martial artist guild borrowing. Although the grade isn't high, it's just enough to fight with a first-rate beast soldier. Just pay when you get something in the wilderness and come back. Knowing that with Lin Jingyao's level of verbosity, if she was allowed to continue talking like this, it was only because she and Bai Changsheng wouldn't necessarily be able to depart today, so he could only pacify her with a few more words and send her out of the house. When he sent Lin Jingyao away and came back again, Jiang Jiyu had an extra cloth bag that looked like a scented bag in his hand. This thing is called the Nascent Soul Bag. It is able to take in spirit beasts that have signed a spirit contract, and you are able to see the changing environment outside. Don't resist. I'll take you in. Jiang Jiyu's words fell. A faint light lingered around Bai Changsheng's body. A pulling sensation, if any, began to act on top of his body, and his body continued to shrink, and eventually the whole thing flew into the nascent soul bag in Jiang Jiyu's hands. As Jiang Jiyu said, he was able to see what was outside, while at the same time, he could fly out of the storage bag whenever he wanted. This in turn was convenient for him, at least he didn't have to follow Jiang Jiyu back and forth, saying goodbye to his parents. Under the worried gaze of Jiang's father and mother, Jiang Jiyu still boarded the train to the wilderness. Any area occupied by a foreign beast can be called a wasteland. In the Heavenly Kingdom alone, the area classified as wilderness is a full 4.8 million square kilometers. 200 martial arts towns sit on top of the plains, tying together 3,000 miles of defense. Our destination for this trip is the 72nd Martial Town. A large-scale Fey cleansing operation has just taken place, and while there are many fewer high-value Fey, there is likewise no possibility of being attacked by high-level Fey. Most appropriate for both of us. The train to the wasteland traveled a long mileage, so there was no such thing as hard or soft seats. All martial artists traveling to the wasteland would be assigned a separate cubicle after boarding the train. Jiang Jiyu sat on the bed with a map on the small table in front of her, as if she was talking to herself, but in actuality, she was speaking to Bai Changsheng in the nascent soul pouch. Bai Changsheng didn't have any opinion on this. With Jiang Zhiyu's vision, the choice he made was definitely not bad even if it wasn't the best. Gazing through the nascent soul bag, he looked at the scene outside the car window that was continuously regressing, and couldn't help but feel some inexplicable excitement and thrill. As a spirit beast contracted by Jiang Zhiyu, although he wouldn't be attacked in the middle of the city, he was always a bit tied up, and on a daily basis, he was nestled in Jiang Zhiyu's room, rarely going out. People who hold it in a small place for a long time are going to get sick. Although at the moment he was still snake-bodied, his inner soul could still be a human, and when it came to the middle of the wilderness, it could really be the sky that was high. Chapter 15, Ironclad Gargoyle. Little girl, are you alone? It's so dangerous in the middle of the wilderness. You're alone. In case you encounter any danger you don't even have the strength to fight. Why don't I help you find a martial arts squad so that your safety can be guaranteed at the very least? The speaker was a bearded man with a kind face. However, Jiang Zhiyu shook his head at his words. It's just a matter of coming to the wilderness for some special training in combat before the entrance exam. Some elders at home are already waiting for me in County 0541, so don't bother bothering. There was no surveillance or laws in the middle of the wasteland, and even communication signals were not guaranteed. Jiang Zhiyu was naturally aware that sometimes the greatest dangers encountered in the middle of the wasteland did not come from the foreign beasts, but could also come from their own kind, killing people to get rid of them. New feuds, old feuds. To die in the wasteland, that was to die in the mouth of a foreign beast. No one would care, and naturally, no one would trace it. Therefore, the general martial artists entered the wasteland. Fewer of them fought alone. Basically 4 or 5 people formed a small team. For one thing, it was to have a stronger resistance to risk when facing the alien beasts, and secondly, it was also to avoid being missed by other squads. Defense against the beasts, and even more so against the humans. Squads, though, obviously don't mean the kind that are thrown together on the fly. Jiang Zhiyu's words looked as if he was ignorant and fearless, handing over all of his bottom in a few words, but in reality, it was precisely because of this bottom that he didn't know the depths of, that he was able to shock back the curfew instead. She is a little girl, looks so beautiful, but her strength is so low. If she doesn't have a family elder to protect her, isn't it the same as a fat sheep? There are elders waiting for you. That's fine. I was going to say I'd help you find a squad, but it looks like that won't be necessary. I don't know if the bearded man meant what he said, but none of that mattered. After registering his entry and exit, Jiang Zhiyu, dressed in a set of black defense gear and holding an alloy red tasseled spear, gradually disappeared above the plains at the mouth of the martial arts town. It wasn't until the outline of the martial arts town behind them became illusory that Jiang Zhiyu summoned Bai Changsheng out of his nascent soul pouch. According to the previous plan, we are only within 100 kilometers of the town. Next, it's time for you to play your part. As his qi and blood values continued to increase, Bai Changsheng's sensitivity to odors also increased. This thing might as well be a racial talent, except that it's not categorized by the system within the evolutionary tree branches. And after coming out of the nascent soul sac, Bai Changsheng keenly caught the thin odor that was wandering in the air, the direction the odor came from, what foreign beast it came from, and the general battle strength range. After a slight thought in his mind, Bai Changsheng's figure moved. Seeing that Bai Changsheng already had a target, Jiang Zhiyu also followed without stopping her feet. One person and one snake traveled no more than a kilometer or so before a huge lizard over 1.5 meters in length appeared in front of them. Keeping his head down, he kept sniffing the ground with his nose as if he was looking for food, and as Bai Changsheng and Jiang Zhiyu drew closer, the giant lizard was also intent on feeling something and looked up at them. Iron Armored Gargoyle, early stage of first grade beast soldier, blood value around 300, full body scale armor can be used to build Type I defense equipment, estimated value around 2000. Jiang Zhiyu murmured a sentence under his breath, and his voice couldn't help but take on a bit of relief. Although she and Bai Changsheng had killed quite a few beast soldier level beasts in the anthropomorphic training ground before, those beasts had been brought back from the wastelands at the training ground at a great cost, and the beast materials that could be collected after the kills obviously wouldn't be allowed to be taken away from her. So in the previous month, she had fought quite a few times, but her income was zero. But now that she had arrived in the wasteland, the foreign beasts that she had killed were all her trophies. The fact that the first phase she encountered was worth 2,000 obviously put her in a better mood. The usual rule, you attract on the front, I'll do the main attack. Although Bai Changsheng's blood value wasn't low, his means of attack were lacking. Facing this kind of alien beast with heavy armor protection, the only thing he could do was to rely on the crushing chi and blood values to wind up squeezing the opponent's scale armor. But if that's the case, the scales and armor are all broken and can't be sold for a price, so it's better not to kill them. In terms of killing, Jiang Zhiyu exceeded him by too much. As the words fell, Jiang Jiyu swept towards the side of that iron-armored gargoyle with his spear in hand, and Bai Changsheng was happy to paddle, the front end of his body standing up, constantly making hissing noises, pulling at that iron-armored gargoyle's attention that was already hard to focus on. Compared to Jiang Jiyu, a human, it was obvious that Bai Changsheng brought it a greater threat, and after Jiang Jiyu touched within 10 meters of his opponent, Bai Changsheng's body exploded and gave the iron-armored gargoyle a final wave of pressure. At the next moment, the alloy spear in Jiang Jiyu's hand crossed out, and the cold light above the tip of the spear flashed past, and without the slightest obstruction, it did not enter the front paw of the iron-armored gargoyle's ribs. The entire back was protected by scale armor, and although the alloy lance was able to break through the defense, it could not form a fatal wound in an instant. The only weakness was between the ribs, and Jiang Jiyu had just caught the opening. After a stab, without the slightest hesitation, he drew his gun and retreated. Iron-armored giant lizard violently ate the pain, frenziedly wanted to counterattack, but this struggle was ultimately just futile. Running out a few meters, the body directly smashed down on the ground. After waiting for another 10 seconds or so to make sure that the other party was no longer alive, Jiang Jiyu then summoned a small knife from his storage ring and walked towards the iron-armored gargoyle. Long spears are good at killing, but things like skinning and stripping armor still need small knives. 2,000 league coins. Here. After putting the back armor of the iron-armored gargoyle into his storage ring, Jiang Jiyu then looked at Bai Changsheng. This meat, you want to eat it? Glancing at the more or less miserable-looking iron-armored gargoyle, Bai Changsheng didn't respond, instead continuing to travel in one direction. Before there was a shortage of rations and it was nice to have something to eat, but now he had a picky mouth. The meat of such foreign beasts with heavy armor on their bodies was usually a bit faggy, tasteless to eat, and a waste to discard. And Jiang Jiyu looked at Bai Changsheng's attitude like this and understood what he meant. Glancing back at the corpse of the giant lizard on the ground and turning his head to follow. Giant scythe mantis. The pair of blade arms in front of its body are capable of being used to forge materials for synthetic metals, valued at 1,400 alliance coins. 100 section centipede. Makes poison. Can be used as medicine. Worth 3,200 alliance coins. White striped cheetah. No special value. Just the meat can be sold for some money. If we can bring the whole thing back, it should be worth 1,000 alliance coins, but it's a long way to travel back and forth, and the whole thing takes up too much space in the storage ring, so it's not worth it. Hearing Jiang Jiyu's words, not only did Bai Changsheng not retreat, he rushed up. Although this thing couldn't be sold for money, the meat was firm and the chi and blood value it contained was a bit higher than other exotic beasts of the same level. He can't sell it for money. It doesn't stop him from eating it. Chapter 16 Toxin equals forced blood deduction. In one morning, around 6,600 pieces worth of Fey Beast materials were harvested. According to this progress, we can also have a not-so-small harvest in the afternoon, and we should be able to harvest over $10,000 worth of beast materials today. Speaking of these, even if Jiang Jiyu was calm and collected, he couldn't help but bring a few smiles to the corners of his mouth. Without stopping under his hands, he continued to roast the hind legs of that white-striped cheetah. Bai Changsheng stayed quietly by the side, listening to Jiang Jiyu's words, but his gaze never moved away from that leopard's leg. A day's harvest can be over $10,000, and a month is $300,000. Consider that Jiang Jiyu's parents worked hard in the factory for a month, and together they only earned about $10,000. The income of both sides is simply not on the same level. It's no wonder that the wasteland has an alias called the gold digging ground. But while the income in the middle of the wilderness is high, it's also a business where you put your head in your pants to make money. Ordinary martial artists, once they head on into a foreign beast whose strength was higher than their own, they would probably end up dead. The two were able to go so smoothly in this area, relying heavily on Bai Changsheng's ability to judge the strength and direction of the foreign beasts. Eat, and when you're done, it's time to get back to work. We still have to get back to the martial arts town before the sun sets. Jiang Jiyu tore off a piece of meat from the leopard's leg while giving all the rest to Bai Changsheng. The beasts in the wilderness would be even crazier at night, and there were many strong and powerful beasts that would leave their territories to hunt. Squads with a large number of people would rotate their vigils to rest, but they only had one person and one snake, and they would need to sacrifice a lot of rest time if they wanted to rotate. Anyway, it wasn't far from the martial town, so why not go back and rest? It was just enough to be able to sell these beast materials and purchase a few chi blood pills. Without the chi and blood pill to provide extra chi and blood, Jiang Jiyu's cultivation speed had been slowed down a lot, and he desperately needed the chi and blood pill to get back into a highly efficient cultivation state. Bai Changsheng didn't have much of an opinion on this, opening his mouth and biting down on the more than 10-pound piece of meat before swallowing it whole. Getting a cooked piece of meat tastes a lot better than eating it raw, especially after removing the fishy flavor from the meat. Although Bai Changsheng wasn't repulsed by the fishy smell at the moment, why eat raw when you could eat cooked? Though he was a snake, His inner soul was still human. The habit of liking to eat raw meat can't be had. What if the Beast King can't change it when it's time to take shape? Congratulations to the host for devouring the Beast Soldier Grade White Striped Cheetah, gaining 6, 2 blood value and 1, 3 evolution points, delicately savoring the leopard meat. Bai Changqing's mind stirred as he summoned the attribute panel to take a look. In a month's time, not only had the chi and blood values increased rapidly to 500 points, even the evolution points had been saved up to 80 out of 80. As for the evolution tree, he also only gave the digestive enhancement another level up, and if he wanted to upgrade further, the number of evolution points needed reached 100, and Bai Changqing didn't have that many evolution points. As for the other evolution trees, they had stayed in the city before and couldn't be used if they were upgraded, so it was better to save them and save away for the 4th upgrade. However, now that we're in the wasteland, it's a bit hard to justify saving anymore, and it's crucial to improve your strength as much as possible. With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Changqing began upgrading and lighting the several evolution tree branches one by one. Deduction of 18 evolution points. Increase in defense level of rock armor. A branch of the evolution tree. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of rock armor defense, 54. Congratulations to the host. Consuming 12 evolution points to light up the branch of the evolution tree. Toxin. Evolution points required for next toxin upgrade, 36. 36 points deducted from evolution points. Toxin level of evolution tree branches increased. Toxin requires 98 evolution points for next upgrade. After a series of beeps, Bai Changqing's attribute panel was refreshed. Divine Devouring System. Host, Bai Changqing. Race, White-Scaled Snake, 3 evolutions. Blood value, 507. 5. Evolution Tree Lit, Digestive Enhancement LV4. Rock Armor Defense LV2. Toxin LV2. Available evolution points, 14. 6. Evolution Tree can be lit, none. If he could, Bai Changqing would actually prefer to level up the rock armor defense to level 3. But the evolution points required were just too many, so he could only bring up the level of the toxin first. After a spending spree, Bai Changqing's evolution points were almost at the bottom again. It was good that this amount of evolution points hadn't been spent in a bad way, and the boost it brought was something that Bai Changqing could clearly feel. The wisp of energy that had originally flowed under the scales became more and more visible and thicker. Bai Changqing had a vague feeling that with his current defense, I'm afraid that it would already be difficult for a foreign beast of the same level to do any substantial damage to him. As for the toxins, they are even more exaggerated. Toxin LV2, depending on the strength of the target, puts it into a poisoned state, forcibly deducting blood. A short introductory sentence, behind which stands a disregard for rank. In other words, even if the other party was a beast god, they would have to lose blood if they were bitten by Bai Changqing. Of course, whether or not the skin could be broken by the bite, how much blood would be deducted, and whether or not Bai Changqing would be crushed by his backhand were equally matters that should be considered. These don't take away from the fact that Toxin is a kinky skill, though. It's no wonder it's so much higher than the evolution points required for rock armor defense. Zhang Jiyu took small bites of the roasted meat with a sense of intent and slightly inclined her head to look at Bai Changqing. For some reason, she suddenly felt as if Bai Changqing had undergone a not-so-small change, but she couldn't tell where this change originated from, and in the end, she could only attribute it to her being too sensitive and a bit wishy-washy. After eating and drinking, the one man and one snake didn't stop, so they started another round of hunting. But this one wasn't as lucky as the morning. The number of foreign beasts close to the martial artist town was already scarce, and the martial artist squads passing back and forth were frequent, so if they occasionally encountered one, they wouldn't mind earning a few thousand alliance coins along the way. It was just that in this way, Bai Changqing and Zhang Jiyu's harvest would have to be drastically reduced. After wandering around for an afternoon, only one iron-armored gargoyle was slaughtered, and there was nothing else to be gained. Seeing that the sun was already hanging diagonally, Zhang Jiyu could only choose to return to the martial arts town first, even though he had no choice but to do so. After peddling all of the Fey Beast materials obtained today, they were exchanged for 8,400 alliance coins. Zhang Jiyu bought 3 more Qi and blood pills, plus 2 more mixed blood pills, leaving him with a balance of only 400 for the day. In this part of the world, the price of a random hotel is over 400. Bai Changqing doesn't care, just drill into the nascent soul bag. But Zhang Jiyu, a little girl, can't sleep on the street all night. It's a little hard to spend all the money you've earned today in 10 minutes after a long day of hard work. However, from the moment the hybridization pill entered his mouth, Bai Changqing lost his opinion. The effects of this thing were getting worse due to his increased blood value, but it was still better than the Fey meat by an unknown amount. 2 hybrid pills went down, and this sleep, Bai Changqing slept comfortably. Chapter 17 Little Sister, alone? For another 7 days in a row, both Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changqing were repeating the operations of the first day. Go out of the city in the morning to hunt the beasts and come back after the sun goes down. The area close to the martial artist town wouldn't have too many foreign beasts. And basically there weren't the kind of foreign beasts that had a very high value of beast materials infesting the area. But the win is stability and security. With Bai Changsheng around, these 2 points were greatly strengthened again. Almost every day was an income of 8,000 to 10,000 alliance coins, which was an extremely substantial income. Especially Jiang Jiyu, the qi and blood pills that existed in her storage ring had already passed 20, enough for her to cultivate for 2 months. A few more days, then it's time to go back. There are still 2 weeks until the martial arts high school exam, so I have to go back and prepare. Kang Jiyu grilled the meat and murmured a couple sentences. After entering the wasteland, there wasn't even anyone to talk to, and the only one who accompanied her was Bai Changsheng, who couldn't speak. As his strength increased, Xiao Bai became more and more full of spirituality, and now he ate meat that was roasted and cooked. Jiang Jiyu inclined his head to look at the lazy Bai Changsheng, who was so close to drooling with desire for roasted meat in his eyes. But in a trance, Bai Changsheng suddenly stood up violently and looked over in the direction of his side. The originally lazy eyes were now full of vigilance. After fighting side by side for such a long time, Jiang Jiyu already knew enough about Bai Changsheng to be able to make him suddenly make this gesture. There was obviously something going on. Looking in the direction Bai Changsheng was looking, he could vaguely see only a black shadow, but in just a dozen seconds or so, that black shadow had already arrived 300 to 400 meters away from the two of them. Martial arts squad? Jiang Jifish eyebrows slightly knit. At this time want to avoid, has been unable to avoid. The other party drove a car. The speed is not at all they rely on their legs can be compared to. Encountering a martial artist squad in the middle of the wasteland was nothing, especially if it wasn't too far from the martial artist town. She and Bai Changsheng had encountered no less than 7 or 8, if not 10, martial arts squads in the past few days. It was just that this time, the squad seemed to be running right at them in general. A distance of 300 to 400 meters is only half a minute. The sound of brakes being slammed rang out, and this black SUV brought dust to a steady stop in front of Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng, and then 5 men with dyed yellow hair were seen getting out of the car, with messy tattoos all over their bodies. It was clear at a glance that these 5 guys were definitely not 3 of a kind, especially the leader who got down from the passenger side. A white undershirt with a pair of camouflage pants, and a slender tanged sword in his hand. Although he didn't really want to admit it, even Bai Changsheng was able to sense the thick fluctuations of qi and blood on these 5 people. A master, at least for him at this moment, belonged to the absolute masters. Little sister, what are you doing here alone? And with a white-scaled snake, don't you know this is the wilderness? It's dangerous. The youth leading the group looked Jiang Jiyu up and down. Then the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably, and he cheaply continued to speak. Do you want your brother to protect you? Jiang Jiyu's face was already a bit impatient, and when he heard this, his frown deepened. No, the elders of the family had to make a trip back to town for supplies and will be here soon. I'll leave you all to worry about my safety. If they had encountered any other martial arts squad, they would have broken their minds when they heard Jiang Jiyu's words. However, it was clear that this group of people was not an unusual martial arts squad. TSK, 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 such a pretty little sister, but she's so good at cheating? Back to town for supplies this early in the morning? And why didn't the resupply take you with it? To leave you alone? It's not right to lie, little sister. To punish you for lying to someone who was sincerely trying to help you. With a clang, the long sword was sheathed, pointing at Jiang Jiyu from afar. Storage ring, hand it over. Jiang Jiyu frowned and his mind moved slightly, so Bai Changsheng sensed something. However, before he and Jiang Jiyu could make any moves, an extremely strong qi and blood pressure violently pressed towards them. In just a split second, Bai Changsheng felt as if a mountain had been pressed on him, and even his movements had become much slower. Little sister, listen to a word of advice and honestly hand over your storage ring. My brother figures money, not life. It's been a small but rewarding couple of days. All of the alliance coins had also been exchanged by Jiang Jiyu for qi blood pills, which were now stored in the storage ring. If she handed over the storage ring, it would be the same as her and Bai Changsheng having worked completely in vain for the past 8 days. 20 qi blood pills worth 40,000 alliance coins. This figure was obviously not acceptable to Jiang Jiyu, but if you don't pay, when Little White and I join forces, leveling a second-grade martial artist over the level is barely doable, but there are 4 second-grade martial artists and 1 third-grade martial artist on the opposite side. Jiang Jiyu took a deep breath. The more times like this, the more stable her emotions became. 3. As the leading one started counting down, the next moment, Bai Changsheng only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then there was a knife on his body. I don't mind letting you see some blood to see if we really dare to make a move, but I can't touch such a pretty little sister, so I'll have to take your spirit beast. Yoo-hoo! Or a white-scaled snake with a secondary mutation? If we slaughter it, the snake scales can be exchanged for a lot of money. And I've heard that the meat of the white-scaled snake after the second mutation is delicious. So it's a treat for the brothers. 2. If he could, Bai Changsheng would love to spray a few words. The storage ring is on Jiang Jiyu's body. What's the point of putting a knife on my neck? However, it was obvious that Bai Changsheng couldn't curse, and no one cared about his feelings. Moreover, the other party had sent out a random person who made it impossible for him to even dodge. And based on this alone, the strength of this group of people was definitely not something that he and Jiang Jiyu could resist. What to do? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Changsheng summoned the panel and leveled up rock armor defense. Evolution points deducted 54 points. Evolution tree branch rock armor defense level raised to LV3. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of rock armor defense, 162. Originally, these evolution points were all reserved by Bai Changsheng for the fourth evolution, but now that he was facing the pressure of life and death, he couldn't care less. The third level of rock armor defense should help him resist a few more slashes, and with the toxin boost, it wouldn't be much of a problem to break the defense. But even so, the gap in strength between the two sides still seemed to be unbridgeable. Even if he could fight to the death to replace one, the other side had 5. Bai Changsheng was eager to seek a countermeasure out. It's just that in the face of absolute strength, all the little cleverness seems a bit powerless. 1. As the words fell, the leading man angled his head, and the men under him instantly understood, and the long sword that was originally resting on Bai Changsheng's body was drawn away from him before being raised high in the air. The alloy longsword would fall in the next instant, and Bai Changsheng was even ready to pull it back even if he had to fight to the death. Chapter 18. All go to the back of the line. I'll give it. In the nick of time, Jiang Jiyu finally opened her mouth and spoke out. The 5 people on the other side were already determined to hijack the storage ring, and it wasn't even a question of whether or not she could keep it at the expense of Bai Changsheng. After killing Bai Changsheng, the gang still wouldn't let go of the storage ring in her hand. If that's the case, why fight it? Although the 20 chi and blood pills were worth a lot, they could always be earned back in the future by preserving their lives. Under the gazes of the 5, Jiang Jiyu took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it towards the other party. Wouldn't it have been better to have done that earlier? The yellow hair in the lead raised his hand to catch the storage ring and said with a smile before his consciousness sank slightly and examined the storage ring. However, after a few seconds, the smirk on his face converged and he looked back at Jiang Jiyu. Sister, don't joke with your brother. There can only be 20 chi blood pills in here. Are you dismissing a beggar? For Jiang Jiyu, 20 chi blood pills was already a huge sum of money. However, for this group of martial artists who had long been fighting in the wasteland for an unknown period of time, this number obviously could not satisfy their appetite. There are 5 of us brothers. How many of these 20 chi blood pills of yours will each person share? Snappy, hand it all over. Jiang Jiyu was helpless in his heart, but he could only patiently open his mouth to explain. I've only just come to the wasteland for a short while, and this is already all I have. TSK, still lying to your brother. Ha, the leading yellow hair snorted coldly. If you can afford to buy a second mutation white-scaled snake as a spirit beast, you would only have 20 chi blood pills on you? Since you're unwilling to hand it over yourself, then you'll have to be searched by brother himself. Don't worry sister, brother will be gentle. The long knife was withdrawn into its sheath, and the evil smile on his face reappeared. Previously, he had thought that this guy was running to rob money, but it wasn't until now that Bai Changsheng realized that he had still underestimated the bottom line of individual martial artists in the wasteland. Wealth, he misses. Jiang Jiyu, he has no intention of letting go. White, Jiang Jiyu's originally tightly furrowed brows, but at this moment, he soothed them and let out a low, soft cry. At the same time, with a kick of his foot, the lance that was still stuck in the earth suddenly lifted up into the air and was held tightly in Jiang Jiyu's hand. And Bai Changsheng had already made a move at the same time he heard Jiang Jiyu call him. The snake's mouth opened and it bit towards the ankle of the man standing next to him. There was no defense to block it here, and once bitten, the effect of the secondary toxin could reduce the opponent's combat strength greatly even if it wasn't fatal. However, it was obvious that the other party had long been on guard against his and Jiang Jiyu's sudden outburst. Bai Changsheng's sneak attack was directly dodged, and a long alloy blade came chopping towards his head. Not daring to gamble on whether or not the level 3 rock armor defense would be able to block the opponent's slash, Bai Changsheng could only retreat and look for another opportunity. Kang Jiyu's side was similarly frustrated. Originally, he thought of seizing the first opportunity to capture the thief and take down the leader of the other side. After all, the opponent wasn't wearing any defense gear, and the alloy lance was able to easily break through the defense. But that was not the scene at all when the fight was justified. Even if Jiang Jiyu's skills were as subtle as they were, when faced with several times, or even 10 times, the crush of chi and blood values, the two sides were not on the same level in terms of reaction and strength alone. A third-grade martial artist was able to do an instant kill on a first-grade martial artist. Clank! Bang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and Jiang Jiyu's figure retreated violently, arriving at a place with Bai Changshan. I didn't see it. Little sister is still a fiery person, but that's good. The hotter the chick, the better I like it. You go and cut down that snake, just in time to roast and eat it by the fire of your little sister. I'll take care of this little sister, and then you guys get in line. When we've had enough to eat, drink and have fun, let's go slaughter that beast general. Extremely insulting words came out of this yellow hair's mouth, but Jiang Jiyu acted as if he hadn't heard them at all. Slightly lowering his head, he glanced at Bai Changsheng. They're coming for me. I'll do my best to stall the 5 of them later, and you run as far away as you can. After I die, the spirit contract will automatically dissipate, and you'll be a free agent from now on. Do you have to say last words at a time like this? Bai Changsheng was already somewhat powerless to spit. He didn't know how long Jiang Jiyu could drag it out, but there was one thing that was beyond doubt. When this group of people killed Jiang Jiyu, he would definitely not be able to escape either. Since we can't escape, why don't we put up a fight? If you pull one back, it's enough, but if you pull 2, you've earned it. Bai Changsheng's gaze swept over those 4 people, constantly analyzing the situation and how he could manage to pull one as a mat for this kind of operation. Damn it, don't let me escape, or by then you 5. One of you will be counted as 1, and I'll have to get all of you killed. Seeing that the 5 people were constantly approaching, the battle could break out at any time, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Another car was approaching from the distance and was going fast, its body becoming more and more visible. Grass, where's all the stirring? The leading yellow hair looked at the sudden appearance of the shadow of the car and couldn't help but spit hard on the ground. It was only about half a minute before the newly emerged SUV reached the crowd. Not knowing whether it was a foe or a friend, Bai Changsheng was in a constant state of tightness, and the car had no intention of stopping at all, passing the 2 parties that were facing each other, only to slow down, and then the passenger window was lowered to look towards this side. Bai Changsheng could really see that what was sitting inside the car was a girl not older than Jiang Jiyu by 2 years, but just a glance gave Bai Changsheng a feeling of extreme pressure. Another third-grade martial artist. Previously, he hadn't encountered a single third-grade martial artist for several days, but what was going on today? Third-grade martial artists were like piling up. Bai Changsheng wasn't the only one who saw that girl. Jiang Jiyu, and the 5 yellow hairs saw it as well. A beast general is just a beast. How did you recruit this woman? Forget it, pull out brothers, grab the target location now before someone else gets the jump on us. Obviously, this girl who suddenly appeared had disrupted the original plan of this gang of yellow hairs. Even though they were confident that they could take down Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng in a very short period of time, the excitement was gone. Something more important was waiting for them, and they were not willing to delay even that. Seeing that the 5 were planning to leave, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. The prerequisite for a gentleman's revenge is to be alive. Kang Jiyu doesn't seem to think so though. Sister Xin. Wait. The phrase Xin Shuejie really called off the SUV that was planning to leave. The passenger door opened and a girl wearing a black leotard with 2 short daggers at her waist stepped out of the car. Eyes turned to Jiang Jiyu, and a puzzled voice came out. You know me? Chapter 19 Xin Frost. Zhang Xing. Along with the girl, there was also a man in silver defense gear coming down. He has short hair, porous limbs, and an unsmiling country face. He hadn't said a word since getting out of the car, only sweeping his gaze over everyone present, bringing silent pressure to the crowd. Another third-grade martial artist. Moreover, the qi and blood fluctuations were also vaguely the highest of all the people present. My name is Jiang Jiyu. My father is instructor Zhang Yunlu of the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy, and I've met senior sister Xin and senior brother Zhang on the Waterwood campus before. Jiang Jiyu opened his mouth and spoke out, explaining. This sentence, however, caused Bai Changsheng to not be able to help but incline his head to look over. Something about a teacher from the Mizuki Imperial Beast Academy. Something about having met in Mizuki. Not a single word of this entire sentence is true, except for the name, which matches Kang's father. But those 2 across the table didn't seem to think much of it, and the Xin woman nodded thoughtfully. So it's schoolmate Jiang. That's okay? Bai Changsheng couldn't help but stare. In his opinion the words were full of loopholes. He didn't expect this woman to really believe it. It wasn't just Bai Changsheng who felt this way, including the 5 guys with dyed yellow hair. Seeing that Jiang Jiyu still really knew this woman, he felt a big headache, and more crucially, her father was still a teacher at the Water and Wood Imperial Beast Academy? If these words had only come from Jiang Jiyu's mouth, they wouldn't have felt anything, but now that these words were authenticated by that woman, then there was no way for them to disbelieve them. Hazing Mizuki's mentor's daughter in the wilderness? If this was known by that old dang, what awaited them? I'm afraid, would be the other party's endless pursuit. The five men looked at each other and silently retreated toward the SUV. The movements of the five, however, could hardly escape the attention of the others on the field. Jiang Jiyu inclined her head to look this way and spoke out again. I've long heard my father mention that senior brother Zhang Xing and senior sister Xin Frost of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy acted in a righteous manner, and most often saw things that had to be done peacefully. These five people robbed my storage ring. I still hope that senior brother Zhang and senior sister Xin can help me get it back. Seeing as we're from the same Shui Mu, Jiang Jiyu pointed his right hand at the five guys with yellow hair, and his words were also dry and decisive. However, when these words came out, those five people were instantly anxious. God knows how they got into trouble with Mizuki's people when they were just seeing color, but it was useless to talk about that now. How to get out of it was the key. What nonsense! Obviously you gave it to us voluntarily. How come it's now us taking your storage ring by force? The little girl is quite pretty. How can she still be bloodthirsty? If they could, they naturally didn't want to get into a head-on conflict with those two from Suemu, even though those two hadn't shown any intention of helping Jiang Jiyu up until now. After glancing at the two who were indifferent, even Bai Changsheng was a bit weak. If he could, he would like to persuade Jiang Jiyu. Those five guys are going to leave. Let them go. Messing with the flag. Making a mistake instead of losing. After all, she is not really Mizuki teacher's daughter. But he couldn't be persuaded. And Jiang Jiyu didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. The atmosphere on the floor fell into a few awkward moments. The next moment, however, Sin Frost spoke up. A few of you, if you've taken my senior sister's things, give them back. The clear and cold voice rang out. Those five yellow hairs couldn't help but change their face. This woman really wants to meddle in other people's business. Sin Frost, what are you asking us to hand over that we didn't take? What? Everything is up to you Mizuki students? Can we be blackmailed for just any reason? The yellow hair in the lead still wanted to argue, but before his words fell, Xin Shuang from the opposite side put her hand on top of the short dagger. Mizuki students aren't as bad as you guys, yet they aren't capable of bullying anyone. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, let's see if you can keep the storage ring. The moment Xin Frost's words came out, those five yellow hairs were instantly like enemies. Although the other side only had two third-grade martial artists, their side's battle power was equally not bad. But the word water and wood alone is enough to explain everything, the same three products. But there is also a gap. Xin Shuang, don't bully me too much. Big deal. You won't be able to take advantage of anything when the time comes, but you have to think clearly. Because of a storage ring, in case you delay the next thing, is it worth it? The leading yellow hair wanted to say something else, but Xin Shuang's two short daggers had already been pulled out. Not only her, even Zhang Xing, who was beside her, summoned a long alloy blade between the flips of his hands. The body of the blade was silver white, with a cold light flashing, and the word Dragonine was engraved on the end of the handle. So one didn't need to think about it to know that the value of this blade was definitely not low. Seeing that the other party had already summoned their weapons and might make a move at any time, even if that leading yellow hair was no longer unwilling, he had to consider the consequences of making a move at this moment. After 2 seconds of silence, the guy ended up throwing the storage ring back to Jiang Jiyu again. Wildfire Squad, will remember today's revenge. You guys wait, let's go. Even if he was forced by the situation and had no choice but to return the storage ring, the harsh words that should be put out should still be put out. However, Bai Changsheng had memorized the 4 words Wildfire Squad, as well as the appearance of these 5 yellow hairs. He's not a gentleman. He can't just laugh it off. There are some grudges he has to keep. With his eyes watching, he let these 5 people get into the car and leave. And this time Jiang Jiyu didn't make a sound to stop them. Only after making sure that the 5 had gone far away did Jiang Jiyu turn around and arch his hand towards Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing. Thanks to senior sister Xin and senior brother Zhang for their righteousness. Or else I'm afraid today's matter would be very difficult to settle. The short dagger was inserted back in, and the long knife was retrieved from the storage ring, but the eyes of the 2 men looked at Jiang Jiyu with a few peculiarities. In the end, it was Xin Shuang who opened her mouth first. Senior sister Jiang, this wilderness is not so nice to stay in. You ventured out like this. Didn't teacher Jiang stop you? Jiang Jiyu shook his head and said, at first, I was thinking of coming to sharpen my marksmanship. That's why I hid it from my father. I just didn't expect to encounter a strong robbing squad even this close to the martial town. Jiang Jiyu knew that people's hearts were treacherous in the middle of the wilderness, but she really didn't expect it to be so coincidental and for the other party to be so bold. If she hadn't encountered the Xin Frost duo, I'm afraid that today, she and that martial arts squad would have inevitably had a deadly battle. So what are you going to do next? Cynthia opened her mouth and asked again. Should we go back, or continue practicing here? The gunnery calendar is still far from perfect, and now that I'm going back, I'm going to stagnate again. Thinking for 2 seconds, Jiang Jiyu continued to speak. I wonder where senior sister Xin is planning to go, and if she can let me, as well as this spirit beast of mine, follow? From the sudden change in the Wildfire Squad's attitude after Xin Shuang's duo showed up, as well as the subsequent conversations between the two sides, it was vaguely possible to guess something that there should be something big going on in the vicinity, or else it wouldn't have attracted so many third-grade martial artists to gather together. This was something that even Bai Changxing could see, and it was naturally impossible for Zhang Jiyu to not see it with his urbanity. It's just that Bai Changxing didn't expect that Zhang Jiyu actually wanted to get involved. Chapter 20 Heavily Traumatized Lord-Class Fey Beasts. Frost. Zhang Xing opened his mouth, and although he didn't say anything more, the subtext was obvious. He was unwilling to let Zhang Jiyu get involved, and he was even unwilling to inform him of the real situation. But Xin Shuang waved her hand to indicate that there was no harm, and then turned her head to look at Zhang Jiyu. Senior Sister Jiang chose Martial Town number 72, so she should know that the area around this town has just undergone a great purge, right? Zhang Jiyu nodded, but did not interject out loud. Half a month ago, a martial king stepped in and completely cleansed the 400 kilometers of foreign beasts around the three martial towns of 71, 72, and 73. Almost all of the foreign beasts above third-grade beast soldiers were killed. But even if a martial king were to make a move, when faced with such a large area, there would inevitably be omissions. A martial artist brought back a message from the wasteland yesterday. There's a low-level Lord-class alien beast hiding in County 0541, 120 kilometers away from Town 72. A low lord? Hearing Xin Frost's words, even Bai Changxing, who was originally not interested in this, could not help but look over. According to that person, this low-level lord was heavily injured by the martial king, and is now in a state of extreme weakness with 10 of its strength left, estimating the strength to be at the level of a junior beast general. So that's what this is about. After a few days, Bai Changcheng already had a rough idea of the price of beast materials for exotic beasts. The beast materials for a first-grade beast soldier would cost between 15 and 3,000 per unit, while a second grade would be 5 to 8,000, and a third grade would be over 10,000 at the lowest. Further up, anything that reached the beast general level was basically priced in the large tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. For a low-level lord, I'm afraid that the entire body of beast materials added up to a value of more than $1 million isn't something to be surprised about. It was no wonder that it had suddenly attracted so many third-grade martial artists, vying to be the first. Because this area has been cleared, many of the martial generals have nothing to do if they stay here, and the third-grade beast soldiers aren't worth their while yet. In that case, it has instead given us third-grade martial artists a chance. If we are able to take down this low-level lord, it will be enough to fulfill the cultivation needs for half a year, or even a year. People die for money, birds die for food. It's just one risk to make $1 million. However, I'm afraid that any third-grade martial artist who wasn't willing to accept the status quo would participate when they heard this news. It was no wonder that the Wildfire Squad that had just been there had hurriedly planned to leave after seeing Xin Shuang, apparently fearing that they would be robbed first. The beauty is no more fragrant than the temptation of millions of alliance coins, but that's about it. Bai Changsheng was only slightly surprised after hearing this, and then felt nothing else. He knew that his strength was still far off, not to mention the low-level beast general. Even if the strength of that lord-level foreign beast had decayed to the third-grade beast soldier level, it was not something he could touch. But Kang Jiyu obviously didn't think so. Eyes burning, he was about to open his mouth when Xin Shuang gave a raised hand to stop him. Senior Sister Jiang, although you've already reached the middle stage of a first-grade martial artist, the next battle is clearly not something you can get involved in with this level of strength. You'd better stay here honestly, or return to Mizuki earlier. With these words, Xin Frost clearly didn't want to bring Zhang Jiyu along. Probably in her eyes, a first-grade martial artist was a complete drag. High-level battles are not so easy to get involved in. It's like playing a game where at level 1 you have to make a move against a bloody dragon. But Kang Jiyu obviously didn't think so. After 2 seconds of silence, he continued to speak. A Lord-class Fey beast that has opened its spirit, and its spirit is not low. It will surely move to a safer place now that it knows its location has been exposed. County 0541 is not large, but it is still a township over 20 kilometers in diameter. Can Senior Sister Xin guarantee that she can find this low-level lord before the other martial artist squads? Xin Shuang fell silent, while Zhang Xing also looked at Zhang Jiyu at this moment, somewhat puzzled as to what she was trying to convey. Zhang Jiyu also had no intention of selling out, and with his right hand, he pointed at Bai Changsheng. This spirit beast of mine is able to capture the scent of foreign beasts in the air, identify strength while judging orientation. One sentence caused both Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing to turn their heads to look over. What? Why are we talking about him again? Bai Changsheng didn't understand why Zhang Jiyu had to get involved. That was a lord-level foreign beast. Even if you were a female emperor in your last life, You should have a clear perception of your current strength. Snakes themselves possess the ability to track odors. Although this one is just a white-scaled snake, an unusual white-scaled snake can't grow to this extent. It's obviously undergone a mutation. If we can really do what you say, it would be able to help a lot. Xin Xuan's words were stuttered, and then she spoke again. But senior sister Jiang, you should know very well, even if we take you with us, we won't end up sharing anything with you. After all, the rule in the middle of the wilderness is that you are counted according to how much you contribute. The battle power of you and this white-scaled snake of yours is really limited. Instead of being able to participate in the battle, we even have to be distracted to take care of you. Seeing Xin Xuan's relief, Zhang Jiyu also hurriedly made a sound to respond. Don't worry senior sister Xin, I naturally know the rules. It's just that I've never seen a hunt against a Lord-class Fae before, so I wanted to follow for a long time. This was said with extreme sincerity. And if Bai Changsheng didn't know Zhang Jiyu's background, he would have thought that she was just curious. However, Zhang Jiyu's sudden and uncharacteristic venture also made Bai Changsheng notice that something was wrong. If he remembered correctly, on the way to the wilderness, Zhang Jiyu's arrangements were extremely mature and steady. Even if his income had been decreasing previously, Zhang Jiyu had never moved from wanting to go deeper into the wilderness. How is it that now, on the contrary, they are constantly convincing Sin Frost that they want to follow to the deeper towns? In that case, together. But there's something to be said up front. Although Zhang Xing and I aren't weak, the ones we're going to face are always lord-level foreign beasts. If anything happens in the middle, you need to bear the consequences yourself. Zhang Xing obviously wanted to say something, but looking at Xin Xuan who had already agreed, he could only swallow back what he wanted to say. The 3+ Bai Changsheng squad was temporarily organized in this manner. And although this matter did not have Bai Changsheng's consent, it was clear that none of the three present cared much about his opinion. Bai Changsheng returned to the nascent soul pouch, and then watched as Zhang Jiyu got into Xin Xuan's car with the two of them and drove towards the target city. As the vehicle continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the wasteland, the resources of the surrounding exotic beasts became significantly richer, and there were even many that Bai Changsheng had never seen before. None of the three had any intention of stopping to hunt, though. Compared to these first-grade beast soldier-grade beast materials, it was obvious that the corpse of that low-level lord was more valuable. Chapter 21, County 0541. County number 0541 was a resource plus heavy industry city before the calamity. The chemical and smelting industries are highly developed here because of the huge and rich mining resources under the ground. Factory after factory stood in the area, bringing in extremely high production capacity while also providing an extremely large number of jobs. If it hadn't been for the whole calamity thing, County 0541 might have been changed from a county to a city. It is only a pity that the suddenness of the calamity came upon the county, and that it was completely abandoned. So much so that what Bai Changsheng and the others saw now was a dilapidated look of buildings that had collapsed by more than half and overgrown roads. The SUV slowed to a stop in a factory clearing at the edge of the city. Driving further in, the sound of the engine would inevitably attract the beasts. Although harmless, it was always a nuisance. After all, the purpose of their trip was clear. It was best not to have any battles until we found the badly injured Lord-class Fae. This is about 10 kilometers away from the main part of County 0541, but there's a chance that the lordly beast is hiding anywhere in the county area. Just walk to the main town from here. Sin Frost's plan was simple and straightforward. To put it bluntly, with so many martial artists gathered in this not-so-large county, it was all about who would be the first to find the severely injured Lord-class Fae beast. Originally, she had planned to go directly to the most central location with Zhang Xing to find a tall building and wait, so that they could arrive as fast as possible once the movement of a battle came. But now that Bai Changsheng was around, they didn't have to be so passive. Zhang Jiyu got down from the back seat and raised his hand to call out Bai Changsheng in the nascent soul pouch. Wait, try to see if you can find it. Bai Changsheng didn't rub it in, although he didn't know what Zhang Jiyu was trying to do by following him here until now, but none of that mattered. All he needed to do was to find the target of the trio's trip and then return to his nascent soul pouch to wait quietly. Unlike the air outside the martial artist town, after entering the urban area, the sense of the foreign beasts that Bai Changsheng was able to capture were obviously several times more numerous, and the information conveyed in each of the scents was also different. Such a large amount of information needed to be processed. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, even if it could capture the odor, I'm afraid it would be difficult to specifically distinguish it. But for Bai Changsheng, this was not difficult. After 2 minutes of silence in place, Bai Changsheng lightly shook his head. Such a gesture could not help but cause both Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing to look sideways. This white-scaled snake, has its spirituality already reached this level? Indeed, there is something divine. There aren't many spirit beasts that are so humane, even in the Imperial Beast Academy. I'm afraid it's rare to be able to see them. In the face of the two men's compliments, Zhang Jiyu just smiled and didn't say much. If it's a plane, the range that Little White can probe is around 2 kilometers, but the exotic beast scents are complicated here, so it's easy to cause interference. But even so, we can ensure that there's no scent of that Lord-level exotic beast within a kilometer of the surrounding area. It looks like we need to keep pushing in there. Hearing the conclusion given by Zhang Jiyu, Xin Shuang did not hesitate and took the lead towards the outside of the factory with a wave. Zhang Xing followed at the end, while Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng walked in the center. This kind of standing position was able to cope with all kinds of unexpected situations at any time, and at the same time, it was also able to avoid any foreign beast sneaking up on the rear of the team and causing casualties. A line of 3 men and a snake slowly advanced towards the center of the city, but after walking for 4 or 5 kilometers in a row, Bai Changsheng hadn't found the scent of any high-grade foreign beasts. Although there was no lack of existences that made him feel exaggerated, it was clear that it was more than a step short of the Lord-level foreign beasts that Xin Shuang had spoken of. Continuing to search, but a series of 3 hours passed. The entire city or almost turn around, have not found the other half of the trace. If there wasn't a definite message pointing out that it was around here, Bai Changsheng even wondered if they were looking for the wrong city. Not only their line, the other martial artist squads that flooded into the city were just as unsearchable. And even if there was the occasional movement of a battle coming from them, it was only with the unusual beast soldier level alien beasts. Sister Xin, are you guys sure you're in County 0541? Seeing Bai Changsheng shake his head again, Zhang Jiyu couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Prior to this, Bai Changsheng had never been wrong, so Zhang Jiyu naturally attributed the problem to whether or not the Xinshan duo's information was correct. Okay, I've already asked someone, and in the early hours of the morning, there were quite a few squads of martial artists who saw that Lord-class foreign beast in this county. Only it was dark and they didn't dare to follow. Sin Frost frowned slightly, laying a plan of County 0541 drawn before the calamity on the ground. It shouldn't. Zhang Xing swept his gaze across the floor plan and spoke out in doubt. Having been seriously injured, running for long distances will only aggravate the injuries. And if it's not necessary, this Lord-class Fey beast will definitely not choose to evacuate. But the entire urban area has already been searched. If it's still left here, after such a long time has passed, and with so many martial arts squads searching together, it should have been found long ago. Unless, of course, there's somewhere else we haven't looked. Places not looked for. Zhang Jiyu and Xin Shuang glanced at each other before speaking at the same time. Mines. A mine? Zhang Xing inclined his head to look at the two women. Before the calamity, this was a resource city, rich in mineral resources that were mined for a full 50 years without being cut off. That's what left a huge number of residential homes and industrial plants on the ground. 50 years of mining has left countless traces of mining. Some of the main mine caves are wide enough to accommodate Lord-class alien beasts in their activities. When Zhang Jiyu's words fell, Xin Shuang's voice rang out. Underground mines are irregularly arranged, and the same mine may even be divided into 7 or 8 different mining routes, making it more than several times more difficult to find than on the surface. With the spiritual intelligence of a Lord-level foreign beast, it has obviously already known that we're after it, taking advantage of the night to hide in the mines. But instead, we're left in the dark and have wasted so much time for nothing. After eliminating all possible options, the last remaining impossibility becomes a possibility. Without alerting the other martial artist squads and foreign beasts, he quietly exited the main city and then traveled towards the mining area marked on the map. It was clear, though, that like them, there were a number of squads who had noticed that something was wrong. After meeting halfway, neither side had any intention of making a sound, but only silently accelerated their pace. The scope of the mine area was even larger than the living area, and the mines were spread out in all directions, so it was all up to them to find them. But that didn't mean that they would go and alert the martial arts squads that hadn't reacted yet. Just let them keep fooling around on the ground. Chapter 22, Lord, Steelbone Wolf King. The situation in the mine was more complicated than Zhang Jiyu and the others thought. Mining resources for 50 years, large and small mines add up to more than 10, going into 2 mines in a row, both of which had collapsed due to the loss of maintenance after the calamity, helped them eliminate the wrong options. But getting halfway there and finding it collapsed and then exiting was an extremely time-consuming endeavor. According to this progress, wanting to line up these veins one by one, I'm afraid that 2 days would not be enough time. Favorably, what they lacked the most right now was time. On the way over alone, he had encountered 2 martial arts squads, and at this moment, when he came out again, he saw another martial arts squad coming towards this side from a distance. There's no time for that. Keep this up and in 2 hours at most, a large number of squads will arrive. Everyone choose a mine by intuition. Go a kilometer deeper and exit if you don't find anything. 2 hours should be enough for us to explore all 3 mines. If we didn't find anything in these 3 places, I guess the other squads have already found the Lord-class alien beast. If that's the case, Then it's just that we have no chance with this Lord-class Fey beast. Xin Frost wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after determining that they wouldn't be able to explore all of the mines ahead of the other squads, they made a snap decision. The index finger of his right hand points above the map. I'll take this one. Jiang Xing sniffed and also selected a mine on the map. Senior sister Jiang, you choose a place as well. Me? Jiang Jiyu was slightly surprised, but she didn't dwell on anything, and after sweeping her gaze across the map, her white finger pointed at one of the southernmost mines, as well as the one farthest away from them. Bai Changsheng quietly watched the trio, not even qualified to participate in the discussion. But it didn't matter. He didn't have much of an interest in hunting and killing Lord-level alien beasts in the first place. We must know that a small fullness of life is a blessing. However, he only needed to devour things containing chi and blood to gain growth. So he naturally couldn't understand the idea that this group of martial artists would fight no matter what. The first mine was chosen by Sin Frost. After going a kilometer deeper in a row and not finding anything unusual, and with Bai Changsheng not tracing the scent of a Lord-level alien beast, the crowd had no choice but to exit. The second mine to go to was the one chosen by Jiang Xing, but after arriving at the place, he found that this one mine has long been collapsed. Even the entrance is gone. Naturally there is no need to continue. 3 mines, only the last one left. For some reason, standing at the entrance of the mine, looking inside the dark mine, Bai Changsheng inexplicably panicked a bit, and vaguely had a feeling of wanting to escape from here. Obviously the previous few mines hadn't felt this way. It can't be possible that the chance of 1 out of 10 is still really for Jiang Jiyu to choose, right? Bai Changsheng slightly inclined his head towards Jiang Jiyu. The young girl's face did not have any half-expression fluctuation, looking at the mouth of the mine some slightly lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Go! Holding a strong flashlight in his hand, Jiang Xing took a step into the mine before everyone else, and the rest of them followed. Under the light of the flashlight, the original mine was still a bit dark, but the deeper part of the mine was still dark. The snake's own talent allowed him to see the whole surrounding area with just a little bit of bright light even in the middle of this dark mine. But even so, that uneasiness in Bai Changsheng's heart didn't ease in the slightest, and even, there was a feeling that it was intensifying, strongly suppressing the inexplicable feeling of unease. He crawled over the broken rocks since, constantly gathering sense from the mine's air. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. As the group continued to go deeper and deeper, Bai Changsheng suddenly caught a hint of something strange and his body jerked. Although it was extremely subtle, so subtle that it was mixed in the moist air of the mine and would be missed if one was not paying attention. Bai Changsheng was very sure that ordinary foreign beasts could not emit this kind of thick chi and blood fluctuation. The scent, it's absolutely right. White, without the need to signal. Jiang Jiyu had already sensed Bai Changsheng's abnormality. Jiang Xing, who was walking in front, hit his flashlight toward the back, and then he saw Jiang Jiyu lower his voice and say, Xiao Bai has found something. When these words came out, even Xin Shuang and Jiang Xing couldn't help but be slightly stunned before joy surfaced on their faces. At first, they had only agreed to Jiang Jiyu following after hearing that Bai Changsheng was able to search for the scent of foreign beasts. But who would have thought that in the end, he actually did find this Lord-level foreign beast because of Jiang Jiyu. Take this Lord first, and wait for the rest until we get back. If Jiang Jiyu hadn't played any role, they could have taken the entire harvest in peace. But now it was clear that they couldn't leave it like that. But it was not the right time to say so much. It was just a find. It was still unknown if someone would come to stir the pot, and whether or not they would be able to take it by virtue of their ability to do so. Jiang Jiyu didn't have the intention to dwell on this either, and flipped his hand to touch out 2 mixed elemental dawn from his storage ring and fed them to Bai Changsheng. White, help us find it. Eat your heart out. Take your hand out. It was unlikely that White Elder would be allowed to fight the Lord, but it would still be possible if he just helped to find it from this mine. Strongly suppressing that instinctive urge to escape from this place, Bai Changsheng went to the front of the group, then followed the intermittent scent as he traveled towards the depths. Behind them, Jiang Jiyu's 3 men had already summoned their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. As the depth continued to increase, the original wisp of odor began to become more and more obvious, until after the entire passageway was filled with odors that made Bai Changsheng instinctively fearful. A low hissing sound rang out. Hearing this low roar, the 3 instantly stopped walking. Even their breathing slowed down a lot. Roar! This time it was heard for real, and it made the 3 men certain that they hadn't been looking for the wrong thing. And just from the sound alone, it was able to be heard that although this Lord-class Fey beast hiding in the mine was full of vigor, it was actually carrying a few points of pain and weakness. Jiang Xing tops the front. I'll wait for the opportunity to find the opponent's wounds to attack. As for schoolgirl Jiang, you just need to cope from the side and interfere with that guy's attention, but never engage it. Xin Frost whispered once more, and after Jiang Jiyu nodded his head, he urged the nascent soul bag to take Bai Changsheng inside. The task had been completed. and continuing to stay would be adding to the chaos, so it would be better to stay in the nascent soul sack and watch the show. The light of the flashlight went out, and the three of them traveled another 200 to 300 meters in the mine in the dark, and then they only felt that their eyes opened up. Deep underneath this ground, there was actually a natural cave with a height of over 30 meters and a width of nearly 100 meters. As far as the eye could see, it was a beast that was over 4 meters tall, with a wolf-like appearance, but there were dozens of bone spikes poking out of its back. A pair of ghostly green pupils appeared and disappeared in the pitch-black mine. Low-level Lord. Steel Bone Wolf King. Chapter 23, A Dangerous Situation. After seeing their target this time, including the two third-grade martial artists, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing, all of them could not help but catch their breath at this moment. Although they knew what they were hunting before they came, it was another matter when they actually saw it with their own eyes. Trying to hunt a low-level lord with the strength of a third-grade martial artist was already a great risk, not to mention a wolf-type fey beast that was already eager to kill, without the schoolteacher waiting behind them at all times to strike. The two looked at the Steel Bone Wolf King who was lying on the ground licking his wounds. The only good news is that the other guy does have a lot of injuries. A narrow wound of nearly 2 meters broke open almost its entire abdominal cavity, and although no internal organs were exposed, the blood never stopped flowing. It's not hard to imagine. This strike was bound to run to take this guy's life, but the Steel Bone Wolf King's vitality is indeed tenacious. Suffered such a heavy blow, actually survived, but even if it survived, its strength was greatly reduced. This deep and long wound in its abdomen limited its ability to even move its body significantly. Each lick triggered another sharp pain in his abdomen, and there were even a few whimpers in his voice. The three of them just watched silently. None of them had any intention of striking out indiscriminately. It wasn't until 2 minutes later, after determining that this weak state of the other party didn't seem to be faked, that Xin Shuan lightly patted Zhang Xing's shoulder and gave the other party a gesture of action. It wasn't a good idea to keep waiting like this. The other squads could search here at any time. Moreover, it was so hard to find, and the other party was indeed seriously injured. Even if the following offense might cause them to fall here in unison, Xin Shuang also intended to taste the saltiness. Roar! The Steel Bone Wolf King seemed to have sensed something, jerking his head up and hissing lowly in the direction of the cave entrance, his ghostly green wolf pupils also staring dead on this side. This gesture seemed to be a warning to Zhang Zhiyu's trio not to disturb it, but in the eyes of the three, it was a strong look. If there was really any strength left, this lord-level existence would have already rushed over to use them as rations. How could it be just a warning? But since they had already been discovered, there was no need to hide their tracks. Quickly, do it! When Xin Shuan's voice fell, Zhang Xing was the one who stepped on his feet, and his figure violently rushed out. The third-grade martial artist's chi and blood completely erupted at this moment, and his speed was so fast that Bai Changqing in the nascent soul pouch vaguely had the feeling that he couldn't keep up. The alloy-long knife in his hand was raised high, and after rushing to the 10-meter range of the Steel Bone Wolf King, he violently swung down, bringing out an air-breaking sound, and took it directly between his neck. It was no exaggeration to say that this speed and force, if Bai Changqing were to catch it, he would die 10 deaths. However, what Zhang Xing was facing at the moment was always a lord-level foreign beast. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still a lord. The Steel Bone Wolf King's huge body stood up and looked at the long alloy blade that was slashing towards it, only lifting its claws and swinging out. It brought out a sound of sparks and gold and iron clashing. Clank! Zhang Xing's figure retreated violently by more than 10 meters, only to feel the tiger's mouth slightly numb and the blade trembling. If he had encountered such a situation while fighting other alien beasts, he would definitely not hesitate to turn his head and leave. But at the moment it was a happy face. Frost, only the force of a low-level beast general. Zhang Xing's voice rang out, and Bai Changsheng realized that Xin Shuang, who was still beside Zhang Jiyu, had disappeared at some point. In the next moment, a cold light flashed across the Steel Bone Wolf King's side, bringing out a blood trail. The sudden attack caused the Steel Bone Wolf King to let out a wail, and his sharp claws swung towards his side, but only a piece of air was caught. Xin Shuang retreated directly after scoring a hit, not giving the Steel Bone Wolf King a chance to counterattack at all. Both Zhang Xing and Xian Frost knew very well that the Steel Bone Wolf King was always a lord-level fey beast, and even if it was severely injured, it could never really stand to be jerked around with the other party. Pulling and tugging, constantly consuming the opponent's strength and aggravating their injuries was the right way to go. Zhang Xing, who had just been repelled by a claw, charged up again, the long alloy blade in his hand slashing out once more. Along with him, there was also Xin Shuang, who was holding two short daggers, charging away. One frontal strong attack to attract attention, one waiting for the opportunity to sneak attack to aggravate the opponent's injury. The two people's cooperation was quite exquisite, and even had a kind of pleasing feeling to the eyes. 3 attacks in a row were all successful. and the Steelbone Wolf King's original wound that was not easy to heal was once again torn apart, and the intense pain caused its green eyes to turn scarlet. Another new round of attacks came. Zhang Xing once again charged forward with his sword. Xin Shuang followed closely, but this time, the Steelbone Wolf King's eyes were glowing with viciousness. Seeing that the two were getting closer and closer, but completely abandoning their defense against Zhang Xing, the wolf's head violently turned towards Xin Shuang, the scarlet red under its eyes intensifying before its huge body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Xin Frost's heart skipped a beat when the Steelbone Wolf King turned his head to look at her. Realizing that something was wrong, she wanted to draw back at the same time, but how could her speed compare to that of the Steelbone Wolf King, a lord-level existence? Even though he was seriously injured and his movements were inconvenient, his speed was still extremely fast, and the distance of more than 10 meters arrived in the blink of an eye. The bloody mouth opened as if it would completely tear Xin Shuang apart the next moment. Xin Shuang at the moment jumped up high. People in the air cannot even use the force to change their shape. With such a stance, if nothing unexpected happens, only death awaits her. Frost, it was already a bit too late for Zhang Xing to stop it at this moment, so he could only charge towards the Steelbone Wolf King at full speed, intending to stop its attack before it could injure Xin Shuang. But how could his speed possibly match that of the Steelbone Wolf King? Seeing that the Wolf King's attack was getting closer and closer, Xin Shuang had all but resigned herself to her fate. Her short dagger blocked in front of her body, intending to stiffly resist the Steelbone Wolf King's mouth tearing at her. She didn't know if the defenses on her body could withstand a Lord-class Fey attack, but there was only so much she could do right now. However, in the next moment, a long spear was suddenly shot sharply from the distance. Senior Sister Xin, Jiang Jiyu's voice suddenly exploded, and Xin Shuang looked at the lance that was stabbing towards her and almost subconsciously changed the position of her short dagger. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Xin Shuang was driven by the power contained on top of this lance and shifted a few meters to the side. As for her original position, it had been replaced by an alloy lance, and then a crunching sound could be heard. The alloy lance that was supposed to be incredibly tough was directly broken by the Steelbone Wolf King's bite, cracking into several pieces, narrowly missing the Steelbone Wolf King's attack. It was not until she landed on the ground that Xin Shuang came back to her senses, a wave of fear making her back spine sweaty and her heart thumping as if it were a drum. Even the alloy lance broke so dryly under the Wolf King's mouth. It didn't take much thought to realize that if this bite was confirmed, her life would be left here forever. Chapter 24, The Wolf King Who Went Berserk. Although Jiang Jiyu hadn't been participating in the battle, his attention was always on the Steelbone Wolf King. Seeing that this guy's eyes were scarlet and fierce, Jiang Jiyu realized that something was wrong. This was what led to Fong's extreme saving shot, narrowly saving Xin Frost from the mouth of the Steelbone Wolf King. However, although Xin Shuang narrowly dodged this fatal blow from the Steelbone Wolf King, the crisis was not lifted. After crushing the alloy lance with one bite, the Wolf King did not stop for a moment and turned his head to continue attacking towards Xin Shuang. However, the good thing was that this time Xin Shuang already had a place to borrow her strength, and her figure exploded back at the same time that Zhang Xing's attack had arrived. Surprise! The long alloy blade in Zhang Xing's hand seemed to be wrapped in the power of endless waves, and there was a hidden sound of water. The danger Xin Shuang had just waded into made him not care about anything else at the moment. Even if this slash couldn't cause any fatal injuries to the Steelbone Wolf King, he at least had to bring back the hatred before he could do so. Thousands of points of blood value instantly exploded, making it still the most powerful move. With such a sound, even the Steelbone Wolf King could not completely ignore it. If it was in its full strength now, it could have killed these few mole crickets in a single bite, but it was now seriously injured. It was extremely difficult to even move, and the more chi and blood it mobilized, the worse its injuries became. This was also the reason why the three of them, Zhang Xing, were able to tangle with it for so long, giving up on Xin Shuang, who kept retreating. The Steelbone Wolf King turned his head to face Zhang Xing, who was erupting at full strength. The wolf's paw raised and fiercely slapped at the long knife in Zhang Xing's hand. The sound of gold and iron clashing with each other immediately echoed in this not-so-big underground cave, and the strong chi and blood eruption shook the roof of the cave to the point where debris began to fall. Zhang Xing's figure exploded back out, and his long sword plunged straight into the ground, counteracting the force of the recoil. Xin Shuang had also withdrawn and stood side by side with Jiang Jiyu. The Steelbone Wolf King's eyes had become completely scarlet, resembling two ghostly fires in this dark cave, and although it had been enraged, it did not rush to kill, but only kept on emitting low roars in an attempt to shock the three people back. Just now, thanks a lot. Xin Shuang slightly inclined her head to look at Jiang Jiyu. The feeling of having been robbed of her life made her breathing seem a little short. We'll talk about those when we get out. Jiang Jiyu's face remained calm. The successive attacks just now have completely enraged this person, and the next is the hard battle. It's hard to take this down with just the two of you. White and I will have to join the battle as well, only to harass and distract the Steel Bone Wolf King. The rest is up to you and senior brother Zhang. The short period of several collisions also made Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing realize the gap in strength between them, especially with the Steel Bone Wolf King's sudden frenzy. If it wasn't for Zhang Jiyu's rescue, Xin Shuang would already be a corpse at this moment. At this moment, if they still thought of fighting on their own, not to mention taking down the Steel Bone Wolf King, even whether or not they could save their own lives was another story. Not to mention the fact that the battle had already broken out, and at any moment, there could be other martial arts squads rushing in sensing the situation. They had to make it quick. Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing glanced at each other before nodding in unison. Don't worry, senior sister Jiang. I guarantee it in the name of the Waterwood students. If we really take down the Steel Bone Wolf King, no matter how much we harvest at that time, you'll get your share. Xin Frost opened his mouth, and Zhang Jiyu hummed, not dwelling on exactly how much he could share. She trusted Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing's character, not only because they had helped to relieve the situation before, but also because she had crossed paths with both of them quite a bit in her last life. Bai Changsheng came out of his nascent soul pouch and took a deep breath before forcibly suppressing the sense of panic that he felt when facing a Lord-level foreign beast. He took in the battle just now and understood that the Steel Bone Wolf King was now at the end of its strength. In that case, wimp out. It's not like he needs to be the main output anyway, just harassment isn't much of a problem. By the way, this is for you. Xin Shuang summoned an alloy lance from her own storage ring and handed it to Zhang Jiyu. Zhang Jiyu's original lance had been destroyed by the Steel Bone Wolf King when he saved Xin Frost, who had obviously seen that Zhang Jiyu had no spare weapon. The grade is not high. You use it first. Zhang Jiyu did not refuse, and after reaching out to take it, he weighed it twice, feeling the weight and texture of the lance. Quickly, do it! With Xin Frost's cry, the three of them took action at the same time. While Bai Changsheng also used the darkness to feel his way towards the Steel Bone Wolf King, his purpose was clear, to find an opportunity to go up and take a couple bites. It was just enough to be able to use this opportunity to try and see if the toxin could have an effect on a Lord-class Fey beast like the Steel Bone Wolf King. After less than a minute of calmness, the battle within the cave resumed. This time Zhang Xing did not have the slightest retention. Each blade was a burst of exhaustion, just for fear of recurring in the same situation just now. And Xin Shuang also became much more cautious. The number of strikes became fewer, but every strike was running to expand the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdominal wound. Zhang Jiyu was holding a long spear and swept aside. Every time before Xin Frost was about to strike, she would try to attack together, helping to share the pressure of the attack. And in the face of the three people's joint attack, the wounds on the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdomen were continuously torn apart. Even if its vitality was as tenacious as it was, it couldn't withstand this continuous attack, and blood continued to spurt out. Old wounds are not healed, but new ones are added. It's only going to get tougher as it continues to drag on like this, and the Steel Bone Wolf King was clearly aware of this, tilting his head and letting out a long howl. Bai Changsheng only felt his mind suddenly shaken, and then a gust of disoriented trance came over him, and his body actually crawled towards the Steel Bone Wolf King somewhat uncontrollably. Not only him, the other three were not in much better shape than him, all subconsciously raising their hands to cover their ears, but their spirits were still unavoidably impacted. A moment of unusual time lag wasn't fatal, but they were now in a deadly fight with a Lord-level alien beast. As for the Steel Bone Wolf King, it was obvious that he would not let go of this great opportunity. His scarlet eyes swept across the entire field, and in the next moment, he surged towards the two of them, Zhang Xing and Xin Frost, his wolf claws lifting up, and then swinging out violently. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Zhang Xing and Xin Shuang were directly sent flying by the Steel Bone Wolf King's claw, their bodies smashing heavily into the wall of the cavern. Fortunately, at the critical moment Zhang Xing heart ruthless, biting through the tongue after the sharp pain instantly led his brain back to consciousness, which barely blocked the blow, but by this claw, Zhang Xing and Xin Frost two people even climbed up seems difficult, has no ability to fight. Is this a Lord-class foreign beast? Obviously, it had been so heavily injured, yet it was still able to erupt with such terrifying strength. The party that had just held a few advantages was instantly hit hard by two people, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Bai Changqing's heart was astonished, and as he watched the scarlet eyes of the Steel Bone Wolf King turn slightly, he actually walked towards Zhang Jiyu after missing with it. Chapter 25, Killing the Wolf King, a new branch of the evolution tree. More than 50 days had passed from the time of crossing over, perhaps because of the spirit contract, or perhaps because of these 50 days of spending time together. Bai Changsheng regarded Zhang Jiyu as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Now that he was watching the Steel Bone Wolf dynasty killing Zhang Jiyu, it would be a lie to say that he was indifferent. But after suffering this attack from the Steel Bone Wolf King that seemed to come from his soul, He couldn't even control his own body right now, and could only watch as the other party got closer and closer to Jiang Jiyu before raising his claws. But for some reason, Bai Changqing didn't see the slightest bit of panic or fear on Jiang Jiyu's face. Wait, Jiang Jiyu was at least a female emperor in her last life, as an existence where only 8 people in the entire celestial dynasty had reached the achievement of the emperor realm. Would she get involved in a hunt targeting a lord-class Fae without leaving any backstabbing at all? How much of a lord-level Fae beast was capable of? Xin Shuang and the others didn't know, so how could Jiang Jiyu not know? From the beginning, Bai Changsheng had felt that something was wrong, and now he finally realized what was wrong. Jiang Jiyu dared to come. It must have calculated everything. So now this situation, soul-destroying needle. Jiang Jiyu, who should have stayed in place, suddenly let out a light gulp from his mouth. And then the wind suddenly rose up within the entire cave, and the Steel Bone Wolf King, who had already raised his claws, was also instantly stagnant, his eyes empty. Bai Changsheng, who had originally been shocked by the Steel Bone Wolf King's hiss, also recovered his mobility at this moment with a sudden relief in his body. It was just that after unleashing this strike, Jiang Jiyu seemed to have been drained of all his strength as his body went limp, unable to even stand. White! Jiang Jiyu's voice rang out, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood what she meant. The figure rushed several meters, and then a bite was placed on the wound in the abdomen of the Steel Bone Wolf King, and the toxin was instantly pushed to the extreme, as if it didn't need money, constantly injected into it. Lord-level foreign beasts had extremely strong defenses. If it was unusual, it would be difficult for Bai Changsheng's qi and blood to even break through the defenses. But now, a wound that had almost pierced through its abdominal cavity was right in front of it, and if it still couldn't break through the defense, then Bai Changsheng would be a bit too much of a waste. He could even clearly feel that as soon as the toxin entered his body, it was swept away by the Steel Bone Wolf King's surging qi and blood. Please, there has to be some power. Zhang Xing and Xin Xuan were heavily injured by the Wolf King, and Jiang Jiyu also fell into a weakened state after using his crushing moves. If he couldn't seize this moment of opportunity, I'm afraid they would really have to be buried here today. Clearly aware of this, Bai Changxing saw that the Steel Bone Wolf King was about to resume its actions, and with a fierce heart, his body moved and crawled towards its body. Roar! The intense rush of pain caused the Steel Bone Wolf King to regain his senses, and the wailing sounds continued to ring out, instead stimulating Bai Changsheng, who had already burrowed throughout. Opening his mouth, he bit down, and before he could even distinguish what he had bitten into, a toxin was injected into the internal organs of the Steel Bone Wolf King. The defense is so strong that external injuries can't kill you, so let's start disintegrating it from the inside. It's not possible that the internal organs also have such a strong defense, right? If so, then add more poison. What fell in the eyes of Jiang Jiyu's trio was that the Steel Bone Wolf King was being tortured by Bai Changxing to the point that he was rampaging around, and while blood gurgled out, the Steel Bone Wolf King's voice continued to diminish. But even so, the Steel Bone Wolf King at this moment was still not something they could shake. Having sustained considerable injuries, the three who had temporarily lost their ability to fight could only pin all their hopes on Bai Changsheng. Luckily, Bai Changsheng didn't let them down and even brought them a great surprise. After only 10 seconds or so, the Steel Bone Wolf King, who was still unbeatable, fell to the ground with a bang. The four paws kept struggling hard, wanting to resupport their bodies, but their strength was getting weaker and weaker, until they were motionless, without any movement. It's done? The three of them did not directly approach, and waited for dozens of seconds before seeing any movement from the Steel Bone Wolf King, and only then slowly approached. But even so, Zhang Xing never put down the long alloy blade in his hand, so that he could readily respond in case the Steel Bone Wolf King suddenly stormed out. After approaching 10 paces, he suddenly saw the Steel Bone Wolf King's abdomen churning, and Zhang Xing's grip on the knife tightened, and he was about to chop again when he saw Bai Changxing climb out from inside. With a piece of unknown offal in his mouth, Bai Changsheng had a radiant feeling despite being drenched in blood. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Lord-class Steel Bone Wolf King, gaining 350 blood value and 220 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree, Steel Bone. Steel Bone, when lit, the strength of the bones of the entire body is increased. Evolution points required for illumination, 120. The Lord-level foreign beast was truly extraordinary. Just a piece of internal organs provided him with 350 points of chi and blood value, 220 evolution points, and a branch of the evolution tree that required 120 points just to be initially unlocked. However, with such a huge amount of chi and blood values suddenly pouring in, Bai Changsheng only felt his body's chi and blood churning at the moment, as if it was about to burst open his body. This feeling was similar to when he first swallowed the mixed blood Dan. He was really surprised that it was already a level 4 digestive enhancement, and he could still be held up, unable to do anything about it. Bai Changsheng could only raise the digestive enhancement by another level. Luckily, this piece of the Steel Bone Wolf King's internal organs alone just now provided him with 120 points of evolutionary value, so across the board he wasn't at a disadvantage. Glancing back at the Steel Bone Wolf King behind him, Bai Changsheng didn't even dare to think about the extent to which he would be able to grow if he devoured them all. Seeing Bai Changsheng burrow out of the Steel Bone Wolf King's body, the three of them glanced at each other and suddenly all fell somewhat silent. Previously, Jiang Zhiyu's strength was low, and Xin Xuan could say that she wouldn't share anything with her. When Jiang Zhiyu saved her life in the back, Xin Xuan was already prepared to split her share in two, with one of them going to Jiang Zhiyu. But now, she and Jiang Xing were shocked by the Steel Bone Wolf King, and a claw slapped into a serious injury. If not, Jiang Zhiyu suddenly struck and fixed the Steel Bone Wolf King, and drove the spirit beasts to drill into the Steel Bone Wolf King's body to wreak havoc, and took the opportunity to kill the Steel Bone Wolf King. I'm afraid that at the moment, she and Jiang Xing would have long been eaten by the Steel Bone Wolf King. How? There's no way to count it anymore. In the end, it was Kang Zhiyu who opened his mouth first. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Senior Sister Xin, why don't you put away the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse first, and if there's anything we want to say, let's talk about it when we get back. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, Xin Shuang and Jiang Xing both let out a sigh of relief. Also, after fighting the Wolf King for so long, the noise is not small. Let's go out from the mine first. Without saying anything else, Xin Shuang raised his hand and put the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse into his storage ring. After determining that there was nothing missing, Jiang Zhiyu took Bai Changsheng back into his nascent soul pouch before the three of them rushed towards the outside of the mine. But halfway through the walk he suddenly heard a conversation. There are sounds of battle coming from this mine. The Steel Bone Wolf King must be in here. All hurry up. Chapter 26, Fourth Evolution. The sudden voice caused Jiang Zhiyu's trio to instantly tighten. Subconsciously, Jiang Xing then extinguished the strong flashlight in his hand so that the light would not be seen. If it was unusual, other martial arts squads would have encountered them. With two third-grade martial artists and Xu Wei Mu as a backer, no one would casually feud with them, as the loss would not be worth the gain. But now, they had just hunted the Steel Bone Wolf King. How many of those who can make it in the wilderness are cuties? Hearing the movement of the battle, and seeing that the three of them had just experienced a great battle, as long as they weren't stupid, they would be able to guess that the Steel Bone Wolf King had already been won by them. Faced with a Steel Bone Wolf King worth millions of alliance coins to start with, how many people could be indifferent? What's more, the three of them were in a worrisome state right now. Two of them were seriously injured. One of them was mentally depressed, and the only one whose battle power was not impaired, Bai Changsheng, was still only a first-grade spirit beast with a more or less pitiful battle power. In this state, a random second-grade martial artist could sweep them away. It's not hard to keep them here for a long time as long as it's done cleanly. Even if their bodies were found afterward, it would only be blamed on the brutality of the beasts and their lack of skill in learning. No way, can't meet these people head-on. Xin Frost acted decisively, and with a slight frown on her brow, she opened her mouth and spoke out, retreat back, and continue to go deeper into the mine. Jiang Xing and Jiang Zhiyu had the same intention. The mines are all over the place, and it's not that hard to keep going in and find a fork in the road to get around those people. Re-entered the huge cavern, then circled around to the other side and drilled into another mine. The voices of the martial arts squad behind them rang out again. Grass, the blood on the floor is still wet, and all this destruction inside the cavern is new. There was just a fight here. To be able to cause a battle of this magnitude, the battle level of both sides will definitely not be low. It's very likely that a martial arts squad has found the Steel Bone Wolf King before us. The Steel Bone Wolf King has disappeared, and the movement of the battle was heard in front of us, so even if the gang got their hands on it, they must still be in the mine. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but for a moment I couldn't tell where it was familiar. Having just experienced a battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King and avoiding us, there must have been a lot of deaths and injuries. Find them for me. Find them. The Steel Bone Wolf King belongs to our Wildfire Squad. No one else can get their hands on it. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. Hearing the four words Wildfire Squad, the three of them were all flabbergasted in their hearts. If they had met another squad, even if they were found, as long as they handed over the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse, perhaps the other side would still let them go. But the one they encountered was the Wildfire Squad, and with the other party's previous behavior of doing things, I'm afraid that even if they pulled out all the stops, this matter would still be difficult to settle. The only thing to do now is to run. Jiang Zhiyu lightly tapped the nascent soul pouch and summoned Bai Changsheng out of it. Although Bai Changsheng had been in the nascent soul pouch, he could see the soundscape outside clearly, and naturally understood what situation they were currently experiencing. Without half a moment's hesitation, he traveled headlong towards the deeper depths of the mine, and Jiang Zhiyu's trio hurriedly followed. In this kind of unfamiliar underground mine, Bai Changsheng was obviously more adaptable as a snake than they were, and even if he couldn't help them find a new exit, at least he wouldn't lead them into a desperate situation. The group turned left and right until there was no more sound coming from behind them before stopping. Senior Sister Jiang, if you can get out unharmed this time, I'll be sure to thank you later, Xin Frost whispered, and Jiang Jiyu shook her head slightly. We'll talk about these when we get out. The priority right now is to catch up on our conditioning. The mines are intricate, but it won't be much of a problem for Wildfire Squad's men to spend some time trying to find them, before they come looking for us. You and senior brother Zhang should at least have the strength to fight. The two people did not suffer from external injuries, only by the steel bone Wolf King a claw slap hit to the chi and blood disorder. This degree of injury, even if they do not go to deliberately treat, a week's time is also enough to heal. It was clear, though, that Wildfire Squad wouldn't give them that long to nurse their wounds. The Xin Frost duo naturally knew that the situation was urgent, and flipped their hands to take out a porcelain bottle from their storage ring. This contains the blood-suppressing pill, with a market price of 30,000 alliance coins apiece, capable of calming the chi and blood in a very short period of time and suppressing the backlash of chi and blood. Senior Sister Jiang, do you want to swallow one as well? Outsiders didn't know about her situation, but Jiang Jiyu knew very well that the blood-suppressing elixir was of no use to her current situation. What she needed was an elixir that could soothe and ease her spirit. Third-grade martial artists were not qualified to use mental attacks, and naturally, they would not be stocked up on mental moderating elixirs. After shaking his head in rejection, Jiang Jiyu inclined his head towards Bai Changsheng, and after some thought, he took out 2 more hybrid pills from his storage ring and threw them to Bai Changsheng. Little White, guard the surrounding area and warn us in advance if anyone approaches. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the 2 chi and blood pills as much as he could into his stomach, and after glancing at Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing, who were already sitting down to regulate their chi and blood, Bai Changsheng turned around and crawled towards the distance. He was able to get to the other person sent ahead of time if they were approaching, and was indeed more appropriate in the vigilance piece. However, as the 2 hybrid pills began to exert their effects, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid elixir, gaining 17 blood value and 10 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring the hybrid elixir, gaining 10 blood value and 10 evolution points. The blood value has reached the current limit. Please start the 4th evolution as soon as possible. Requirements for 4th evolution, 1000 blood value, 100 evolution points. Evolution conditions have been met. Do you want to start evolution? Originally, according to Bai Changsheng's projections, it would take at least a week or so before he could reach the requirement of 1000 points of blood value if he wanted to start his 4th evolution. However, after devouring a piece of the steel bone Wolf King's entrails and gaining a huge amount of blood value and evolution points, it directly pushed the progress forward by a large margin. The 2 hybrid elixirs that had just gone down were just the right amount to fill this remaining gap. There's likely to be a big battle next, and the Wildfire Squad won't be able to find this place anytime soon. So what's the choice? Turn on. As his voice fell, the system's beep sounded in synchronization, and what followed was a feeling of coldness to the extreme. Bai Changsheng had originally been prepared to accept the boiling of his entire body's chi and blood, but this sudden coldness caused him to involuntarily shiver, and his body unconsciously shrunk to the ground. Just even so, that cold feeling still hadn't half eased, as if it was going to freeze his soul completely, until thinking is so sluggish that you can't even notice how much time has passed. Bai Changsheng was close to passing out, but fortunately, the system's voice eventually sounded. This evolution has been completed, consuming 100 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing his 4th evolution. Required blood value for next evolution, 3000 points, 1000 evolution points. Chapter 27, Temptation, Ambush, Siege, Deadly Situation. The coldness slowly receded, and Bai Changsheng's consciousness gradually returned. As far as his eyes could see, there was actually quite a bit of frost condensing around the mine with him at the center, which could be seen that as the source of this coldness, Bai Changsheng had experienced exactly what kind of pain he had gone through during the time just now. Apart from the first evolution, each of the 3 subsequent evolutions was extremely painful and more intense than the last. Twice it was like a fire burn, and this time it was like falling into ice, and I don't know what else I'll encounter in the future. Bai Changsheng let out a long sigh in the bottom of his heart, but he was in a good mood as he felt his entire body loosening up after the evolution was completed. Although each evolution is no different from torture, there is an unspeakable relief after the evolution is complete. But yeah, how can you get growth without experiencing some pain? Since he couldn't resist, he tried to accept it. Bai Changsheng was still very good when it came to his mindset. After the 4th evolution, its size skyrocketed again, and I'm afraid that its body length has now passed 5 meters, and with 1000 points of blood value, it has stepped into the ranks of a 2nd-grade beast soldier. The only problem is that the threshold for the 5th evolution has been directly raised to 3000 chi and blood values, and even for evolution points, 1000 points are required. It's hard to get a handle on such a high bar, but if you can keep the meat of the Steel Bone Wolf King, Bai Changsheng was secretly calculating in his mind that if he had the meat of a lord-level exotic beast to add to it, this 3,000 points of chi and blood value requirement didn't seem to be so difficult to achieve. Of course, the prerequisite would have to be the ability to keep the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse. Have you searched over there yet? Go over and take a look. A sudden voice interrupted Bai Changsheng's thoughts. Obviously, he had already hidden in such a deep mine, but he still couldn't hide from these guys? Without startling the other party, Bai Changsheng turned his head and marched towards where Jiang Jiyu's trio was. Noticing Bai Changsheng's return, Jiang Jiyu's eyes, which had been slightly closed, opened, only to frown slightly upon seeing Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing still meditating on their knees. It will take a while for them to stabilize their chi. Wait, your size. Although it was dim in the middle of the mine, she could barely see some of it, especially since Bai Changsheng's change in size was so obvious. How could she not notice it? Second-grade beast soldiers. I didn't expect you to improve faster than me. Feeling the change in Bai Changsheng's chi and blood, Jiang Jiyu's heart was even more astonished, but this astonishment was only for a moment before Jiang Jiyu suppressed it. You go and lure people away and buy them some more time. If Bai Changsheng was still only a first-grade beast soldier at this moment, Jiang Jiyu naturally wouldn't have let him take the risk. But if it was a second-grade beast soldier, in this dark mine, just stalling for time was not a big problem. Bai Changsheng was also slightly helpless. Obviously, he was the weakest one, and as a result of the whole thing, 2 third-grade martial artists were seriously injured, and Jiang Jiyu was mentally drained, and in the end, he had to lure away the enemy. However, knowing the urgency of the situation, Bai Changsheng didn't have any intention of hesitating. They were now grasshoppers on a rope, and if Jiang Jiyu's trio was found, there was a high probability that the gang would not let him go in the end. With a turn of his body, Bai Changsheng traveled in the direction from which the voice had come, and eventually, at a corner, the 2 men from that wildfire squad crashed into each other. Asterisk. What the hell? Someone let out a cry of alarm, but in response, it was Bai Changsheng who rushed forward and opened his mouth to take a bite. Only a piercing sound was heard, and Bai Changsheng's mouth was suddenly filled with the fishy taste of blood. This strike actually directly tore off one of this person's arms alive. A moment of intense pain directly caused the man to fall to his knees, with nothing but screams coming out of his mouth. It was reasonable to say that the other party was at least a second-grade martial artist and would not be so easily injured, but the mine was dark, and Bai Changsheng had been ambushed here, so when caught off guard, even a second-grade martial artist would have a hard time reacting. With one strike, Bai Changsheng didn't hesitate for a second, turning around and traveling rapidly in the opposite direction. Grass, it's that white-scaled snake. It was only at this moment that the other person reacted, and after cursing angrily, he left a sentence of wait here, and then chased after Bai Changsheng with a knife. After searching so many places in a row without finding any traces of the other squad, even if he was sure that the other party was still in the mine, he was inevitably a bit tired. But now Bai Changsheng's sudden appearance had undoubtedly given them a shot in the arm. Boss, this way. The voice of the man from the wildfire squad calling out for support continuously resounded behind him, and Bai Changsheng didn't dare to stop for a moment, his body dodging left and right. But the guy behind him was like a maggot on his back, and he couldn't shake him off. They were both of the same second grade, but Bai Changsheng had only just stepped over the threshold of a second-grade beast soldier, so he obviously couldn't be compared to the other party. It was fortunate that the sneak attack had just crippled one person, otherwise his situation would have been even more difficult at this moment. And just after Bai Changsheng had managed to make 2 consecutive turns, barely pulling away, he was at a corner when his body tightened violently. A cold light suddenly appeared and slashed down vertically, aiming straight for his head. With the sudden change, Bai Changsheng only felt a chill down his backbone, and subconsciously his body shrank, forcibly stopping his body's impulse. Clank! The long alloy blade slashed on top of the rubble inside the mine, bringing out a sound of gold and iron clashing and a few flashes of sparks. Bai Changsheng was even able to clearly see that the long alloy blade was no more than 2 inches past the point of his head. All it takes is for the other guy to strike a little faster, or for the long knife to veer a few inches his way. One strike didn't get him. The other party immediately turned his blade and changed his chop to a pick. This time, however, Bai Changsheng was already prepared, and his body retreated in quick succession, narrowly dodging another strike. 2 attacks in a row fell flat, and the visitor let out a soft eep under his breath, but he didn't attack again, as it was no longer necessary. Behind him, the man who had been chasing Bai Changsheng since before had already rushed up, holding a long sword and showing ferocity in his eyes, with an ambush in front and pursuers behind. After escaping for such a long distance, Bai Changsheng ended up being blocked in this mine cave, and with no other cave entrances to the left or right, there was no escape. How long has it been since I've seen you, and you've actually grown in size again? A second mutation foreign beast is really different. The man who had just ambushed him with a knife looked at Bai Changsheng's growth in size again and couldn't help but be surprised out loud. This has already stepped into a second-grade beast soldier and just sneak attacked and bit off one of my brother's arms. Behead it! Avenge my brother! Martial artist's most taboo body crippled. Because once crippled, it means that the meridians do not work. The blood does not go smoothly. Lifetime, it is very difficult to make a breakthrough. And even want to keep the current cultivation is much more difficult. In other words, once crippled, you are an invalid. His own teammate that he had spent so much time with had been victimized by Bai Changsheng, and with these words, even the man who had just ambushed him couldn't help but show anger on his face. Chapter 28, If you don't have enough skill, look for your own causes. Bai Changsheng's gaze swept back and forth from the ever-approaching duo, his mind calculating the gap between the two sides' battle power. Although he had stepped into the ranks of the second grade, he still appeared to be a bit out of his depth when facing two martial artists whose strength was not weaker than his, or even far greater than his. At the same time, if the two were allowed to merge together, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk for more than 3 slashes before he would be completely decapitated. No, we must find a way to break out. Purely in terms of chi and blood fluctuations, the two of them were not far apart, but the person chasing him had always run for so long that his chi would be somewhat depleted. Unlike the other person who was waiting for a rabbit, and his chi was in full bloom. Seeing that Bai Changsheng looked towards him, this person who had chased Bai Changsheng closely to this point instantly understood Bai Changsheng's intentions. Yang Chang, this white-scaled snake, is treating you like a soft persimmon. Hearing his companion's words, Yang Chang's already exasperated emotions completely went to his head. Come on, just in time to behead you to avenge my brother, without any unnecessary nonsense. Bai Changsheng's body violently stormed out. The snake's mouth opened wide and went straight to bite between Yang Chang's neck, and Yang Chang is not the slightest intention to retreat. See, Bai Changsheng actually really dare to come. The alloy knife in the hands of the alloy raised, a flash of cold light will slash down. Bai Changsheng wanted to take his life, and he wanted to behead Bai Changsheng right there. But what made him somewhat unexpected was that when Bai Changsheng rushed halfway and saw that he was about to collide with the long knife, he violently stopped his rushing momentum, and then flung his body, and his thick and long tail was like a whip that lashed towards him. With a retraction and an attack, Bai Changsheng not only dodged the blade, but also caught him in an opening where he was unable to retract his strength, causing him to only barely lift his blade to block. After the muffled sound, Yang Chang's figure fell back a few steps before he was stopped by this unexpected blow. He looked up at Bai Changsheng with a few moments of surprise in his eyes. A second-grade beast soldier grade foreign beast was actually so spiritual that it would faint? Those foreign beasts that they had encountered in the past, even if they were third-grade beast soldiers, would only charge across the room? Where did they have such a spiritual appearance as Bai Changsheng? But even if it was even more spiritual, he would still have to decapitate Bai Changsheng today. Bai Changsheng didn't think as much as he did. The fainted strike knocked back Yang Chang, and the next moment his figure charged again. Attack again. The reasoning of one drum and then decline Bai Changsheng naturally understands. It is not easy to repel Yang Chang. Do not take advantage of its unsteady feet to attack again. And so on Yang Chang to build up momentum, and then want to break out will not be so simple. The man surrounding behind him had also already rushed over with a sword, clearly having no intention of sitting back and watching Bai Changsheng and Yang Chang fight one-on-one. Quick, quick, hurry! Anxious in his heart, the attacks he launched were getting faster and faster, but in response, it was a figure that swept rapidly from behind Yang Chang, and then a cold light flashed by. Bang! Bai Changsheng's body smashed heavily on top of the mine wall, bringing out a few pieces of rubble before smashing heavily onto the ground. With just one slash, the visitor hacked away Bai Changsheng, who had already stepped into a second-grade beast soldier. Although at this moment, Bai Changsheng had only just stepped into the second-grade beast soldier, he still had a full 1,000 points of chi and blood, but in front of the visitor, it was as if he had no power to fight back. For a moment, Bai Changsheng only felt a shocking pain in his abdominal cavity, especially in his back where he had just carried a knife hard, and at the moment there was even more blood gurgling out. It was also fortunate that the rock armor defense had been brought up to 3 levels by him, which managed to block the slash. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have already died at this moment. To be able to carry one of my slashes, you really have thick skin. Approaching with a knife, the blade slightly ruffled Bai Changsheng's head, and this time, Bai Changsheng could really see that the visitor was the leader of the Wildfire Squad. Just now, facing 2 second-grade martial artists, Bai Changsheng was still able to fight to break out. But now, the Wildfire Squad's 3rd-grade martial artist had arrived, and even if he had any more thoughts, they were already useless, just from the fact that under the brief collision just now, The other party lifted him off the ground with a single slash, even leaving him with a not-so-small injury. One could sense that the two sides were not at all at the same level of combat power. Bai Changqing's chi and blood value was 1,000, but this guy's chi and blood value, at least, exceeded 5,000. Seeing as you have a high spirituality, you should be able to understand my words. Give you a chance to live and take me to your master. As long as I get the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King, I can spare your life. Spare his life? If it were any other squad, Bai Changsheng might have believed that, but the one standing in front of him now was Wildfire Squad. A squad that dared to kill people at the entrance of a martial artist's town would leave a living soul behind after obtaining the corpse of a foreign beast worth millions of dollars? I'm afraid a ghost wouldn't believe this if I said it out loud. Begging the Wildfire Squad to spare him was obviously impossible, and his only way to survive was to wait for the Xian Frost duo to regain their battle power. Not knowing how long it would take on Jiang Jiyu's side, Bai Changsheng could only delay as long as possible. Tilting his body slightly, Bai Changsheng nodded at the yellow hair in front of him. You still really understand? Good. In that case, lead the way ahead. But don't ever think of escaping. You should know that you can't possibly escape my blade. As a third-grade martial artist, the other party was clearly qualified to say this. 5 times his blood value and at least twice his speed. Boss, this wasted one of my brother's arms. Yang Chang wanted to say something else, but was glared back with a glare. The ability is not enough. Buy a head of waist arm. Look at yourself for the reason. If I miss the search for the Steel Bone Wolf King because of this, I'll even waste you together. Yang Chang opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. Looking at his men with this look, the leading yellow hair eventually spoke up. Don't worry, when we find the Steel Bone Wolf King, your brother's share of the compensation will not be missing. Okay, thanks boss. Bai Changsheng glanced back, but saw the other party waving his hand, signaling him to keep walking. Underground mines are intricate and complex. Under the light of the flashlight, the surrounding rock wall above the faint fluorescent reflection, and Bai Changsheng slowly and leisurely in the forefront of the team, every intersection to stop and look around for a while. Make it look like you can't tell the difference between the road. At first the 3 people behind them didn't feel anything. After all, it's just a head. Even if it's full of spirit, it can't be the same as a human. But slowly, the lead yellow hair realized something was wrong. Bai Changsheng led them in a big circle and walked for 10 minutes, but he actually returned to where he had just been? The blood on the ground was still left behind from the knife he had just landed on. Bai Changsheng, you are actually leading us in circles. You're looking for death. Bai Changsheng was shocked at the words and was about to flee, but the long alloy blade behind him had already slashed down towards him. The speed was so fast that it was too late for Bai Changsheng to dodge, and he could only watch as the blade light flashed by, but it brought out a sound of gold and iron clashing. Chapter 29, Not Third Grade. What are you pretending? Su Hong, if you want to kill my senior sister Zhang's spirit beast, have you asked us? A female voice rang out, and the yellow hair who was still furious under his hand suddenly stagnated, frowning slightly and putting back the alloy long knife that was still slightly trembling. The strong flashlight shone through, only to see 3 people coming out of the dark mine ahead, 2 women and 1 man. Who else could it be if it wasn't the 3 Jiangjiyu? It's not easy. It's finally catching up. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Changsheng hurriedly moved away from the yellow hair named Su Hong. Reinforcements are coming. Don't you hurry up and run waiting to be a hostage. And as the 3 of them looked at the slash mark on Bai Changsheng's back, their brows couldn't help but furrow. Especially Jiang Jiyu, who glanced deeply at a few people in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. A head is just a head, so chop it up. Chopped and chopped? Xian Shuang sniffed and seemed to be a bit exasperated and laughed. In this matter, if you don't give an explanation, do you believe I'll let you walk out of this mine? Hearing Xian Shuang's words, Su Heng's long sword rested horizontally above his shoulder, slightly angling his head and coldly snorting. Cynthia, in the city, you're a Mizuki student, but in the wasteland, the Mizuki name doesn't work as well as you think. I let you have 3 points before. I was just afraid of delaying the hunt for the Steel Bone Wolf King, but now that the Steel Bone Wolf King has been killed, I don't bother pretending with you. The Steel Bone Wolf King should be right on top of you, right? Hearing this, the 3 Xinqians didn't refute anything. Su Hong and his group were the ones who blocked them in, and no other martial arts squad came in during that time, so the facts were right in front of them, and sophistry or explanations wouldn't change anything. Let me guess, in the battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King, you and Zhang Xing suffered considerable injuries. That's why you're avoiding us, even going so far as to send out spirit beasts to interfere with us, to buy you time to recover. Tell me, was I wrong in my guess? Have to admit, Su Hong, this guy although acted badly, but this brain is really alive. Only from a few points, can reason the whole thing 8 or 9 not quite right. Only this cleverness, instead of being used against the Fae, he was made to look worse and worse by turning the butcher's knife on his own kind. but in such a short period of time, it's absolutely impossible for your strength to return to its peak even with the aid of pills. Make a deal. Hand over the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King and I'll let you go. What if not? Xin Frost's face was as usual, but her voice had turned ice cold. Then I'll. Su Hong heckled, the long alloy blade in his hand slowly pointing at the three. Kill yourselves and take it yourselves. This kind of attitude could no longer be described as fanaticism, and the fact that Su Hong was able to say this proved that he was already prepared to tear his face off. Obviously, the value of this Steel Bone Wolf King had made him go to his head. Of course, there may have been new grudges and old grudges in there as well, but none of that mattered. In the face of the Steel Bone Wolf King worth millions of dollars, it was impossible for either party to let go of it so easily. In that case, it would be better to see it under the knife. Schoolmate Jiang, take Xiaobai and go first. Zhang Xing and I will come find you later. Jiang Jiyu just gave a hum at his words before turning around and walking towards the back. She wasn't strong enough, not to mention that she was now mentally depleted and couldn't fight at all, and continuing to stay would only add to the chaos for the Xin Frost duo. But before she and Bai Changsheng could take a few steps out, another bright light shone in front of them. Go, I didn't say you could leave. Old Wang, leave this little sister. Today, not only do I want to get my hands on the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse, but I also have to taste what this Waterwood's Heavenly Pride's daughter really tastes like. The man who had blocked Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng's path of retreat heard Su Heng's words and also heatedly smiled and said yes. The situation appeared somewhat delicate as a strange calm fell over the mind at this moment. On one side, there were two third-grade martial artists who had been injured, plus Bai Changsheng, a fey beast who had first entered the second grade. On the other side, there was a third-grade martial artist in full bloom, as well as three second-grade martial artists. Just by looking at the lineup, it seems that no one can do anything to anyone, but when one side is ruthless, the result can be hard to say. Do it! Su Hong burst out and grabbed the first shot. With a fierce step of his feet, his figure suddenly rushed towards Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing, and the alloy long knife in his hand was raised, and then it was swung out, cutting straight through Zhang Xing. Those two behind him did not have the slightest intention of watching the show, and at the same time Su Hong made his move. They also attacked Xin Shuang. If it was Xin Shuang in her full state, they would naturally be inferior, but with Xin Shuang injured, the two of them would have little problem joining forces to at least pester each other. As for Bai Changsheng's side, he blocked in front of Jiang Jiyu and didn't make any rash moves, but he was always careful of the other party's sudden rampage. A white-scaled snake, actually able to cultivate to a second-grade beast soldier. But that's about it. Don't worry, little sister. I'll be gentle with you later. Bai Changsheng was able to clearly see the lewdness in the other party's eyes as he looked at Jiang Jiyu, and at the same time, it was clear in his heart that if he didn't solve the other party, it would be impossible for him and Jiang Jiyu to leave this place. The other party's chi and blood are weak, and they also just entered the second grade not long ago. Jiang Jiyu's voice sounded behind himself, also causing Bai Changsheng's heart to relax slightly. Bad news. The man's chakra is higher than his. Good news. The high is limited. Since it's not the third grade, what are you pretending? Make the first move. Without waiting for the other party to make the first move, grasping the gap where the man's attention was focused on Jiang Jiyu, Bai Changsheng took the lead. The body rushed up, the snake's mouth was wide open, and the target of the attack was the neck of this person. The speed was not fast, but the victory was sudden. The sudden attack caused the man to let out a cold snort as he raised his sword and slashed, the blade also going straight for Bai Changsheng's head. If it was unusual, Bai Changsheng would definitely not have taken this blade hard. After all, who would want to take a stabbing if they could do so without getting hurt? But the situation now was clearly not the usual time. Adding to the fact that he had suffered a slash from a third-grade martial artist before that hadn't even decapitated him, it had also given Bai Changsheng an initial perception of his own defense. The cut might hurt him, but it definitely wouldn't kill him. Bai Changsheng fumed in his heart. If you can't take my life, then it's your turn to die. 3 times provoking, do you really think you won't die yourselves? With this bite, he was running to take the other's life. Clank! The blade slashed on top of the scale armor on Bai Changsheng's body, bringing out a bloodstain, but the next moment it was blocked by something unknown. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that the rock armor attached to the underside of his scales played a role, and his heart was slightly settled before he decisively bit down. Chapter 30 Death Rap. Bai Changsheng had to take this bite solidly even if he carried a hard knife. So naturally, he couldn't just leave the other party with a bit of a bruise as simple as that. Although the body was carried off by the slash and couldn't bite into the neck, it would be the same to bite into the arm. The moment the snake's teeth broke through the skin, the toxins began to pour in crazily, while the body of over 5 meters directly wrapped around it. Before, his body length was simply not long enough to perform actions such as entanglement, and even if he barely managed to entangle himself, it would be difficult to completely incapacitate the opponent. But instead, it would be detrimental to himself. That was why Bai Changsheng had never used this move in actual combat, but now after stepping into the second-grade beast soldier, his body length had already exceeded 5 meters, and his body diameter was nearly a foot. If he was put in the pre-catastrophe period, it would be a proper python. That kind of size is enough to wrap a person up until they're airtight. And as this yellow hair watched Bai Changsheng's movements, he had already understood his intentions, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked. And the alloy-long knife in his hand was even slashing out in succession. Even if he was a second-grade martial artist with strong chi and blood, Bai Changsheng was just as much a second-grade beast soldier. Once he was finished being entangled by Bai Changsheng, even if he had a lot of strength, it would be hard for him to make it out. And at that point, I'm afraid that it would be the moment when he would perish. But the problem was that his chi and blood was originally not much higher than Bai Changsheng's, and the alloy longsword couldn't even break the defense in the face of Bai Changsheng's snake scales and rock armor. And now that he couldn't build up his momentum, it was even worse. It seemed that several slashes were made in a short blink of an eye, but the damage caused was really limited. Breaking through the snake's scales was the limit, and then it was blocked by the rock armor. Not even a few drops of blood were shed. Even because of the violent movements, a sense of paralysis began to spread rapidly towards the entire body along the arm that had been bitten by Bai Changsheng. The toxin spread so quickly that by the time he reacted, he had lost consciousness in his entire arm. This white-scaled snake is actually poisonous. Didn't they say that white-scaled snakes are ornamental pets? What the hell is this poison? He raised his hand to try to break free from Bai Changsheng's tearing, but his arm, which had already been eroded by the toxin, completely lost consciousness. He didn't dare to determine just how strong this toxin of Bai Changsheng's was, but he didn't dare to bet on it. If this poison can really kill him, between death and losing his arm, this yellow hair only hesitated for a split second before making his decision. Once again, he swung his sword, but this time, it did not land on Bai Changsheng's body, but chopped at his own shoulder. In the next moment, the poison arm detached from the body and blood spurted out. The intense pain made him feel nothing but tearing his heart and lungs, and he couldn't help but scream miserably under his breath. Being so decisive, even Bai Changsheng somewhat admired this guy. If he were in his place, he would never be able to do that and break his own arm. But then again, it was only because this yellow hair was decisive enough to make a decision without waiting for the toxin to spread to his entire body. Otherwise he would definitely die when the toxin spread completely. A grade 2 toxin would affect even a lord-level steel bone wolf king, let alone acting on a grade 2 martial artist. As decisive as it was to cut off his own arm, just that wasn't enough to get him out of harm's way, because Bai Changsheng's body had already wrapped up. Starting from his upper body, the thick snake body wrapped around this yellow hair's body. The more he struggled, the tighter Bai Changsheng wrapped up. With an unsteady foot, yellow hair directly fell to the ground, and Bai Changsheng took this opportunity to completely complete the entanglement. If someone were to look over, they would realize that Bai Changsheng had completely wrapped this yellow hair into a dumpling. Beasts, compared to humans, could burst out with attacks far beyond their usual chakra in a particular situation. For example, the crocodiles tumbling and tearing, or the entanglement of Bai Changsheng at the moment. Once the winding is completed, it is the tighter and tighter, unless the chi and blood far exceeds him several times, or there is an external force that forcefully interferes. Otherwise the end of this yellow hair will only be suffocated alive by the white long life. And the truth was obvious. This yellow hair's chi and blood couldn't possibly be several times that of Bai Changsheng's. Otherwise he wouldn't have been entangled by Bai Changsheng at all. As for support, his 3 teammates were already entangled with the Xin Frost duo, and there was no way to tell the difference between victory and defeat in a short period of time, so no one could even spare a hand to save him. Zhongli, someone realized that the situation here was a little bit wrong, and with an explosive cry under his breath, he wanted to come to support him, but before he could make a move, Xin Shuang's short dagger nearly cut through his neck. Fighting at a higher level and still dare to be distracted? Xin Frost's short dagger attacks were quite vicious, and when fighting in life and death, each blade ran towards the vitals. Luckily, he had his companions to help share the pressure, which didn't let him die on the spot. But facing Xin Shuang, he was no longer able to spare any energy to support his companions. Bai Changsheng kept increasing his strength. Until then, he had never had the idea of killing anyone. But now, having been harassed, threatened, and attacked by this gang of yellow hairs repeatedly, his patience had been completely worn out. A man of clay still has 3 points of fire, let alone Bai Changsheng. The body continued to exert force, wrapping around this yellow-haired body more and more tightly, and Bai Changsheng could even hear the sound of its bones breaking. At first this yellow hair also struggled twice, but as time goes by, the struggle seems more and more feeble, until finally completely no movement. Bai Changsheng was still afraid that the other party was pretending, and waited for another half a minute more before letting go. Just now also unbeatable yellow hair at this moment looks miserable. 7 bleeding, the whole body bones are broken. Already dead can no longer die. Looking at this yellow-haired corpse, Bai Changsheng only felt a slight trance in his spirit. It was probably the first time he had killed someone, which made him a bit uncomfortable psychologically, only to feel a slight shrug in his throat, and he actually had an urge to devour it. Fey beasts were able to provide qi and blood, so why couldn't human martial artists? However, Zhang Jiyu seemed to have sensed Bai Changsheng's abnormality and whispered softly, "Xiao Bai." Bai Changsheng instantly sobered up and looked back at Zhang Jiyu. It was lucky that Zhang Jiyu woke him up. Otherwise, if he really ate this yellow hare's corpse, Bai Changsheng would probably have to keep having a psychological shadow afterwards. Though he became a serpent, his soul was still human, and he swallowed the kind to eat each other. Looking again at the Xin Shuang duo who were still fighting in the distance, his body crossed over the yellow-haired corpse, and with Zhang Jiyu in tow, he traveled towards the exit of the mine. With Xin Shuang's duo's combat power, even if they were unable to defeat Su Hong, they could still manage to escape. He was not lightly injured. Even if he participated in the battle, it would be difficult to provide much more help. It would be better to send Zhang Jiyu out of the mine safely first, and then if the Xinjiang duo hadn't finished the battle by that time, he would then turn back and participate in the battle, all the way along the memorized route, through that underground cavern, and through hundreds of meters of mine. The moment he saw the sun again, Bai Changsheng only felt much more relaxed. Behind him, Zhang Jiyu also let out a long breath, with a sense of relief after the robbery. Chapter $31 million income. Come on, let's go back to the car first. Zhang Jiyu opened her mouth to make a sound, and Bai Changsheng couldn't help but give her a puzzled look, as if asking if there was no need to go back. Seeing this look in Bai Changsheng's eyes, Zhang Jiyu spoke with a slight nod. Don't worry, although senior sister Xin and her two are injured, with their abilities, it's not difficult to get away. With the strength of the two of us, we won't be able to help much even if we go back. Might as well muddy the waters completely. Zhang Jiyu murmured a sentence under his breath, and his heart had already made up its mind. Muddy the waters? When Bai Changsheng heard Zhang Jiyu's words, he didn't know what she really wanted, but he soon found out. The Steel Bone Wolf King is in the southernmost mine, and has been gotten by Wildfire Squad. They were also planning to kill Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing from Mizuki in order to keep the news from getting out. After searching fruitlessly in the middle of the city, more and more squads of martial artists would have reacted and started heading towards the mines. Every time he encountered a squad of martial artists, Zhang Jiyu would repeat these two sentences over and over again, and all the martial arts squads that heard these words, without exception, rushed towards the direction that Zhang Jiyu had pointed out without stopping for a moment. There was no need to think about it to know what would happen next in that mine. Make a big deal out of it, muddy the waters, and then Xin Frost and the two of them would be able to take advantage of the chaos and withdraw, leaving Wildfire Squad alone to face the pressure from a group of unseen squads. Inexplicably, Bai Changsheng actually had some hope that the people in the Wildfire Squad wouldn't really die. You must stay alive until I come to clean you up myself. Turning back to take a distant look at the mine cave, and the squad of martial artists that were rushing towards it, Bai Changsheng's heart murmured, seemingly sensing what was on Bai Changsheng's mind. Zhang Jiyu opened his mouth and spoke out, "Don't worry, in 3 months at most, I'll bring you back to exterminate the Wildfire Squad." If they survived that long, Zhang Jiyu was definitely not someone with a soft heart. How could one who was able to achieve the Emperor realm be an abusive person with no temper at all? From this point alone, Zhang Jiyu's temperament was still quite right with Bai Changsheng, not killing indiscriminately, but not sparing any guy who offends himself to death. The journey was uneventful, and after returning to the SUV that had been parked outside of the city earlier, they waited only a few minutes for the Sinfonia duo to return. Although the mold looked a bit lousy, it was good that there were no injuries. It wasn't long after you two went out that several squads of martial artists poured in. Mouths were yelling for the Wildfire Squad's men to hand over the Steel Bone Wolf King's body. Zhang Xing and I then took advantage of the chaos and felt our way out. By the looks of that, those 3 people from the Wildfire Squad are afraid that it's not going to be easy for them next. A move of woe to the east, not only let Xin Frost 2 safe evacuation, but also the Wildfire team invited a lot of trouble, but from beginning to end of their own side does not have to put out much effort. Can become the Empress? Zhang Jiyu's city really not bad. Bai Changsheng glanced at Zhang Jiyu, before he burrowed into the nascent soul pouch and went to recover from his injuries. Previously, Xin Frost and the two of them didn't come, and Zhang Jiyu was mentally weak and had no battle power to speak of, so Bai Changsheng could only stand guard. Now that the Xin Frost duo had returned, there was nothing for him to do, so he simply went back to get a good night's sleep. With the high intensity of searching and fighting, plus being injured, Bai Changsheng only felt exhausted at the moment. Zhang Jiyu's trio didn't stay here for long, and after getting into the car, they started rushing towards the martial artists' town. Staying in the wilderness, The other martial artist squads had no inhibitions and dared to do anything for the sake of the beast materials, but as long as they returned to the martial artist town, there was always the constraints of the law, and even more wild martial artists did not dare to violate the prohibition. Senior Sister Jiang. This steel bone wolf king is a low-level lord, and the most valuable thing is the bones and fur of its entire body, followed by its flesh and blood. The total value is probably around $1,800,000. During the entire hunt, you and your spirit beast made the most effort, and even in the end, if you hadn't exerted yourself, Zhang Xing and I would have been buried in the belly of the steel bone wolf king. According to the rules, you take 60%, and Zhang Xing and I split the remaining 40%. Can you take it? 60% of 1,800,000. That would be a full 1,800,000. It was no exaggeration to say that such a huge sum of money would take about 4 months to half a year if calculated according to his and Jiang Jiyu's previous rate of earning money. For that matter, it's still based on no other factors interfering. If you interspersed it with something else, or an injury, the time would have to be extended even further. A wave of riches. Even Bai Changxing and the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard this number. However, Jiang Jiyu shook his head at his words. It can't be that much. The crucial strike was indeed struck by me, but it was the two of you, Senior Sister Xin and Senior Brother Zhang, who really made a big effort in consuming and involving yourselves. The Lord level foreign beast has begun to initially master the means of mental type attacks. Once it senses it, this last strike of mine won't be so easy to hit. 60% is too much. Just split it in half. 60% is $1,080,000, and half is $900,000, letting 180,000 go out in one sentence. Jiang Jiyu's pattern was much bigger than he had imagined, and when the Xin Frost duo heard Jiang Jiyu's words, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't the Wildfire Squad gang and couldn't do something like take it by force. Originally, I was worried that Jiang Jiyu would ask for a lot of money, and then both of them would be in a difficult situation. Now it seemed that Jiang Jiyu's nature was also much better than they had imagined. Let's put it this way, Senior Sister Jiang. There's no need to agonize over whether it's 60% or 50%. Round it up to $1,000,000. That's not too bad for you. If you agree, I'll transfer the money to you now. Xin Frost said this with extreme sincerity, and the price he offered was absolutely conscientious. However, Jiang Jiyu smiled when she heard it. Senior Sister is trying to sell the Steel Bone Wolf King's corpse to the school? Xin Xuan was slightly stunned, but she didn't try to cover it up. A Lord-class Fey beast is already good enough to be acquired by the school. The school acquires it, and in addition to the cash, there's a bonus of points, and with these points, one is able to exchange for time in the cultivation room, purchase secret martial arts books, and even hire a teacher for one-on-one instruction. So in a way, it's more valuable than the Alliance coin. Jiang Jiyu sniffed and hummed. Please go ahead, Senior Sister. Then, Senior Sister Jiang, give me your bank account number for a moment, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Jiang Jiyu reported a string of numbers, and Xin Shuang operated on her own battle bracelet, realizing that Jiang Jiyu didn't have a battle bracelet, then lifted her hand to show Jiang Jiyu the text message that the transfer was successful. A combat bracelet sells for over $10,000 and enables one to secure communication even in the wilderness. The high selling price was obviously not something that the previous Jiang Jiyu could afford, but with $1 million in the bank, it was affordable. Chapter 32. Who doesn't have some secrets if they can become a martial artist? Xin Shuang noticed that Jiang Jiyu didn't have a combat bracelet, but didn't ask much. In fact, there are far more strange things going on with Jiang Jiyu than she could have imagined. Just a first-grade martial artist, yet he was able to use a spiritual martial skill that Martial Marquis had only begun to come into contact with, and to make the Steel Bone Wolf King fall into stagnation with a single strike. It was obvious that Jiang Jiyu's spirit was even stronger than the Steel Bone Wolf King's, and her knowledge of Mizuki. Although Xin Frost was not from the Imperial Beast Academy, the teachers of the Imperial Beast Academy were over 30, yet none of them had the surname Jiang, and the real situation was clearly not what Jiang Jiyu had said. What Imperial Beast Academy Jiang Yunlu teacher's daughter? I'm afraid that they are all made up on the fly, but none of that mattered. Whoever became a martial artist didn't have some secrets? After a short time together, Jiang Jiyu had already gained her approval, or rather, she had already considered Jiang Jiyu as a friend. Since we're friends, it's better to keep a few secrets from each other. Why get to the bottom of everything? Xin Xian wisely didn't mention anything else, and the group got out of the car after it pulled into the parking area of the martial arts town. Senior Sister Jiang, the Steel Bone Wolf King's beast meat can't be preserved for long, and the residual qi and blood will decay rapidly once time passes. We're both planning to return to school now. What are you going to do? While Zhang Xing went to do the car return procedures, Xin Xuan looked at Jiang Jiyu and asked, I'm going to go back too. Sneaking out for so long, I guess the family has gone crazy. After returning to the martial arts town, his cell phone got a signal, and after glancing at the account's $1,000,000 beating balance, Zhang Jiyu no longer had the heart to continue staying in the wasteland. The reason why I came to the wilderness is to run to make money. As for the other, what sharpening martial arts, increase the experience of actual combat, for Zhang Jiyu through unnecessary. Now that you have the money, it's good to return home and improve your strength at ease. Xian Frost sniffed and didn't say anything more, leaving behind a sentence that they would see each other in the future in Suemu. The two women parted ways. However, Zhang Jiyu didn't hurry to take the train back, but first went to buy a healing potion, as well as a bottle of spirit-warming potion. The healing potion was fine, 2,000 alliance coins a bottle, but that spirit-warming potion was a full 30,000 alliance coins. Neither she nor Bai Changsheng were in very good shape, especially with the mental issues. With the strength of a first-grade martial artist, she had forcefully urged the release of a spiritual attack, and if she didn't hurry up and recuperate, she would easily leave behind the root of her malady. After opening a room, she and Bai Changsheng each swallowed a potion and sat on the bed with their knees crossed, healing their injuries. Bai Changsheng woke up and slept again, slept and woke up again, and it was only after a full day and night that he saw Zhang Jiyu open her eyes. Originally, although the spirit was exaggerated after rebirth, it was extremely vapid, and the disparity between the strength of the spirit and the body instead limited the growth of my physical body. After forcibly overdrawing once, without breaking, the spirit, instead of being damaged, went to the vapors and became tougher, and won't affect the growth of my physical body anymore. It's kind of a surprise. Zhang Jiyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, only to feel his heart and mind loosening up. Slightly lowering her head, she saw Bai Changsheng by the bedside staring at her in a daze before slowly opening his mouth. Zhang Jiyu knew that Bai Changsheng was humane, but it should not understand what the word rebirth meant. But even if you can understand it, it doesn't affect anything. Bai Changsheng was always her spirit beast, and as long as the spirit contract was not lifted for one day, Bai Changsheng would never be detrimental to her. Flipping his hand, he took out 2 hybrid pills from his storage ring and fed them to Bai Changsheng, and Zhang Jiyu mouthed another word of pity. The blood, flesh, and chi and blood content of a Lord-class alien beast is extremely high. Nay, the flesh and blood can't be stored for too long. In 3 days' time, all the chi and blood in the flesh and blood will have escaped. The only way to preserve it for a long time is to make chi and blood pills and hybrid pills, or else I'll ask for some for you to devour day after day, and it might make a difference to you. This was something Bai Changsheng really didn't know, but he understood it when he thought about it. Although the mixed blood pill was not as direct as the steel bone wolf king's blood and flesh, if he could eat 2 of them every day with other blood and flesh foods, his chi and blood growth rate would still not be slow. To rise to a 3rd-grade beast soldier, it would even only take about a month. A month seemed like a long time, but in reality, how many fey beasts could not reach the 3rd grade in their entire lives? Even for a martial artist, becoming a 3rd-grade martial artist required a certain amount of natural talent, not to mention steadily going from the beginning of the 2nd grade to the 3rd grade in a month. Bai Changsheng was still satisfied with his upgrade speed. After checking out of the hotel room, Zhang Jiyu boarded the return train with Bai Changsheng. After a few hours of driving, when they got off the bus, they saw Zhang's father, Zhang's mother and Lin Jingyao in her school uniform standing at the exit. Although only 7 days had passed, it seemed like a long time had passed for the three. The heart hadn't been settled since Zhang Jiyu left for the wasteland, but it was good that Zhang Jiyu had returned, and looking at her, she didn't look like she was injured, so the 3 of them breathed a long sigh of relief. No injuries? Facing his father's inquiry, Kang Jiyu nodded. In the past few days, I met 2 senior siblings from the Waterwood Martial School, and they kept bringing me along, so even if I wanted to get hurt, I wouldn't have a chance. After thinking about it, he added, and they will also head to the wasteland when the college entrance exams are over, and asked me if I want to join them. I agreed. The battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King was concealed by Zhang Jiyu. If her parents found out that she dared to go and kill a Lord-class Fey beast, I'm afraid she wouldn't think of going to the wastelands again after that. Incidentally, another cover for the next trip to the wasteland was given with Xian Frost and Zhang Xing. For parents, the words Mizuki student represent stability in a sense. After all, those who could get into Mizuki were geniuses among geniuses. Ji-yu, you're finally back. You don't even realize how much is going on in school these days. Lin Jingyao had long been unable to hold back, stepped forward and took Zhang Jiyu's arm and began to gush. During the 2 days you were away, the school organized a mock martial arts joint exam. That guy Huang Xiaotian relied on his fire mane swallowing Inferno Lion to take first place in his class, and he also got a special enrollment spot at Zhangbei Martial Arts University. Walks around class all day with his head held high. Now that you're back, when the next mock martial arts joint exam is held, you'll steal his first place and let him know what it means to be first in gold. And the rewards for the mock martial joint exam are also very generous, with the first place winner in each class receiving 2 chi blood pills. The top 10 in the whole school will even be able to get a blood melting pill. Take this resource and you won't have to go to the wasteland anymore. Hitting Huang Xiaotian was just a casual remark. These latter sentences were what Lin Jingyao really wanted to say. However, when Jiang Ziyu heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a wooden box from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Jingyao. Chapter 33, by Chongsheng, who brought a little shock to the crowd. What is this? Lin Jingyao subconsciously reached out and took it, but after opening it and seeing the pill inside that was similar to the chi and blood pills but had golden lines all over it, she couldn't help but exclaim, blood melting pill? No fish. Where did you get this stuff? The market price of a blood melting pill was 50,000, and the first time it was taken, it could smooth out the whole body's chi and blood, help open up many body endings that were usually extremely difficult to practice, and within a short period of time, it could give the martial artist's combat strength a considerable boost. Many well-off families would choose to purchase a blood melting pill to enhance their battle power after their children embarked on the path of a martial artist, and the fact that this thing had an effect on anyone below a third-grade martial artist made it all the more rare. In the face of Lin Jingyao's question, Jiang Ziyu did not tell the truth, but moved Xin Shuang out. I did that Mizuki-senpai a big favor in the wasteland, and then she gave me 2 of them. The blood melting pill only has a tremendous effect when swallowed for the first time, and there's not much gain when taken later, but it just so happens that there's one for each of us. This thing was naturally purchased by Jiang Ziyu in the martial artist town, and when he bought it, he purposely bought Lin Jingyao's share. However, Lin Jingyao shook her head in a hurry when she heard this, then returned the blood melting pill to Jiang Ziyu. One of these is worth 50,000 alliance coins, and if sold, it would be able to be exchanged for 25 chi blood pills. I don't want something so valuable. You keep it, and if you really can't, resell it to the Dan Pill Workshop all you want. Lin Jingyao naturally knew about the powerful effects of the blood melting pill, but she couldn't ignore the high price all the same. The conditions of the 2 families are similar, even if the Lin family is slightly better, but also good limited. 1 blood melting pill was enough to be worth 3 months of her parents' salary. If it was something small and monumental, she took it, but knowing that Jiang Ziyu was extremely short of cultivation resources, and even risked traveling to the wasteland in order to make money, this blood melting pill, how could she accept it? Don't worry, other than these 2 blood melting pills, I've gained a lot from this trip to the wasteland. Little White's battle prowess has already reached 2nd grade beast soldiers and has hunted down quite a few foreign beasts. At least I don't have to worry about cultivation resources before the entrance exam anymore. Xiao Bai is already at the 2nd grade beast soldier? When these words came out, not only was Lin Jingyao slightly stunned, even Father Zhang and Mother Zhang looked over towards this side. Little White, the selfsame white-scaled snake with a fussy mouth? A 2nd grade beast soldier now? The white Chongsheng in the nascent soul pouch was summoned out by Jiang Ziyu, and the 5-meter-long white Chongsheng became an extremely eye-catching presence in the entire train station the moment it appeared, and even passing passers-by couldn't help but glance this way. And Lin Jingyao couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand when she looked at Bai Chongsheng's such an exaggerated size. How long had it been since Jiang Ziyu brought Bai Chongsheng to the wasteland? And although he knew that Bai Chongsheng's strength had increased quickly, this increase was a bit too fast. This speed was even more exaggerated than Huang Xiaotian's fire mane swallowing flame lion. One must know that the fire mane swallowing flame lion's own bloodline level was much higher than Bai Chongsheng's, and there were all sorts of resources to feed it every day. But even so, it was only in the middle stage of a 1st grade beast soldier right now. But Bai Chongsheng was already at a 2nd grade beast soldier in less than 2 short months? Is this still the standard battle scum white-scaled snake? Lin Jingyao was a bit skeptical that what she and Jiang Ziyu were looking at in the first place was whether or not it was Xiao Bai's face value. What's the situation? Why did Xiao Bai's strength increase so quickly? I'm afraid no one would believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes. I'm not sure. It might be that the previous secondary mutation completely stimulated Xiao Bai's potential. Jiang Ziyu reached out and touched the wounds on Bai Chongsheng's body. After taking the healing potion, the wounds accelerated to heal, and after a day and a night passed, the wounds that were originally chopped by Su Hong and were deep enough to be seen on the bone had completely healed at this moment, leaving behind a shallow white mark, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few days for it to completely fade away as well. Looking at Bai Chongsheng in this state, Lin Jingyao eventually couldn't hold back and extended her hand towards him. After her fingers felt delicate to the touch and felt the familiar coldness, Lin Jingyao was then certain that what was in front of her was none other than Bai Chongsheng. No, Little White has already reached the 2nd grade beast soldier. If we follow the admission standards of the martial arts advanced placement examination, wouldn't you, Ji-Yu, already be able to enter Mizuki? Lin Jingyao's dawning realization also brought Father Jiang and Mother Zhang back to their senses. According to the rules of enrollment of martial arts colleges in previous years, regardless of whether the student cultivated chi blood martial arts or imperial beasts, or magic all the way. As long as they were able to step into the ranks of the first rank, it would be a solid key martial arts college, and the second rank, they would be eligible to be admitted to the Waterwood. As for the 3 pints further up, it's basically out of the question, because from the rise of the martial arts to now, no one had been able to go all the way straight up to the third rank in the 3 months following the awakening of their talent. Speaking of this matter, Zhang Jiyu was also slightly helpless. As much as he hated to admit it, Bai Changsheng's battle power increase was indeed a bit shocking. She hadn't even deliberately cultivated Bai Changsheng from start to finish, but it had taken a step into the second grade before herself. But even so, Zhang Jiyu had never wavered from specializing in the Qi and blood martial path. That's true, but there's still a month to go before the entrance exam. Unsurprisingly, this month is enough for me to raise my own strength to the second grade as well. I still want to practice the Qi and blood martial arts. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang had no opinion on this decision of their daughter. From beginning to end, they have not brought any substantial help to Zhang Jiyu to be able to grow so far, relying on all the daughter herself. They do not understand the martial arts, can only silently support Zhang Jiyu's every decision. Lin Jingyao knew that her best friend was very opinionated. She opened her mouth but didn't say the words that followed. If it were an ordinary person, in the case of having a second-grade spirit beast, they would continue to raise the strength of their spirit beast as much as possible to ensure that they could steadily enter the Waterwood. How was it possible to cultivate both the Qi and blood martial paths and the imperial beast at the same time like Zhang Jiyu? If you practice everything, you will only end up being good at everything and loose at everything. However, she herself was still just an advanced apprentice, so she didn't have much to say about Zhang Jiyu. Take this. With the blood melting pill boost, it's not much of a problem to break through to a first-grade martial artist. Work a little harder in the last month, and maybe you'll be able to get into the key WU. You don't want to be left too far behind by me, do you? Looking at Zhang Jiyu's serious expression, Lin Jingyao suddenly smiled and reached out to take the blood-melting pill in Zhang Jiyu's hand. Okay, I'll try and get us to Mizuki together by then. Chapter 34, Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. The days continued to pass by, and as the day of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination drew ever closer, everyone was caught up in a wave of anxiety and endeavor. Even Lin Jingyao, who had always had little interest in cultivation, began to bury her head in cultivation after the excitement of that day, especially after taking the blood-melting pill. The increase in strength every day was tremendous, and it gave her great motivation. However, in the face of the martial arts entrance exam, Zhang Jiyu's mind was so stable that it couldn't be more stable. She had her own rhythm of cultivation and wouldn't start cultivating with a vengeance just because she was approaching the college entrance exams like everyone else. Everything must be known to be too much, and instead of increasing one's strength by much, vindictive cultivation would cause one's body to be the first to break down due to maintaining a state of cultivation for a long time. It's like rhabdomyolysis from intense strength training, and Zhang Jiyu, who was an empress in her last life, knew better than anyone else what her cultivation rhythm should be like. A regular daytime class, 2 hours of practice in the afternoon, and another 2 hours of practice when I return in the evening. The only difference from before was that the Qi and blood pill had changed from being swallowed once every 3 days to once a day. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that with an ample supply of resources, Zhang Jiyu's strength was a great change every day. The speed was so fast that even he was somewhat unable to keep up with Zhang Jiyu's progress. It was important to know that after his fourth evolution was complete, the rate of increase in his strength depended entirely on how much blood and flesh he was able to feed on each day, the kind that had no bottleneck for the time being. Is this how fast the Empress grows? Truly terrifying as it is. Bai Changsheng looked at Zhang Jiyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, wearing only a halter top and shorts, and muttered something in his heart. As the days passed by, the day of the martial arts college entrance exam finally came. Zhang's father and mother purposely took 2 days off to stay at home. Although they couldn't help with anything, it didn't stop them from accompanying their daughter. According to the rules of the martial arts advanced examination, the entire examination would last for a total of 4 days. 2 days of cultural exams, the main content in addition to the most basic language and mathematics 2 subjects, the rest of the development of martial arts and various types of spiritual materials, beast identification and so on. However, this section did not account for a high percentage of the entire martial arts college entrance exam grade, and with a perfect score of 1000, it only accounted for 300 points. The real showstopper was actually the martial arts practical test on the latter 2 days. Qi and blood testing, virtual assessment, and actual combat in the wilderness. The 3 segments advanced step by step while eliminating students at every turn. For example, in the first ring of Qi and blood testing, anyone whose Qi and blood did not reach the minimum threshold for enrollment in the martial arts university would be directly brushed off. Those who pass the 5th level of the virtual examination are qualified for the actual battle in the wilderness, and the enrollment of all key martial arts universities, including Mizuki, will only be selected among students who have participated in the actual battle in the wasteland. But these weren't much of a problem for Jiang Jiyu. Jiang Jiyu, who had already stepped into the second-grade martial artist realm half a month ago. Her chi and blood had already stabilized at this moment, not to mention that her own fighting skills were extremely top-notch, and if she added Bai Changxing to the mix, Jiang Jiyu's desire to enter the Waterwood was already a nail in the coffin. Bai Changxing didn't have half an interest in the exams in the first few days until the last day, when he needed to travel to the wasteland for a real battle, before it finally gave him a few touches. Ji-yu, the rules for the actual battle this time are out. Up to 2 people can team up. We can go to the wasteland together. Hey. Lin Jingyao looked at the message on her cell phone with a surprised face. Originally, she was still anxious, fearing that the rules restricted the possibility of teaming up, and with her strength, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to achieve anything in the actual battle. Moreover, she hadn't experienced a real battle with a foreign beast even once, and she was inevitably timid in her heart, but now it was better. There was no restriction on grouping, so she could go with Jiang Jiyu. Moreover, with Jiang Jiyu's strength, coupled with Xiao Bai, it might even be possible to realize what was said before, that the 2 of them could enter the Waterwood together. A month had passed, and Lin Jingyao's strength had made great strides. The blood-melting pill paired with her bitter cultivation this month had successfully stepped into the ranks of a first-grade martial artist from an advanced apprentice. However, it was only just barely over this threshold, and with an extreme lack of actual combat experience, it was difficult to count Lin Jingyao as an effective combatant. However, compared to Lin Jingyao, both Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changxing's strength gains were terrifying. Jiang Jiyu's chi blood value detected 2,103, and his actual battle strength was clearly more than that level. Bai Changxing's chi and blood values were even running right at 2007, and in at most a week's time, he would be able to reach the threshold of a third-grade beast soldier. This strength, even if placed in the middle of the wasteland, was not considered weak, let alone comparing it to these students whose talents had been awakened for less than 3 months. The only problem was that Bai Changxing's chi and blood values were almost at the current level cap, but his evolution points were still far off, and his progress was just barely over halfway. There was no way around it. The meat of a low-level Fey beast obviously couldn't be compared to an existence of the Steel Bone Wolf King's caliber. For that matter, it was still built on the fact that Jiang Jiyu wasn't short of money anymore, and the hybrid pills hadn't cut him off before he managed to pile up the evolution points to the current figure. Without the hybridization Dan, I'm afraid this efficiency would be even lower. This was also the reason why Bai Changxing came to his mind after hearing that he would be traveling to the wilderness again. Don't get too happy. Jiang Jiyu was packing up her things and couldn't help but pour cold water on Lin Jingyao after hearing her words. All the details of the battle will be recorded by the battle bracelet. When the time comes, how many alien beasts you've killed, your combat skills, teamwork abilities, and so on, will all be cross-checked before a score is given. If we can think of a way, how could those teachers who specialize in martial arts entrance exams not think of it? The defense against that is that people who are not as strong are muddling through. Lin Jingyao cried out when she heard Jiang Jiyu's words. Ah, I thought, but it's not completely out of the question. Jiang Jiyu thought for a moment and interrupted Lin Jingyao's words before pointing with his right hand to Bai Changxing, who was reclining on the side of the bed with his eyes closed. You can have White help you injure or maim all the Fey, and then you can fill in the gaps when the time comes. This is so that there is some probability of it counting toward your war record. Any type of assessment will have its loopholes and drawbacks present. The martial way has been around for 100 years, and the enrollment assessment method of the martial way advanced examination undergoes some minor adjustments and changes every year. If she remembered correctly, this method could indeed make Lin Jingyao's score move up a bit. Of course, it sounded simple, but if someone wanted to replicate this operation they would realize that second-grade beast soldier level spirit beasts weren't that easy to find, and even fewer were like Bai Changxing, who was able to directly understand human speech. Chapter 35. Take a good look at who's really a waste. On top of the intercity train heading to the wasteland, a teacher in charge of the college entrance exam made it a point to introduce the rules and such of this practical exam. The 2 of them sat together, and compared to Jiang Jiyu's calm face, Lin Jingyao appeared curious and excited, and the ensuing effect was a small mouth blathering. The number of students in this practical combat examination totaled more than 17,200, and will be dispersed to 17 martial arts towns to participate, with an average of about 1,000 people per town. The test lasts for 1 day and 1 night. You need to hunt as many alien beasts as possible before the test time expires. After the time expires, the combat bracelet will automatically stop recording. There will be a special teacher to cross-evaluate scores after the battle. As a reminder to all students, any cheating will not succeed with us, and in serious cases, you will also be disqualified. It's worth mentioning that although the exam restricts that there can't be outsiders to help aid in the hunting of foreign beasts, there are no restrictions on defenses or weapons, which, at this point, can be considered a not-so-obvious preference for those students from well-off families. After all, the addition of defense and weapons to battle power was not as great as one might think, and even the best weapons, in the hands of those who would not use them, would not be able to bring out the power they were supposed to have. Understanding this, Zhang Jiyu purposely purchased brand new defense gear and an alloy lance, which cost her a full 320,000. A one-step upgrade was convenient for more than simply this martial arts entrance exam. In fact, after the entrance exam, that was the key. Nearly 3 months of vacation. Zhang Jiyu could not stay at home all the time nesting cultivation. When the time comes, will inevitably once again enter the wilderness to hunt foreign beasts. Jiyu, I've heard that the foreign beasts in the wasteland are extremely brutal and kill people on sight. Is that true? Before this, Lin Jingyao had never been to the wilderness, and the only understanding she had was from the television. Zhang Jiyu shook his head helplessly and was about to say something when he heard a male voice ring out from behind the two of them. The foreign beasts in the wasteland can be the kind that fight day and night, and their ferocity is naturally there. If you ask me, you shouldn't have participated in the actual battle. If you were really in danger, Jiyu would still have to save you. Aren't you dragging no fish down? Hearing the voice, Lin Jingyao subconsciously turned around, but after seeing the visitor, the expression on her face instantly became extremely disgusted. A signature yellow hair, plus the fire mane swallowing flame lion following him. Who else could it be if not Huang Xiaotian? No fish. Do you want to think about it? Team up with me. If you do encounter any danger at that time, I can also guarantee your safety. Huang Xiaotian's words were quite sincere. Since the beginning, he had never given up his pursuit of Zhang Jiyu, but unfortunately, Zhang Jiyu hadn't given him hope before his talent was awakened, and even more so after his talent was awakened. The whole thing made Huang Xiaotian a little skeptical. Zhang Jiyu didn't say anything, but Lin Jingyao next to her couldn't help herself first. What's wrong with me messing with no fish? No fish is happy for me to give her a hard time. It's better than taking a doggy with you and not being able to do anything to help. Lin Jingyao's mouth work was as simple and direct as ever. The phrase dog skin directly caused Huang Xiaotian's face to become gloomy for a few moments. Lin Jingyao, my fire mane swallowing inferno lion is a foreign beast in the late stage of the first grade beast soldier, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the second grade beast soldier, and its strength is even more of an existence that breaks down the entire class. You're saying I can't help no fish? I'm sorry, I just can't think of how you said that. Mentioning his spirit beast, Huang Xiaotian's face was filled with self-satisfaction, not only because the fire mane swallowing flame lion's own bloodline was superb, but also because of those resources he had smashed out during this period of time. Feeding the fire mane swallowing inferno lion with 1 month's resources of 100,000 alliance coins had only reached this level of strength, and at the same time, it had given him the qualifications to proudly look down on the entire class, and even the entire school. And the fire mane swallowing flame lion was also extremely humane, cooperating with Huang Xiaotian towards Lin Jingyao with a roar. The lion's roar resounded throughout the compartment, drawing the attention of many students. Lin Jingyao was even more shocked by this lion's roar, causing her face to turn slightly white. In 3 months' time, the size of this fire mane swallowing flame lion had also grown quite a bit, and had already begun to take on a majestic appearance. And as Huang Xiaotian looked at Lin Jingyao, who was frightened by his spirit beast, he couldn't help but lightly chortle. With this kind of mind, you're still going to the wilderness? I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits when you see a real beast. The moment Huang Xiaotian's words came out, Lin Jingyao's face instantly turned ugly, and even Zhang Jiyu frowned slightly. In fact, if she didn't care about Lin Jingyao, she would be more inclined to hunt alone in the middle of the wasteland. It was Huang Xiaotian's freedom to pester her, but to do something to her friend because of it was a bit too much. A foreign beast at the late stage of a first-grade beast soldier is just a beast. What's there to be so arrogant about? White. Lin Jingyao was truly aroused. Pointing at the fire mane swallowing inferno lion behind Huang Xiaotian, she took a deep breath and shouted. Bai Changsheng naturally heard Lin Jingyao's voice. To be honest, he wasn't the least bit interested in this kind of petty fighting between students. You can't kill them. Why do you have to be so angry? But in the end, it was Lin Jingyao who was calling him, and for this little girl with a frank and sincere personality, Bai Changsheng was still quite fond of her, and he had also eaten the hybrid Dan in Lin Jingyao's hand. On top of that, because of the wildfire squad, Bai Changsheng unconsciously took on a bit of distaste for yellow hair. The light from the nascent soul pouch that was attached to Zhang Jiyu's waist flickered, and in the next moment, a giant python that was more than 5 meters long appeared next to Lin Jingyao, and the moment this giant python appeared, a chi and blood fluctuation that was far superior to that of the fire mane swallowing inferno lion immediately pressed horizontally. Hiss! Python hissing is not as loud and clear as a lion's roar, but anyone who hears this sound, all heart trembles. With this chi and blood fluctuation and body size, this giant python had actually reached the late stage of a second-grade beast soldier. No, isn't this train specialized in transporting candidates? Why would a spirit beast of this level appear? Late second grade beast soldier. All of them were already able to get a special recruiting quota for Suemu, so why did they still need to participate in the martial examination with them? Huang Xiaotian and his fire mane swallowing inferno lion looked at Bai Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared, and even more so, their faces suddenly changed, especially the fire mane swallowing flame lion. Bai Changsheng's chi and blood fluctuations that crushed it caused the fire mane swallowing flame lion, which had originally still appeared to be in high spirits, to whimper and prostrate itself, putting on an appearance of admitting defeat, not daring to look at Bai Changsheng. And as Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who was so giving, a flash of smugness appeared on her face. Jiyu's own spirit beasts are already in the late stage of second grade beast soldiers, and I haven't seen her as arrogant as you, like your fire mane swallowing flame lion. Our little white can eat two in one bite. Chapter 36, Dragon Carp. Hearing Lin Jingyao's words and looking at Bai Changsheng beside her, Huang Xiaotian's face was a bit unspeakably gloomy, especially seeing that the spirit beast he was so proud of didn't even dare to bare its teeth when facing Bai Changsheng gave Huang Xiaotian the feeling of having his face slapped to the face. The words that had just been spoken were like a boomerang that had all landed on him. Why don't you say something? Is it a natural disinclination to talk? Lin Jingyao looked at Huang Xiaotian, and the provocation between her words was quite strong. Meeting Lin Jingyao's eyes, the corners of Huang Xiaotian's mouth twitched, but in the end, it only turned into a cold snort before he fiercely kicked the fire mane swallowing inferno lion and twisted his head to leave. Seeing his master leave, the fire mane swallowing inferno lion also hurriedly got up to follow, not daring to stay much longer at all, fearing that Bai Changsheng on the opposite side of the room would suddenly rise up and make a move against it. As for Bai Changsheng, he looked at the departing Huang Xiaotian and the fire mane swallowing inferno lion, vaguely remembering that when he had just crossed over, the fire mane swallowing inferno lion was as if it was a high mountain, and a casual claw would be able to directly crush him to death. But 3 months later, his strength could already crush the fire mane swallowing flame lion. If he broke out into a fight with this fire mane swallowing flame lion, within 3 moves, the other party would have to become food in his belly. Watching Huang Xiaotian leave, the only thing that responded to his back was Lin Jingyao's blank stare. Basing on the fact that my family has some money, I bought a fire mane swallowing inferno lion, so I really think I'm invincible. So many resources smashed down. The strength growth is still not as good as Xiao by a white-scaled snake. Can't figure out where this guy gets so much confidence from one day to the next. No fish, you say? It could be seen that Lin Jingyao really had a big problem with Huang Xiaotian, except that it fell on the ears of the onlookers as a bit of an equal bumping off of everyone. White-scaled snake. Is that a regular white-scaled snake? Whose white-scaled snake could grow to 5 meters long and still possess the strength of a late-stage second-grade beast soldier? And how long has it been since the talent awakening? What makes this white-scaled snake have the strength of a late second-grade beast soldier? I don't understand, but there is one thing that is beyond doubt. As long as they don't rush up to them like that boy just now, then even if Jiang Jiyu is strong, it won't have anything to do with them. Huang Xiaotian didn't do anything either. Just pretend you didn't see it. Although Jiang Jiyu's body was still 18 years old at this moment, his mind was clearly not what it should be at this age. With regards to what Huang Xiaotian was thinking and doing, Jiang Jiyu naturally saw through it at a glance, but in her eyes, Huang Xiaotian was nothing more than a tender little fellow. He didn't feel much for his frequent gestures of goodwill, but he didn't feel much aversion to Huang Xiaotian because of it. However, when Lin Jingyao heard this, she shook her head. I loathe Huang Xiaotian more because of his father, a guy who is unkind to the rich, that Uncle Lin across the street from my house. You should remember that, right? Kong Ji Yuhun, a very duncy middle-aged man. Before that, Uncle Lin worked at Huang Xiaotian's father's factory, but something went wrong with the machine while he was working, causing Uncle Lin to have his right hand rolled off. Undisputed workplace injuries. When it comes to Huang Xiaotian's dad, it becomes Uncle Lin's own problem. Not only do they refuse to pay compensation, they even want to turn around and sue Uncle Lin for damaging the machine and demand compensation. He spent $400,000 on a lawyer to fight Uncle Lin, but he's not willing to use that $400,000 to compensate Uncle Lin. You say, how can I possibly feel good about such a person? Hearing Lin Jingyao's words, not only was Jiang Jiyu slightly stunned, even Bai Changsheng was somewhat speechless beyond words. If the truth was really as Lin Jingyao said this, then this Huang Xiaotian's father was really a bit of an inappropriate person. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of lawyers' fees uttered out. Their own workers suffered such serious work injuries, fell into disability, but are not willing to give compensation. It was no wonder Lin Jingyao had such a strong opinion of Huang Xiaotian. That's why, every time I see Huang Xiaotian bragging about how rich his family is and how many cultivation resources they've given him, I can't help but want to scold him. It's just as well that I'm not strong enough right now, or else I'd be cursing more than just Huang Xiaotian. Lin Jingyao's nature straight, not accustomed to these is normal. Jiang Jiyu heard but also did not say anything more, reclosed his eyes to rest and meditate, and as Bai Changsheng glanced at Lin Jingyao, he felt a little more favorable towards this little girl. After a small interlude, the carriage once again fell into silence, even if there are people talking, but also only whispered in beside the companion exchanges, did not disturb the meaning of other people. After several hours of this, the train was finally pulling into the martial arts town. Looking at the martial arts town that had previously only appeared on television and short videos, most of the students had a few moments of slight shock in their eyes, but these were nothing to Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng anymore. Ignoring Lin Jingyao's exclamation of surprise, he pulled her along with the crowd towards the small square of the martial town. Because of the matter of the martial arts college entrance exam, in order to avoid uncontrollable factors, the entire martial arts town was temporarily requisitioned by the officials, and at the same time, the entire town was also cleared of high-level foreign beasts within a range of 300 kilometers. The martial arts town that Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng had visited before was within the planning area of the martial arts advanced examination practical test. Only this time they weren't assigned to that town. According to the official rule statement, we can rest for a night in the martial artists' town to get ourselves in peak condition. The exact time of the test is tomorrow at 12 noon, to the day after tomorrow at 12 noon. If there are any students who need officially provided defense and weapons, they can pick up the appropriate equipment in the plaza, but the two of us won't be able to use it, so we can just go back to our room and rest. Jiang Jiyu was trying to go straight back to her room to rest, but Lin Jingyao's curiosity was clearly piqued by the martial arts town. If it wasn't for the martial arts entrance exam, she probably wouldn't have come here in her life, so naturally she had to take a stroll. Jiang Jiyu couldn't argue with her and could only accompany her for an afternoon stroll, but the afternoon wasn't completely unproductive. At least he had tasted the unique specialties of this martial artist town. Both girls, this dish, it's a cuisine unique to our 042 martial artist town. This dish is called Fish Leap Dragon Gate. The ingredient chosen is an endemic exotic beast in the Dragon Blood Lake 100 kilometers away from Martial Town 042, Dragon Carp. It is said that this Dragon's Blood Lake was formed after the ancient great powers beheaded the Dragon God and the Dragon God's blood was splashed, and drinking this water for a long period of time can strengthen your body and prolong your life. And this Dragon Carp is the one that lives in the Dragon Blood Lake all year round, so its body has produced a hint of mutation, and it even has a hint of Dragon Blood bloodline attached to it. Although it's not as rare as a second mutation exotic beast, it's still extremely rare. Moreover, this Dragon Carp dies when it comes out of the water, so it can't be transported over long distances at all, so it can only be eaten in Martial Artist Town number 042. Chapter 37, Evolution Tree Branch, Dragon Blood. How to put it? The waiter's gushing explanation expressed one thing throughout: expensive. Start by making up a set of lofty backgrounds because so-and-so is so-and-so powerful and how long it's been since the actual aura revival. Then again how hard and difficult it is to obtain the ingredients and how extremely difficult it is to transport and preserve them. The corresponding spells had been upgraded many times before the cataclysm, and now they were being rehashed. I don't believe it, but it's good to hear as a story. The two women didn't want to take it seriously. They simply wanted to taste something they hadn't tasted before. Even Bai Changsheng, who had stayed quietly at the side, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Words can be made up by anyone. The key is still to see if it's done well. Lin Jingyao moved her chopsticks first, picking out a small piece of fish meat and putting it into her mouth before savoring it for 2 seconds, and then suddenly her eyes lit up. The meat is dense and smooth, with a light sweet flavor. It's really good. Hey, know the fish, you try it. Jiang Jiyu sniffed and also picked up a chopstick, nodding after putting it in his mouth. The fish is indeed very different from what you usually get, and the flavor is much better. Seeing that both women gave such a high evaluation, the waiter also smiled and said, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, did I? This Dragon Carp, it's only here that you can eat it. Anywhere else, you really don't have this kind of taste. It's a pity that this is still just ordinary Dragon Carp. If it were the highest grade and rarest purple-scaled Dragon Carp, the flavor would be even higher. But the purple-scaled Dragon Carp is extremely rare. Even I, too, have only seen it once, and it's expensive. A purple-scaled Dragon Carp is worth at least 100,000 Union dollars, and if anyone catches it, it will even attract the rich and powerful of the capital to come here on purpose." Another brag, and this time, even Bai Changsheng was hooked. Is this stuff really that good? Lin Jingyao noticed Bai Changsheng's gaze and didn't begrudge him, picking up a large piece and feeding it to Bai Changsheng. If we talk about the flavor, it is indeed not comparable to ordinary fish, but it is also worthy of the waiter's bragging. However, before Bai Changsheng could carefully go and savor some of it, the system's beep sounded with it. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Dragon Carp, gaining 0.26 blood value and 0.34 evolution points. Evolutionary tree branch detected, Dragon's Blood. The level of bloodline dragon blood is too low to unlock this branch of the evolutionary tree. The series of beeps directly caused Bai Changqing to freeze in place. No dude, there's really dragon blood. Bai Changqing thought that this was a story made up by the restaurant in order to sell at a high price, and he also thought that it might be a rumor spread by blackmail, but he really didn't think that what the waiter had just said was actually true. Dragon blood lake, dragon carp, purple-scaled dragon carp. He could listen to what others said as a story, but the system had given a hint, so there was no way for Bai Changqing to disbelieve it. Bloodline level too low to unlock evolutionary tree branches? So what if say he takes a few more? Could it open up this evolutionary tree branch? Or just have a purple-scaled dragon carp? Although he didn't know what exactly this evolutionary tree branch, Dragon's Blood, did. Just by hearing the name, he knew that Dragon's Blood was definitely not comparable to other evolutionary tree branches. It was even likely that all the branches of the evolutionary tree he had unlocked in the past combined were not as precious as a single Dragon's Blood. No, this branch of the evolutionary tree has to light up no matter what. There was also this evolution points, and it was the first time Bai Changqing had ever seen an exotic beast meat that provided evolution points higher than its chi and blood values. Even the previous Steel Bone Wolf King didn't have such an exaggerated effect. Bai Changqing had never felt so excited as he did at this time. Frequently, he gave Jiang Jiyu and Lin Jingyao a look, trying to make the two women understand what he meant. Still want to eat? Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changqing's gesture and vaguely guessed what he meant, and gave Bai Changqing another chopstick. But even so, the system's beep was still that the bloodline dragon blood content was too low to unlock the evolution tree branch. By the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it's from eating too little. Bai Changqing was pondering in his heart. It looked like he had to make a trip to this dragon blood lake. Since ordinary dragon carp couldn't provide what he wanted, he would try a purple-scaled dragon carp worth 100,000 alliance coins that the waiter was talking about. Jiang Jiyu vaguely sensed something different about Bai Changqing. As the strength of the two continued to increase, the effect of the spiritual contract connecting the two became more and more obvious, although it was not yet possible to do a direct conversation. But what mental fluctuations between each other, or roughly able to feel out. Just now, after eating the dragon carp meat, Bai Changqing had a very obvious mood swing. After giving Bai Changqing a puzzled look, Jiang Jiyu placed her eyes on the dragon carp again. This meat, what's really special about it? It shouldn't be. If it was really special, then she must have known more or less about it in her last life. But in fact, this was the first time she had ever heard of dragon carp. But again, Bai Changqing's reaction couldn't be faked. At least, he wasn't reacting so much because this dragon carp meat was delicious. Unable to think of a reason, Jiang Jiyu shook her head and didn't think anything more. After tasting the fresh flavor, one fish was obviously not enough for the two women to eat, especially Lin Jingyao, who ate a piece for herself and fed a piece of ground to Bai Changqing, with no intention of tasting any other dishes, asked for 2 more dragon carp, 2 women a one. After eating and drinking enough, before slowly and leisurely back to the hotel room, Jiang Jiyu, on the other hand, didn't know where he got a planar map of Marshalltown 042, and after sweeping his eyes over it, he finally settled on a spot above the wasteland area. Dragon Blood Lake, 102 kilometers from Marshalltown 042. A day and a night is just enough time for us to attack and kill along the way and run a round trip. Yao. I'm planning to visit this Dragon Blood Lake. What do you think? Lin Jingyao was purely paddling here. Where to go, how to set the route, and what she would encounter on the way. All of these were basically out of her consideration. Therefore, after hearing Jiang Jiyu's words, she just glanced at the map and responded before continuing to catch up on the drama. I'm fine with that. Just said it. No fish. I trust you. Listening to her best friend's words, Jiang Jiyu also shook her head somewhat helplessly. The overall distance is 100 kilometers, which is enough for us to arrive by evening, even with the midway battles and whatnot. Rest at the lake for the night, and the next morning, return to the martial arts town, rather than delaying anything else. Jiang Jiyu muttered under his breath, while Bai Changqing in the nascent soul pouch couldn't help but feel anticipation rise in the bottom of his heart when he heard this. Regardless of whether or not this trip would be fruitful, at least the location of the Dragon's Blood Lake could be determined. Even if it didn't work once, big deal, he would come back a few more times. No matter what, the evolutionary tree branch of Dragon's Blood had to be unlocked and lit. Jiang Jiyu felt Bai Changqing's emotional fluctuations, and in his heart, he was once again sure that Bai Changqing must have sensed something from that dragon carp meat from before. Otherwise he wouldn't be like this. It was precisely because of this that even Jiang Jiyu was extremely curious about this Dragon Blood Lake, as well as the dragon carp. Chapter 38, The Martial King's Figure at the Center of Dragon Blood Lake. Attention all students, before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, you must return to the martial town for record registration. Also, if you're in any kind of mortal danger, you can press that button on the side of the hand ring ahead of time. A crew will follow the signal to the rescue when the time comes. It's worth mentioning, though, that once the button is pressed, it means it's over, and all scores are zeroed out at that point. So a word of reminder to all students, be fully aware of your own strength. And the country doesn't need blind arrogance and recklessness that can't recognize its own lack of strength. After a final admonition, all the students simultaneously exited the confines of the martial arts town before heading in different directions with anticipation and nervousness. 1,000 people sounds like a lot, but actually spread out over hundreds of square kilometers, it becomes sparse. Bai Changsheng came out of his nascent soul sack after traveling a few kilometers out of the martial town, and then, following the direction Zhang Jiyu pointed out, he advanced while searching for the foreign beasts in the vicinity. 100 kilometers wasn't a long distance, but it took quite a bit of time to run purely by legs. Bai Changsheng and Zhang Jiyu were better off. Their second-grade qi and blood values granted them the physique to run long distances, but this was like a torture for Lin Jingyao. After all, her qi and blood values weren't as exaggerated as Zhang Jiyu's or Bai Changsheng's. Not to mention, there were battles every few hundred meters. Under Jiang Jiyu's deliberate leakage of monsters, Lin Jingyao had also harvested the lives of 3 foreign beasts that had just broken through to the first grade of beast soldier with Bai Changsheng's cooperation. This number was a bit pathetic compared to Zhang Jiyu's 12 heads. However, considering that the upper limit of Lin Jingyao's strength was up to here, Zhang Jiyu didn't force anything more. If it was possible, it would be better to find a way to have Lin Jingyao kill a few heads when he returned. Their current mission, however, was to take a turn at the Dragon Blood Lake. The remaining foreign beasts were all cleaned up by Bai Changsheng and Zhang Jiyu. The efficiency of the battle increased a lot, and the speed of the rush was also raised. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in 6 hours. A huge lake can be seen in the distance, and when you get closer, you are even more amazed by it. Green water is shallow, clear water is deep, black water is abyssal, and blue water is vast. The water of this Dragon's Blood Lake is extremely clear, but you can't see the bottom at a glance, and it's visible to the naked eye. And as it gets further away from the shore, the lake gets deeper and deeper, and I'm afraid that at its deepest point, the depth will be more than 100 meters. Zhang Jiyu reached out and scooped up a handful of water from the Dragon Blood Lake, only to feel that it was cool and extremely penetrating. With such a large area and a depth of over 100 meters, these conditions do have the potential to breed rare and exotic beasts. It's not impossible to even breed high-grade foreign beasts. With Zhang Jiyu's vision, the credibility of what he said was still very high. But just that alone would not prove that there was really anything unusual about this Dragon Blood Lake. After all, although there weren't many large and deep lakes, they weren't few either. Not to mention that the Dragon Blood Lake was so close to the 042 martial arts town that there were quite a few travelers to and from the lake. And there were even martial arts practitioners who specialized in fishing here. If there was anything really wrong, it would have been discovered long ago. After such a long period of time, there were naturally quite a few high-level martial artists passing by, and it was impossible for them not to notice the anomalies. Bai Changsheng sniffed without much hesitation and lowered his head to take a sip of the water from the Dragon Blood Lake. Although the lake water was somewhat sweet, the system didn't prompt anything, and by the looks of it, it shouldn't have anything to do with the lake water. Otherwise, even if you can't unlock Dragon's Blood, you should at least have some hints. Dragon Carp. To unlock the Dragon Blood evolution tree, you should eat enough Dragon Carp, or just a whole purple-scaled Dragon Carp. But this Dragon's Blood Lake is so deep, how to catch the Dragon Carp hidden in the water? Bai Changsheng kept brainstorming but thought hard to no avail. Although he was able to dive and hold his breath, his movements in the water would be greatly affected, and it would even be difficult for him to utilize all of his strength. In this situation, even if he could find the Dragon Carp, it would be difficult to catch up and hunt it down. Over there, someone is fishing. Hey! Lin Jingyao suddenly opened her mouth and spoke out, pointing to the center of the lake from afar. Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng followed the direction she was pointing towards the lake, and only then did they realize with a jolt that there was actually a person sitting in the center of the lake actually fishing. But the bizarre thing was that both Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng seemed as if they hadn't seen that person at all before. Or, I don't know what it is that makes them automatically ignore it when they see it. Bai Changsheng's heart was slightly shocked, but Zhang Jiyu looked at the back of the man in the center of the lake and was thoughtful. The power of the rules masks its own aura, which is why we subconsciously overlooked it. A Dragon Blood Lake is actually able to attract a martial king realm existence? It's not familiar. Zhang Jiyu's brows furrowed slightly as his mind churned with thoughts. There were only a handful that could reach the martial king realm in the entire celestial dynasty, and if she had seen it, it was impossible for her not to have a memory of it. But the truth was, she did have little memory of the man in the center of the lake, but the rule force was real again. Either the man from Lake Heart had died before her rise to power, or this guy wasn't a heavenly martial artist at all. Senpai! Lin Jingyao shouted out in a loud voice, and then she saw that person look back at them, and the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared in place, with only a ripple that spread out in all directions. White hair, old man. The short side only left these two impressions on Bai Changxing's party. Looking around left and right, he could no longer find any trace of the one. Is this the strength of a top-tier powerhouse? Coming and going without a trace. Bai Changxing was certain that he hadn't blinked, but he hadn't captured how the person in the center of the lake had left at all. Even if it was just a residual shadow, it hadn't been left behind. If at first Bai Changxing didn't have any concept of top-tier battle power, he did now. It was also fortunate that the man didn't have any malice towards them. Otherwise I'm afraid that Bai Changxing and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Strange, where is that senior person? Lin Jingyao still had a puzzled look on her face as she voiced out a question. Suddenly all of a sudden it's gone, and I don't know to what extent this senior's strength has reached. Martial King. Zhang Jiyu pursed her lips and spat out two words. King of martial arts? Bai Changxing was shocked when he heard this. If the martial king is this strong, then the corresponding beast king. For the first time, Bai Changxing clearly felt just how big the gap was between him and the small goal he had set in the first place. If he didn't have the system to boost him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to touch the threshold of the Beast King in his entire life. No, if the Martial King is so strong, then Jiang Jiyu's last life in the Emperor Realm. Chapter 39, using his body as bait to fish for dragon carp. Bai Changxing turned his head to look at Jiang Jiyu, then silently hid this astonishment in his heart. But the astonishment was only for a short while. Although the Emperor Realm was terrifying, he hadn't yet had the chance to try one or two. With the system's support, even if Jiang Jiyu was the reincarnation of a female emperor, her cultivation speed didn't seem to be as fast as his. However, the priority now was to find a way to unlock and light up the evolution tree that was Dragon's Blood. That senior left directly without responding to them. Wanting to speculate obviously wouldn't work, so they would have to rely on themselves to find a way to catch it. It doesn't have a fishing pole or anything. The dragon carp are all in the middle of the lake, so you can't even catch them if you want to. Lin Jingyao looked around and thought hard to no avail, and finally threw out a sentence helplessly. You can't jump in the water to catch it, can you? Jumping into the water to catch it was obviously impossible, but Lin Jingyao's words had given Bai Changxing a wake-up call. No matter how you catch it, you have to find a way to attract the dragon carp first. If you want to catch a fish, how can you not bait it? As long as you can get the dragon carp in one place, you can always find a way to get some. Jiang Jiyu seemed to have thought of this as well, and with a flip of her hand, several alien beast corpses were summoned from her storage ring. These were the proceeds of their hunting and killing as they traveled along the way. Originally intended to be brought back as a reserve of rations for Bai Changxing, but now it seemed to have a greater purpose. Yao, do me a favor and split all of these foreign beast meat into smaller pieces. The dragon carp itself was an exotic beast, and as long as it was an exotic beast, it would not refuse blood. Using the meat of these exotic beasts as bait, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to gather up dragon carp. Lin Jingyao didn't have any hesitant dislike when she heard this, even though it would be bloody to deal with these alien beast corpses. With the knife, he slashed, and with just more than 10 knives, the meat of the foreign beasts was divided into fist-sized chunks of meat. As the pieces of meat were thrown into the water causing ripples, Jiang Jiyu then turned his head to look at Bai Changxing. I've already checked the information of the Dragon Blood Lake before I came here, and other than the dragon carp, there are no other aquatic exotic beasts present in the lake. But looking at the lake there's nothing else unusual about it. It doesn't look like other exotic beasts can't survive in it. It should be that dragon carp are very xenophobic and will attack other exotics in groups. As I recall, white-scaled snakes know water, don't they? Hearing Jiang Jiyu's words, Bai Changxing instantly understood what she meant. This is asking him to lay down his life to be live bait. Are you going? Definitely go for it. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Jiyu definitely had her reasons for letting him do this, but in the face of the dragon's blood evolution tree that was waiting to be unlocked, Bai Changxing couldn't even manage to watch and do nothing. Standing on the bank and fishing was out of the question, and none of the two men and the snake could fish, so they had to find a way to wade in with their bodies. Ordinary dragon carp need not be bothered with. The attack is not considered strong enough to break defense against you. Find a way to attract the purple-scaled dragon carp to the shore. When the time comes, I will use the soul destruction needle to forcefully kill the purple-scaled dragon carp. Jiang Jia looked at the surface of the dragon blood lake with a burning gaze. The soul destruction needle. She had used it once before in the middle of her battle with the Steel Bone Wolf King. At that time, it caused the Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King to fall into a brief stupor. Just looking at this battle, it seemed as if the soul-destroying needle didn't have much power. But in reality, the effect of the soul-destroying needle far exceeded everyone's imagination. One must know that the Jiang Jiyu at that time was only a first-grade martial artist, forcibly crossing 4 great realms, catalyzing a spirit-type attack that could only be invoked at the martial marquis level, and even injuring a lord-level foreign beast. It's totally an attack after the negative buffs have stacked up. And now, Zhang Jiyu's spirit was solid and his strength had been raised to the second-grade martial artist realm. In this situation, the effect would only be stronger if one were to activate the soul destruction needle again. And the purple-scaled dragon carp was clearly not in existence of the steel bone wolf king's level. The strength of the purple-scaled dragon carp is roughly at the second-grade beast soldier stage. I'm sure I'll be able to get a hit, but if you can, get as close to the shore as you can. After listening to all of Zhang Jiyu's instructions, Bai Changsheng silently crawled towards the lake water before taking a deep breath and entering the water snake head first. The cold sensation instantly struck, but it wasn't too strong, at least within the range that Bai Changsheng could withstand. The entirety of his slender body entered the water, and Bai Changsheng was also clearly aware of the difference in the dragon's blood lake. The entire dragon blood lake had a very strange shape, visible to the naked eye, and for every meter deeper inside, the depth of the lake would increase by a good 40 to 50 centimeters. This slope made the bottom of Dragon Blood Lake seem like a funnel. If nothing else, the purple-scaled dragon carp should all be at the very center of the lake, where the water level is the deepest. With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Changsheng's body swayed and swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lin Jingyao and Zhang Jiyu were still continuously throwing pieces of alien beast meat towards the lake water, dyeing the originally clear and transparent lake water and starting to appear red. And unsurprisingly, as the smell of blood began to spread, there were already red dragon carp that had noticed this sight and began to converge towards it. As far as Bai Changsheng's eyes could see, there were 4 of them. Looking at the dragon carp that were 50 to 60 centimeters in length, each one fat and strong, Bai Changsheng resisted the urge to hunt and kill them on the spot. If you hunt now, you can easily scatter the fish, which is not worth the effort. What's more, looking at the way the dragon carp came and went swiftly while swimming casually in the water, and then looking at his own clumsy and slow movements, even if Bai Changsheng wanted to catch it, he would have to be able to catch up with it. One of the dragon carp noticed Bai Changsheng and didn't bother eating the chunks of foreign beast meat anymore, violently turning its head and charging towards Bai Changsheng's side. Bang! Bai Changsheng only felt as if he had been kicked violently by someone, and his body suddenly sank, twisting his head and biting towards his side. But the dragon carp that had just attacked him had long since swam away, not giving Bai Changsheng a chance to bite it. The dragon carp's attack wasn't really strong, it probably made him feel pain, and it was probably an attack that had just stepped into the first-grade beast soldier level. Just one attack counts for nothing, but if there were a large number of them, a dragon carp would come in for a bit, and even if it couldn't kill him, it would still be able to torture him properly. We can't dwell on it. We have to find the purple-scaled dragon carp as soon as possible before the other dragon carp realize it. Bai Changsheng's heart sank as he ignored the dragon carp that had just stalked him and continued swimming towards the center of the lake on his own. However, Bai Changsheng had ultimately underestimated the xenophobic mind of this dragon carp. As he continued to go deeper and deeper into the dragon blood lake, there were more and more dragon carp that passed by and then set their eyes on him, sweeping back. At this moment, he was unexpectedly followed by more than 10 of them. Each attack was like a heavy hammer, and slowly, it became somewhat difficult for Bai Changsheng to even stabilize his stance. Beaten but not caught, the dragon carp's flexibility was beyond his imagination. This speed alone was not something that an ordinary first-grade beast soldier could possess. An ordinary dragon carp is already like this, if it's a purple-scaled dragon carp. What's more, Chapter 43 Purple-scaled dragon carp. Surfacing for a change of breath, he swept another glance towards the shore, estimating his distance from the shore. With this group of dragon carp interfering, it took him 3 minutes to manage to swim 200 meters past the point, but there's still at least 500 meters to the center of the lake. It's not far, but it's not close either. White is out. Lin Jingyao on the shore looked at Bai Changsheng who had suddenly appeared, her voice slightly agitated, and then she saw Bai Changsheng dive headfirst into the water again. Re-entering the water, he was met by a new round of attacks from the dragon carp. However, this time, among the group of dragon carp that were no more than 40 to 50 centimeters long and covered in red phosphorus, there was an additional dragon carp that was nearly a meter in length and had purple scales on its back. With just a glance, Bai Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Purple-scaled dragon carp. Originally, I thought that I would have to swim to the center of the lake at least to find it, but I didn't expect the other party to find it on their own. Several times the size of an ordinary dragon carp. One didn't need to think about it to know that its chi and blood were bound to be exaggerated. Unusual dragon carp could only make him feel pain but not break his defense. But it was a different story when it came to purple-scaled dragon carp. Especially this purple-scaled dragon carp had become slender. Fish had above an additional piece of hardness. Already an unusual dragon carp have morphological differences. Attack means will certainly also change. His own strength was greatly limited in the water, and it was useless to tangle. Not to mention that he didn't need to tangle. Without any hesitation, Bai Changsheng twisted his head the moment he saw the purple-scaled dragon carp and ran. his slender body twisting violently before his figure dashed out a section towards the front. At full blast, this was Bai Changqing's true speed in the water. But the problem was that he was fast, and the purple-scaled dragon carp was even faster. Bai Changqing was violently startled at the bottom of his heart, and before he could react, in the next moment, he only felt that a certain part of his body had been violently hit, and in an instant, the sensation of overturning the river surged up. Grass. This feeling made Bai Changqing subconsciously want to curse out a nationalist. If an unusual dragon carp impact could only be felt as a faint pain, as if it had been kicked hard, this attack by that purple-scaled dragon carp was completely a dump truck crashing towards him. Bai Changqing was even able to clearly feel that the piece that had been hit by the purple-scaled dragon carp had lost its sensation, and at the same time, he was able to feel that the muscles of that piece were contracting unconsciously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder it was said that this purple-scaled dragon carp possessed the strength of a second-grade beast soldier, and with just this collision, I'm afraid that an unusual first-grade beast soldier would directly pass out. It was only because Bai Changqing's chi and blood values were quite a bit higher than the purple-scaled dragon carp's, along with the rock armor defense, that he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. But even so, Bai Changqing still suffered. This purple-scaled dragon carp seemed to be tireless, and after one strike, it didn't wait for Bai Changqing to have any reaction before its attack came again. Bang! This time, Bai Changqing clearly felt the ensuing waves of water and tried to dodge, but was completely unable to keep up with the speed of the purple-scaled dragon carp. It was another powerful blow, and this time, the pain Bai Changqing suffered was even better than just now. Because he felt it, the snake scales on his body surface could no longer withstand the purple-scaled dragon carp's attack and began to crumble and fall off. Turning back, he tried to counterattack, but the purple-scaled dragon carp had already reached several meters away with just a flash. Even if Bai Changqing's chi and blood were high and his force was strong, if he couldn't hit, it was all for naught. Even worse, Bai Changqing's afterglow could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake. There were two more figures with purple scales on their backs. One purple-scaled dragon carp had already left him in such a sorry state, and if this came with two more, Bai Changqing doubted that he would be able to make it back to the shore alive. Run! Not daring to delay any longer, Bai Changqing's slender body struggled to twist, and his speed increased by a few more points. But even if it was faster, it couldn't be faster than the dragon carp and purple-scaled dragon carp that were right behind him. Little fishy, little white seems to be in danger. Getting closer, Lin Jingyao on the shore noticed something strange in the distance. If Lin Jingyao could see it, Jiang Jiyu naturally saw it as well. Looking at Bai Changqing's figure twitching and swaying in the water, as well as the group of dragon carp following him, Jiang Jiyu frowned. A distance of more than 100 meters was too far. With her current spiritual power, forcing it to be activated was already the limit, and if she crossed another 100 meters to attack, the effect would be almost equal to nothing. If not, she wouldn't have risked letting the Steel Bone Wolf King get close to her that day. But if she also swam into the lake, I'm afraid that the end result wouldn't be any better than Bai Changqing. Can't help. Everything can only rely on Bai Changqing himself. Bai Changqing had floated above the surface of the lake, and behind him were swarms of red dragon carp, among which were even 3 purple-scaled dragon carp. Impact after impact, so that above the lake Bai Changqing's figure appeared to be extremely lousy. A short distance of 100 meters, Bai Changqing has suffered no less than 20 impacts. 2 of these attacks came from the purple-scaled dragon carp, causing 2 more snake scale breaks on his abdomen. At first, Bai Changqing would still curse a few times in his heart, but with more and more injuries, Bai Changqing had become numb. No, I'll lose a lot of money if I can't unlock the dragon's blood here. I'll remember this revenge. Don't run away. Wait for me for a few months and come back to destroy all of you. Bai Changqing only felt that his brain was drowsy, with a feeling that he might pass out at any moment. But he knows very well, he cannot faint. Once fainted, it is really at the mercy of the other party to slaughter. And in the end, I am afraid that even a whole body cannot be left, can only be in the heart of the continuous angry curses to give themselves a boost. But as far as his eyes could see, another group of dragon carp in front of him noticed the movement on his side. Although he had long guessed that there would be such a thing, but really when the front is another 20 or 30 dragon carp swimming towards himself, Bai Changqing is still hard to avoid a numbscalp. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for these pieces of foreign beast meat as bait, Bai Changqing would have already been besieged by the dragon carp before, and it was only now that they were attracted to his attention, which had already helped to share a great deal of the pressure on Bai Changqing. But just that wasn't enough. At this moment, he was still 100 meters away from the shore, and if there was no way to break the situation, I was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to cross this 100-meter distance. No, this evolution point cannot be saved. I'm afraid if I save anymore, I'll have to use it again in my next life. Although there was some reluctance, Bai Changqing had no choice. System, add points. 162 evolution points deducted. Evolution Tree Branch Rock Armor Defense level raised to LV4. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of Rock Armor Defense, 486. Light up the evolutionary tree. Steel Bone. 120 evolution points deducted. Evolutionary Tree Branch Steel Bone is lit. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of Steel Bones, 360. After a series of 2 beeps, Bai Changsheng only felt a warm current surging through his entire body. Not only was the energy flowing under the snake scales enhanced, even the bones in his entire body became nearly twice as tough. Chapter 41, Soul Destroying Needle. The effect of the instantaneous surge in defense was that Bai Changsheng was completely immune to the attacks of an ordinary dragon carp. The subtle pain from before completely disappeared, and even the attacks from the purple-scaled dragon carp were weakened by several points. Although attack after attack still made it difficult for him to maintain his figure, it was finally not so bad that one blow made his snake scales crumble, re-stabilizing his body. Bai Changsheng once again swam hard towards the shore. Those dragon carp that had intercepted from the front had already met up with the group behind him, but it was only this level of attack that Bai Changsheng completely disregarded. It only occasionally dodged the purple-scaled dragon carp's attacks, though it wasn't much use. 80 meters, 60 meters. Jiang Jiyu frowned, looking at the waves churning above the lake, estimating the distance in his mind. Closer, closer. 40 meters, 30 meters. Bai Changsheng was getting closer and closer to the shore, but the group of dragon carp behind him seemed to have sensed some kind of danger, and their attack frequency was getting lower and lower, as if they were wary of the 2 people on the shore. These things are extremely sensitive to crisis, so it's no wonder they're so hard to catch and sell for a hefty price. Bai Changsheng glanced back, and the 3 purple-scaled dragon carp that were originally still in hot pursuit were now just following behind him from afar, but had no intention of attacking again. No, at this rate, I'm afraid the gang of dragon carp will disperse before he reaches the shore. At that time, even if Jiang Jiyu had a way to exterminate them, he would not be able to do so due to the distance limitation. If he really let them slip away, then wouldn't he have suffered all that encounter just now for nothing? With this in mind, Bai Changsheng decisively turned his head and charged towards the dragon carp group. The xenophobia of the dragon carp must be re-energized. Let them perceive that they will not leave easily before they continue in hot pursuit. The snake's mouth opened and it bit down on a dragon carp that was charging towards him. The sudden counterattack caught him off guard. In the end, Bai Changsheng was ultimately a late-stage second-grade beast soldier, and against these dragon carps, his chi and blood values alone had already crushed them. Before, he couldn't turn around and counterattack because of the purple-scaled dragon carp's attack, but now that there was less interference, it wasn't a big problem to kill a few dragon carps. The dragon carp that was bitten by the bite still wanted to struggle against it, but facing Bai Changsheng, whose chi and blood values had crushed his own, its struggles were just futile. Biting down hard, the fishy flavor of fish blood instantly overflowed from Bai Changsheng's mouth, and the whole mouthful was directly swallowed. The system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the dragon carp, gaining 6 blood value and 9 evolution points. Evolutionary tree branch detected, dragon's blood. The level of dragon blood in the bloodline is too low to unlock this branch of the evolutionary tree. Sure enough, a single dragon carp, while rare, is simply not enough for what is needed to unlock it. Even if the whole thing is devoured, the condition is still not reached. Looking at this, the only way to unlock it was to find a way to devour a purple-scaled dragon carp. Bai Changsheng's gaze turned slightly to the 3 purple-scaled dragon carp in the distance. The purple-scaled dragon carp, which had originally been ferocious, was indifferent as if it hadn't seen it at all at the moment as it watched Bai Changsheng hunt down the other dragon carp. But for Bai Changsheng, it no longer mattered whether he was indifferent or not. Since the purple-scaled dragon carp was unwilling to come forward, it was only natural for him to seize the opportunity. The blood value provided by the dragon carp is not high, but the evolution points are very substantial. An ordinary beast soldier of the beginning first grade could not provide so many evolution points. Bai Changsheng, who had just spent nearly 300 evolution points, was once again at the peak of his demandingness for evolution points at the moment. 3 attacks in a row landed as many as they could, and another small 30 evolution points were credited. In fact, with the speed of the dragon carp, it shouldn't have just been bitten so easily by Bai Changsheng. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that there were too many dragon carp, and they weren't as smart as the purple-scaled dragon carp, knowing to avoid Bai Changsheng's front to attack. It's as if a person with even the worst marksmanship could just shoot someone in the face of thousands of troops. But this state of affairs did not last long. Those 3 purple-scaled dragon carp then couldn't help themselves. Being afraid of the 2 people on the shore didn't mean they could stand by and watch Bai Changsheng slaughter the other dragon carp. Coming! Looking at the 3 purple-scaled dragon carp charging towards him once again, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but turn his head and run. 30 meters, 20 meters. It's now! Jiang Jiyu looked at the group of dragon carp that was only less than 20 meters away from him and no longer hesitated. Soul-destroying needle. Jiang Jiyu let out a soft cry under his breath, and in the next instant, an attack that was invisible to the naked eye instantly acted on top of the group of dragon carp under the lake. Although the attack was not visible, the sight of the lake instantly sinking by a few points, followed by a churning up, revealed the power of Jiang Jiyu's strike. Whoa! As Lin Jingyao, who was on the side, watched the scene, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of shock from her mouth. She knew that Jiang Jiyu's strength was stronger than her own, but the scene that was happening in front of her now proved to her once again one thing, that the gap between the two was already too big to be described in words, and Bai Changsheng in the water vaguely only felt something graze himself and instantly swept past. The next moment, the lake turned over behind him, leaving only dead silence. Looking back, originally also raging the 3 purple-scaled dragon carp at the moment seems to be stagnant in general, huge body by the lake water turbulence and be-wrapped floating. As for those strength compared to the purple-scaled dragon carp is also much worse than the ordinary dragon carp. At this moment has been all turned belly, completely lost vitality. This, Bai Changsheng had originally thought that his blood value was much higher than Jiang Jiyu's, and that he was definitely above Jiang Jiyu in terms of strength. But now, it seemed that he was only higher than Jiang Jiyu in terms of qi and blood value. Jiang Jiyu, who was an empress in her last life, had means that were simply not comparable to the one he had at this moment. Other than that, this spiritual attack alone could easily exterminate him. Being able to attack individually to cross the level, he was now able to spread out his attacks for a ranged attack, exterminating dozens of dragon carp's lives in one go. The strength of the power had exceeded Bai Changsheng's imagination. That's if he can learn the trick. Bai Changsheng's mind was churning with thoughts, but more than anything else, he was also amazed at Jiang Jiyu's strength. Xiao Bai, drag up all these dragon carp corpses. Jiang Jiyu's voice sounded again, compared to just now. At this moment, her voice couldn't help but take on a bit of weakness. Obviously, urging this level of attack was not a small exertion on her, but it was good that she did not fall into a state of weakness like the last time she fought against the Steel Bone Wolf King. When Bai Changsheng heard this, his body shook slightly and he bit down on a purple-scaled dragon carp before dragging it towards the shore. So on and so forth. On the third time, Bai Changsheng opened his mouth and directly bit off the third purple-scaled dragon carp, and the fish meat went into his stomach. This time, the system's beep finally changed. Chapter 42, Evolution Tree Branch, Dragon's Blood. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp, gaining a chi and blood value of 32, and gaining 49 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the unlit branch of the evolution tree, Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood, anyone with Dragon's Blood has the hope of transforming into a dragon. Evolution points required for illumination, 300. A series of system beeps made by Changsheng's heart feel nothing but excitement. It wasn't easy. Finally this evolutionary tree branch was unlocked, although he hadn't yet lit it up, and hadn't felt the boost from the Dragon's Blood. Just looking at the system's introduction to the Dragon's Blood gave Bai Changsheng the impulse to light up the Dragon's Blood even if he had studded up his evolution points. However, looking at the chi and blood values that were about to reach their limit, Bai Changsheng stiffly stopped the urge. Although Dragon's Blood was good, it was currently the third-grade beast soldiers that smelled better after all. Swallowing the remaining half of the dragon carp meat into his stomach as well, the system beep arrived again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purple-scaled dragon carp, gaining 34 blood value and 53 evolution points. The chi and blood value has reached 3,000 points. Please evolve as soon as possible. Required blood value until next evolution 3,000. Evolution points 549/1000. The blood value was already full, but the evolution points were still over 400 short. With a slight turn of his gaze, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but look at the dragon carp that were floating in the middle of the lake and had turned over their stomachs. The price of a dragon carp is only 200, which is 50 times worse than the price of a purple-scale dragon carp. However, for the current Bai Changsheng, it couldn't be a better material. The body value was not high, yet it was able to provide a considerable amount of evolution points because of the thin dragon bloodline in its body. In a rough count, Jiang Jiyu's strike had caused at least 60 to 70 dragon carp to turn over. If he could devour them all, it would be enough for him to reach the evolution points he needed for this upgrade. Jiyu, Xiaobai is eating dragon carp hay. Lin Jingyao looked at Bai Changsheng, who was constantly swimming around in the lake water, and spoke out to remind Jiang Jiyu, eat so much, don't give it a hard time. Jiang Jiyu raised her eyes to look at Bai Changsheng in the distance before she shook her head. Let it eat if it likes it. Ordinary dragon carp don't sell for much money anyway, and they can't be kept for a long time. After raising his hand and putting the two purple-scaled dragon carp on the ground into his storage ring, Jiang Jiyu sat down on the spot and took out another bottle of potion that could replenish his spirit. Two purple-scaled dragon carp were priced at 200,000. and only paying for a bottle of spirit replenishing potion. It was still a good profit after doing some math. Lin Jingyao glanced at her BFF who was meditating and didn't bother her. Turning her head towards Bai Changsheng who was still in the lake water constantly devouring the dragon carp, she couldn't help but shout out, "White, save 2 for me, you don't want to eat them all." The only one who grabbed food from a snake was Lin Jingyao. Bai Changsheng glanced at Lin Jingyao on the shore, his heart helpless, but it was also true that he couldn't eat all of these dragon carp at once. Even at this moment, his digestive enhancement had already reached level 5, and his digestive speed had been boosted by an unknown number of times. After all, it was the level that limited his play, and just 10 dragon carp later, Bai Changsheng had the feeling of a full stomach and was somewhat unable to eat anymore. He had no choice but to drag the remaining dragon carp corpses back to the shore as much as he could, and then let Jiang Jiyu put them away in his storage ring. As night fell, Jiang Jiyu didn't choose to brave the night to hurry. At the moment she was not in a fit state to be rushed, and anyway, there was time to spare. It wasn't like she was in a hurry for a few hours. It wasn't so cold at night that you didn't even need a fire. Bai Changsheng went back to his nascent soul pouch to digest after eating his fill, leaving Lin Jingyao alone to take charge of vigilance. Instead, there also came to be 2 foreign beasts passing by while drinking water, but they were all unclassified existences, and with Lin Jingyao's strength, there was not much pressure to deal with them, so Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu did not put up a fight. During this time, Bai Changsheng came out and ate more than 10 more dragon carp, once again harvesting more than 100 points of evolutionary value before switching to Lin Jingyao to sleep while Bai Changsheng kept watch. The night was uneventful, and early the next morning, Jiang Jiyu exited from his conditioning state and brought Lin Jingyao towards the martial arts town. Yesterday's road trip had already hunted quite a few foreign beasts, and at this moment, on the way back, it was estimated that there were still quite a few more to be hunted. This round trip, along with so many dragon carp in the Dragon Blood Lake, Jiang Jiyu's points were definitely enough to enter the waterwood. As for Lin Jingyao, after this trip to the battle, she had already recognized the shortcomings in her strength. Compared to Jiang Jiyu, a true Suemu-level genius, she is not even half a star. Suemu she doesn't want to. Even if she goes in, she will probably be left far behind and be reduced to a hanging student. And predictably, with her natural talent, she definitely couldn't keep up with the pace of Mizuki's teaching, and when it really came to that time, the status of Mizuki's student, instead of bringing her any help, would drag her down, and if she gave up Mizuki, with her strength, she would still have no problem trying to get into a better martial arts university. Jiang Jiyu didn't advise anything more when she heard Lin Jingyao's words, or rather, she knew very well what kind of life Lin Jingyao was suitable for. However, Bai Changsheng was a bit of a mouthful. If Lin Jingyao didn't know, could he not know? With Jiang Jiyu's natural talent, the potential of being able to witness the Emperor realm in the future, even among the water and wood, was a unique existence. There was not one in a billion who could compare their talent with Jiang Jiyu. Even he, the hanging ratio, didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to steadily pressure Jiang Jiyu. Tilting his head to look at Jiang Jiyu, who had a bemused look on her face, all Bai Changsheng could do was to fill his stomach as much as possible. After returning to the martial arts town and submitting the battle video, the rest of the day was spent waiting for the time to arrive and then taking the intercity train back to their respective cities. Piggybacking on this, Jiang Jiyu went back to sell the 2 purple-scaled dragon carp to the restaurant. It was a bit lower than the price quoted by the waiter yesterday, and each strip was priced at 90,000 alliance coins in exchange for 180,000. After all, people's restaurants have to make money as well. Compared to the income of the Steel Bone Wolf King, the alliance coins exchanged for the purple-scaled dragon carp definitely wasn't much, but it wasn't often that a good thing like the Steel Bone Wolf King could be encountered, and the level of danger alone is not in the same league twice. The risks are not equal, and the rewards are naturally not equal. On a day-to-day basis, these 2 purple-scaled dragon carp for a change have been considered a big haul. In comparison, it was this trip to the wasteland that Bai Changsheng had truly gained a great deal. The unfathomable blood value and evolution points were nothing anymore. The dragon's blood, a branch of the evolution tree, was the real value. After all, if one could be a dragon, who would want to be a snake with a war chest? But at the end of the day, it's still a lack of evolution points. The dragon's blood alone needed a full 300 evolution points to light up. What could be met was that the more evolution points needed later on would only be more exaggerated. If one really wanted to fill up the dragon's blood and let one's own bloodline undergo a metamorphosis, I'm afraid that the difficulty wouldn't be much less than that of achieving a Beast King. Chapter 43, 5th Evolution. 3rd Grade Beast Soldier. Auntie Jiang, you don't know. As far as those foreign beasts in the wasteland are concerned, there's not a single thing they can do to Little Fish and Little White. One shot at a time. The beasts don't even have the strength to fight back. Listening to Lin Jingyao's slightly exaggerated words, although Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were still worried, they were always much more at ease. Although they hadn't been to the wasteland, they were still cognizant enough of martial artists and foreign beasts. They were still very clear about what level their own daughter's strength probably was. A second-grade martial artist, although it had already surpassed the vast majority of ordinary people. To say that it was invincible in the wasteland was more or less whimsical. Even the ones that came close to the martial artist town were beast soldier level alien beasts, and there would rarely be a beast general level existence. But even if it's a beast soldier, there's still a third-grade beast soldier, isn't there? When you go to the wilderness, you still have to be careful and careful again. Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Jiyu, and the worry in her eyes never faded. Jiang Jiyu just nodded at his words and didn't say anything more. There are some things that you can't tell your parents too much about, and it's not too late to hide them if you can. Or confess if you can't. The group slowly and leisurely made their way back to the house and everything seemed to be back on track again. Jiang Jiyu did nothing but cultivate every day, and at most occasionally went out for a stroll with Lin Jingyao. On the other hand, Bai Changsheng ate and slept every day, doing his best to accumulate the evolution points needed for his next evolution. Finally, on the fourth day, Bai Changsheng forced himself to swallow the last batch of dragon carp that had obviously spoiled while holding back the feeling of vomiting. As the system beep sounded again, his evolution points had finally saved up to 1,000. Congratulations to the host. The conditions for the fifth evolution have been met. Does it open the evolution? Yes. More than a full month had passed since the fourth evolution, and as his strength continued to grow, the time required for each evolution had become significantly longer. After waiting for so long, it was hard to wait for an opportunity. Bai Changsheng didn't want to delay a moment longer, and the moment after he made sure to turn on the evolution, a familiar chill came over him. Even though he was inside the house, Bai Changsheng still had a feeling as if his entire body was frozen. The huge body curled up at once. The sudden difference also startled Jiang Jiyu, who had originally plopped down on his knees with the intention of starting his cultivation. A white foot reached out and stepped on the ground, and Jiang Jiyu instantly frowned slightly. Obviously, it had already entered June, and the weather was hot, but at the moment, Bai Changsheng's surroundings were as if it was a cold winter month, and vaguely, there was even a frost that was condensing. Reaching out to gently caress Bai Changsheng's body, Jiang Jiyu could clearly feel him trembling. With such a difference, Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but jump in his heart. Is this the third mutation? He murmured under his breath, but there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. 3 mutations, rare in the world. Since when could a white-scaled snake with a bloodline that was speckled to the extreme also undergo a third mutation? This was a situation that even in her last life, she had never seen before, but with the facts right in front of her, it was no longer a matter of whether she believed it or not. Looking at Bai Changsheng's appearance, it was obvious that he was suffering from extreme pain, and even his consciousness was a bit blurred. If there was no outside force to intervene and interfere to help him complete his mutation, I'm afraid that even if he barely survived, his chi and blood would be severely damaged. With this in mind, Jiang Jiyu summoned a bottle of golden potion from his storage ring with a flip of his hand. Golden flame potion, the handiwork of a 5th-grade alchemist, containing flame energy that is extremely violent, able to help the body get rid of impurities, priced at 170,000 alliance coins a bottle. It was originally prepared for me to break through to 3rd-grade martial artist, to help me strengthen my foundation, but right now you need it more than I do. Open your mouth. Jiang Jiyu pulled the cork out of the potion bottle, and a wild fluctuation of fiery energy instantly overflowed the entire room, forming a clear contrast with the coldness emanating from Bai Changsheng's surroundings. And when Bai Changsheng, whose consciousness was nearly comatose, heard Jiang Jiyu's words, he also opened his mouth decisively without any semblance of defense. As the gold flame potion was imported, the raging fire energy instantly spread throughout Bai Changsheng's body. From extreme cold to extreme heat, it's just a split-second shift. Bai Changsheng, who had originally been frozen by this coldness to the point where his body had to curl up, felt like there was a fire burning inside him at this moment. Without waiting for him to make any more moves, the original chill suddenly took over again. After a few seconds, the feeling of extreme heat returned. Going back and forth like this, Bai Changsheng only felt that his entire body had become numb. But fortunately, this level of hot and cold transformation was already within his tolerable range. Consciousness returned, and vaguely a system beep was heard. Congratulations to the host, devouring the gold flame potion, gaining 0 points of blood value and 141 points of evolution value. This number was already the most Bai Changsheng had ever gotten in a single session. Even if he had devoured the Steel Bone Wolf King's internal organs before, he had only gained 120 evolution points. A penny for a penny, a penny for a penny. A potion priced at $170,000 was truly terrifying, and as the effects of the gold flame potion were completely realized, the original coldness on Bai Changsheng's body was slowly suppressed until it completely disappeared. This evolution has been completed. consuming a total of 1,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host, completing the 5th evolution. Required blood value for next evolution, 10,000 points. 2,000 evolution points. After a series of system beeps, Bai Chongsheng only felt relaxed. The 5th evolution had directly raised the upper limit of the chi and blood values to 10,000 points. So that meant that, at least for a short period of time, he didn't have to worry about being restricted from raising it by the upper limit of the chi and blood values anymore. And now, he had completely crossed the threshold of a 3rd-grade beast soldier. Although he had only just stepped through, this strength had already allowed him to surpass 80% to 90% of the Fey beasts. How long had it been since he crossed over this upgrade speed? Even Jiang Jiyu beside him was far inferior to him. Bai Chongsheng, who had a moment of bravado in his heart, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Jiyu, who happened to be looking at him as well. As if he had sensed what was going on in Bai Chongsheng's mind in general, the corners of Jiang Jiyu's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Stepping into the 3rd grade so quickly? This speed of your chi and blood enhancement is indeed much faster than mine. But that's about it. Beast soldiers are just beast soldiers after all. Wait until you step into the beast general level to come and then be proud of yourself. Jiang Jiyu's voice was calm, but the words he spoke made Bai Chongsheng's heart flutter. You and I have signed a spirit contract, and as our strength continues to rise, the feeling of heart-to-heart will become stronger and stronger. When strength reaches high depths, one is even able to speak directly through the heart. You've stepped into the 3rd grade, and I've been able to roughly sense what you're trying to say. This was the first time that Jiang Jiyu had ever said so much to Bai Chongsheng. Before this, Jiang Jiyu had never paid much attention to Bai Chongsheng, only treating him as a spirit pet. But now after witnessing Bai Chongsheng's 3rd mutation and the growth rate that was still exceeding hers, Jiang Jiyu finally let go of her contempt for Bai Chongsheng and truly treated him as a companion. Chapter 44, Illuminating the Dragon's Blood. With regard to Jiang Jiyu's change in attitude, Bai Chongsheng's feelings were extremely obvious, not only because of what she had said, but also because under the effect of the spirit contract, he was able to feel Jiang Jiyu's shallow inner activities. This transition is not a big one, but it's an excellent start. At least, Bai Chongsheng had gotten a promise from Jiang Jiyu. She would prepare a share of the cultivation resources for Bai Chongsheng in the future. Although it could not reach the level of giving and taking, it was the most suitable for Bai Chongsheng. Even though with the existence of the system, Bai Chongsheng's need for cultivation resources wasn't as great as that of other spirit beasts, but who would mind getting too much of a good thing? Other than that, that bottle of gold flame potion alone provided him with a considerable amount of evolution points. If he was able to get 2 more bottles, he would be able to directly light up the dragon blood evolution tree. But it was clear that he was really overthinking this idea a bit. A bottle of $170,000. Even if Jiang Jiyu had more money, he could not afford to build it so much, and it was enough to upgrade the hybrid Dan for him. Congratulations to the host for devouring the bear's blood pill, gaining 27 points of blood value and 13 evolution points. As Bai Chongsheng's strength increased, the hybrid blood pill was no longer able to give him much of a boost. But luckily, with this bear blood pill, the efficiency of his growth was raised again. However, the price was also exaggerated. A full 3,000 alliance coins apiece, which was 3 times as much as the hybridization pill. It was another 4 days of peace and quiet, and with 3 meals a day, all of which were filled with bear blood pills. Bai Chongsheng had finally saved up enough evolution points needed to illuminate the dragon's blood. Looking at the 300 just over evolution points on the panel, Bai Chongsheng directly piped, "Congratulations to the host, spending 300 evolution points to light up the branch of the evolution tree, Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood, anyone with Dragon's Blood has the hope of transforming into a dragon. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of Dragon's Blood, 1,000. As Bai Chongsheng had expected, the number of evolution points required to upgrade this talent, Dragon Blood, far exceeded his imagination. It was even more exaggerated than the talent gained from the Lord-class Fey Beast Steel Bone Wolf King. However, the effect of such a large number of evolution points was not comparable to that of an unusual evolution tree branch. As the system prompted that the dragon's blood had been successfully lit, Bai Chongsheng suddenly felt his entire body tingling, as if there were countless ants constantly crawling under his scales. Slowly, the sensation began to move toward the bones and internal organs, like a subtle surge of electricity, or an involuntary twitching of the muscles. It was a good thing that the sensation wasn't too strong, or at least not as overwhelming as it had been when he had evolved. It only took 10 seconds or so for the tingling sensation to slowly subside. There didn't seem to be anything too peculiar about it, but looking into the mirror, Bai Chongsheng could see the obvious difference. The scales all over his body were more shiny, and there were 2 shallow bumps above his forehead. With the previous 5th evolution completed, Bai Chongsheng's body length had reached a terrifying 8 meters, and his body roughness was even bigger. Originally, it looked intimidating enough, But at this moment, after the dragon's blood was lit up, Bai Changsheng had even more of an inexplicable majesty. This on the head, is it not a dragon's horn? The scale defense has been raised, and even the strength. It seems like it has been raised by 2 or 3%, but it's clear that my blood value hasn't increased much. Is this the effect of dragon blood? The same amount of chi and blood can explode with more power, and there is also a certain increase in endurance and recovery speed. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Changsheng's heart was nothing but elation. Unsurprisingly, the effects of dragon's blood would always increase his strength as he grew, not like toxin or rock armor defense, which could only raise a fixed value. If he didn't have enough evolution points, Bai Changsheng really wanted to directly fill up his dragon blood to see if he could directly transform into a dragon in place. System panel, Divine Devouring System. Host, Bai Changsheng. Race, White-Scaled Serpent, 5 evolutions, first stage of dragon transformation. Blood value, 3,438. Evolution tree lit, Digestive Enhancement LV5. Rock Armor Defense LV4, Toxin LV2. Steel Bone LV1. Dragon Blood LV1. Available evolution points, 4. 8. Evolution tree can be lit, none. Not a long time, but enough time to refresh White Elder's panel. Not only is the chi and blood value exaggerated, but it also unlocks a series of evolutionary trees. If digestive enhancement was the root of everything, then dragon's blood would determine just how lush Bai Changsheng's evolutionary tree could grow. As for the rest, it was important yet unimportant. At least with evolutionary points not being very rich, Bai Changsheng probably wouldn't be able to upgrade any other branches. Returning to his senses, Bai Changsheng then noticed that Zhang Jiyu was looking at him. Obviously, Zhang Jiyu had already noticed his abnormality, only that she didn't ask directly because Zhang's father and mother were still there. Dad, Mom, the acceptance letter from Mizuki Wushu University has come down, so I have to go to school early, as per the school's requirements. Originally, Zhang Jiyu's plan was to go into the wilderness after the college entrance exams were over to make some money to ensure that he had plenty of money in his hands, but plans can't catch up. In her last life, Zhang Jiyu didn't get into Shuemu, and she didn't need to study at Shuemu again when she grew up later, so she didn't really know that Shuemu would start 2 months earlier. The genus was a bit of a disruption to her rhythm, but sooner or later you have to go to school. The question is only whether it's sooner or later. It doesn't make any difference. And hearing Zhang Jiyu's words, both father and mother Zhang could not help but fall silent. The same is to go to school. But high school and college are two completely different concepts. If no accident, Zhang Jiyu this go, and then want to come back, I'm afraid it will be a few months later. The two had never been separated from their daughters for so long before, and it was hard not to get a little sentimental. Seconds later, Zhang's father got up and went back to his room, and then came out with $10,000 in cash in his hand. Other people's kids go to college and their parents go to drop them off. But you know the situation in our house, girl. Mom and dad can't get away to see you off. This is $10,000 that mom and dad have been saving for you for the past few months. Don't think you're too little, and don't turn it down. In case something comes up, you'll be able to answer an emergency. If you run out of money, call your mom, and don't be bitter at school. Zhang Jiyu was silent. What she wanted to say, her own father had already guessed. To say something more would instead make her parents' hearts even harder. Reaching out to take the money, Zhang Jiyu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad, Mom, I heard from my seniors that Suemu still has quite a lot of vacation time every year. I can still always come back if you guys miss me." In fact, with Zhang Jiyu's heritage, even if she didn't go to Waterwood, her future achievements wouldn't be too much lower. However, Waterwood, as the #1 martial arts school in the Celestial Dynasty, had a lot of depth, and there were some things that even she had to fight for. Chapter 45, Enrolling in Waterwood, Ascending Star Building, Freshman of Capital Martial Arts University. This way, Northfield WU. Getting off the intercity train and following the crowd out of the station, I was greeted by several banners. Capital WU, North Domain WU, Extreme WU, but to say that the most conspicuous of them is bound to stand in the center of the 4 words of Mizuki University. There wasn't much of a greeting, but just setting up a banner was enough to get everyone's attention, and all the students who passed by couldn't help but show envy in their eyes when they looked at the word Suemu Wushu University. Their exams weren't bad, they were also from the top martial arts universities in the country, and they had all been popular figures in various schools before. However, it was clear that the most top martial arts university in the Celestial Kingdom was only the Mizuki family. It was as if the banners of the various martial arts universities were all spread out around Mizuki at the moment, and even if they were no longer convinced in their hearts, they were always going to be suppressed by Mizuki across the board. This Mizuki is quite the pretender. Everyone is a top WU, and he, Mizuki, is the only one who stands alone, and the whole thing is as if he doesn't care to be with the other WUs. You betcha. beautiful. In the crowd, a teenager in a pink suit had his mouth turned away and spoke at the girl next to him, and between his words, he seemed to carry a full of resentment towards Mizuki. The young girl did not speak, but simply raised her steps after seeing the Mizuki banner. You said I'm at least the number one in our high school, and my family even gave me so many cultivation resources. Shueimu actually did not admit me. If you ask me, this Shueimu is just a name that does not live up to its name, topped with the name of the number one martial arts university in the Heavenly Kingdom, but in reality, it is filled with incompetent people. Do you think I'm making any sense? By the way, beautiful, I haven't asked you yet, what school do you go to? Rarely, for the first time, the young girl responded, lifting her finger to point at Mizuki's banner a few steps away, and lightly spitting out the word Mizuki under her breath. At those words, the corner of the teenager's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Looking at Mizuki's side of the team, there was a man and a woman who had already walked over towards this side, and after dryly coughing, the teenager decisively buggered off, saying bad things about Mizuki in front of someone else's Mizuki students. Even if his skin was thicker, he didn't have the face to keep pestering him. Glancing at the teenagers departing back, he then turned his head to look at the two men who were coming towards him head-on. Long time no see, senior sister Jan. Senior sister Jan, still in black leather. Her short hair looked extremely competent. The only difference was that the two short daggers were missing from the side of her legs this time, and beside her, she was followed by an unsmiling boy. Senior sister Xin, long time no see. The young girl was none other than Zhang Jiyu, who had come to the capital from her home, while those who greeted her were the duo of Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing. Reintroduce yourself. Suemu Martial University, Qi and Blood Martial Arts Academy. Sophomore student, Xin Frost. Sophomore, Chang Xing. Listening to the duo's self-introductions, Zhang Jiyu also understood what the two meant. Suemu University, freshman, Kang Jiyu, previously met in the wilderness. The three people get along although tacit understanding, but Zhang Jiyu used a false identity. If only meet in passing, this false identity also used. However, it was clear that the three would cross paths more and more in the future after Kang Jiyu became a freshman at Suemu Wushu University. It's clearly not appropriate to use a fake identity anymore. Getting reacquainted with each other, what was only a gap before dissolved. Let's go, senior sister Jan. I'll personally take you to the school for a stroll. The Xin Frost duo had obviously come to welcome Zhang Jiyu only because they were running towards him, and now that Zhang Jiyu had already received it, there was naturally no need for them to stay on. After handing over the task of welcoming the new students to the other students, the duo pulled Zhang Jiyu onto the school bus and rushed towards Suemu with this new group of arrivals. Mizuki was built in the second year after the calamity, when the whole country was mobilized for the purpose of studying martial arts and foreign beasts, and then finding out the right path to fight against foreign beasts and practice martial arts. And Suemu didn't let the country down, producing a total of 4 emperor realm existences, 17 martial emperors, and 123 martial kings before and after. In terms of heritage, Mizuki is the deepest in the entire Heavenly Kingdom. Even those 4 seniors of the Emperor Realm are now all honorary principals of Waterwood. There were only 6 Emperor Realms in the Celestial Dynasty so far, and 4 of them came from Waterwood, so it was no wonder that Waterwood would become the number 1 martial arts school in the Celestial Dynasty that deserved to be there. This strength alone was already not something that other martial arts universities could come and touch. The school is divided into 4 college campuses: the Academy of Qi and Blood Martial Arts, the Academy of Imperial Beasts, the Academy of Magic, and the Academy of Liberal Arts Studies. The 4 colleges teach independently of each other, in all 4 directions of the school, though some areas are common, such as the cafeteria, the training room, the martial arts arena, the dormitory building, and this one we're looking at now, Ascending Star House. As far as the eye could see, it was a 3-story building, the outside of which was sealed and cast from metal, and looked quite heavy. This floor height, though, clearly has nothing to do with the word ascent to the stars. Don't look at the floors, but the entire building is made of Clorox alloy, which can withstand the full force of a Martial Marquis level outburst, and it's fitted with the most advanced virtual reality technology and magician's illusionary shape magic, with an anthropomorphism capable of exceeding 90%. In other words, when fighting in this, you won't really get hurt, yet you have an almost real sense of battle. Of course, the fighting won't last forever. After being judged by the building's intelligence to be overly injured, the fight is over. Xin Frost paused and spoke again. The school will assign you to the academy you will enroll in based on the video of the new students' battle at the Star Dengxing building, and there will also be a teacher to select the student. There's even no shortage of Martial King level teachers among them. Of course, most people can't wait for the school to do it uniformly before they've already gone ahead and tried it. Before being assigned an academy, freshmen are allowed multiple attempts and then the best score is taken into account. Moreover, For every battle that passes through a floor of the Star Ascension, a certain reward will be earned. Why don't you try the difficulty of the Star Ascension first? Xian Xuan looked at Jiang Jiyu with a smile on her face, and for some reason, Jiang Jiyu always felt that she was encouraging her to plant a heel, but it was indeed in her planning to break into the Stargazer once during this period. Yeah, looking at Xian Xuan's eyes, Jiang Jiyu nodded. As the words fell, Jiang Jiyu took a step towards the tall building in front of him, while the Xian Xuan duo looked at Jiang Jiyu's back in disgust in whispers. Zhang Xing, when you first impacted the Star Ascension Tower, how many floors were you on? 6th level. Killed by a bite from a fire mane swallowing inferno lion of a 3rd grade beast soldier. Zhang Xing shrugged. Aren't you the same? Yeah, new students enroll in school, basically on the 3rd to 5th floors, and the 6th floor is already the limit for new students. How about guessing how many floors schoolmate Zhang can break through to? Chapter 46, Ascending to the 6th level of the star, killing the fire mane swallowing inferno lion. Jiang Jiyu didn't know what Xian Frost and the two of them were talking about, but it didn't matter to her. What mattered was how many floors of the Star Ascension Tower she was able to rush to. Although the difficulty of the Star Ascension Tower is fixed, and rewards are given for each level you rush through, the rewards will vary depending on the time you pass. It's the same 5th level. If one passes after the end of freshman year, the reward will only be 10,000 alliance coins, but if one passes right after enrollment, the reward will be a tiger blood body tempering pill priced at 100,000. If I can get my hands on this tiger's blood quenching pill, it will be able to barely replace the gold flame potion and ensure the solidity of my foundation. There's also the 6th tier, the spirit forging potion, priced at 140,000 alliance coins, which can hammer the spirit and increase mental strength by about 20%. 7th level, one full copy of the Earth rank middle grade martial technique. Although I can't use it, the technique can be resold for the right to learn it at a price of 150,000 points. 1 point is equal to 1 Chinese currency, but points can buy a lot of things that money can't buy. 8th floor, 1 year's use of the Class B cultivation room, worth 200,000 points. Level 9, the higher the tier of the Star Ascending Tower, the more generous the rewards would be, and the value would also increase in tiers. Jiang Jiyu didn't know how many floors she would be able to rush to with her own strength, but the rewards from the 5th floor and every floor beyond were something she was extremely eager for and desperately needed. For example, the Grade B cultivation room on the 8th floor was not only inscribed with a spirit gathering array, which could effectively increase the concentration of spiritual chi within the cultivation room, but it could also attach gravity, up to a maximum of 5 times the regular gravity. In such an environment, whether it was hammering martial arts, or performing basic chi and blood hammering, one could get twice the result with half the effort. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Jiang Jiyu submitted the application for the Star Ascension Tower trial, and then followed the staff's guidance into a room made of alloy throughout. Hello freshman cadet Jiang Jiyu, I'm Mizuki Intelligent AI. You can address me as Ling Yun. Detecting that this is the first time you've entered the Star Ascension Tower. Next, I'll explain the matters you need to pay attention to for the Star Ascension Tower trial. The entire trial is supported by the latest virtual reality projection technology of the Celestial Dynasty. During the entire process, you don't need to worry about getting hurt, but you need to pay attention. The entire battle will be analyzed by my data. Once it is determined that you have received fatal injuries, the trial will be stopped directly, and the result of the trial will be a failure. Secondly, the entire practice room is made up of. The entire rules of the trial weren't really long, but each point was quite important, and Jiang Jiyu silently memorized all of these before tightening the alloy lance in his hand. After AI Ling Yun explained all the precautions, a countdown followed. At the same time, points of light began to flicker and coalesce in front of Jiang Jiyu's body. In the last 3 seconds, it was completely molded into a 1-meter-tall spotted leopard. Is this virtual reality projection? Sure is awesome. Bai Changxing and the nascent soul sack looked at the scene in front of him. His heart couldn't help but be shocked, although he knew that because of the Fey crisis, the level of technology in this world was a lot more advanced than that of the world he was in before. But this was too much of an exaggeration. Just by looking at the constantly molding spotted leopard silhouette, what Xian Frost had said earlier about 90% anthropomorphism was true. However, compared to Bai Changsheng, Jiang Jiyu didn't feel shocked by this. First level, mid-grade first-grade beast soldier, flower-spotted leopard. At the same time as the last second countdown rang out, the long spear in Jiang Jiyu's hand blatantly stabbed out, aiming straight for the spotted leopard's head. In just an instant, the spotted leopard did not even let out a single howl before it was transformed back into a speck of light. Congratulations, Kong Jiyu. You have passed the first floor of the Star Ascension building, and have received a reward, 1 Chi blood pill. Is it time for the second level of the trial? After selecting yes, The light in front of Zhang Jiyu transformed once again, transforming into a new foreign beast. Second level, 3000 academy points. Third level, 2 weeks in the D-level training room. Tier 4, Tier 5, Tiger Blood Hardening Pill. Sixth level, early stage of third grade beast soldier. Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. Looking at the body height of more than 2 meters, body length is more than 3 meters of the Fire Mane Swallowing Inflammation Lion in front of the eyes. Even Zhang Jiyu, all felt a great pressure. A third grade beast soldier and a second grade beast soldier aren't the same concept anymore. The same Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. Huang Xiaotian's one was obviously a bit inadequate. This might alone, even if it was illusory, was not comparable to his spirit beast. Roar. With a muffled roar. I don't know if it was a visual special effect or if it was really something. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the mouth of that Fire Mane Swallowing Inferno Lion, blowing the shattered hair between Zhang Jiyu's forehead. Seemingly sensing something, Zhang Jiyu faintly spoke. No need, virtual alien beasts. It's not like they'll really hurt me. What's more, it's only the early third grade, not much pressure. The alloy lance in his hand pulled out a spear flower as Zhang Jiyu charged instead of retreating. Compared to that, Zhang Jiyu's chi and blood values were much weaker. It was not easy to fight weak against strong and cross the level. If she let the other party seize the first opportunity and attack first, then her chances of winning would be much less. And when Bai Changxing in the nascent soul sack saw that Zhang Jiyu didn't let him come out, he also stopped forcing himself. It just so happened that he also wanted to see just how strong Zhang Jiyu, an Emperor Realm existence, was. The spear was first, while the pace followed. Zhang Jiyu's shot was aimed at the neck of the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. While the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion looked at Zhang Jiyu who was sprinting towards him, an extremely vivid flash of anger flashed across the bottom of his eyes, as if he was really provoked by this human in front of him, and raised his claws and slapped them towards Zhang Jiyu. With its huge size, the Fire Mane Swallowing Lion's claw was like a bushel, and it didn't take much thought to realize that if this claw was slapped into place, with its strong blood value, even if Zhang Jiyu wasn't directly judged to be a loser, he would still be on the verge of losing his stats. However, Zhang Jiyu did not seem to see this claw at all, and the lance was still in a poking and stabbing position. However, when the two sides were about to collide together, they instantly changed their stance, changing from stabbing to pivoting. The tip of the gun shook violently, cutting through the joints of the Fire Mane Swallowing Inferno Lion. The pace of his feet did not stop. His body turned, the head of the gun was withdrawn, from in front of Zhang Jiyu towards the back of the stabbing out. At the same time, Zhang Jiyu's entire body slammed directly into the arms of the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion. In what looked like a scene of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, both figures stalled at the same time, but the Fire Mane Swallowing Inferno Lion, which was still raging, directly turned into dots of light after Zhang Jiyu's collision, and its body began to disintegrate. Bai Changsheng, who had been staying in the nascent soul pouch, watched this inexplicable scene, but all that was left was his heart pounding. It seemed that the two sides exchanged hands for just a short moment to separate the winners from the losers, but Bai Changxing was able to clearly feel the danger. When the gap in blood value between the two sides wasn't so large that it couldn't be bridged, what Zhang Jiyu chose to do was to fight with her life in exchange for her life, and on the contrary, her manipulation of strength and weapons was fine to an exaggerated degree. With a casual attack and collision, he defused the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion's attack while sending the lance precisely into the Fire Mane Swallowing Flame Lion's throat. Chapter 47, Level 7, Earth-Shaking Ape. Congratulations, Zhang Jiyu. You have passed the 6th floor of the Star Ascension building, and have received a reward, a bottle of God-forging potion. Is the 7th level of the trial being conducted? Listening to the AI prompt, Zhang Jiyu still chose yes without the slightest hesitation. In the previous 6 battles, all she had taken was the quick fighting method, and she hadn't expended much physical strength from start to finish, so naturally she didn't need to stop to regulate her energy. Moreover, Bai Changsheng was able to clearly feel that Zhang Jiyu's combat experience was just too much stronger than these virtual reality projected alien beasts. After all, it was the existence of the last Emperor realm. The world often used the height of the chi and blood value to measure the strength of the battle, but this standard of measurement in Zhang Jiyu here is obviously a bit unworkable. Other than that, aside from Zhang Jiyu, who could guarantee that he would win the battle so crisply and decisively despite his inferior blood value? Can't do it, at least not for Bai Changsheng. Of course, this was only if Zhang Jiyu dared to do so if the enemy was projected by a virtual projection, and after the system decided that Zhang Jiyu had inflicted enough fatal damage, it ruled her victory straight away. Otherwise, in an unusual battle with a foreign beast, even if it was mortally wounded, that foreign beast would be able to pickpocket Zhang Jiyu a few times before it died. Bang! Bang! A series of 2 muffled sounds suddenly rang out, and by the sound of it, it was as if something was slamming into something. This time, before the beast's figure was even condensed, there was already a commotion ringing out. And listening to this commotion, the aura exceeded that of the fire mane swallowing inferno lion just now by a lot more. But Jiang Jiyu didn't let these two muffled sounds disorganize himself. His eyes burned as he looked at the ever-forming shadow in front of him, while he lightly exhaled turbid air from his mouth to adjust his breathing. The new beast was a humanoid-type existence, standing up to a height of over 3 meters, with somewhat short lower limbs, but the arms appeared extremely thick. The muscles on it were high and majestic. Even during the entire process of waiting for the condensation to take shape, it had no intention of quieting down, lifting its claws and hammering its chest twice, before rushing at Jiang Jiyu, who was more than 10 paces away, and letting out a furious roar. Earth-shaking ape, early third-grade beast soldier? But although it's the same as that fire mane swallowing flame lion just now, both at the early stage of the third-grade beast soldier, this earth-shaking ape's chi and blood value is quite a bit higher. It's probably around 4,500. Compared to that fire mane swallowing flame lion, this earth-shaking ape has completely stabilized its chi and blood. Barely, it's still within the realm of manageable. Just by vaguely seeing its outline, Jiang Jiyu had already roughly judged the strength of the other party. Facing the 3-meter-tall earth-shaking ape head-on, she still had no intention of summoning Bai Changsheng. Simply by looking at the size difference between the two sides, Jiang Jiyu's height of 1 meter 7 was just enough to reach the waist of this earth-shaking ape, and the sense of oppression instantly overflowed the entire alloy simulation room. With this stance, it was no wonder it was called the earth-shaking ape. The earth-shaking ape's entire body is muscular, especially its 2 arms and chest, which are pounded all year round, and it's hard to be able to break through the opponent's defenses in a fight between the same level, unless one has an attacking means that spans a great level. Attacking these 2 places of the opponent is no different from looking for death, including the back and legs. Although the defense is not as exaggerated as the defense at the chest, it is still called outstanding. The only weaknesses are the eyes, and the back of the neck. Eyes flickering slightly, Jiang Jiyu's gaze constantly traveled over the various parts of the earth-shaking ape's body, and in his heart, he already had a plan to deal with the enemy. Meanwhile, outside the Star Deng building, Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing were both looking at a list in their hands, discussing something in whispers. This year's freshmen totaled more than 1,500 students, and most of them arrived in the morning and completed their first rush of the building. And of those who have finished rushing the floor, the total number of those who have rushed to the 5th floor is 327, while the number of those on the 6th floor is 47. As for the 7th floor, there are only 6 people in total. Zhang Xing looked at the numbers on the list and softly ejaculated under his breath. The quality of the freshmen in this term is somewhat high. Usually, those who are able to rush to the 7th floor add up to no more than a handful, and this year there are actually 6 people so quickly. I'm afraid that number would have to go up even more if all the freshmen had finished rushing the floor. Rushing to the 7th floor meant that the student already possessed the strength of the 3rd grade. 18 years old, awakening in less than 3 months exceeds the results of a lifetime of effort for 90% of the population. It may seem like an exaggeration, but in reality, it makes sense. Let's not forget that none of the people gathered in the middle of Mizuki were the top geniuses of each region. There were over 10 million fresh graduates in the Celestial Dynasty every year, and even if many of them chose to practice liberal arts, the number of people who took the martial arts college entrance exam was still over 5 million. Out of the 5 million new students, just over 1,500 were selected. It wouldn't be surprising to see what kind of geniuses popped up among these people. The top-ranked Su Yi rushed through the 6th floor in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Che in second, with a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't know if senior sister Jiang will be able to rush through the 6th layer and how much time it will take. Looking at this number, Zhang Xing didn't feel anything special. At over 2 minutes, it's still within acceptable limits and not a huge difference from the past. It was obvious that there were quite a number of top geniuses in this freshman class, but the quality hadn't improved significantly compared to previous classes. What? Afraid to lose? When Xian Shuang heard Zhang Xing's words, she slightly inclined her head and glanced at him. 1 month of Class B training room. No one can renege. Looking at Xian Shuang's appearance, Zhang Xing's face suddenly brought up a few points of helplessness. Win or lose, this month's cultivation room time is for senior sister Jiang, so what do I have to renege on? Besides, are you so sure that senior sister Jiang will be able to rush through the 6th floor? Don't forget that schoolmate Zhang's chi and blood values haven't broken through. She's still only a 2nd grade martial artist. Geniuses who rushed to the 6th, or even 7th, tier were certainly worthy of attention, but the truth was that freshmen at the 5th, or even 4th, tier were the norm. As one of the students who had once collapsed on the 6th floor, Zhang Xing and Xian Shuang both knew very well how difficult it was to rush to the upper count of the Star Ascension building at this time. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xing had accepted this bet from Xian Frost and set the winners and losers at the 6th floor level. Zhang Jiyu rushed through the 6th floor, Xian Frost won, and vice versa. As for that 1 month's worth of Class B cultivation room, it was something that he and Xin Shuang both thought of to compensate Zhang Jiyu. That steel-bone Wolf King's corpse was always a big advantage for them, and coming from this stage, they knew very well what the current Zhang Jiyu needed the most, which was why they used this form of compensation to Zhang Jiyu. Believe it or not, just wait and see. Before Xin Shuang's words fell, the list that hadn't changed for a long time was suddenly refreshed, and the rankings of the entire list changed at the same time. Su Yi, who was originally in first place, was squeezed into second place. As for first place, it was topped by a new name. First place, Zhang Jiyu, 6th floor of the Star Ascension building. Time to pass 15 seconds. Chapter 48, Historical Freshman ranking second. Wait, how much? Looking at the suddenly refreshed leaderboard, Xin Shuang thought she had misread it. Ranking on the leaderboard depends on the number of tiers, or time if the tiers are equal. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. After all, battles are all the same, and the less time it takes to resolve them, the stronger they are. However, this 15 seconds is a little too counterintuitive. 6th floor, in 15 seconds? Eyes shifted slightly downward. Second place took a full 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Less than a fraction of a second. But how many freshmen can't get over the hump? Looking at Xin Shuang's expression of such shock, Zhang Xing couldn't help but come over to take a look. But then they were surprised by the timing. 15 seconds. Senior sister Jiang broke through the 6th floor in only 15 seconds? Zhang Xing's character had always been calm, but when he saw this achievement of Zhang Jiyu, he still had some difficulty in accepting the feeling. Thinking back to when he was bitten through the waist by the fire mane swallowing inferno lion from the 6th floor, it had brought him a considerable shadow. But the fire mane swallowing flame lion with the strength of the 3rd grade actually lasted only 15 seconds under Zhang Jiyu's hand? More than that, look at the time Zhang's senior sister used when she broke through the other floors of the Star Ascension building. The time used for the first 4 layers was basically within 10 seconds, and the 5th layer only took 22 seconds. With this score, the 6th floor clearly didn't touch the upper limit of senior sister Zhang's strength. Otherwise the fight wouldn't have been so short. I have a hunch that senior sister Jiang is likely to break through the 7th floor. Xin Shuang let out a soft whimper under her breath, only for this speculation to immediately draw a sideways glance from Zhang Xing when it was spoken. The 7th floor? It can't be, can it? Compared to the 6th level, the earth-shaking HQ and blood value on the 7th level has increased by nearly 15,000. This increase is already nearly a small level up. Elder sister Zhang doesn't even have a blood value of 3,000. Facing the earth-shaking ape with a blood value of 4,005, she should. Zhang Xing was eager to lay out all the factors as a way to prove that his guess was not wrong, but those 15 seconds on the leaderboard were always there, unchanged. It was certainly unrealistic to defeat the 4,500 chi blood value earth-shaking ape with less than 3,000 chi blood value, but it was just as unrealistic to kill the fire mane swallowing inferno lion of the same level almost instantaneously. When the first impossibility was broken, the remaining impossibilities seemed to become possible. And just as the two of them were discussing whether or not Zhang Jiyu would be able to rush through the 7th floor, a group message was sent to all of Mizuki's cell phones at the same time. The new student, Zhang Jiyu, broke the record of the Star Den Tower. Time taken to break through the 6th floor, 15 seconds. Current freshman rank, 1. All-time freshman ranking, 2. A short message, but at the moment it was like a bomb. A stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Because the difficulty of the first 5 floors of the Star Ascension building was too low for the statistics to have any meaning. The ranking statistics, therefore, were all counted from the 6th floor. Not only is there a ranking statistic for this freshman class, but there are also rankings for previous generations of Mizuki students. No, 1 freshman and no, 2 among all-time students? Seeing this ranking, even Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing could not help but have their eyes widen. The freshman first is extremely rare, needing to be killed off from over 1,500 freshmen, but at the end of the day there is one every year. But this ranking of second among all-time students was a bit too much. It was important to know that since the founding of Waterwood, the total number of students had totaled more than 200,000, and among them, there was even a lack of existences that had achieved Martial King, Martial Emperor, or even Martial Emperor. Waterwood had produced a total of 17 martial emperors and 4 martial emperors, and these seniors who had touched the pinnacle of martial artists had once been freshmen of Waterwood, and had participated in the Star Ascension Tower's examination just like them. But now, Zhang Jiyu had actually broken the records left by these martial emperor and even martial emperor predecessors? In that case, wouldn't it mean that at this stage, Zhang Jiyu's performance was even more perverse than those of martial emperors and martial directors at the same time? Especially in this position of second. It may seem like they didn't take the top spot, but in reality, The number one statistic was left behind by the first principal of Mizuki when he experimented with safety at the time when the Ascendant building was just being established. With the principal's strength, not to mention the 6th layer, even if it was the 16th layer or the 26th layer, it would be just a single move that would kill him. In other words, Jiang Jiyu's score was the proper number 1 in the Mizuki calendar. One can only imagine how much of a stir such an achievement would really cause. Senior sister Jiang really has the qualifications of a great emperor. Zhang Xing opened his mouth to find an adjective to describe the shock that this achievement had brought him, but after thinking for a long time, he could only utter the 4 words great emperor's capital. How could one not be considered to possess the qualifications of a great emperor when they had crushed the accomplishments of those great emperors at the same time? As Zhang Xing's words fell, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Star Dengxing building, as if they had suddenly flashed into existence, and as if they were already standing there. But Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing were pretty sure that there was no one in front of them just now. Martial King, this is the Deans? To suddenly appear with a speed that far exceeded their reaction speed, and to merge with the surroundings, to be able to do this, only a Martial King level existence, controlling the power of rules was possible, but the Deans were usually invisible, but now they actually gathered together at the same time, or in front of the Star Dengxing building? It can't be because of Jiang Jiyu, can it? Instinctively, he felt that it was impossible, but when he thought about this achievement of Jiang Jiyu that broke the historical record of Suemu, it seemed that alarming the Deans wasn't a rare thing anymore. The Xi and Frost duo looked at each other and both chose to shut up in silence. As for the 3 figures in front of the Star Dengxing building, at this moment, they were looking at each other, and then they guessed the purpose of their respective visits. But none of the 3 at the moment said anything. They were just surprised by that sudden group message. That's why they came over in the first place. Furthermore, the battle within the Star Dengxing building had not yet ended, and it was still anyone's guess as to what the situation of the girl named Jiang Jiyu was. Water mirror. One of the old men lightly spat out a word from his mouth, and in the next moment, dots of water mist condensed and molded in front of the eyes of the 3, and then light began to emerge from above. It was clearly Jiang Jiyu who was fighting in the tower. Although they couldn't intervene in the Star Ascension Tower, the Martial King controlled the rules, and it wasn't difficult to obtain the battle footage. However, after one of them saw Jiang Jiyu's figure in the picture, his eyelids twitched slightly and he let out a soft eep under his breath. So it's this little girl. Old quarter, you know? There was a meeting during the martial arts entrance exam. The old man opened his mouth to explain, but didn't say much. The other 2 sniffed and didn't ask any more questions. They all turned their eyes to that water mirror. Behind the 3, people who wanted to observe Jiang Jiyu's battle began to continuously converge, all of them having received messages and wanting to see what this girl who had broken Mizuki's all-time record had to offer. Chapter 49, Battling Beyond Levels. Blast Gun. Jiang Jiyu didn't realize how much of a shock her maneuver had brought to the people outside and how much attention it had attracted. At this moment, she was still immersed in the battle with the earth-shaking ape, fighting with the earth-shaking ape that had a blood value of 4,500. It was obvious that he could no longer adopt the same life-for-life fighting method as the fire-mane-swallowing flame lion. Otherwise, what awaited her would only be the system's judgment that she had failed in this battle. In terms of defense, the earth-shaking ape's body surface fur was thick. In terms of flexibility, the humanoid beast appeared to be extremely swift no matter whether it was attacking or dodging. And in terms of strength, the thick blood value allowed the earth-shaking ape's every strike to carry a feeling of momentum and strength. Under its continuous attacks, Jiang Jiyu's stances even looked a little tough. After only 3 moves, the situation had already begun to tilt towards the earth-shaking ape side. This was the advantage that came from the crushing of chi and blood values. Strength, physique, defense, and speed were not comparable to Jiang Jiyu, and all she could do was to rely on the alloy lance in her hand to keep blocking and maneuvering. Just going on like this wouldn't help the fight, but would instead put her in constant danger. In fact, that's the norm at Starboard House. As the number of layers continued to rise, the strength of the foreign beasts encountered also climbed rapidly. All will eventually meet opponents they can't defeat now, and Mizuki's newborn's limit was basically falling in front of the earth-shaking ape on the 7th floor. For several years, no one had been able to break through the 7th floor. Only in the face of such a predicament, Jiang Jiyu's eyes did not have half a bit of panic, but instead became more and more calm. The alloy lance in her hand was drawn out horizontally, smashing heavily on top of the huge fist that the earth-shaking ape was hammering at. Jiang Jiyu's footsteps moved again, her body violently retreating a few steps, and where she originally stood, a huge fist slammed down. Bai Chongqing and the nascent soul sac watched the perilous battle, but never had any intention of coming out of the nascent soul sac. If he had participated in the battle, it wouldn't have been too difficult for him and Jiang Jiyu to join forces to take down the earth-shaking ape. But since Jiang Jiyu hadn't said anything, he didn't have any intention of forcefully intervening either. The most crucial thing was that it looked like Jiang Ziyu was losing out everywhere. But in reality, from beginning to end, the earth-shaking ape hadn't touched Jiang Ziyu even once. This was clearly not the look of being down and out and unable to fight. Bai Shangxing didn't know how to describe this feeling, but it was very abnormal. Entry-level body technique. Outside the Star Dengxing building, a white-haired old man uttered a surprised voice from his mouth. The students couldn't see it, but how could they not? Every time it seemed to be a close call. But in reality, Jiang Ziyu was always able to move his body the smallest distance possible at the most critical moment, dodging the earth-shaking ape's attack and incidentally leaving a wound on the earth-shaking ape's body. Not to mention that this scene happened to a student. Even if it was a military general, there were very few people who could achieve this level. Unlike martial arts, body techniques, to a large extent, rely on their own comprehension. Until now there is no complete and top-level body techniques have been created. After all, combat is not fixed. When to hide, how to hide, and what direction to hide in are not fixed. And now, they actually saw an entry-level stance on a freshman? Diamond in the rough. An absolute diamond in the rough. Not to mention how her chi and blood values were. Just this understanding of being able to master an entry-level stance at a second-grade martial artist. Jiang Ziyu was an absolute diamond in the rough. And it's not just entry-level body techniques. And her attacks. It seems like each strike is swung casually, but in reality, the landing points of the spear tip are all places where the earth-shaking ape's defense is relatively weak. Wrist, elbow, knee joints. This mastery of the weapon alone is something that could never be done without years and years of training. Which family's offspring is this? The three people present were not unusual people with extremely high eyesight, but after fixing their eyes on it for more than a minute, they still couldn't confirm which one of Jiang Ziyu's paths was actually from. Jiang Ziyu. There are a total of 7 martial kings and martial emperors of the Jiang surname in the Celestial Dynasty. There is only one person who can practice the chi and blood martial arts and make a gun. It's just that guy had no wife in his life, much less a descendant, so it can't be his descendant. All three were silent. Since it wasn't a planned inheritance study, there was only one possibility. Jiang Ziyu had enough talent in the Tao of the gun to move them into the subtle level of stance. Superb shooting. One didn't need to think about it to know that with just a little bit of sculpting, Jiang Ziyu would fully reveal his talent. There is no possibility of being alongside them in the future. Martial King Sapling. Absolute Martial King Sapling. The old man standing in the middle of the three had a few moments of excitement under his eyes. He was the director of the Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy, but he was also a teacher. When faced with such students who possess top-notch natural talent, it was inevitable that they would be happy to see them. Just so, it would inevitably attract the envy of the two people next to him. A diamond in the rough. Cheap. There are 3 paths of martial arts practice: the Chi and Blood martial arts path, the Imperial Beast all the way, and Palm Magic. The 3 paths are very different and naturally require different talent focuses. They were naturally able to see what path Jiang Ziyu's displayed talent was suitable for. How long has it been? And it's about time I had a good seedling from my Chi Blood Martial Tao Academy. Hearing the sour words of the 2 people beside him, the old man in the center was slightly angling his head, with a look of taking things for granted. The 7th floor. It's hard for this little girl. Let's see how long she can stay on the 8th floor. As the words fell, he saw Jiang Ziyu in the water mirror suddenly lash out. The alloy lance in his hand danced. Originally pressed by the earth-shaking apes to step backward, posture changed the retreat into a fierce attack. Blast gun. Jiang Ziyu's eyes were slightly lowered. A hidden light flashed in her eyes, and after she lightly drank out the word blast wind, her spear momentum changed, like a gale, and a spear stabbed out, followed by another spear. The AI of the starboard tower was able to analyze the damage caused by the attack, as well as anthropomorphically, through the battle screen, leaving wounds on the virtual alien beasts. Attacking these wounds is capable of inflicting bludgeoning or even lethal damage. This is why the level of anthropomorphism can be so high, and Jiang Ziyu's previous steps backward were meant to leave these tiny wounds for the earth-shaking ape. It didn't seem fatal, not even a minor injury, but now, these minor injuries had become the capital of Jiang Ziyu's counterattack. Without the protection of the thick fur, Jiang Ziyu's continuous attacks hit these wounds, continuously expanding the wounds while condensing and renewing the momentum of the gun. The earth-shaking ape's mouth kept emitting roars of fury as it raised its fist in an attempt to interrupt Jiang Ziyu's attack, but Jiang Ziyu could hardly seize the opportunity. How could he let it interrupt? Kill! With a soft shout, the alloy lance came out horizontally, aiming straight for where the earth-shaking ape's throat was. Chapter 50, Mizuki Freshman Number 1. The continuous attacks formed a sure kill momentum at this moment. It was only in Bai Changqing's perspective that Jiang Ziyu's shot was clearly light and seemed to have little force, yet it gave him a feeling that he could not avoid it, and even carried a few certainties. He couldn't say where the feeling came from, but it was metaphysical and lingered in his mind. The earth-shaking ape, who was facing Jiang Ziyu's spear head-on, obviously didn't have this feeling, or rather, an imaginary image projected by an AI that doesn't really have a mental activity. Facing Jiang Zhiyu's attack, the earth-shaking ape raised its claws and clenched its fists in an attempt to block, following the rules of instinct completely. If it were usual, the earth-shaking ape's block would have been a completely correct choice, and Jiang Zhiyu's lance would have ended up point-blank stabbing above the earth-shaking ape's calloused fists, not even leaving a scratch. Only at this moment, the original movements of the earth-shaking ape were suddenly stalled in the process due to the tugging of the wound, and even howled with a pained expression on his face. And it was this moment of stagnation that allowed Jiang Zhiyu's lance to precede it. Before the earth-shaking ape formed a blocking position, the lance came out horizontally and went straight for its right eye, a softly resounding poof. And then the earth-shaking ape's original body, which was still full of vigor, suddenly turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated. At the same time, Jiang Zhiyu slowly retracted the alloy lance that she had stabbed out. Phew, letting out a long, cloudy breath. She had somehow managed to get clear sweat stains on her forehead. Obviously, forcibly executing a martial art that didn't belong to her stage would be an equally great test for Jiang Zhiyu's physical strength. The entire attack of the blizzard gun was continuous and unceasing, and it was all about moist and silent. Once there was a pause in the middle, then all the momentum of the gun that had been built up before would go up in smoke. For this last shot, Kang Zhiyu has been holding on hard. At this moment, when the battle finally ended, she couldn't hold on any longer, and after taking out a bottle of energy potion from her storage ring and drinking it in one gulp, she meditated in place to regulate herself, and the sound of the ascending star building AI sounded again. Congratulations, Kang Zhiyu, you have passed the 7th floor of the Star Ascension building, and have received a reward, a full copy of the Earth rank medium grade martial skills. Is the 8th level of the trial being conducted? After a long time of not getting a response from Jiang Zhiyu, the AI's voice fell silent and did not disturb Jiang Zhiyu's toning. As for Bai Changsheng, who had been in the nascent soul sack, he had watched Jiang Zhiyu take down the earth-shaking ape step by step, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked. The difference in blood value between the two sides was almost double, and if calculated conventionally, Jiang Zhiyu had absolutely no possibility of winning. But the final result was the death of the earth-shaking ape, while Jiang Zhiyu from beginning to end did not even suffer a little injury, just some off the force. The female emperor underpinnings, in this moment showed to the fullest, just on this performance of fighting at a higher level. The shock that Jiang Zhiyu brought to Bai Changsheng was definitely not something that could be said in a few words. Previously, he had thought that his blood value was higher than Jiang Zhiyu's, not to say crushing Jiang Zhiyu, but at least 50-50. But now it seems that Ikejudo is a bit high on himself. After all, his defense was no stronger than that of the earth-shaking ape, not to mention that his blood value was not as good as the earth-shaking ape's. Slightly inclining his head and glancing at Jiang Zhiyu, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, Bai Changsheng silently put away all of his little thoughts, and the one who was shocked by the battle scene just now was clearly not Bai Changsheng alone. Outside the Star Dengxing building, the three deans looked at the battle images in the water mirror, with nothing but astonishment in the bottom of their eyes. This blizzard gun, if I remember correctly, is a heavenly rank lower grade martial skill, isn't it? A heavenly rank lower grade martial skill. To be able to strike it so fluently, Jiang Zhiyu's control over this martial skill is at least at the small achievement stage. 18 years old and a small success in a heaven stage martial skill? When was it so easy to be able to practice heaven-ranked martial arts? The point is, she's still so young. If we give her a few more years, I'm afraid that even pushing this martial art to its grand completion, or even consummation won't be a problem. Being in control of a heavenly rank martial skill is basically synonymous with being invincible at the same level. Everyone is a freshman. What makes her so outstanding? While listening to the murmurs of the group of students behind them, the three deans in front of them had different expressions on their faces. The dean of the Qi-Blood Martial Dao Academy couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth at this moment. Jiang Zhiyu had broken through the 7th floor. That would be the first of this year's batch of freshmen in Shuemu to break through the 7th floor, and by the looks of it, it was even likely to be the only one to break through the 7th floor, coupled with what she had just demonstrated, her subtle level stance, her minorly accomplished heaven-ranked martial skill, and her control of the situation. Such a good seedling had now become a student of his Qi-Blood Martial Dao Academy. How can he be upset? Good seed, old G, you've got a good seedling here in your Qi-Blood Martial Dao Academy. If this is properly cultivated, his future achievements will be unlimited. Yes, for all that is being shown now, I'm afraid that Li Changming, back then, would be nothing more than that. Li Changming was a senior student of the Waterwood Magic Academy, and his strength had reached the Chuan realm, which was the martial marquee realm if calculated according to the Qi and Blood Martial Dao. It was also the youngest Chuan realm magician in the Celestial Dynasty. At 21 years old, he had been at the head of all Mizuki students for the previous 4 years, and the heart of the dean of the Magic Academy. Relying on Li Changming, the dean of the Magic Academy had always looked down on the other two academies. And now, he actually said with his own mouth that Jiang Ziyu could be comparable to Li Changming. When these words came out, not only were the group of students behind them dumbfounded, even the other two deans couldn't help but slightly side-eye them. But after a brief comparison, everyone accepted that again, based on what Jiang Ziyu had shown alone, it really wasn't any worse than Li Changming at the time. Which is not. However, the dean of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy waved his hand at the moment and continued speaking with a cloudy look. Compared to Li Changming, Jiang Ziyu is still a bit too young. That's true. Geniuses are called geniuses because they don't grow up. They had been in Mizuki for decades, and had seen too many examples of hurt people, or die prematurely, or exhaust her talent and stay put from now on. Jiang Ziyu seems to be extremely outstanding now, but no one can guarantee that she will be able to keep this potential in drive, and rocket upwards. Perhaps, in the future, it's possible that she'll grow even faster than Li Changming? Only after watching his two old friends take the bait did the dean of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy slowly say the latter half of his sentence. Just after saying this, in the next moment, an azure-colored spell appeared under his feet, and without waiting for him to make any further movements, his entire person had already disappeared in place. It's annoying to see when you get a cheap shot. The one who made the move was none other than the dean of the Magic Academy, and only he could teleport a martial king away from this place without any pre-shaking of the spellcasting. Chapter 51. Inside this white-scaled snake, there was dragon blood. However, a few seconds later, a fierce wind blew. When the blizzard subsided, the dean of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy, who had originally been teleported away from this place, once again stood beside the two of them. That blistering wind just now was actually the airwave that the other party had set off when they were traveling at a rapid pace, but the two deans didn't seem to have any feelings about it. Old piker, to use some underhanded tricks, isn't it just that my student's talent is higher than those of your Magic Academy? As for you, listening to the other party's words, the dean of the Magic Academy just raised his hand once again and lightly spat out a word under his breath. Shoo! With the fall of this sound, the original noisy sounds around them suddenly disappeared, and only silence remained around them. But of course, the expression of the dean of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy could still be seen, more or less a bit of exasperation. In response to him, there was only a faint look, and as the president of the Imperial Beast Academy watched the two men, one exasperated and the other not listening, the wang bang chanting, his heart felt helpless and amused at the same time. But at the same time, there were a few moments of helplessness. The Magic Academy had Li Changming, and the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy had produced a Jiang Ziyu, one after the other. Both were students with unlimited potential. Only he, the Imperial Beast Academy, didn't have a single student who could stand up for himself. Although there was no lack of geniuses among them, they were a bit behind compared to Li Changming and Jiang Ziyu. Alright, stop arguing. Jiang Ziyu is going to start breaking into the 8th floor. When his afterglow caught a glimpse of starlight beginning to converge in the water mirror, the dean of the Imperial Beast Academy opened his mouth to stop the two. Humph, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. This side flung its sleeve violently, and the other side unraveled the magic it had just worked. Everyone's attention once again converged on the image of the water mirror. In the image, dots of starlight continued to converge, and eventually condensed into a giant tiger with the word king engraved on its head. Its eyes scarlet, yet its body was white. Body height 2 meters 7. Body length 4 meters 5. Qi blood fluctuation 6000. Mid 3rd grade. Red-eyed white tiger. White. The moment he saw the 8th layer of foreign beasts take shape, Jiang Ziyu didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a fling of the nascent soul pouch at his waist, Bai Changsheng appeared outside of the nascent soul pouch, his body continuously growing larger and larger, and ultimately transforming into its original form. The body slowly coiled around Jiang Ziyu, protecting him inside. Although the earth-shaking ape's blood value just now was exaggerated, it was still within the range that could be endured. But at this moment, the red-eyed white tiger's blood value was no longer an existence that Jiang Ziyu could maneuver around. 6,000 blood value, more than twice that of Jiang Ziyu. In this situation, if she still chose to fight alone, she was afraid that the slightest mishap would be the result of defeat, which was why she had summoned Bai Changsheng so decisively. As for Bai Changsheng, he also knew very well what Jiang Ziyu had in mind. And at the same time as he was summoned, he had already completely protected Jiang Ziyu from that red-eyed white tiger's sudden offense. Roar! A long whistling sound caused by Changsheng and Jiang Ziyu to clearly feel the pressure from the middle stage of the 3rd grade beast soldier. This guy was definitely the existence that they had encountered so far that brought them the most pressure. When facing the Steel Bone Wolf King, it was Xian Shuang and Zhang Xing who carried the pressure head-on, and although the entire process was thrilling, there wasn't really much pressure to speak of. And at the moment, Bai Changsheng needed to circle the red-eyed white tiger head-on. As for Jiang Ziyu, who was holding a long spear. His gaze was also slightly austere as he continuously swept over all parts of the Red Eyes White Tiger, trying to find out its weakness. However, it was obvious that in the face of crushing the blood values of the two, the weaknesses on the red-eyed white tiger were so few as to be almost pitiful, and even if there were any, they were only in the eyes, the posterior chamber, and other parts that were almost impossible to injure. This one, hard. At this moment, outside of the Star Deng Xing building, the crowd was all slightly stunned as they looked at Bai Changshem, who had suddenly appeared. They knew that Jiang Jiyu was gifted in the Qi and Blood martial arts path, but they didn't expect that Jiang Jiyu actually cultivated the royal beast path at the same time. And looking at her spirit beast, its Qi and Blood values were actually stronger than her own, stepping over the threshold of a third-grade beast soldier. The only problem is, how does her spirit beast look so much like a white-scaled snake? Jiang Jiyu's spirit animal is actually just a white-scaled snake? Are you sure? If I remember correctly, isn't the white-scaled snake an ornamental pet? Can it really be cultivated as a spirit beast? A regular white-scaled snake, even if it's an adult, its body length won't exceed 30 centimeters. But look for yourself. Is this white-scaled snake of Jiang Jiyu a regular white-scaled snake? 8 meters in length. The diameter of its body is over 50 centimeters. If this were an ordinary white-scaled snake, I'd write my name backwards. Why do I look like a secondary mutation? In the crowd, Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing glanced at each other and both saw the astonishment in the other's eyes. They were naturally clear about Jiang Jiyu practicing the Qi and Blood martial Dao and the Imperial Beast's Dao together, but what they didn't expect was that the three of them had only been separated for so long, and Jiang Jiyu had already grown to such a degree. And even Xiao Bai, who had stepped into the realm of the third grade from his initial entry into the second grade. If this were to give them a few more months, I'm afraid that even Shi and Zhang Xing, both of them, would be left behind. And compared to these students, the three deans in the front row were significantly more discerning. The moment Bai Changsheng appeared, the eyelids of the president of the Imperial Beast Academy jumped slightly, and with a single glance, he could tell that there was something extraordinary about Bai Changsheng. This white-scaled snake has gone through at least 2, if not 3 mutations, otherwise it's absolutely impossible to grow to this extent. More than that, underneath its scale armor, there is a hidden flow of energy, and its bones are even tougher. The original growth ceiling of the white-scaled snake was completely broken by it. I've never seen a white-scaled snake like this before. Rare, truly rare. Even more critical is, when the other two deans heard this, they both turned their heads towards him. They didn't know anything about foreign beasts, but their own old friend, as the head of the Water and Wood Imperial Beast Academy, had naturally studied foreign beasts thoroughly, and was able to see the extraordinary features much faster and more accurately than they could. I don't know why, but I actually felt a trace of bloodline belonging to a dragon from this white-scaled snake. Dragon? Hearing this word coming out of the other party's mouth, even though the two deans had seen a lot, at this moment, they could not help but look skeptically into the water mirror. The blue star has dragons. There were 22 beast gods on the face side, distributed all over the world, with 9 of them in the vicinity of the Celestial Dynasty. And among these 9 beast gods, there were 3 more that possessed the bloodline of a dragon, namely the dragon god of the spectral sea, the dragon god of the weak water, and the black dragon god. Only these 3 beast gods, their bloodlines were similarly not pure enough. In other words, they were not true dragons, they just had dragon blood in their own bloodline. But even so, it still allowed them to grow to the beast god realm. The ones whose dragon bloodline concentration was inferior to theirs were also mostly in the beast emperor and beast king realms. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone who possessed a dragon bloodline's future accomplishments were equally unlimited. But now, their close friend, the dean of the Waterwood Imperial Beast Academy, actually said that this white-scaled snake had the scent of dragon's blood on it. Chapter 52 Level 8. Red-eyed white tiger. Old Chien, are you out of your mind? White-scaled serpent, dragon's bloodline? I think you've gone crazy thinking about dragons. Seeing a white-scaled snake and being able to create such fantasies, the 3 of them had worked together for so many years, and they naturally knew extremely well what was in this old friend's heart. His own contracted spirit beast was in existence with a dragon bloodline, but the concentration of dragon blood was too low, and the beast king was already the limit. The growth of his strength had stopped since he was 35 years old, and during that time, he had used countless spirit medicines, potions, and even heavenly treasures, but was unable to break through the bottleneck. Over time, his heart was gradually worn out. Cultivating a spirit beast with an extremely high concentration of dragon blood became his lifelong wish. However, while it was easy to find extremely gifted spirit beasts, those whose bloodline possessed an extremely high concentration of dragon blood could not be found. Over the years, they had also been helping to search for it, and even at the time of the martial arts entrance exams, the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy's Dean Ji had heard that there was a dragon's blood lake nearby, and had even gone over to take a look at it. Of course, the end result remains nothing. The purple-scaled dragon carp in there did possess dragon's blood, but it was more like it had been impregnated with dragon's blood by something, and the concentration was just too low, and the beast soldier would be the limit. It's not that I'm crazy, this white-scaled snake does have a dragon's bloodline in it. Otherwise, with the white-scaled snake's qualifications, it would be impossible for it to grow to this extent. Only the bloodline is too low. The dragon statue has not yet manifested. Look carefully, you guys, at the top of its head. The two of them sniffed and their gazes turned slightly to land on top of Bai Changsheng. There are bumps on the sides of the head, and the serpentine scales glow and flow, which characterize the dragon statue's introversion. That's it? Both of them were feeling a bit puzzled in their hearts. Those two bumps, why couldn't they have been tumors or something? If a bump was a dragon statue, then the dragon's blood was a little too worthless. However, both of them didn't say anything more. Everything would be revealed after Jiang Jiyu came out from within the Star Dengxing building. Arguing was pointless and wouldn't divide any results. The battle is about to begin. A late second-ranked martial artist, plus a pre-third-ranked beast soldier. The chi and blood values don't even add up to be as high as the red-eyed white tiger, so I don't know if this girl will be able to break through this 8th layer. According to the practice of Suweimu, when a new student first enters Suweimu, the grades of the ascendant building are in a way able to reflect the student's potential. If the 3rd level was the threshold of Suweimu, then the 5th level was the limit of an unusual Suweimu student, and the 6th level was the limit of an average genius. Only by passing the 6th layer could one possess the qualifications to be focused on. And of course, those who were able to step through the 6th layer were basically the top 10 or even the top 5 students in each session. And from the 6th level up, it's the real geniuses. Even if it was placed in an environment like Mizuki where geniuses were everywhere, it belonged to the top of the top. This is the kind of student that tends to come along only once in several years. As for the 8th level, it is unattainable. As long as one breaks through, that is almost a nailed-on martial king seedling, an existence that belongs to the category of being able to suppress the entire university life of students of the same level. Back then, Li Changming from the Magic Academy had broken through the 8th floor and collapsed on the 9th floor. As for passing the 9th floor, the 3 deans had never thought about it, and it was no longer a category that a new student could reach. It's like asking a student just entering high school to do a college entrance exam and asking him to get into a major university. It's possible, but infinitely close to zero. Everyone was focused on the water mirror image, especially a lot of sophomores who were more nervous. Many of them had only just stepped over the threshold of the 8th floor, and if they were overtaken by Jiang Jiyu, a freshman, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to raise their heads when they saw Jiang Jiyu in the future. Can you break through the 8th floor? Everyone's mind held a few moments of skepticism. Although Jiang Jiyu's previous performance was extremely counterintuitive, but the blood value was too low was ultimately a heart injury. Facing a foreign beast with a blood value twice as high as his own, whether he could stabilize his position was a problem. However, for Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu inside the Star Ascension building, they no longer had time to care about this. At this moment, one person and one snake had only one thought in their heads, and that was, kill. Bai Changsheng preceded Jiang Jiyu, and at the same time that the red-eyed white tiger was taking shape, he had already rushed out, his snake's mouth wide open, biting towards the red-eyed white tiger between the necks. Facing the red-eyed white tiger in the middle stage of the 3rd grade beast soldier, either Bai Changsheng or Jiang Jiyu's goal was clear. That would be Bai Changsheng going to attract hatred in Jiang Jiyu flanking and harassing the main attacker. For one thing, Bai Changsheng's skin was thick, and even if he was injured by the red-eyed white tiger, the AI system of the Star Ascension Tower would proportionally reduce the original damage value. The same attack that hit Bai Changsheng and hit Jiang Jiyu were completely different effects. The AI system wouldn't bother with whether the defense equipment on Jiang Jiyu could completely counteract the red-eyed white tiger's attack, but it would detect Bai Changsheng's whole body attributes, rock armor defenses, steel bones, etc., are scanned and accounted for by the AI system. As for the red-eyed white tiger, when it saw Bai Changsheng's bite towards him, it likewise didn't hesitate, and with its huge tiger claws raised, it slapped towards Bai Changsheng's snake head. If it was a real fight, Bai Changsheng would have been injured even if he didn't die if he resisted this blow hard. The strong power granted by the 6,000 blood values was difficult to completely block even with the snake scale and rock armor defense. However, Bai Changsheng acted as if he didn't even see this claw of the red-eyed white tiger, and continued to carry out his party's attack without dodging or avoiding it. The next moment, a long spear from the top of its head and stabbed out. Bypassing the tiger's claws will be directly to the red-eyed white tiger eye and go. The person with the gun was no one else but Jiang Jiyu, who came after him. The trade-off instantly came to the red-eyed white tiger's side. Either it would continue to attack Bai Changsheng and then harden itself against Jiang Jiyu's strike, or block Jiang Jiyu's shot. And what awaited it would be the toxins that would come down the line from Bai Changsheng. looking to the left and not to the right, as if no matter what kind of trade-off, the red-eyed white tiger was going to take a hit. However, in just an instant, the red-eyed white tiger already had a way to respond. As his body shape exploded back, he slapped a claw at the alloy lance in Jiang Jiyu's hand, and at the same time, he lowered his head and tore towards Bai Chongsheng. Feline fey beasts, although they had a single means of attack, each strike was near fatal. Seeing that the predicament had been broken, Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiyu simultaneously withdrew their momentum, avoiding the red-eyed white tiger's attack while not stopping for a moment to press forward. The red-eyed white tiger's chi and blood was far higher than theirs. Once they allowed it to stabilize its stance and build up its attack, it would be impossible for either Bai Chongsheng or Jiang Jiyu to hold out under its claws for long. Only through an uninterrupted succession of attacks, so that it is always in a state of defense and avoidance, can the two sides of the battle force has been pulled on the same level. Only such a picture, in the eyes of the crowd outside the Star Deng building, became Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiyu pressing the red-eyed white tiger to fight. No, is the red-eyed white tiger so weak, or is Jiang Jiyu too strong? Chapter 53 Life for Life. Broken Gold Gun. Most of the people present on the 8th floor of the Star Ascending Tower had encountered it before, and even if they hadn't, just by looking at its 6,000 chi blood value, they all knew just how strong this thing was. It was no exaggeration to say that the red-eyed white tiger was definitely a nightmare in the hearts of many Mizuki students. Among them, there was even no shortage of students who had lost more than 10 times under the red-eyed white tiger. However, looking at the red-eyed white tiger that had once abused them to death was now actually being pressed by Jiang Jiyu and Bai Chongsheng. These people were instantly a bit unbalanced in their hearts. Both are equally red-eyed white tigers. Why am I in a sorry state and others are getting more and more courageous? Obviously the difference in blood value is so much. Why do I feel that the one who got the advantage is Jiang Jiyu instead? If it really continues at this pace, it's really possible for Jiang Jiyu to pass the 8th floor. No, are this year's freshmen so fierce? Even Li Changming didn't have it so easy back then, right? The students behind them were talking, but it was more than that in the eyes of the three deans. This little girl does have a lot of combat experience. At least, she knows what to do when she's weak against strong. There's also her cooperation with her spirit pet. It doesn't look at all like a spirit contract of 2 or 3 months. Instead it has the feeling of having cooperated for more than 10 years. Compared to the other students, Jiang Jiyu's blood value is indeed a bit lower, but this gap is compensated by the spirit beasts, so it's not that obvious, and with one person and one beast attacking at both ends, there's conversely a feeling of making the red-eyed white tiger unable to look after its head and tail. Not bad, not bad. The Chi-Blood Martial Dao Academy's Dean Ji looked at the image in the water mirror, his mouth constantly praising, becoming more and more satisfied with Jiang Jiyu's performance. And the Dean of the Academy of Magic didn't spare a few compliments. Even though Kang Jiyu wasn't a student of his magic academy, they were all Suemu students, weren't they? Faculty battles are important, but only if they are consistent. The only one who didn't say a word was the Imperial Beast Academy's Dean Chen, looking at the picture in the water mirror with a burning gaze, not knowing what he was pondering. The sudden silence made the two of them couldn't help but incline their heads to look at him, and just by glancing at each other's expressions, the two of them understood what was going on in this guy's mind. Old Qian, I'm warning you, Jiang Jiyu is a student of my Chi-Blood Martial Dao Academy. Don't even think about it. Seeing that his mind was pierced by his old friend, Dean Shen did not mean to be embarrassed and waved his hand. Isn't it that the faculty has not yet been determined? Moreover, Jiang Jiyu's spirit beast chi and blood values are even higher than her own, so she's obviously more suitable for taking the path of the imperial beasts. It's true that the freshman enrollment in Mizuki is not yet divided into faculties and departments, but a rule that everyone defaults to is, major in whichever path you want, choose whichever faculty you want. But the problem now is that this rule applies to the vast majority, if not everyone, except for Jiang Jiyu. After all, there were very few people who were able to cultivate both the Qi and Blood Martial Dao and the Imperial Beasts all the way to the same level as she did, and still both cultivated to such a top level. Any one of them singled out are the extent of the top genius of Mizuki, and when the two together. Dean Ji of the Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy's eyelids immediately jumped when he heard this, and he was about to say something else, but Dean Shen was already not giving him a chance to speak. The battle is ending. With a finger of his right hand, he forcefully interrupted Dean Ji's spell casting and drew everyone's attention back to the water mirror. And in the picture, Bai Chongsheng and Jiang Jiyu had already formed a closed circle against the red-eyed white tiger. Bai Chongsheng was facing the red-eyed white tiger, and Jiang Jiyu had circled around behind him at some point, and the red-eyed white tiger, which was still raging, was now covered in tiny wounds. Not a serious injury, not even a minor one. Under normal circumstances, with the red-eyed white tiger's physique, it would only take one night for these tiny wounds to recover as much as they could, not even leaving scars. but at the moment it was made to move sluggishly and then sluggishly again. Every move that tugged at the wound would always cause it to move with an involuntary shudder. And along with that, there was the toxin that was injected after Bai Changsheng had torn 2 bites out of it. Although the red-eye white tiger was a virtual projection, the AI detected the toxin and made the appropriate arrangements after analyzing it. Again, it was not fatal, but it caused the red-eyed white tiger to fall into a semi-weak state, and its ferocity was greatly reduced. And at this moment, what Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu were grasping at was the red-eyed white tiger's weak opening. White. Jiang Jiyu let out a soft cry under her breath, and Bai Changsheng instantly understood what she meant. After hissing twice in his mouth, Bai Changsheng tore towards the neck of the red-eyed white tiger, and a cold light flashed above his slender snake teeth, and a trace of humanized annoyance flashed in synchronization in the red-eyed white tiger's eyes. The entire battle lasted over 5 minutes, and during those 5 minutes, it was teased by Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiyu nearly in turn. It was clear that its own chi and blood values were too much beyond them, but on the contrary, this man and snake did not give it the chance to exert its full strength at all. Hit this one, the other will pounce. Take the opportunity to give it a hit, turn around to counter it, and take more hits. It hits or it doesn't hit. In fact, if it ignored all of them and focused on one of the kills, it wouldn't take long at all to jump out of the way of the kill. But the point is, whether it was Bai Changsheng or Jiang Jiyu, they both possessed the strength to severely injure it in a short period of time after giving up resistance. How to choose between them was obviously difficult for this virtually projected red-eyed white tiger. Now, looking at Bai Changsheng, who was fearlessly charging towards himself, the red-eyed white tiger finally had a choice. Bai Changsheng tore towards it, and it responded with a similar tear. Between Bai Changsheng and Jiang Jiye, it chose to prioritize the larger and more chi and blooded Bai Changsheng. It was in line with the judgment of the wild beasts, but the truth was that only Jiang Jiyu possessed the strength to kill them with a single blow. Facing the completely exposed rear body of the red-eyed white tiger, Jiang Jiyu slightly condensed in his eyes, and the lance in his hand had a hidden flash of golden light. Broken gold gun. With a soft cry from his mouth, the tip of the spear pierced through the projection and didn't enter the body of the red-eyed white tiger. Compared to the blizzard gun, Jiang Jiyu's gun had more force and destructive power, especially the golden light attached to the gun, which seemed to be designed to break armor. After one shot, the red-eyed white tiger's body violently stagnated, and then turned into bits of light that began to dissipate. The AI beeps of the starboard tower followed in quick succession. Jiang Jiyu, your spirit animal has been killed in battle. Congratulations, Kong Jiyu. You have passed the 8th floor of the Star Ascension building, and have received a reward, 1 year's use of the Grade B cultivation room. Is it time for the 9th level trial? In the AI's judgment, I couldn't resist the bite of the white tiger with red eyes. Bai Changsheng listened to the voice and had a rough idea of his defense in his mind. Unusual attacks didn't get in the way, but they still couldn't carry a fatal attack from a being whose chi and blood were far higher than their own. Just that tiger's tooth. If it was real, I'm afraid that at this moment, I would have been ripped out from the center. However, it was precisely because this red-eyed white tiger was illusory that he and Jiang Jiyu chose to do so. A life for a life, and they had 2 lives. Chapter 54 9 Turns of Spirit Due. Past. Jiang Jiyu actually did break through the 8th floor, even though it was broken through at the expense of sacrificing one spirit beast. Passing is passing. I didn't expect that. How many people couldn't break through the 8th floor? But Jiang Jiyu actually broke through on the first day of enrollment? If nothing else, I'm afraid we'll be spending the next 4 years in the shadow of Jiang Jiyu. It's kind of exciting to think about being underneath such a beautiful girl for 4 years. This student, collect your saliva. The crowd of onlookers were talking, although they were already prepared for Jiang Jiyu to break through the 8th floor. When the moment came, everyone was still unspeakably surprised. Whoever can enroll in Mizuki is not a genius from various places, and geniuses, of necessity, have pride of their own. But on the first day of enrollment in Suemu, Jiang Jiyu gave them a good lesson. With most people unable to even break through to the 5th floor, Jiang Jiyu directly crossed over to the 8th floor and stepped into the 9th floor. They were both geniuses, but Jiang Jiyu's talent was clearly higher than theirs by an unknown amount. Such a huge drop and blow obviously made these freshmen, who still had a little bit of pride, feel enough frustration, especially those freshmen who had broken through the 6th floor. Originally, he was still gloating about being ranked among the top 10 of all freshmen, thinking that he was destined to be there. However, when he turned his head, he saw Jiang Jiyu, who was also a freshman, easily break through the 7th floor, and now he had steadily broken through the 8th floor. They were hit far more directly than the other freshmen. Among the 1,500 freshmen of Shuemu, they were indeed considered geniuses. But now, Jiang Jiyu's achievements were far more dazzling than theirs. Compared to that, the achievements of those who had broken through the 6th floor all looked much dimmer. It seemed to have sensed the change in the mindset of the group of students behind them. The corners of the 3 deans' mouths couldn't help but raise slightly. What gives them the biggest headache every year is how to depride these prickly freshmen. Strike too much, for fear of hurting their self-confidence and motivation. But the strike is not in place. One and all pretentious. The Sky Boss is oldest. The way of martial arts. The most taboo is unable to clearly recognize their own, because of high self-esteem and go astray. The life of a few. So the nation's martial arts universities, the first lesson for new students is to first go to their arrogance, so that they can put their feet on the ground and steadily cultivate. But it's okay now. Jiang Jiyu boarded the building, unintentionally saving them a large portion of their workload. Even just how much easier it can be to teach in the future. Teachers have something new to say. If your talent is really high, why were you still crushed by Jiang Jiyu, a person your age? Of course, a proper crackdown is necessary, and it's times like these that should be placated. Ahem. The Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy's Ji Dean coughed lightly twice and spoke again. The voice was not loud, but with the added strength of his own chi and blood, it truly fell on everyone's ears. Student Jiang Jiyu's talent is indeed extraordinary, but you don't have to be too self-doubting. After all, not everyone can be like her and easily cultivate 2 heaven stage martial skills to the small completion stage in 2 or 3 months. There are also very few people who can do that and cultivate a 3rd grade spirit beast at the same time as their own martial Dao is rapidly refining. And her composure, her battle experience, her insta and spirit beast coordination. Listening to Dean Ji's words, all of them only felt that their hearts had been violently stabbed several times. Is Dean sure he's calming them down and not here to patch things up? But on the contrary, all of them knew very well that what Dean Ji had said was the truth. Of course, you needn't feel any overly inferior about that. Top geniuses like Jiang Jiyu are only a few after all. Her talent is something that even us old guys weren't necessarily able to catch up with in the first place. And the road to martial arts cultivation is long. Counting the growth experiences of great historical achievers, without exception, talent only plays a 1% role, and the remaining 99% is piled up by sweat and tribulation. Being able to enter Mizuki proves that there is no problem with your talent. What you lack is enough determination and perseverance. No one dares to assert that in the future. None of you will sit on the throne of martial emperor. A few words spoken, coupled with the power of some rules, it really lifted the hearts of these fledgling freshmen, and immediately, someone shouted out the word martial emperor. Seeing that these words have played a role, if it is in accordance with the norm, the quarter dean should stop, but he is a wave of the hand. Once again voiced, Waterwood is concerned about the teaching of the material. Everyone like a dragon. Jiang Jiyu's talent is indeed high enough, but the mainstay that will hold up the entire celestial dynasty in the future is still you guys. Take this opportunity to announce another decision as well. At my personal expense, I will set up a bounty tournament that all freshman disciples of my Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy can participate in. 3 months later, based on the results of the Star Ascension building, the first place winner will receive a copy of the 9-turn Spirit Dew. Second and third place each take 500,000 school points, and 4th through 10th are also awarded 200,000 points. 9 turns of Spirit Dew. Upon hearing this name, all the students could not help but be stunned. One of the students from a well-off family had heard of this thing and immediately explained it out loud. 9 turns Spirit Dew is a derivative of the spiritual veins of heaven and earth after they are formed, gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and liquefying it into dewdrops. After taking it, it can allow the body to briefly metamorphose into a spiritual body, several times, or even more than 10 times to enhance the speed of the absorption of spiritual chi. And accordingly, the conditions for the formation of the 9-turn Spirit Dew are extremely harsh and take an extremely long time. For one spirit vein, it takes 3 months to produce 1 drop, while 1 serving is 10 drops. Half a year ago, there was an auction held over at my old home, and a copy of the 9-turn Spirit Dew was up for auction at that time. If I remember correctly, that 9-turn Spiritual Dew was eventually auctioned off for $1,700,000. Upon hearing this explanation, all the students practicing the Chi and Blood martial path were stunned. Although most of the students who dared to practice martial arts were from families that did not lack money, there was no shortage of children from ordinary families among them. After hearing the price of $1,700,000, these students inevitably, their hearts beat much faster. If you can get this 9-turn Spirit Dew, their eyes unconsciously turned to the water mirror, and looking at Jiang Jiyu, who was already sitting in situ and meditating inside, a sense of wariness suddenly and inexplicably arose in the bottom of their hearts. For some reason, it seemed as if Jiang Jiyu's achievement at this 8th level wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined, and even if they couldn't compete with Jiang Jiyu, they still had 500,000 points for the top 3 and 200,000 points for the top 10 to take. On top of that, there are different rewards from the school for rushing the building. This building, they are non-flushable, and it was with Jiang Jiyu as the goal to surpass her and then get the 9-turn Spirit Dew. Chapter 55, Dragon Blood Chalcedony. With just a few words, The crowd that had originally been struck down by Jiang Jiyu to the point of no return was completely mobilized. He even used the situation to directly create a bounty tournament out of it, ruthlessly boosting a wave of morale for the freshmen of the Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy. Unsurprisingly, within the next 3 months, all the new students of the Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy would be in a state of exuberance, and their energy to cultivate and impact the Star Ascension Tower would be much more sufficient than before. This was evident by the expressions of the crowd as they leapt to their feet. Although he had paid 2.4 million points plus a bottle of 9-turn spirit dew to a Martial King level existence, this was nothing at all, and he could earn it back by slaughtering a Lord level alien beast at random. Just so, in turn, the freshmen of the Magic Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy were a bit unbalanced. Previously, they were still somewhat gloating. Jiang Jiyu, even if he was no longer heaven-defying, he was still from the Chi Blood Martial Dao Academy. Although he was the same freshman, but after all, he wasn't in the same academy, so there shouldn't be anyone comparing them to Jiang Jiyu. But now with Dean Ji's bounty match coming out, they were instantly a bit tense. Compared to being compared to Jiang Jiyu, what they wanted more than anything else was the bounty reward. Even if Jiang Jiyu was strong, he was still just one person after all. At most, he took away the first place reward, but the points behind him were real. With this in mind, the new students of the Magic Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy all cast their gazes towards the 2 remaining deans, their eyes ghostly but with a few moments of anticipation. Meeting the gazes of these students, the 2 were more or less helpless. Who would have thought that his old friend would suddenly pull a whole thing like this? Now it's good. They can't follow or not follow. With their urbanity, they were naturally able to see what the surname G really wanted. 9-turn spirit dew. As soon as I heard it, I knew that it was prepared for Jiang Jiyu. After all, the only shortcoming this girl had shown from the time she ascended the tower was that her chi and blood values were too low, and the 9-turn spirit dew was just able to perfectly make up for this shortcoming, increasing the speed at which her aura was absorbed, and her chi and blood grew. The first to get the 9-turn spirit dew after 3 months seemed to be giving other students a chance, but in reality, the one who would end up getting this reward would only be Jiang Jiyu. The difficulty of the Star Ascension floor got higher the further back you went. It was impossible for regular freshmen to rush through the 8th floor in 3 months, while those geniuses who had already rushed through the 6th floor had a chance. But in these 3 months, Jiang Jiyu would still stay ahead as long as he didn't stay put. On the other hand, old Ji should have felt the pressure, which was why he had set this bounty tournament before Jiang Jiyu came out of the Star Dengxing building, to increase the attractiveness of the Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy to Jiang Jiyu while not making too much of the matter. But the problem is that there is only one Kang Jiyu. They won't get any more out of doing so than the old season, but will instead have a sense of following the trend. Since that's the case, then my Imperial Beast Academy naturally can't lag behind. The reward for first place is replaced with a serving of Dragon Blood Chalcedony. Without waiting for the Dean of the Magic Academy to say anything, the Qian Dean of the Imperial Beast Academy responded with a single word, and even raised the reward for the first place by another level. Dragon Blood Chalcedony, able to enhance the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline, and even has a certain chance of being able to allow a spirit beast to obtain dragon blood. The market price is at least $2,200,000 a copy, and it's still the kind that has a price. Someone who knew what he was talking about spoke of the value of the Dragon Blood Chalcedony, and not surprisingly, it once again caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment, especially for the students of the Imperial Beast Academy. Their growth ceilings all depended on the growth ceilings of their own spirit beasts, and spirit materials that could directly enhance the purity of their spirit beasts' bloodlines were simply of immeasurable value to them. Is this the dean of their Imperial Beast Academy? Sure, is rich and powerful. The conditions are the same as the Martial Arts Academy, both set for 3 months from now, but there's no restriction that you have to be a student of the Imperial Beast Academy. Any freshman who has completed the Deed of the Spirit can participate. Of course, the entire battle can only be fought by spirit beasts alone. In other words, as long as the freshmen of the Martial Arts Academy or the Magic Academy had a spirit animal of their own, they would be equally eligible to participate. But how does this sound more like a special opening for Jiang Jiyu? If one wasn't already cultivating spirit beasts before, it would be impossible to catch up with the progress of the new students of the Imperial Beast Academy in 3 months' time. Come to think of it, it seemed like Jiang Jiyu was the only one who fit this condition perfectly. If Jiang Jiyu participated in this, then there would still be something for them to do. Nope, the dean at the same time limited the fight to only spirit beasts. They admitted that Jiang Jiyu had outstanding talent, but if they let their spirit beasts compete with that white-scaled snake, it didn't seem like they didn't have a chance to take first place. Although the early stage of the third-grade beast soldier's chi and blood value was high, it was not considered exaggerated, and the chi and blood was even higher. It was just a white-scaled snake. I'm afraid that the third grade was already the limit, and further up, it was impossible for the white-scaled snake's bloodline to hold up, and they had 3 months to catch up and surpass Zhang Jiyu. Dean Xian was also heartily satisfied as he looked at the gradually agitated group of students. Although he might not be able to drag Zhang Jiyu to the Imperial Beast Academy, but in doing so, he could be considered to have swiped a wave of goodwill in front of Zhang Jiyu. After all, Zhang Jiyu was able to cultivate that white-scaled snake to such an extent that it would be impossible for him to be indifferent after hearing the 4 words Dragon Blood Chalcedony. On top of that, after liberalizing the restriction of being a freshman in the academy, the freshmen of the Imperial Beast Academy would also be directly involved in the competition with Zhang Jiyu. In this way, it could also put enough pressure on these little guys from the Imperial Beast Academy. If Old Ji could treat Zhang Jiyu as a catfish to stimulate the freshmen of the Martial Arts Academy, then why couldn't he? Just so. In turn, the Dean of the Magic Academy was writing a bit hard. Shaking his head, the Dean of the Magic Academy was about to say something when he saw Zhang Jiyu in the water mirror move. It caught everyone's attention at once. Open the 9th level of the challenge. Zhang Jiyu stood with his gun, his clear and cold voice resounding once again. By the way, what kind of foreign beast is on the 9th floor? Thorny rock turtle. Mid 3rd grade. Blood value 7,000. With thorny rock armor on its back. Its defense is amazingly strong. Whether it's physical or magical damage, it's just like scratching an itch to it. Not to mention the 2nd grade. Even a 3rd grade martial artist would have a hard time breaking through its defense without a strong attack. This is also the reason why even geniuses like Li Changming fell at the 9th floor. This guy, it's a total watershed moment. But the saying that the thorn rock turtle, always a battle scum, is no joke. Even if Zhang Jiyu can kill the red-eyed white tiger, it's impossible for her to get past the thorny rock turtle. All that's left is to see how long she can hold out. Chapter 56, Thorn Rock Turtle. If the red-eyed white tiger represented the strongest offense of its class, finding a way to interrupt the opponent's attack would give one a chance to win. Then what was being displayed in front of Bai Changsheng and Zhang Jiyu at the moment was a defense that far exceeded that of its peers. A rock turtle of enormous size continued to take shape as the projected light converged. Even though it hadn't been fully formed yet, the feeling as if it had become one with the earth caused Bai Changsheng's face to change slightly. He didn't know much about the Fae, but the characteristics of the other party had been perceived without any knowledge at all. Strong chi and blood, plus extreme defense. If he was in the wilderness now, Bai Changsheng wouldn't have any hesitation in turning around and leaving before the other party was completely formed. But now it was at the charged Deng Xing building, and even if his heart was no longer willing to fight one of them, he had no reason to leave directly. The big deal is that you failed to climb the stairs. It's not like you're really going to die. More crucially, Zhang Jiyu looked at the rock turtle and didn't have the intention of taking half a step back. Thorn rock turtle. With this chi and blood fluctuation, it may have stepped over the threshold of 7,000. And unusual physical and magical attacks can't hurt each other at all. Even if it is able to inflict damage, the actual damage value will be greatly weakened. Find a way to stall and wait for me. When Zhang Jiyu's words fell, the entire person seemed to fall into silence. As Bai Changsheng stood beside her, he could clearly feel that Zhang Jiyu's body seemed to be churning with some kind of raging energy. Seeing this scene, Bai Changsheng instantly understood her intentions. Unusual physical and magical injuries would be hard to hurt the opponent, but obviously, mental attacks were not included in this category. As a means of attack that Lord/Marshal Marquis only began to unlock, the Thorn Rock Turtle's defense, even if it was as strong as it was, would not be able to light up spirit resistance at the 3rd grade Beast Soldier stage. If they could allow Jiang Jiyu to successfully execute the soul-destroying needle, the outcome of the battle would be determined in an instant. The soul-destroying needle was extremely powerful. As long as it was used, even the Lord-level Steel Bone Wolf King would be struck and lose his concentration. Not to mention the 3rd grade Beast Soldier level Thorn Rock Turtle. And the only problem was that for the soul destruction needle to explode to its full power, it needed a not-so-short period of time to build up its momentum. Facing the Thorn Rock Turtle, whose blood value was twice that of his own, how could he stall the Thorn Rock Turtle until Jiang Jiyu's side had finished building up its momentum? His body slowly twisting, Bai Changsheng traveled to the front of Jiang Jiyu, a pair of narrow snake eyes staring dead on at the Thorn Rock Turtle that continued to take shape in the distance. Woo! As the thorny rock turtle completely condensed into wholeness, a long, horn-like roar rang out from its mouth. Along with the sound came an exaggerated wave of air. The 9th floor of the Stargazer. The Thorn Rock Turtle. Without any hesitation, Bai Changsheng's body flung itself violently, and his slender body rushed towards the Thorn Rock Turtle. At the same time, the snake's mouth opened slightly and bit at one of the Thorn Rock Turtle's feet. The thorny rock turtle was 1.5 meters tall, seemingly small, and the sense of oppression it brought was far less intense than that of the red-eyed white tiger. But in reality, the other party's body was rounded. Especially on top of the turtle armor on his back there were also bumps that looked like thorns, giving Bai Changsheng a feeling that there was no way to get his mouth off of him, and he couldn't even form the snake's best twine. In contrast, although the thorn rock turtle's 4 feet are also protected by thick scales, it is the easiest place to break through. But even so, Bai Changsheng didn't have the slightest confidence. If there was only good news, it was that the thorny rock turtle was burdened with this thick turtle armor, and it should be very, very slow. This way he was still confident that he would be able to stall it. The two sides were getting closer and closer, from 30 meters to 10 meters, but it was only a fraction of a second. But just as Bai Changsheng was about to take a bite and inject the toxin into it, an inexplicable feeling of palpitation suddenly came over me. There wasn't even the slightest bit of time to react, as Bai Changsheng forcefully retracted the probing snake head purely by instinctive reaction. In the next moment, the thorn rock turtle, which was originally still looking like an old god, suddenly attacked. In just less than a blink of an eye, a clicking sound exploded in Bai Changsheng's ears. It was a close call. The thorn rock turtle was only about 10 centimeters away from biting Bai Changsheng, and just by listening to this movement, I know that if this bite is really bitten by the other party in the real place, I'm afraid that it won't be much worse than the bite of the red-eyed white tiger. The defensive bonuses provided by rock armor defense and steel bone are hard to block this bite. If this were to happen, even if Bai Changsheng wasn't directly ruled dead by the Star Ascension Tower AI, he would still have to be the result of a serious injury. Fortunately, the inexplicable palpitation made him forcefully stop his charge and dodge the blow. Reacting, Bai Changsheng's figure exploded back, not daring to give his opponent a chance to attack a second time. This is a turtle beast? What kind of turtle is that fast? Just now, he hadn't even been in such a mess when he faced the red-eye white tiger. Bai Changsheng cursed in his heart and retracted his original speculation about the thorn dragon turtle. In the end, it was in existence with a chi and blood value of 7,000, twice his chi and blood value, and even the tortoise-type foreign beasts with speed as their shortcoming could burst out with such an exaggerated onslaught. But in the end, it was still Bai Changsheng who was a bit too gullible and self-righteous. Only in the case of not understanding the other party arbitrarily decided that the other party's speed is very slow. Otherwise, if it is prepared, everything to stay 3 times the force, will not be so. The slender body kept swimming. The palpitations from just now were still there, and Bai Changsheng didn't dare to rush forward again. As long as the opponent's attention was still on him, then he didn't have to rush to attack. As long as they waited for Zhang Jiyu's side to finish building up their momentum, that would be the death of the thorn rock turtle. This scene, however, fell into the eyes of the crowd outside the Star Dengxing building, but it was somewhat inexplicable. Why hasn't Zhang Jiyu made a move yet? Only letting her spirit beasts go to meet the battle. She can't be thinking of letting that white-scaled snake face the thorn rock turtle alone, right? Crazy? Not to mention whether this white-scaled snake can break through the thorny rock turtle's defense. Even if it can, a thorny rock turtle with 7,000 blood value is not something that white-scaled snake can handle. Or is she trying to stall as a way to make herself last longer? But the problem is that the way the Star Ascension Tower's results are calculated is by the number of floors, and if the same number of floors is used, the time to clear the previous floor is calculated. She's dragging her feet, and it's not doing any good. So what the hell is she doing? Fight or quit? A bunch of Suemu students couldn't figure out what Kang Jiyu really wanted. Even those sophomores and juniors didn't understand. If it was normal, after recognizing the thorn rock turtle, they would have disbelievingly rushed up to attack and kill it for a few rounds, then get bit by a thorn rock turtle, or opt out after realizing you can't break the defense at all. Favorably, Zhang Jiyu's operation was different from everyone else's. She even tried. The only one who noticed the end was the dean of the Magic Academy before the crowd. As if sensing something, a flash of dismay suddenly flashed across his originally still calm face. Wait, this feels... Chapter 57, Martial Marquis Level Spiritual Power. The sentence directly attracted the gazes of everyone present. After seeing exactly who the person speaking was, everyone's hearts froze. Did Dean just say? As the president of the Waterwood Magic Academy, consistently, what President Lee showed to the outside world was an amiable appearance. In the hearts of all the students of the Magic Academy, the dean should be a prophet, an elder, with a kind of ease that everything in the world is under his control. But now, the dean, who was extremely lofty in their minds, actually said the word at this moment? Inexplicably, everyone had a cutthroat feeling of a broken filter. Not only the group of students behind him, even the 2 old friends beside him couldn't help but turn their heads towards him in surprise at this moment. The other students have a filter on this guy. They don't. But it is precisely because of this that after hearing this always serious little old man say the word after saying it, Dean Ji and Dean Xian were so surprised. What happened? This guy has actually made this guy subconsciously blurt out a nationalist phrase without any regard for his image. Old Lee, you dropped something. Dean Ji spoke with a complicated face, and although he didn't explicitly say what had fallen, the other 2 knew exactly what he was trying to say. Even Dean Xian chimed in. It's over. Shu Weimu's moral quality education is really going downhill. Even old Lee is starting to biaoguoji. After those two words were said, Dean Lee realized that something was wrong. And now that he heard the flirting of his two old friends, Dean Lee could only dryly cough twice, pretending that he couldn't understand what they were actually saying before changing the topic. It doesn't matter how I am. Look at that girl. Did you guys really not feel anything? Dean Lee frowned slightly, his eyes burning as he looked at Zhang Jiyu, being reminded by their old friend. Dean Ji and Dean Xian also turned their heads towards the water mirror suspiciously. All four colleges at Waterwood have different emphases. The Qi and Blood Martial Dao Academy, specializing in one's own physical body, followed the path of breaking all laws with force. The Imperial Beast Academy, which relies on spiritual contracts to establish a connection with foreign beasts, and then drives the beasts to fight. The Academy of Liberal Arts Studies, on the other hand, was for students who had no talent for martial arts but were extremely good at cultural courses, and their daily routine consisted of the study of exotic beasts, chakra, magic, and even thermal weapons. As for the final Magic Academy, it was an academy that summoned the elements with mental power and performed magical attacks. To each his own, and to each his own. Dean Lee was the first to feel that it was actually normal, but the other two were also worthy of the word martial king. They hadn't felt it before, but now that they were reminded of it by their old friend, the two of them immediately noticed something strange. Mental power. Zhang Jiyu's spiritual power. How could it be so strong? The physical strength of a late second-grade martial artist actually possesses the spiritual power of an early martial marquis? No, it's not just as simple as being mentally strong. She's condensing a spirit-based attack. Sensing the difference in Zhang Jiyu's body, the two men's expressions at the moment were generally the same as Dean Lee's in the party. If at the beginning they still had the heart to make fun of old Lee's nonchalance and nationalism, at this moment they also had an urge to biaoguoji. Only when they thought of the many students behind them, they held back. But that doesn't mean they don't have any feelings about it. All under the martial marquis are ants. Dean Ji murmured under his breath and reminded his two best friends, while the other two instantly understood what he meant. What stood behind the saying that all under the martial marquis were mole crickets was the three words of spiritual power. Below the martial marquis, there was a lack of mental power, and what little mental power there was consumed by daily activities. That's why before the martial marquis, even in the later stages of the martial general's career, a long sleep was needed every day to replenish the spirit consumed, in order to ensure sufficient energy for the second day. And by stepping into the martial marquis, the spiritual power skyrocketed, allowing one to go a whole week without sleep or rest without feeling any mental fatigue. In addition to this, one can also practice means of spiritual attack and spiritual defense for use against the enemy. And mental attacks are invisible, extremely fast, and strike right at the soul. If one hadn't purposely practiced mental defense type means, one wouldn't even be able to detect it, let alone defend against it. Early martial marquis to late martial general may seem like just a small realm increase, but in reality, it is possible for a martial marquis to do an instant kill on a martial general. This kind of elevation that was just a small realm and completely crushed it was something that other ranks did not possess, which was why the saying that all under the martial marquis were mole crickets was spread out and was recognized by all martial artists. But now, the strong spiritual power that was known as the mark of a martial marquis was actually unlocked by Zhang Jiyu, a second-grade martial artist? Genius? No, this performance of Zhang Jiyu could no longer be explained by the word genius. The Jedi, the white-scaled serpent, who practiced both martial arts and beast control, and who was also able to cultivate third-grade beast soldiers, casually made use of two heavenly-grade martial skills, and now, with his second-grade body, he was even displaying the martial marquis's exclusive spiritual strength. She was, even, building up a mental attack. This girl, how many secrets are hidden in her body? A possibility surfaced in all three of their minds, but it was only just born before they dismissed it by themselves. The capital was not like other cities. There were martial emperors sitting in the town, not to mention beast kings. Even beast emperors and beast emperors couldn't sneak in unnoticed, unless Zhang Jiyu was in existence above the emperor realm. Was that possible? Then it could only be that Zhang Jiyu was truly superbly gifted, with no predecessors or successors. Eyes burning, the three of them locked gazes, then all of them unanimously cursed in their hearts. Too old undead. Isn't it a waste to give you guys a genius of this level to teach? It's a damn taciturnity. But even though the mental activity was as drastic as it was, the faces of the three did not show anything. No matter what, Zhang Jiyu's talent couldn't be shown anymore. The previous performances could still be explained as being gifted and practiced since childhood, but this matter of spiritual power was too unbelievable. Even if it was Li Changming at that time, he had only crossed two small levels of spiritual power. If this matter was known by the Fey side, I'm afraid that what awaited Zhang Jiyu would be endless assassinations. With a wave of his hand, The water mirror that had originally displayed the battle scene inside the Star Dengxing building in its entirety instantly dissipated. A group of students behind them were suddenly speechless. They were seeing the key, and suddenly they were not allowed to see it. Who could endure this? But before they could explode, Dean Li's voice rang out. This is the end of today's matter, and no one shall tell the public about today's matter. In addition, the Magic Academy will also be hosting a bounty tournament that all Mizuki freshmen can participate in. There are no conditions, it only depends on the final ranking of the Star Ascension. 2nd to 10th place will have the same reward, and the 1st place will become my personal disciple. As the words fell, there was an outcry among the crowd, and hearing this, both Dean Ji and Dean Xian's faces changed. Old thing, playing dirty. Chapter 58, The Dean Zone. The first of the new students. Glancing at the two men and seeing their slightly changed faces, the corners of Dean Li's mouth lifted slightly, in a manner that the advantage is mine. Two big old men, who only knew how to use brute force, thought that they could make Jiang Ji use heart move by smashing money. He is not aware that he is playing with his brain. What's the point of recruiting Jiang Jiyu into the academy he's in, when it looks like he's got it all? But in reality, when they met, Jiang Jiyu would still only call out Dean and teacher. The difference between these two titles was not a fraction of a second. You guys can fight all you want, no matter which academy Jiang Jiyu becomes, he will still be his student. In the end, Jiang Jiyu would only count this achievement on his head no matter how much he grew. Of course, since the beginning, Dean Li had never thought that Jiang Jiyu would refuse to become his student. When an ordinary student enters the Waterwood, the teacher is basically a martial general level. Those with slightly higher talent will be picked by a teacher with martial marquis level battle power, and only those students at the top will be seen by a special level teacher. That is, a teacher whose battle power reaches the late stage of martial marquis. Even Li Changming, who had only produced one in several years in Suemu, had only been accepted as a student by the vice dean of the Magic Academy. In this situation, as the dean himself, he personally recruited, and even recruited a personal disciple. As long as Jiang Jiyu didn't make a mistake, she definitely wouldn't refuse. After all, what is represented behind the personal disciple is the inheritance of the mantle, the unreserved cultivation, techniques, resources, connections, and so on. In other words, as long as he had it, as long as Jiang Jiyu wanted it, he would do his best to fulfill it. Compared to it, what Nine-Turn Spirit do? What Dragon Blood Chalcedony? Weak, alright. This was also the reason why Dean Ji and Dean Xian's faces suddenly changed after hearing his words. This was because both of them knew very well that what they had taken out could not even compare to the name and actual benefits that the Martial King's personal heirloom would bring. But is it really appropriate to do so? The two men looked at each other, and the answer came instantly. Worth it, so worth it. In terms of what Jiang Jiyu had shown, as long as he didn't die in the middle of the process, there wasn't any doubt at all that he would achieve Martial King in the future. It was only a matter of time before they even surpassed their current accomplishments. They were deans, yes, but they had also come to this position step by step from teachers, and teaching students was supposed to be their job. And who is a teacher that doesn't think that their students are better than blue? What's more, with the teacher-student relationship, Jiang Jiyu would still call them teachers in the future even if their strength exceeded theirs. No, we can't let the surname Li alone take all the benefits. The thought rose in both minds at the same time. And then, since that's the case, then I'll follow suit. And 3 months later, the first place winner of the Freshman Star Ascension Tower will likewise be qualified to become my personal disciple. Ditto, Dean Ji and Dean Xian, one after the other, also released their own personal disciple slots. What? 3 deans recruiting pro-disciples at the same time? Hearing the words of the 3, the crowd of Suemu freshmen behind them completely boiled over. If one could become a personal student of the Martial King, who would look at the other teachers of Waterwood? One more glance would be disrespectful to the dean. If they could, they would even want to kneel down and pay homage to their master right now, and then say, Student XX, swear to follow the dean to the death. But this excitement is only for most freshmen. Those who had truly rushed to the 6th floor of the Star Ascension building and were qualified to compete for the qualification of pro-transmission were at the moment wearing bitter smiles, wanting to say something. With their intelligence, how could they not see who the 3 deans were really aiming at? There hadn't been anything obvious before. After all, even if Jiang Jiyu was stronger, it wouldn't affect them. But now, faced with the 4 words of the dean's personal transmission, their hearts were inevitably moved, one step ahead of the other. Becoming the dean's personal heirloom would undoubtedly make their next 4 years at Waterwood go smoothly. But to become the dean's personal heirloom, the first thing to do was to surpass Jiang Jiyu. A few people's hearts tightened, only to feel that Jiang Jiyu was like a huge mountain, just straddling the road to their rise. Obviously they were still far from this mountain, but it was something they had to face and climb over. However, the 8th floor of the Star Ascension Tower, how could it be that easy to step through? subconsciously casting his gaze towards the starboard tower. He only felt a slight vibration in his wrist, and in the next moment, the school-wide message from the starboard tower AI was sent over again. The new student, Zhang Jiyu, broke the record of the Star Den Tower. Become the fourth student in Mizuki's history to break through the ninth floor on the first day of enrollment. Time taken to break through the ninth floor, 85 seconds. Current freshman rank, 1. All-time freshman ranking, 2. Here we go again. Another message sent to everyone on campus. Another freshman first, another all-time second. What's more crucial was that since the establishment of Waterwood until now, there were only 4 freshmen in total who had broken through the ninth floor on the first day, and one of them was still the old principal. In other words, just from the results of the Star Ascension Tower alone, Zhang Jiyu's talent was enough to rank in the top 3 positions of all the students in the history of Waterwood. This was a comparison with a host of martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial emperors. If it could have been a momentary stroke of luck for Zhang Jiyu at the 6th floor, now, it was telling all the Suemu students and teachers that Suemu had a super talented new student, and the gap between the 8th and 9th levels, it's over. The mountain that stands in front of all the freshmen is higher and farther away. The alloy door slowly opened, and a thin figure appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by a several-meter-long white-scaled snake. Perhaps because it was against the light, what fell in everyone's eyes was only a rough outline, but even so, everyone looked at that slender figure with nothing but complexity in their eyes. Envy, amazement, disbelief, the only thing that is not underestimated and questioned. Except for the final 9th layer, the water mirror had synchronized and relayed all the other images of Zhang Jiyu's battles, and they were watched by them. They knew very well what this slender figure, and the white-scaled snake beside her, represented. What was originally just a perfectly ordinary battle to ascend a building had, unintentionally, become Zhang Jiyu's battle of fame. Unsurprisingly, after today, Zhang Jiyu's name as the number 1 freshman was confirmed, and Kang Jiyu obviously didn't know what was going on. Looking at so many people in front of her looking at her at the same time, and each with a few moments of surprise and recognition in their eyes, she felt puzzled. However, she didn't care too much about it. Her heart was as quiet as water, and with a step, she headed towards Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing in the distance. But with a sudden flash in front of him, 3 figures appeared, blocking Zhang Jiyu's path. His eyelids jumped slightly. Zhang Jiyu had sensed the strong qi and blood fluctuations in the 3 people in front of him. 3 martial kings. Chapter 59. For the sake of Zhang Jiyu, the deans beat each other up. Martial king-level existences, sensing the rules, plainly traveled without a shadow, and most of them would choose to cultivate in seclusion for nothing, or simply fight in the middle of the wilderness. If there were no accidents, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to encounter a martial king-level existence. Although she had been reincarnated and reborn from the emperor realm, Zhang Jiyu was well aware that with her current strength, she was not qualified to meet the martial king. However, the truth was that these 3 martial kings were all looking at her at the moment, and their meaning was self-evident. They were coming for her. Combined with the way the group of students looked at her from afar, Zhang Jiyu vaguely guessed something. It was thought to have something to do with what she had just done in the Star Ascension building. The people were in Waterwood and had the status of martial king, so it wasn't hard to guess the identities of these 3 people. Meet the 3 deans. In her previous life, although she hadn't pursued her studies in Suoji, she still knew the configuration of the various martial arts colleges very well. The president of an unusual martial arts university was basically at the level of a martial marquis, while the president of a top martial arts university was a martial king. The only one that was the most special was Suemu. Not only had it produced martial emperors, but all the previous principals were also martial emperor realm existences, and if they broke through to martial emperors, they would become honorary principals. A martial king is at the level of a dean in Mizuki. Zhang Jiyu's words also caused the 3 people on the opposite side of the room to be slightly stunned, but then they reacted. It is normal for those who can have this talent to have a quick mind. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Dean Qian of the Imperial Beast Academy. Dean Qian grabbed the opportunity to speak first, but before he could finish his words, he heard a voice ringing in his ears. Mirror space. Bai Changsheng and Zhang Jiyu only felt a distortion in the space around them, and in the next moment, it was as if the space around them was cut off from the surrounding area. It was visible to the naked eye that Dean Qian, who was still talking to Zhang Jiyu, was slamming in front of him at the moment, but he was generally blocked by an illusory barrier that was invisible to the naked eye. Only light can come in, but sound can't come in, and by the look of his mouth, it seems like this Imperial Beast Academy's dean is still bowing some kind of nationalism. Not only him, there was also another old man whose hair and beard had turned white, also slapping the illusory wall as hard as Dean Qian. However, unlike Dean Qian, each of this one's slaps caused the barrier to ripple. Hello Mr. Kong, I'm Dean Li Jifa of the Magic Academy. A voice drew the attention of Jiang Jiyu and Jiang Jiyu. The voice was ethereal with a few divine implications. With just a sound, it was clear that this one's strength was definitely not bad. However, Jiang Jiyu was naturally able to hear that in that sound just now. There was definitely the addition of the power of rules. Seeing through and not poking holes, Jiang Jiyu did not hesitate, bowing towards the old man with a white beard in front of him, still holding a staff, and Bai Changsheng also bowed his head in a very sensible manner. Student Jiang Jiyu, meet Dean Li. Dean Li was obviously extremely satisfied with Jiang Jiyu's attitude. The corners of his mouth contained a smile as he nodded slightly, and he was about to open his mouth to say something, but then he suddenly caught a different appearance outside of the mirror space, and his face suddenly changed. Holy, two old pikers, how dare you! One sentence of nationalism, the compulsion that had just been condensed and molded by the power of the rules that he had just spared no effort to urge, suddenly shattered all over the place, and following Dean Li's gaze, the man and the snake turned their heads to look, and after seeing the scene over there, they couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of their mouths, only to see that Dean Chen, who was originally helpless in the face of the barrier, had summoned his spirit beast at some point, body height of more than 50 meters, shaped like a ferocious lion, but the surface of the body is covered by black jade scale armor, neck around the mane is also black color, but with an inexplicable strange. This appearance, with just a glance, allowed Jiang Jiyu to recognize the other party's bloodline origin. Beast King, Murky Jade Mythical Beast, Dragonborn 9 Sons, Mythical Beast is one of them, but unfortunately, more than the word Ink Jade, is the manifestation of impure bloodline, otherwise in front of this one, should be a Beast God, not Beast King, but even so, it is still the existence of how many people can only dream of but cannot get. As for Bai Changsheng, after seeing that Ink and Jade Mythical Beast, a sense of trembling from the depths of his soul immediately surged to his heart, and his body unconsciously assumed a defensive stance. Even if the other party hadn't shown any hostility towards him, just the unconsciously revealed pressure made the back of Bai Changsheng's spine break out in a cold sweat. Is this the king of beasts? Even with all the fear in his heart, Bai Changsheng forced himself to hold back and raised his head to look straight at the other party. How can you grow if you don't even have the courage to look straight ahead? Only at this moment, this beast king was raising one of its claws high, in a posture poised to attack. On top of that, the old man standing beside Dean Xian also had an additional alloy lance in his hand at the moment. When the lance was in his hand, an indescribable divine charm lingered on it. This divine charm was not strong, but it carried a sharpness that seemed to break through everything in the world. Compared to this, the blast gun and the gold-breaking gun that Jiang Jiyu had previously executed both looked clumsy. Heavenly rank martial arts. This is the martial arts king exclusive. The strength is not, without the rules of the force added, is only the shape, not its god. Only, to make such a big fuss in the middle of the Waterwood Academy, one summoned his Beast King Spirit Beast, and the other pushed his heavenly grade martial skills with all his might. What was this about? Kang Jiyu didn't know why, but Dean Li was clearly aware of it. At the same time, he also knew that if he didn't unlock the mirror space, he was afraid that these two old guys would really make a move inside the school in front of thousands of students. But before they could make any more moves, a fluctuation invisible to the naked eye came from the distance. Just in the blink of an eye, the Ink and Jade mythical beast with a body height of more than 50 meters disappeared. Dean Ji, who had already finished building up his strength, also disappeared. And even Dean Li, who had created the mirror space, didn't know when he had unlocked the mirror space and couldn't find anyone. Outside the Dangxing building, everything has returned to the quiet appearance of the party, as if nothing has happened. But whose heart is clear? Just now that some is true. The three deans actually did almost fight because of Jiang Jiyu. If it wasn't for the fluctuation that was invisible to the naked eye that took away the three, I'm afraid that they would have already been fighting together by now. With fear in their hearts, their gazes turned slightly, and all of their gazes landed on Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng. Knowing that Jiang Jiyu had outstanding talent, he had attracted the three deans' love for talent. But who would have thought that the dean's love of talent would go to such an extent? Especially those who were previously thinking of surpassing Jiang Jiyu and becoming the #1 freshman. Looking at the scene that had just happened in front of them, they were already having some difficulty convincing themselves. Even if Jiang Jiyu didn't compete, and they surpassed Jiang Jiyu as they wished and took the first place, the three deans wouldn't necessarily really accept them as personal disciples, right? As for Jiang Jiyu, she only pursed her lips lightly in response, and then led by Chongqing towards Xin Shuang. Chapter 60, Headmaster Mizuki, March's appointment. There was a flash of light in front of their eyes, and after a brief moment of disorientation, they came face to face with the face of their old friend, and the three of them instantly grunted and inclined their heads away from each other. Haven't you made enough of a scene? An ethereal voice rang out, and all three of them followed the voice and looked over. only after seeing the person who spoke. All three of their faces were straightened, and then they hurriedly saluted. Headmaster. When faced with students, they could follow their nature, but when faced with the one in front of them, they would be more or less lawless if they still dared to mess around. In front of the students, you don't care about your image and fight. The three of you are really. At those words, the faces of the three deans all had a somewhat embarrassed look on them. In the face of Jiang Jiyu's superb talent, they couldn't accept falling behind and being taken advantage of, but now that they had calmed down, they felt bad themselves. Other than that, going forward, if they want to pose as a dean in front of the students, I'm afraid no one will believe them. Two old pikers wronged me. The thought surfaced in the minds of the three in unison. Tell me what it's about this time. The old man turned back to the three. Dressed in rough linen, he looked like an old man who had planted crops all his life before the disaster. Plain, old, and even slightly stooped. The only thing was those eyes, deep as an ancient well. As a matter of fact, this principal used to be, quite literally, a crop farmer who had farmed all his life and ran headlong into the revival of Aura. But whoever really just treats him as a crop duster would be completely wrong. To be able to casually move three of their martial kings here, one didn't need to think about it to know just how strong this one was. Headmaster, I can't really be blamed for this, so come and judge me. Dean Ji grabbed the first to speak. My Chi Blood Martial Arts Academy. It's not easy to come to a super talented new student. Only just started the school. People will be too heavenly rank martial arts to the small success. The result is that these two old undead actually think of robbing the student with me. Do you think that this thing I can promise? What your students? Zhang Jiyu has just enrolled in school, but he hasn't picked an academy yet. Just as Dean Ji's words fell, Dean Xian couldn't help but interrupt with his voice. Besides, it's not like Zhang Jiyu's talent is only displayed in the Qi and Blood Martial Dao. That third-grade white-scaled snake with a mutated bloodline that still possesses the aura of dragon blood. You didn't see it at all? If you ask me, Zhang Jiyu's talent is suitable for the Royal Beast's Dao, and giving it to your Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy to teach is a proper misuse of a pearl. At these words, Dean Ji was instantly anxious and opened his mouth just to retort, but was directly interrupted by the principal. And what about you? Why are you doing this? As he spoke, he looked at Dean Li. You have the most stable nature. It's only logical that you shouldn't be arguing with the two of them about this. Even Li Changming in the beginning didn't make you have a love for talent. Zhang Jiyu is obviously not suitable for the Magic Academy. Why are you unstable in your mind instead? Dean Li had a bitter smile on his face, then shook his head and said, Zhang Jiyu is different. She's only a second-grade martial artist, yet she possesses martial marquis level mental power, and is even able to perform mental type attack secret techniques when she's on the 9th floor of the Star Ascension Tower. The principal fell silent, and his originally ancient and unperturbed eyes showed a few shifts at this moment. Are you guys saying that this freshman, who taught himself to master two heavenly rank martial arts, with both martial arts and beast control cultivated together, cultivated a white-scaled snake to a third-grade beast soldier, and also possessed a dragon blood lineage, while at the same time hammered his spiritual power to the martial marquis realm, and learned the secret method of attack in the process? Do I understand you correctly? None of the three said anything as they saw the strange color in the principal's eyes. Glancing at each other, the three of them silently took half a step back. They fight. Yes they do, but what's the point of fighting if they get the principal up in arms about talent too? A dean compared to a principal is like a regular teacher compared to a dean. Still, as long as Jiang Jiyu wasn't stupid, he knew what to choose. Ahem. So what? Headmaster, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Dean Ji opened his mouth and left immediately, and Dean Xian and Dean Li did the same, opening their mouths to say goodbye and then turning around, as if they had made some sort of determination. It came and went quickly. The conflict between the three is complex and difficult to resolve. After all, they were all existences of the martial king realm, making a scene to the extent that they were fighting in front of the students, and they were all still unwilling to give up. If you take care of this one, you can't take care of the other two, and no matter what you do, it won't be complete. But in reality, if you find the right way, you want to solve it is just a matter of a look. It was as if just now, all he had to do was show that he was curious about Zhang Jiyu, and the three men themselves got up the idea of settling things themselves behind closed doors. Going forward, no matter who compromises between the three, there will be no more situations like the one they just had. Since we can't resolve the conflict internally, we'll find a fourth person who will be forced to deflect the conflict. It seems to be working pretty well now. Seeing the three of them leave the small courtyard of his, the principal also shook his head somewhat helplessly and continued to tidy up his vegetable beds. The three who had walked away stopped after making sure the principal wasn't following them. Tell me, how is this going to work out? How to solve it? Zhang Jiyu's own major path you guys have seen. She deserves to be a student of my Qi Blood Martial Dao Academy. so you guys just don't think about it. Is that so? Why is it that what I see is that Jiang Jiyu's white-scaled snake's chi and blood fluctuations are stronger than her own? And with the dragon's blood boost, Jiang Jiyu's performance in practicing the Imperial Beast Dao won't be bad either. Old Qian, are you determined to compete with me? Since that's the case, let's just see the real thing underhand. Whoever wins will be Jiang Jiyu's teacher. Yeah, come on, I'm not afraid of you? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Dean Li had a bit of a headache and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Come on, you guys really want the principal to intervene, don't you? When these words came out, the momentum between the two that was still tit-for-tat withered. In my opinion, this matter can only be left to Jiang Jiyu himself to make a decision. The three of us arguing here won't get us anywhere. In that case, isn't the bounty race scheduled for 3 months from now? For these 3 months, we'll take turns teaching Jiang Jiyu, not interfering with each other, each according to our abilities. After 3 months, let Jiang Jiyu choose for himself who he wants to study under. How about that's fair enough? And it doesn't make a big deal out of it and draw the attention of the principal? Dean Li voiced his solution, and the two men inclined their heads to look at him, both silent. Needless to say, this is indeed the fairest and most acceptable approach for all three at the moment. It's just a question of who comes first, and who comes last. Easy, draw lots. With a flip of his hand, Dean Li summoned a jade cylinder with 3 willow branches sticking out of it. According to the order of the length of the branches, whoever is longer is in the front. Each person has 3 days. I'll be the last, so there's always no comments. Chapter 61. If only I could take a bite of the ink jade mythical beast. Are you saying that the 3 deans have shown my battle footage completely in front of everyone? After hearing Xin Frost's words, Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but turn her gaze slightly, looking at her with a slight bit of surprise, including by Changsheng. After hearing these words, it occurred to me that with Jiang Jiyu's talent, he was an outstanding existence in Suemu, and it wouldn't be long before he would be able to rise to the top. But he didn't realize that it was only the first day, and still attracted the attention of 3 deans at the same time, even in front of thousands of students in front of the saints. Yeah, Sinfonia nodded, then pursed her lips again. More than that, the 3 deans also announced a bounty tournament after you broke through the 7th floor. 3 months later, as long as you can be the number 1 freshman, you'll be able to obtain a spot as one of the 3 deans' personal disciples. The dean himself? Jiang Jiyu knew very well what the word pro-transmission meant. That is completely as their own mantle heir to teach. If not on the student's character, talent, have absolute confidence, easily as absolutely not make such a commitment. Speaking of which, she had also accepted a female personal disciple in her last life. But according to the years, the little one should still be 2 years away from being born. With a sharp mind, just by hearing these few keywords, Jiang Jiyu had already guessed a generalization. The 3 deans had specially organized a bounty tournament because of her talent, with the purpose of recruiting her as a student. What's going on here? Jiang Jiyu's heart was only helpless. In her plans, her first semester in Waterwood was one in which she grew peacefully. At least before the Martial Marquis, there was no bottleneck for her. She just needed to pile on the resources to cultivate step by step. But who would have thought that plans can't change? Going to rush the Star Ascension building simply to earn some points had actually caused such a big stir. Now well, even if she wanted to keep a low profile, there would be thousands of pairs of eyes on her at all times, not giving her half a chance to hide herself. But even if it happened somewhat suddenly, Jiang Jiyu quickly accepted the fact. This bounty race, she'll fight for it. The Martial King inheritance, she did not have any interest in, but having a Martial King as a teacher, the resources, connections, and backing behind it, were all what she was in short supply of at the moment. 3 months. Jiang Jiyu murmured under his breath and glanced at the Star Dengshire Tower's leaderboards again. His heart was clear. Between her and second, there was a full 3 tiers of difference, and the floors of the Star Ascension Tower get harder the further back you go. In 3 months, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to surpass her, not to mention the fact that there's no way she's still in the same place 3 months later, with the rewards from the first 9 floors of the Star Ascension building to back her up. Her strength enhancement would next see an explosive period. By the way, no fish. This is for you, Sinfonia said, handing over a card cupped in her right hand. This is Zhang Xing's cultivation card. He's already purchased a month's worth of Class B training room time, so take this card and you'll be able to swipe the training time directly. Jiang Jiyu slightly inclined her head to look at her with a few doubts in her eyes. Wasn't the corpse of the Steel Bone Wolf King sold to the school before? In addition to the monetary rewards, the school also rewarded quite a few points, just enough to redeem 3 months of Class B training room time. It just so happens that you've become a Mizuki freshman now, too, and use it. I know you just broke through the first 9 floors of the Star Ascension building and won't be short of time in the training room, but this is what we should give you. Just don't you think it's too little? Xin Frost spoke with extreme sincerity. Hearing this, Bai Changsheng sort of understood why Jiang Jiyu, who no longer interacted excessively with others on weekdays except for Lin Jingyao, would be willing to travel with Xin Shuang and Zhang Xing after seeing them for the first time. The character of these two men is, indeed, beyond reproach. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that at this moment, I would have quietly hidden this matter. After all, this is what was agreed upon in the first place. Although it was unknown whether the two had made this decision after seeing Jiang Jiyu's talent, or whether they had already had an idea beforehand, this maneuver at the moment was not wrong in any way. However, when faced with a cultivation card worth quite a few points, Jiang Jiyu shook his head. This cultivation card, it's better to return it to Senior Zhang. I have a year's worth of training room time on my training card, and it's no surprise that I won't run out of training rooms to use in 3 months. In comparison, it's obvious you guys need it more than I do. Kang Jiyu had no problem saying that. The Xin Frost duo naturally knew what she meant. With Jiang Jiyu's talent and the attitudes of the three deans, it was no surprise that 3 months later, Jiang Jiyu would continue his studies in Waterwood as the dean's personal disciple. And would an existence at the level of a dean let his students lack the time to use the cultivation room? Let alone a grade B cultivation room. I'm afraid that a grade A cultivation room would be available for Jiang Jiyu to use at will. This, Xin Shuang hesitated and turned her head to look at Zhang Xing, who was about to say something when she saw three silhouettes suddenly appear in front of them. It was the three deans who had just suddenly disappeared. Only compared to the three of them who were at swords drawn just now, all three of them had obviously calmed down at this moment. The words Zhang Xing originally wanted to say were also choked back because of the appearance of the three deans. Meet the three deans. Slightly bowing and saluting, he was then greeted by the three deans with a smile. We have something we want to talk to Jiang Jiyu student. If you two have something to do, go ahead. Facing unusual students, the three deans' majesty was still sufficient. When the Xin Frost duo heard this, their faces immediately straightened, and after answering the question, they greeted Jiang Jiyu and walked away far away. And the three deans were obviously too impatient to wait for the duo to get completely far away. With a wave of his hand, Dean Li of the Magic Academy was a mirrored space that encompassed Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng. Unlike before, this time the other two deans were also included. Hello student Jiang, introduce yourself. I'm Dean Ji of the Qi Blood Martial Arts Academy. We had a meeting at the Dragon Blood Lake before. You should still remember. Dean Ji smiled and opened his mouth, wanting to get close first. And naturally, Jiang Jiyu would not poke at the fact that there was actually no communication that day, slightly pursing her lips for a moment before nodding her head. Student Jiang Jiyu, meet Dean Ji. As for Bai Changsheng on the side, he subconsciously shrunk his neck as he looked at Dean Chen, who had been staring at him with a deadly stare from the very beginning. If he wasn't mistaken, that Beast King level Ink Jade mythical beast from before was the spirit beast of the one in front of him, wasn't it? It was hard to imagine that the smiling old man in front of him could summon a Beast King level spirit beast at any time. But while his heart was terrified, a bold idea could not help but surface in Bai Changsheng's mind. If he could eat a piece of the blood and flesh of the ink and jade mythical beast, then he wouldn't go straight to heaven? Chapter 62, Lao Deng, explode some gold coins. The three deans have come together. Is there something going on? Jiang Jiyu greeted the three deans one by one, and only then did he take the initiative to open his mouth to inquire with a slightly straightened face. Combined with what she had heard from Xin Frost earlier, she had actually guessed the reason why the three had come here. Only that there were some things that the other party would have to say in person. It's like this Kong-san. We witnessed the entire video of your battle, and we are extremely cognizant of your talent, so we have risen to love it. Aren't you just enrolled in Mizuki and haven't chosen a teacher yet? And with your talent, an unusual teacher wouldn't be able to teach you for much longer, so why don't you let us, the deans, teach you ourselves? This time, I also came here to ask you who you would like to choose as your teacher? Dean Ji took the initiative to open his mouth and explain, but as soon as his words fell, Dean Li of the Magic Academy added a sentence. It's the three of us who will teach you together, and it's not too late to really choose a teacher and wait 3 months before making a decision. You just need to choose now who you're going to study under first. Dean Li was well aware that of the three, he had the weakest advantage. Jiang Jiyu herself practiced martial arts and contracted spirit beasts. The only thing she didn't half dabble in was magic. If it was an ordinary student, he wouldn't have said anything at all, but he couldn't ignore Jiang Jiyu's talent in spiritual power. If he missed out on such a good seedling, he was afraid that he would wake up in the middle of the night and pound his chest in regret. Adding this extra sentence was also to add some presence to himself, so that Jiang Jiyu wouldn't get the wrong idea and directly pick the old G guy. The other two guys were unwilling to do the willow smoking approach, so now they could only throw the problem to Jiang Jiyu. 3 months, 3 deans taking turns teaching? When Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng heard the choices given by the three of them, their hearts only felt inexplicable. Although this result was far from Jiang Jiyu's original guess, it was clear, however, that this result was naturally excellent for her. It was much more difficult for an ordinary student to want a dean's teaching, let alone the fact that she was being looked at by all 3 deans at the same time at this moment. Come to think of it, the various things she had shown on her way up the tower, drawing the attention of the 3 deans wasn't anything unusual. But who comes first and who comes after is a bit difficult for Jiang Jiyu. All 3 can be optimal solutions, and it's only natural to make a mistake. Late generation majors in the Qi and Blood Martial Dao, so let's choose Dean Ji first. Upon hearing Jiang Jiyu's words, a smile appeared on Dean Ji's face, casting a provocative look towards his 2 old friends before smilingly looking at Jiang Jiyu. Don't worry, choose me first, I naturally won't let you regret it. Within 3 days, I'll guarantee that your Qi and Blood value will break through 3,000. Jiang Jiyu's Qi and Blood value was now around 2,006, almost 400 short of 3,000, and if he went about it in the same way as he had practiced before, I'm afraid that if he wanted to catch up with this 400 Qi and Blood value, it would take about 2 weeks, but in Dean Ji's mouth, it only took 3 days to raise 400 Qi blood values. Is this the bottom line of the martial king's big brother? Bai Changsheng glanced at Dean Ji and then turned his head to look at Jiang Jiyu. It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. However, he was also clear that what he had shown so far was not qualified to be valued by a dean-level existence like Jiang Jiyu, unless he can move the system right out of the way. But as long as he had no problem with his brain, there was no way he would tell anyone about the existence of the system, including Jiang Jiyu. So, it's still just a matter of developing at ease. Bai Changsheng sighed in his heart, but he saw Dean Xian still staring at him closely. Mr. Jiang, this white-scaled snake of yours, how many times has it gone through mutations? Dean Xian suddenly spoke up, interrupting Jiang Jiyu and Dean Ji. Previously, being far away and blocked by the water mirror, he could only observe Bai Changsheng's appearance, but even so, it was enough to make him think, and now that he was only 2 steps away from Bai Changsheng, he was able to clearly feel the aura emanating from Bai Changsheng's body. This white-scaled snake is definitely not simple. With his knowledge and study of foreign beasts, he was naturally able to see something extraordinary in Bai Changsheng. The snake scales were smooth, the breath was long, and there was an energy flowing underneath the snake scales, acting as a defense, as well as this snake bone. The strength was obviously a bit higher, far from what a normal early 3rd grade should have. Of course, other than that, he clearly sensed in Bai Changsheng what he was expecting. Dragon's blood, which is so meager that it's even possible to just ignore it if it's not purposely probed. But there was indeed dragon blood present in this little guy. It was, again, not something a white-scaled snake should have. I won't hide it from Dean Xian. Xiaobai has experienced a total of 3 mutations before and after. Jiang Jiyu glanced down at Bai Changsheng, who hadn't made a single movement from beginning to end, and stretched out her slender white hand, her fingertips lightly scratching across Bai Changsheng's snake scales. 3 mutations? Hearing the figure Jiang Jiyu quoted, not only was Dean Xian startled, even Dean Ji and Dean Li couldn't help but look at Bai Changsheng one more time. Although what they cultivated wasn't the way of the imperial beast, it didn't mean that they didn't understand what the 3 mutations meant. It was impossible for a normal white-scaled serpent bloodline to allow Bai Changsheng to grow to this level. If one wanted to break the bottleneck and break through the bloodline barrier, the only way to go was to mutate. And 3 whole times of mutation also meant that Bai Changsheng's growth ceiling had been completely broken. And now Bai Changsheng, who knows to what extent he can grow. After all, the number of 3 times mutated Fey beasts was too rare, and those that were recorded did not have an existence lower than a beast king. However, one thing was certain, a 3rd grade beast soldier was clearly not the limit. No wonder. Dean Xian couldn't help but be slightly startled under his eyes, but then it dawned on him and he organized his words before speaking. Actually, this matter is not a conflict. This white-scaled serpent has taken on a trace of dragon blood in its bloodline after undergoing 3 mutations. It's just that this silk bloodline is extremely needy, and it needs to rely on spiritual medicines and spiritual materials to continuously purify and refine it in order to reach a certain concentration. If student Jiang is willing, he can first hand over this white-scaled snake to me. I'll teach you the rest after you're done studying from old Ji's side. Dragon blood can still be purified? When Bai Changsheng heard this, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. The matter of him obtaining dragon blood, even Jiang Jiyu didn't know about it, and he wasn't surprised that Dean Xian was able to tell. What he was surprised about was that Dean Xian actually had a way to be able to purify dragon blood, but it's understandable when you think about it. The Blue Star martial way had flourished and developed for so many years, and the other 2 paths that had appeared at almost the same time as the martial way naturally wouldn't develop any worse. Under the pondering and research of countless forefathers, finding out a way to purify the bloodline didn't seem to be something difficult to accept. But for Bai Changsheng, with the existence of the system, this actually didn't need to be so troublesome at all. All that was needed was for Dean Xian to pop some gold coins so that he could gain enough evolution points to level up his dragon's blood. Chapter 63 $100 billion Boss Dean Xian. Dean Xian was obviously not the only one who was shocked by these words from Bai Changsheng, including Jiang Jiu, who was standing beside Bai Changsheng, who couldn't help but look sideways when she heard these words. Only unlike what Bai Changsheng was surprised by. She was surprised by when Little White had possessed the dragon's blood. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she suddenly thought of something and stopped wondering. If one can purify dragon blood, that would naturally be excellent. It's just that I'm afraid that the materials that can purify dragon's blood are worth a lot, so I might have to break Dean Xian's bank. Jiang Jiu slightly arched his hand and saluted towards Dean Xian. She knew how important the word dragon's blood was to foreign beasts, and she, who already considered Bai Changsheng a partner, naturally wouldn't turn down this offer that could directly enhance Bai Changsheng's potential. This is a favor she has to take. Oh, Mr. Kong, you don't have to feel sorry for this guy's money. Do you know what this guy did before he practiced the Imperial Beast Dao? Dean Ji smiled and spoke, pointing his right hand at Dean Shen. This fellow's talent in business is far more outstanding than in the Beast Royalty Dao. After taking over a family company with a market capitalization of $50 million, it only took 10 years to multiply the value of the company 1,000 times. Later on, although he started practicing the Royal Beasts Dao, but after all these years of development, the companies under his name still add up to a market capitalization that has broken through $100 billion. The materials you say are worth a lot of money are nothing more than a day's interest on a deposit with him. The owner of a group with a market capitalization of $100 billion? Dean Xian still has this status? After the revival of the aura and the global catastrophe, although Blue Star had entered the rhythm of emphasizing martial arts over commerce, the business path was still popular. After all, not everyone possessed martial arts talent, and even martial artists needed money to buy cultivation resources. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts is not as simple as a phrase. An ordinary person's income for a month was only a few thousand, and a first-grade martial artist who hunted desperately in the wasteland for a month would only earn around $200,000. With his hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, Dean Money does have the problem of not having to think about money. Bringing this up, Dean Xian's face inevitably had a few more moments of self-satisfaction, and smoothly helped himself to a wave of bragging. I dare not say anything else. If you become my student, Mr. Jiang, you don't have to worry about all of your cultivation resources during the 4 years of university. If you are rich and powerful, you have to be rich and powerful. Two old things, what to compare with me? As the words fell, Dean Shan only felt a slight chill on the side of his leg, and when he looked down, he realized that Bai Changxing didn't know when he had already arrived next to him, and was currently rubbing against him with his snake scales. The pair of narrow snake eyes were all flattering at the moment. For the sake of resources, not to stutter, everything is for the achievement of the Beast King. The little one is quite human. Rare. Instead of feeling anything wrong about Bai Changxing's actions, Dean Xian was more than a little pleased. The more humane the better. Not afraid that this little guy is greedy for money. Just afraid that he has no place to spend his money. If he can influence Jiang Jiyu's decision by buying Bai Changshan, then spending a few million out is nothing at all. Since Xiaobai has already made the decision on his own, then I'll trouble Dean Xian. Jiang Jiyu slightly arched his hand towards Dean Xian, and considered himself to have agreed to this matter. Just so, Dean Ji and Dean Xian both gained something. Only Dean Li, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Dean Li couldn't help but smile. No harm done. The higher your chakra value, the more effective my teaching will be. This time, I'll just back off. Seeing Dean Li take the initiative to open his mouth, Dean Ji and Dean Xian were secretly relieved, fearing that he would backtrack and be unwilling to stay. In that case, it's decided. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Little Jiang, you just need to come to the Haochi building and look for me. Dean Ji gave a greeting and pulled Dean Li before leaving, and after Dean Shen greeted Jiang Jiyu and said that he would come to pick up Bai Changxing in the morning, he also turned to leave. It comes and goes. The two Xinqiangs didn't go far, leaning over when they saw that the mirror space was lifted and all three deans were gone. However, both of them were very sensible and didn't ask any questions about the three deans, as if they had forgotten about the incident just now, and continued to take Jiang Jiyu around the school. It took a full hour to barely get through all parts of Waterwood, and it also gave Jiang Jiyu a preliminary understanding of Waterwood. This is the Material Extraction Office. All the rewards from the Star Ascension building can be collected here, in addition to selling exotic beast materials and purchasing cultivation resources such as pills. However, there are certain rank requirements for the school to acquire Fey beasts. Under Beast General, it's basically the same as the market price, and it's Beast Generals and Beast Generals above that are rewarded with extra points. This is the dormitory building. You should have received a dormitory arrangement text message. I'll check it out for you. 207. Over here. The accommodations at Mizuki are pretty good. Every freshman is at that standard. 70 square feet of room, each with a separate kitchen and bathroom. But you're the #1 freshman now, so I'm guessing you'll be contacted by a school teacher in a week's time to move into the small cottage area. This is a hidden perk of the ascending star building list, but only the top 10 have this qualification. If you fall off, you'll have to move back again. Over here is the practice room. Cultivation room is divided into A, B, C 3 levels. C-level cultivation room does not need points to exchange. The effect of spirit gathering is the worst, but it's better than cultivating in other places, and it's better than free. The effect of a grade B cultivation room is about 30% higher than that of grade C. The enhancement for cultivation already belongs to the level where the difference can be clearly felt. As for the grade A cultivation room, the cost is too high. 1 day of grade A cultivation room, able to exchange for 3 days of grade B cultivation room. Compared to the grade B cultivation room, the enhancement is yet only 50%. If used for daily cultivation, it's a bit more than worth it. So except for those top geniuses, very few students will redeem long periods of time in a Class A cultivation room, unless it's a critical moment of breakthrough. Hey, where are you going? Senior sister Jian? Xin Xuan looked at Zhang Jiyu, who suddenly took a step towards the front, and couldn't help but ask. I've exchanged some things by impacting the Star Ascension Tower, and it just so happens that now that I have the time, I want to consolidate my own chi and blood again. Hearing this explanation from Zhang Jiyu, Xin Shuang and the two of them were at a loss as to what to reply for a moment, or else they are the #1 freshmen. Glancing at Zhang Xing, Xin Shuang spoke again. Go, accompany you. On the first day of enrollment, he went to the cultivation room to practice, and although it was a bit strange to say it out loud, when he really stepped into it, both Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng felt a clear difference from the outside world. This concentration of aura, if one could stay in it for a long time, I'm afraid that even a pig could become a beast general. Of course, one has to be able to afford 1,000 points an hour. Zhang Jiyu also took out all of the things that he had just exchanged from the material extraction office, while at the same time feeding 2 bear blood pills to Bai Changsheng in passing. Chapter 64, Bloodline Purification. A martial artist's path of growth was always accompanied by boring and tedious cultivation, absorbing and exhaling spiritual chi, hammering and toning one's chi and blood, rehearsing and learning martial arts over and over again. This boring process, often stuck at a realm for a long time, with a burst of excitement in the middle due to some small breakthrough, was followed by tedium. This was something that even Zhang Jiyu would not have been able to do in her previous life as an empress. She could save the effort of hammering out martial arts and figuring out the realm barriers with her realm and experience from her previous life. But the accumulation of chi and blood was not something that could be done overnight. Even she needed years and years of cultivation to steadily improve. In comparison, Bai Changsheng was much more comfortable and cozy. Simply keep devouring them every day, and you will be able to increase your blood value rapidly, especially after the digestive enhancement was raised to level 5. His daily chi and blood growth rate was already quite a bit ahead of Zhang Jiyu. However, this gap was not obvious, and as Zhang Jiyu's realm rose and the supply of cultivation resources was sufficient, the already small gap was leveled out. However, Bai Changsheng's ascension was far from the limit. The 5th level of digestive enhancement wasn't prompted by the system to reach the upper limit, but the evolution point requirement came to 300 points if one wanted to continue leveling up. There's no leftovers, so we'll just have to put up with it for now. Glancing at Zhang Jiyu, whose skin was glowing red all over his body, Bai Changsheng continued to close his eyes in fake sleep. Early the next morning, the door to the cultivation room was opened from the outside, and Ding Qian, dressed in black, walked in from the outside. Looking at Zhang Jiyu, who was still immersed in his state of cultivation, and couldn't help but secretly nod his head. To be a student of Mizuki, talent and hard work are essential. However, there are many students who make it their goal to get into Mizuki, only to lose their goal and become lazy instead after getting into Mizuki. He was still extremely satisfied with Zhang Jiyu's self-control. The best teachers and the best resources have to work hard enough on their own to make the most of them. Ding Qian did not make a sound to interrupt Zhang Jiyu's cultivation state, and waited for more than 10 minutes before seeing Zhang Jiyu's scarlet gradually fade away around her body, collecting her breath and opening her eyes. Ding Qian. Looking at Ding Qian standing in the doorway, Zhang Jiyu hurriedly got up and greeted him, and Ding Qian waved his hand with a warm face, signaling that Zhang Jiyu didn't need to do so, before opening his mouth to speak out. On the first day of enrollment, you come to the training room to train all night. If everyone is as diligent as you, we can save ourselves a lot of heartache. The chi and blood boil like a tide. You've swallowed the tiger blood quenching pill? With Ding Qian's eyesight, he was naturally able to see the difference in Zhang Jiyu's body, compared to when they parted ways yesterday. Zhang Jiyu's chi and blood values had directly soared by around 200 points, already touching the threshold of the 3rd grade. Such an exaggerated increase proved that Zhang Jiyu had not even swallowed an elixir with the same medicinal properties before. In other words, Jiang Jiyu had not yet experienced the period of qi and blood explosion brought about by relying on elixirs, and as long as the supply of resources was in place, her next wave of qi and blood would come in a short period of time. This girl's future. I'm afraid it's more than just martial king. Din Qian mentally sighed, but didn't say anything more. I'll get the little guy. In terms of qi and blood martial arts, he cannot give Jiang Jiyu much help. After all, the strength of his body, but also on the late stage of the martial arts general, far less than the old season that guy, simply do not mess pointing out. However, he had complete confidence when it came to the imperial beasts. Although Bai Changqing's potential was not as good as Jiang Jiyu's, it was already an extraordinary qualification. If the next operation could completely stimulate the dragon bloodline within Bai Changqing's body, it wasn't like the Beast King couldn't ask for it. The question was how far Bai Changqing could raise his potential with this opportunity. White. Jiang Jiyu called out softly under his breath before waving his right hand slightly, and in the next moment, Bai Changsheng was beckoned out. With a confused face, Bai Changsheng, who was still asleep, looked at Din Chen, who had arrived at an unknown time. Here it comes, the splash of riches that belongs to a buddy is finally here. It's still some time before 8 o'clock, can I follow it over there? Although he knew that Din Xian wouldn't do anything to Bai Changsheng, Jiang Jiyu subconsciously wanted to follow him up to see what was going on. Sure, it just so happens that Old Season's office is right next door. It's on the way. The two men in the snake exited the door of the cultivation room and followed Old Man Qian's footsteps towards the office area, and after more than 10 minutes, walked into a 12-story high-rise building. The Haoqi building was the office building of the deans and principals, and unusually, not to mention the students, even the teachers were not qualified to enter here. With Din Qian's rank, one person occupies half the floor, the 800 square feet of office. In addition to the normal office area, there is also a supporting rest area, martial arts rehearsal area, cultivation room and so on. It could be seen that Elder Qian's office was extremely luxuriously decorated, and unlike the imagined ornaments filled with gold, silver, and emerald, Elder Qian's office was filled with all kinds of spiritual materials and pills. Just as he entered, Bai Changsheng sensed a strong medicinal scent. All sorts of spirit medicines of varying grades were mixed together, giving Bai Changsheng a refreshing feeling. As his eyes swept over the bookshelf upon bookshelf of spirit medicines, only excitement remained in Bai Changsheng's eyes, although he didn't know what all these elixirs were called and what their effects were, but that wasn't important. What was important was that if he could devour all of them, I'm afraid that the pile of elixirs alone would be able to pile his qi and blood values up to over 10,000. Of course, if Bai Changsheng took all of these elixirs in his head, what awaited him might be a death by bursting of his body when his deficiency was not replenished. A 7-day training program for this little guy. For the first 2 days' time, I will use the elixir to deeply stimulate its body and make it active deep inside. At this stage, its digestive ability is greatly enhanced, and at the same time, it is put into a state of extreme hunger. But you can't feed it anything at this time. Maintaining a state of extreme hunger for an extended period of time can cause his body to begin automatically digesting and absorbing things that are not so much useless as harmful. 2 days later, after all the mess in his body has been absorbed, I will feed him enough potions to replenish his qi and blood so that his qi and blood values will reach their peak. After that, it's time to use spirit medicine to completely stimulate the dragon bloodline in his body. As for how far the bloodline can be purified in the end, no one can be sure. Regardless of the outcome, its qi, blood, and potential will increase to a certain extent. Din Shen turned his head to look at Bai Changsheng and added after some thought, but the whole process will have a certain degree of risk. Unable to withstand the pressure brought about by forcibly purifying the bloodline, it is highly likely that one's life will fall. You make the decision whether to proceed or not. Chapter 65, Evolution Tree Branch, Toxin Resistance, Bloodline Purification and Risking Your Life? Hearing Din Xian's words, Bai Changsheng was slightly stunned, but then he reacted. There is no business in the world that does not pay off. Wanting to forcibly raise the level of the bloodline is a matter of going against the grain, so how can you not have to bear any risk? It was as if Bai Changsheng would also encounter extreme pain when he was raising the upper limit of his level, and it was hard to say if Bai Changsheng would die if he couldn't get through it. Not to mention, it's 100% a good thing in and of itself. Not to mention that all the expenses were covered by Din Xian at the moment. Even if there was no Din Xian, Jiang Jiyu would still find a way to get enough materials for Bai Changsheng afterward. White has made his choice. Glancing at Bai Changsheng, who was already crawling towards Din Xian, Jiang Jiyu nodded slightly before bowing his hand towards Din Xian. Din just let go of the operation, and if there are any consequences, Xiao Bai and I will take them on ourselves. Upon hearing the affirmative answer from Jiang Jiyu's mouth, Din Xian then let out a hum. Before summoning a jade bottle between his hands, the lid of the green jade porcelain bottle was opened, and an indescribable odor immediately escaped. It has a mouth-watering sensation. yet at the same time it has an unspeakably fishy odor. After pouring out one of them and squeezing it in his hand, it was greenish in color and the size of his thumb. This elixir is called Three Spirits Gathering Poison, refined from the toxins of 3 beast general grade poisons. However, the toxins restrain each other and do not have a fatal effect. Instead, they are able to stimulate all parts of the body and enter a state of pseudo-poisoning, allowing all organs of the body to function to the utmost. Remember, you can't eat even if you're hungry. Din Xian gave another admonition, and only then did he feed the elixir in his hand to Bai Changsheng. Congratulations to the host for devouring the Three Spirits poison pill, gaining 0 points of chi and blood, and 10 evolution points. You have entered a state of mild intoxication. Time required for toxin relief, 24 hours. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the unlit branch of the evolutionary tree, toxin resistance. Toxin resistance. When lit, you can gain a certain amount of toxin resistance, immunizing you against some toxins. Evolution points required for illumination, 10. Listening to the system beep that sounded in his head, Bai Changxing's heart was slightly pleased. Just looking at the evolution tree description and the evolution points required to light it up, this toxin resistance should be a low-level functional evolution tree, like rock armor defense. It's one of those evolutionary trees that doesn't improve much whether it's lit or not. With Bai Changxing's current chi and blood value, unusual poisonous creatures that don't enter the grade really don't have any way to take him. Even if a little bit of non-resistance is stung, it can't hurt it, and at most, it makes him lack of energy and weak for a while, unless he was able to fill up the branch of toxin resistance, but that would be a bit of a loss. And with those evolution points, he might as well go ahead and light up digestive enhancement and dragon blood, throwing this system tone to the back of his mind. Bai Changsheng was able to clearly feel a faint tingling sensation begin to spread out from his abdomen towards all parts of his body as this elixir was swallowed into his abdomen. The pain wasn't strong, but there was a growing sensation. Seeing Bai Changxing's body slowly coil up, Din Xian understood that the potion's effects had begun to take effect. With a flip of his hand, he summoned several more porcelain vases. The stomach fixing and food transformation pill is able to directly strengthen the stomach and enhance digestion. Excremental blood elimination pill strengthens the blood vessels and helps the body to expel useless things. Qi-inducing elixir. It can ensure that there is enough qi to keep the effects of these previous elixirs for a whole day. Several pills were consumed in a row, and the system popped out several beeps one after another. Congratulations to the host for devouring the stomach solidifying pill, gaining 10 qi and blood values, and 14 evolution points. You have entered the state of stomach enhancement. The level of digestive enhancement of the branch of the evolution tree has been temporarily increased by 1 level. Time needed for the effect to wear off, 24 hours. Congratulations to the host for devouring the exorcism and blood elixir, gaining 24 chi and blood values, and 32 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring the chi drawing pill, gaining 9 blood value and 28 evolution points. Together with that 3 spirit poison gathering pill, these pills from Din Xian gave Bai Changxing a total of 43 chi and blood values, and a full 84 evolution points. If you don't say that it still has to be an elixir coalesced from the refining of the medicinal effects of various precious ingredients, the evolution points given are too much. The only problem was that the value of these pills was bound to be extremely high, and compared to the price of purchasing these pills, these 84 points of evolutionary value were somewhat pitiful. But who cares? The elixir wasn't bought by Bai Changsheng, who hadn't spent a single cent to obtain the blood value and evolution points, and Elder Qian didn't care about this spending. Otherwise this elixir wouldn't have been bought by the bottle. Listening to that movement, it was obvious that the number of pills in these porcelain bottles was definitely quite a lot. However, with so many pills being swallowed in a single gulp, the stinging pain that was originally not too strong completely erupted. A feeling like pins and needles all over his body hit him all of a sudden. But fortunately, this pain was still within Bai Changxing's tolerance. Along with that came different reactions from various parts of the body. The heart was beating violently, and the thumping sound of a drum could be heard, and the stomach was also writhing crazily, accelerating the digestion of the various pills that had just been swallowed. His digestive enhancement had already been boosted to level 5, and at this moment, because of the effects of the elixir, it was temporarily boosted by 1 level again, and Bai Changsheng only felt a huge appetite at the moment, with a feeling that he could swallow a brute bull with his mouth open. The hunger pangs began to appear and grew stronger. The potion is starting to work. Remember, don't feed it anything. Din Xian instructed Zhang Jiyu once more and was about to say something else before he saw a person standing at the office door and helplessly glanced at the other person while adding a sentence. Tomorrow morning, bring the little fellow to me once more, and the rest will be nothing. Thank you, Din Xian. Zhang Jiyu slightly arched his hand in salute before putting Bai Changxing into the nascent soul pouch. In just 10 seconds or so, Bai Changxing's hunger had already developed to its peak, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. In favor of this kind of hunger, or in the case where the elixir strengthened the senses of all parts of the body, the unbearable feeling was even more intense. He had no choice but to curl his entire body up and then close his eyes to fake sleep. Go to sleep. You won't feel hungry when you're asleep. In this situation, Bai Changsheng could only comfort himself in his heart by saying that it would be fine when he got over it, but just thinking that this state would last for 2 more days, he was again a little tearful. The only motivation was that Dean Su had promised to provide him with enough blood and flesh 2 days later to devour a wave to his heart's content. If a martial king makes a move, I don't think the stuff will be too bad. Chanting secretly in his heart, Bai Changsheng forced himself to fall into a deep sleep, starving myself to unconsciousness and then waking up hungry, and then forcing myself to sleep when I woke up. For 2 days in a row, Bai Changsheng spent his time in a muddled state. The body was weak and listless, and even the chi blood value had dropped by more than 20 points. But as 2 days passed, he finally didn't have to starve anymore. Chapter 66, Tiger Blood Pill. Digestive Enhancement 2 levels in a row. Dean Qian, Xiao Bai next. I'm counting on you. Zhang Jiyu summoned Bai Changsheng out of his nascent soul pouch. At this moment, Bai Changsheng was no longer as radiant as he was before. The body was withered, the eyes were lifeless, and even the body that was originally full of strength seemed to be a bit thin and out of shape at the moment. Although he was still able to explode with great power, he didn't even want to make a move to raise his head. With the 6th level Digestive Enhancement Edition, the amount of flesh and blood food he needed to devour every day was extremely exaggerated. But on the contrary, Dean Shen made him not be allowed to eat for 2 days, and could only drink some water to sustain his life. As early as the afternoon of the first day, Bai Changsheng was able to clearly feel that his body was starting to break down fat all over his body, and starting at noon on the second day, he started to lose muscle as well. By now, Bai Changsheng had lost count of how many times he had passed out from hunger. Whether or not he had faded away all the impurities in his body as Dean Xian had said, he didn't know, but he knew very well that if he didn't eat again, he would really be starved to death. But the good news is that 2 days have now passed. Dean Qian, after seeing Bai Changsheng in this posture, stretched out 2 fingers to rest on Bai Changsheng's body. A cool qi was ferried over, and after a few breaths he withdrew his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The qi is smooth, the blood veins are calm, and the effect is much better than expected. 2 days without food, the little one is starving, isn't he? As Dean Xian's words fell, a jade bottle was added to his hand. The bottle was as white as Sua jade, it was warm and moist, and there was a hidden sealing power present. A nephrite bottle? Seeing the bottle that appeared in Dean Xian's hand, Zhang Jiyu's heart was vaguely touched. The value of this bottle is not low. Not only is the material used for carving the bottle is the best quality sheepfat jade, there is also a spell formation on it that the magician has specially recorded. This bottle alone was worth nearly 100,000 alliance coins, but the 100,000 league coins were just to seal the bottle. Regardless of the goat's fat jade, or the spell formation burned into it, there was only one function, and that was to ensure that what was in the bottle would not rot for 10 years. It is usually used as a potion storage to ensure that the potion efficacy can be stored for a long time without loss. To be able to use a bottle of this level to store it, it was evident that the contents of this bottle were precious. Bai Changsheng didn't know the value of the bottle, but after Dean Xian opened the cork, he instantly smelled the aroma and his mouth instantly watered. Dean Xian didn't have any pretense, and after pouring out a bright red elixir from the bottle, he fed it to Bai Changsheng, opening his mouth and biting down. In an instant, the rich flavor of blood and flesh exploded directly in his mouth, and the elixir was like a trickle of water that overflowed his entire body before he could even swallow it. The body, which was still somewhat parched from the prolonged starvation, filled up at this moment at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, even more than his original shape, he swelled up a bit. Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that at the moment. Every part of his body was crazily absorbing the power of blood qi wrapped in this elixir. Like the land that has been dry for a long time, it is now moisturized and irrigated by rain. Greedy, hungry and tireless. At the same time, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger's blood pill, gaining 314 blood value and 304 evolution points. A simple beep, but it directly indicated just how exaggerated this elixir that Dean Shen had just fed to Bai Changsheng was. The blood value and evolution points had both broken the 300 mark, a number that could no longer be explained by a simple sentence of exaggeration. Worth it. After enduring hunger for 2 days, even if he was starved several times during that time, everything would be worth it when he ate this elixir, strongly suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. Bai Changsheng didn't dare to hesitate for a second and focused his mind entirely on digesting and absorbing the power of this elixir. The level 6 digestive enhancement exploded at this moment as it should. The medicinal power that should have been incomparably strong was being digested and absorbed by Bai Changsheng and sent to all parts of his body before it could fully explode at the moment. And after being starved for a long time, The various parts of his body did not let Bai Changsheng down after being nourished by the medicinal power, and came to absorb as much as he could. In just a few short minutes, the effects of this elixir were digested to the fullest, and Bai Changsheng finally regained his previous vigor, smashing his mouth a bit with an unfulfilled look. Although the medicinal power of the tiger's blood pill was extremely strong, after absorbing all of it, Bai Changsheng only felt like he was half full. It would be nice to have another one. With a slight movement of his mind, Bai Changsheng couldn't help but look up at Ding Xian. If he remembered correctly, Ding Xian had promised him that he would let him have a full meal 2 days later. And when Ding Xian saw Bai Changsheng looking like this, with even a few moments of longing in his eyes, he couldn't help but let out a light eep. However, he didn't stop under his hand, pouring another one into Bai Changsheng's mouth. This tiger's blood pill is obtained by refining and purifying qi and blood with the flesh and blood of a beast general level exotic beast, and I usually use it to feed my ink jade mythical beast, 3 times a day. You've got a big appetite for a little guy, and one isn't enough to eat. Ding Xian wasn't heartbroken about the pills, but rather marveled at the fact that Bai Changsheng, a youngster who had entered the 3rd rank, was actually able to contain so much medicinal power. Jiang Jiyu pursed her lips and did not speak. With the spirit contract link, she was able to feel that Bai Changsheng's side was constantly transmitting emotions of joy. I'm afraid that this second tiger blood pill wouldn't be able to satisfy Bai Changsheng's appetite. As expected, after a few more minutes, Bai Changsheng once again looked at Ding Xian before opening his mouth. It's still edible? This time, Ding Xian was really a bit stunned. 3 tiger's blood pills were enough to satisfy the basic qi and blood replenishment required by the Beast King class ink jade mythical beast for a day. And Bai Changsheng actually wanted to eat them? One had to know that at this moment, Bai Changsheng was only at the early stage of the 3rd grade beast soldier, and his qi and blood values were just a little over 3,000. However, the ink jade mythical beast was a beast king, and its blood value had long exceeded 1,000,000, so there was no comparison between the two. Ding Xian was truly afraid of accidentally bursting for Bai Changsheng and hesitated to throw in the 3rd tiger's blood pill, but looking at Bai Changsheng's eyes, he still poured out the 3rd tiger's blood pill. Congratulations to the host for devouring the tiger's blood pill, gaining 301 blood value and 289 evolution points. As the system beep sounded, Bai Changsheng only felt that his body was instantly swollen, like a balloon that was approaching its limit, and under the effect of the medicinal power, there was always the possibility that he would not be able to withstand the medicinal power and his body would collapse at any time. However, in the face of such a situation, Bai Changsheng didn't hesitate in the slightest and called out the system. 300 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch digestive enhancement level increased. Digestive enhancement next upgrade required evolution points, 600. 600 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch digestive enhancement level increased. Digestive enhancement next upgrade required evolution points, 1200. Digestive enhancement current level, LV7. Chapter 67 Dragon blood level enhancement. As the system beeps fell, the level 7 digestive enhancement fully exploded with its due effect. The medicinal power that was originally running wildly around in Bai Changsheng's body instantly had a place to go and began to converge towards Bai Changsheng's stomach. And after this medicinal power entered the stomach, it was as if it had entered a bottomless pit. It had even directly disappeared out of thin air. Bai Changsheng's heart was stunned, but after glancing at the digestive enhancement explanation in his afterglow, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Digestive enhancement LV7 deeply develops your digestive abilities while being able to store a certain amount of qi and blood. Current holding capacity 257/1000, 1000 capacity limit? Looking at this new evolution tree description, Bai Changsheng's heart vaguely guessed. After the digestive enhancement was upgraded to level 7, there was an additional function similar to a rechargeable treasure, which would allow him to not have to go on a regular schedule for food. After a rough estimation in his mind, Bai Changsheng got a clear idea that the upper limit of the qi and blood values he could digest per day right now was roughly around 100. In other words, a full meal would be able to fulfill his digestive needs for 10 days. Not only that, but more critically, with the daily 100 qi blood value increase, the 1,000,000 qi blood threshold of the Beast King class didn't seem so unattainable anymore. It's only 10,000 days, 27 years past the point. From 10,000 years in the beginning, to now being able to achieve Beast King in only 27 years, Bai Changsheng's rate of qi enhancement had doubled an unknown number of times. It's also part of the Lifetimes series. Looking at the progress bar behind the digestive enhancement that was still much worse, Bai Changsheng shamelessly, again opened his mouth toward Ding Xian. Still eating? This time, even Ding Xian was a bit stunned. It wasn't that he was surprised at Bai Changsheng's talent, but he was surprised that this guy was also too able to eat. Don't look at this tiger blood, Dan is just the size of a thumb, but the energy contained in it is enough for an ordinary low-level beast general level alien beast to not have to eat for a month. But now, The tiger's blood dam that contained so much chi and blood energy was swallowed 3 times in a row herein by Changsheng, and he still couldn't get enough of it? Knowing that snakes have large appetites, otherwise there would be no saying that the heart is not enough to swallow the snake. But that's a bit too big, isn't it? Ding Xian turned his head to look at Zhang Jiyu, but he saw that Zhang Jiyu was also surprised at the moment, and like him, he didn't expect Bai Changxing to be able to swallow so many tiger blood pills and still continue. On the contrary, Zhang Jiyu was able to clearly sense that there was indeed a feeling of longing on Bai Changxing's side that was transmitted through the spirit contract. After thinking about it, Zhang Jiyu finally spoke up. Little White is extremely spiritual. If he really can't eat, he'll stop on his own. Seeing that Zhang Jiyu had said so, Ding Xian had nothing to worry about. He was also quite curious to know where exactly Bai Changxing's upper limit was. 4th, 5th, until the 6th one was consumed by Bai Changsheng. Ding Xian and Zhang Jiyu could already hardly hide the shock in their hearts at the moment. 6 tigers' blood pills. I'm afraid that the Beast King level Murky Jade mythical beast would only eat this much with an open stomach. It was normal for a Beast King to be able to eat so much, but for Bai Changxing to eat so much as a 3rd grade beast soldier was a bit too outrageous. But luckily, after the 6th chi and blood pill was consumed, Bai Changxing finally stopped, and his blood value was successfully piled up to 3,800 points. The 7th level's digestive enhancement was able to store devoured chi and blood items, but they were not directly converted into chi and blood, which would be gained with the continuous enhancement of digestion if nothing else. Evolution points are straight to hand though. The 6 tiger blood pills provided him with a full 1800 evolution points, together with the previous balance of more than 300 points. Even after upgrading the digestive enhancement twice in a row, Bai Changsheng still had a surplus of more than 1,200 points. It was not easy to fight a rich battle. Bai Changsheng did not have the slightest hesitation, and he was about to give the digestive enhancement another level. If nothing else, the level 8 digestive enhancement would be able to allow him to store more chi and blood, so that would mean that he would be able to glean another wave of Ding Xian's wool. But it so happened that just as Bai Changsheng was thinking about a wave of getting rich, the system's beep arrived. Digestive enhancement has reached the upper limit of the current stage. Please raise the host's strength to beast general level as soon as possible. 1,200 points of chi blood value has no place to spend. This feeling is really. It used to be that all kinds of evolution points were needed, and on the side, they were extremely hard to come by. Now, however, there were evolution points that the system wouldn't let him spend. His gaze shifted slightly downward, and Bai Changxing's gaze landed on top of the column of dragon's blood. Digestive enhancement and dragon's blood were both branches of the evolution tree that belonged to the 2 branches that Bai Changxing was bound to ascend. And since the digestive enhancement of strengthening the economy couldn't be raised any further, raising dragon's blood was also a good choice. Anyway, there was still a long way to go before realm advancement, so there was no rush for this moment. At this thought, Bai Changxing's heart moved slightly. 1,000 evolution points deducted. Evolution tree branch dragon's blood level increased. Evolution points required for the next upgrade of dragon's blood, 3,000. Dragon's blood LV2, the concentration of dragon's bloodline in your body has increased to a certain degree, and your hope of transforming into a dragon has increased by another point. As the system prompt fell, Bai Changsheng only felt inexplicably hot all over. It was as if a flame had suddenly ignited within his body, spreading towards all parts of his body as his blood flowed. Vaguely, Bai Changsheng only felt that the snake scales all over his body seemed to have become loose under this flame burning. With just a gentle rub, large swaths of scale armor began to fall off, and underneath the original scales were newborn, tender snake scales. It is. When Ding Xian saw the sudden peculiar difference in Bai Changsheng's body, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and he said in surprise under his breath, "Fading scales? Dragon blood breath." The dragon blood aura on the little guy is even stronger. Zhang Jiyu was puzzled, but he was also able to sense that something was bound to happen inside Xiao Bai's body. Ding Xian noticed the doubting Zhang Jiyu's eyes and explained after a pause in his voice, "Although I don't know what it's because of, the concentration of dragon blood in this little guy's body has suddenly risen so much that it has reached the 2nd stage. The characteristics in it that belong to dragons will be further expressed, and at the same time, its potential will be further drawn out. These newly grown snake scales are the sign of the 2nd stage dragon blood. Look closely, and you should be able to see a faint golden thread behind it. This is the dragon's tendon. By the time the dragon blood concentration reaches the 4th stage, the dragon tendon will be completely formed, and at that time, its growth ceiling will be directly pulled up to the Beast King level. My Murky Jade mythical beast possesses the 4th stage of dragon blood." Ding Xian had dealt with and studied dragon's blood for his entire life, so he naturally knew exactly what Bai Changxing's behavior meant at the moment. "Originally, I thought that the concentration of dragon blood in this little guy's body wouldn't increase until after all the operations were completed. Never would I have thought that it actually purified the concentration of dragon blood just by itself. Having just swallowed so many tiger blood pills, It should be accumulating the chi and blood needed for the dragon blood metamorphosis. Nice. Not bad. Not bad. After a series of 3 good sounds, Dean Shan added a few more points of delight in his eyes as he looked at Bai Changsheng. As long as nothing goes wrong with the next operation, the little one's dragon blood concentration should be able to reach the 3rd stage. If that's true, then it possesses the potential to become a Lord-level foreign beast. Chapter 68, Swallowing Dragon Blood Chalcedony. Obviously, the potential that Dean Xian was talking about was a little different from the conventional sense of potential. The potential of the Lord-level foreign beasts in Dean Xian's mouth at the moment, on the other hand, was the category that was on the board and was bound to become a reality. And the potential of others is only promising, but not guaranteed. The difference between this is heaven and earth, and there is no comparison. Martial Marquis / Lord level battle power. Even if you look at the entire Heavenly Kingdom, it's a mainstay level battle power. Waterwood students seem to be one by one from thousands or even tens of thousands of people selected out of the genius, but also do not guarantee that every future will be able to achieve the Martial Marquis, and even this ratio is pitifully low. For 1 or 2 out of 10 to become a Martial Marquis, they were already considered an extremely outstanding group of students. The limit for most Mizuki students, after graduation, is just a late martial artist. It could be imagined what the potential of a Lord-level foreign beast meant in Dean Xian's mouth at this moment. As long as the cultivation was in place, Bai Changsheng didn't have the possibility of achieving the late Lord stage. This level of battle power, even if placed in Suikoden, was not an idle one. Zhang Jiyu sniffed and looked at Bai Changsheng with a few complexities in his eyes. In her previous life, although she had been studying the royal beasts for 10 or 20 years, she had no success in the royal beasts, and her understanding of spirit beasts was naturally not as good as Dean Xian's. At this moment, when she heard Dean Xian's words, a feeling of guilt inexplicably arose in the bottom of her heart. This was because she knew very well that it was entirely on its own that Little White could have the achievements and potential it had today. In comparison, she, the master, instead seemed extremely incompetent. If she could give Bai Changsheng more resources, perhaps its achievements would be far more than what it is now. With this in mind, Zhang Jiyu made a decision in his heart and bowed his hand towards Dean Xian. Dean Xian, if it's possible, I'd like to foster Xiaobai here. I will choose you as my teacher straight away. In Zhang Jiyu's eyes, the teacher's choice was not really that important compared to others. She didn't lack teaching, or cultivation experience, or even merit laws. The only thing she lacked was cultivation resources and shelter during her formative years. This is something that all 3 deans were able to fulfill. So in reality, it didn't make much difference to Zhang Jiyu who was chosen as the teacher. And if he could use this as a condition, in exchange for Bai Changsheng not having to worry about resources, it would be worth it. Besides, Bai Changsheng was clearly able to get better training under Dean Xian's hands. At least this method of bloodline promotion was unknown to her before. If it was 2 days ago when Zhang Jiyu said this, Dean Xian would probably be so pleased with himself that he would agree in one breath. However, at this moment, hearing Zhang Jiyu speak again, Dean Xian instead shook his head with a bitter smile. I know what you're thinking, but this is not my doing. This little guy's dragon blood concentration should have originally reached the critical point, and he only needs to obtain enough chi and blood food to be able to make the bloodline concentration go even further. I'm merely going along for the ride, and all I'm paying for is just a few tiger's blood pills. If I let you make a decision because of this, I'm afraid that when old Ji and old Li find out, they'll both have to come and fight me. I do want to take you on as a student, but I have to convince those 2 old things. There's no hurry in this matter. It's not too late to wait for 3 months before saying anything. Dean Xian waved his hand and looked at Bai Changsheng who kept fading his scales. His eyes flickered and he added another sentence. But this little guy's performance is really out of my expectation. Several mutations, and now that the concentration of dragon blood has been enhanced by so much, all sorts of abnormalities, even if it happened to a white-scaled serpent, it's still not something that can be compared to an ordinary spirit beast. I can bring this little guy with me for 3 months and be in charge of all its resources. Let's see what other surprises this little guy can bring. Dean Xian's eyes held a few moments of unspeakable curiosity, and it was clear that the various abnormalities that had happened to Bai Changsheng had interested him, who had studied spirit beasts for half his life. On top of that, there was another layer that Dean Xian didn't explicitly say. If after 3 months, Bai Changsheng improved even more than Zhang Jiyu, that would be the time for him to get his mouth on those 2 old things. You guys taught Zhang Jiyu excellently. That's because Zhang Jiyu was already gifted and a supreme talent. But if I cultivate a white-scaled snake to be even more outstanding than Zhang Jiyu, 2 of the 4 books and 5 classics are missing, no poetry or rituals. When he thought of the possible future images, the corners of Dean Xian's mouth couldn't stop rising a little. When Zhang Jiyu saw that Dean Xian had promised to bring Bai Changsheng, he was secretly relieved while wondering why Dean Xian had this smiling expression. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred in Bai Changsheng's body, drawing the attention of both of them. As the molting of the scales was completed, the slender snake's body was coiled even more tightly. A sharp hissing sound rang out, and it seemed as if Bai Changsheng was undergoing some extreme pain, the snake's head tightly shrinking between its body. However, Ding Xian and Zhang Jiyu were able to clearly see that on the top of its head, the two small packages that were originally just bulging had now broken open. Two pale bones poked and prodded out of them, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye until their length reached about 10 centimeters before they stopped growing. Dragon horns? Zhang Jiyu looked at the pair of bone horns born on top of his head and uttered a puzzled sentence. Ding Xian hummed, and without the slightest hesitation, he flipped his hand and summoned a piece of red and yellow intertwined jade. After the jade appeared, the vicissitudes of a dragon's roar could be vaguely heard, and the aura in the entire cultivation room became disorganized after this sound. Dragon blood chalcedony. Zhang Jiyu recognized the object in Ding Xian's hand at a glance, and knowing the value of this object, she couldn't help but move her lips slightly, wanting to say something but holding back. A piece of dragon blood chalcedony. The market price is steadily more than $2 million. The value is not expensive. The most critical thing is that there is a price without a market. If you want to get it, you have to depend on luck. It wasn't unusual for Zhang Jiyu to have this in Ding Xian's hands, but it was obvious that Ding Xian had taken it out at this time, clearly intending to feed it to Bai Changsheng. The dragon blood chalcedony worth over $2 million was not something that could be compared to the tiger blood pill. The favor was a big one, but she had to. This thing was originally intended to be taken out when this little guy's strength reached the beast general level. But now, it seems that a surge of energy is the only way to increase the probability of the dragon blood's second promotion. Whether or not we can get the dragon blood promoted a second time depends on this little guy's destiny. As Ding Xian spoke, his right hand rested on an imaginary object and sent this dragon blood chalcedony into Bai Changsheng's mouth. And as the dragon blood chalcedony entered the mouth, Bai Changsheng's ears exploded. Roar! At the same time as a dragon's roar sounded, Bai Changsheng only felt a sudden flash in front of him, and when the image was restored, he had already arrived atop a pool of water, and in front of him was a white dragon with a pale head and golden eyes. Although only the dragon's head surfaced, this dragon's head alone was tens of meters in size. It was not hard to imagine that the dragon body hidden under the water pool was feared to be hundreds of meters in length. Chapter 69. The white dragon with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters. As they looked at each other, Bai Changsheng only felt his heart tremble violently. Even if the other party didn't make the slightest movement, this aura alone was enough to startle Bai Changsheng's mind and spirit into withering. Although he wasn't quite sure what level of strength this white dragon in front of him was at, Bai Changsheng knew very well that even Ding Xian's ink and jade mythical beast was nowhere near as strong as the existence in front of him, definitely above the king of beasts. Even the beast emperor was not necessarily comparable to this white dragon in front of him. No, wasn't I in Ding Xian's office? Why the hell am I here? Greeting the gaze of that white dragon, Bai Changsheng didn't dare to make the slightest movement, fearing that his actions would draw the other party's violent outburst. I'm afraid that an existence of this level would be able to crush him into crumbs with a single sneeze, without the slightest movement. It was as if Bai Changsheng had been subjected to a fixation spell, and even though his eyes fluttered, he didn't dare to escape. The two sides were stalemated like this, and time passed slowly. He didn't know how long it had been, but Bai Changsheng vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although he didn't know exactly why the existence in front of him had appeared here, it was obvious that a beast emperor, or even a beast god-level existence, couldn't possibly have the heart to play such a boring game with him. Is it fun to scare him into playing with a third-grade beast soldier? His body moved slightly. The scene that was imagined to draw the other party's monstrous anger did not appear, and although those dragon eyes were still staring at him dead-on, it was as if they didn't notice his movements at all. Seeing this, Bai Changsheng's guts couldn't help but grow a few points, and this time, his movements were a few points larger. It still looked quiet, as if it hadn't seen Bai Changsheng's movements at all. It can't be that such an exaggerated being is blind, can it? This thought inexplicably arose in Bai Changsheng's heart, but it was then dismissed by him. It was inexplicable, but the good thing was that the other party didn't seem to mean him any harm, and that was the best possible outcome. The body slowly swam in the water pool, and after walking some distance and then looking at the other party, he found that this white dragon still maintained the same posture just now, and was not affected by anything because of his actions. Bai Changsheng was puzzled, wondering why the other party had summoned him here, but he seemed to be frozen. But since it wasn't directed at him, then Bai Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief. Solely diving headfirst into the water, he took in the entire white dragon's body. It turned out that what he had guessed before was not wrong. The white dragon was huge, with a body diameter of more than 30 meters alone. But this figure, in front of its hundreds of meters of body length, appeared to be a slender figure. Each dragon scale on his body was more than a meter in size, all white, with a dragon mane on his back, and a dragon's claw held in vain from a distance. The surface of the water wasn't translucent, and the back half of the body was hidden in the water, making it impossible to get a full view. But with just this, combined with the dragon's head above the water, Bai Changsheng was already incredibly certain that the white dragon in front of him was definitely a beast god-level existence. At the very least, the ink jade mythical beast was far from being able to compare to it. It was just that what made Bai Changsheng a bit strange was that it was only when he got close that he realized that this white dragon seemed to have no vitality present at all. A beast god, or a beast god that has fallen? An existence that already stood at the top of this world's battle power. Who had cut off the other party's vitality? This thought had just been born when Bai Changsheng suddenly realized that the white dragon in front of him, which had originally been making little movement, had suddenly moved. The large dragon's head violently plunged into the water, and the dragon's eyes were even more deadly, and in the eyes that were originally a bit golden in color, the golden light instantly flourished. Bai Changsheng couldn't have time to make any movements. His entire body was struck by the golden light, and in an instant, he only felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. The images in front of his eyes became a lot more distorted. His consciousness was out of control, and then he fell into a coma. The effects of the dragon blood chalcedony will last for 2 full days and 2 nights. During this period, its consciousness will enter the dragon blood space and meet the original owner of the dragon blood. Whether or not it can make its own bloodline go further depends on whether or not it can withstand the dragon blood chalcedony cleansing itself. I let it stay hungry for 2 days before, just for this one. If you become one, your dragon blood is thick and your potential climbs a great deal. If you lose, your chi and blood will fail and your soul will be washed away by the dragon's blood. Din Qian murmured under his breath and explained to Jiang Jiyu, and Jiang Jiyu glanced at Bai Changsheng, whose body was tightly coiled and had fallen into unconsciousness, and couldn't feel half of the breath from Bai Changsheng, as if his vitality was all gone. On the contrary, his breathing was still there. Then please, teacher. Jiang Jiyu changed his tone from Dean to teacher. Din Qian was slightly stunned, but he also took the title in his stride. Waving his hand, he said, "Alright, you go to the side surnamed Ji first. I'll watch over here. Nothing will happen." Jiang Jiyu once again arched his hand and saluted. Before turning around and leaving, the door to the office was closed, and Din Qian glanced at Bai Changsheng on the floor, flipping his hand to summon another jade vial. The little girl called me a teacher. Then naturally I can't let her call this teacher for nothing. This other side spirit do. Although it can't help you further your dragon's blood, it can keep your soul immune to a single fatal attack. I couldn't bring myself to take it out. That's just it. As the words fell, Elder Qian opened the cork of the bottle, with the mouth of the bottle facing downwards, and only after a long time did he see a 7-colored liquid dripping from the bottle. After landing on top of Bai Changsheng's body, it instantly disappeared. Lifting his hand, Bai Changsheng, who was originally lying on the ground, instantly disappeared and was put into his nascent soul pouch. Do your best. Dragon blood is hard to come by, and purifying it is a move against the heavens. So being able to protect your life is already the limit. It's up to you if you end up getting something out of it. Rest well. Bai Changsheng didn't know what was happening at the moment, and in the nascent soul bag, the originally still sleeping ink jade mythical guybeast looked at Bai Changsheng who had suddenly appeared, and a pair of pitch black eyes were flooded with a few moments of doubt. After coming closer, he sniffed lowly twice, and then reached out his paw to pick at Bai Changsheng. Seeing that Bai Changsheng didn't have any reaction, he felt bored and lay down to sleep again. Bai Changsheng only felt that he was in the middle of chaos, and vaguely only heard the system prompt sound, but at the moment he couldn't raise any spirit to study what the system actually prompted. I don't know how long I slept, but my consciousness slowly returned, but after opening my eyes, I was greeted by a large head, as well as a fierce roar that seemed to shake his soul apart. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Changsheng bowed his head. The scene in which he imagined the other party biting himself did not appear, and when he raised his eyes to look, he realized that the giant beast had somehow transformed into a human form. Dressed in black armor, his body was stout. The only problem was that the other party still maintained that lion-like appearance, right down to the limbs, which differed from before only in size. A thin tail wagged behind him. At the moment, he was looking at Bai Changsheng with an expression that said that's all the guts your kid has. Chapter 70 Your Master. Poor then. Facing the Beast King with the body of a 3rd grade, kneeling is not shameful. Kneeling not fast enough is shameful. In actuality, it wasn't actually Bai Changsheng who wanted to kneel. Rather, it was the pressure of the ink jade mythical Beast King, as well as the dragon blood in his body that gave Bai Changsheng a feeling of being forced to submit. If any other beast soldiers had come, I'm afraid that just that roar just now would have been enough to split the liver and gall. When a Fey beast reaches the Lord level, its mental power begins to increase dramatically, the same as a human martial artist. The reason why it was called the Lord level was because at this level, the foreign beasts could already use their spiritual power to influence the spiritual intelligence of other low-grade foreign beasts, causing them to subconsciously produce a submissive mind. Not to mention the Beast King who slaughtered lords like dogs, and the King of Beasts has a pride that belongs to the King of Beasts. Seeing how Bai Changsheng was behaving, the Ink Jade mythical beast that had originally wanted to tease him was too embarrassed to do anything to him at the moment. Although he still felt awkward about Bai Changsheng's existence, it was always one more companion, so at least it wasn't as boring. Having followed Din Xian since he was young, the way of thinking of the Moyu mythical beast was more inclined to human beings, rather than having a strong sense of territory like those beast kings that had grown up fighting in the middle of the wilderness. If it was one of those wild beast kings, I'm afraid that the first time Bai Changsheng appeared in the nascent soul sack, he would have already been devoured in a single bite. So how could he have waited until he woke up? You are so weak. The Ink and Jade mythical beast spat out human words and stretched out one of its claws, pointing at Bai Changsheng with a bit of dislike in its eyes. When a beast cultivates to the Beast King level, it is not only able to transform into a form, but also has enough spiritual intelligence that it is not uncommon for it to spit out human speech. Bai Changsheng's strength was naturally not at that level, but with a light hiss from his mouth, the Ink and Jade mythical beast was able to understand what Bai Changsheng was trying to express. With two more light hisses in a row, the Ink and Jade mythical beast originally wanted to strike Bai Changsheng again, but after hearing these few soft hisses from him, a few moments of pity flooded his eyes. Your master, poorer than my master, has money. Bai Changsheng didn't know where the Ink and Jade mythical beast had learned the word poorer than, but it was obvious that he had accurately comprehended the meaning he was expressing. People under the roof have to bow their heads. Ah, I hope Jiang Ziyu will not blame him when he finds out. Yes, my master is a poorer man than I. Big brother doesn't know what kind of life I lead. A poor master, a lowly bloodline, a crisis-ridden existence and a broken me. I've gotten to this point where I am now because of my own sweat and hard work. Clearly comprehending what Bai Changsheng was trying to convey, the compassion in the eyes of the Ink and Jade mythical beast increased by a few more points. At that exact moment, a large piece of foreign beast meat was thrown in among the nascent soul pouch. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was Din Xian's feeding of the Ink and Jade animal. It was just that Din Xian didn't seem to care what the scene was in the nascent soul bag, and continued to deal with the paperwork after casting a wave in passing. And this beast meat is full of gas and blood. At a glance, it is known that at least from the beast general level beast shaved off, or the best taste of leg meat, not a trace of fat, all lean meat. I also don't know what the flavor of the meat of this beast general level alien beast is. Bai Changsheng secretly swallowed a bit of saliva. His eyes fell straight on top of that lean meat. As if he noticed something, his eyes turned slightly to the Ink and Jade mythical beast, and then he shrunk his neck. He was looking at the meat of the beast, and the inked mythical beast was looking at him. Beasts all have the subconscious behavior of protecting food. It was hard to fool the other party and not do anything to him. To make the other party upset because of a piece of beast meat would be a loss. Even though the meat of the beast general level foreign beasts was fragrant, Bai Changsheng was still able to endure it. However, Bai Changsheng's actions fell into the eyes of the Ink and Jade mythical beast, but it was a living, cowardly, pitiful appearance. Its spiritual intelligence wasn't low, probably about the same as a human 11 or 12-year-old, and because it was so well protected by Din Xian, its mind wasn't mature at all. Looking at Bai Changsheng's gesture, after thinking about it, the Moyu mythical beast pushed the beast meat towards Bai Changsheng's side. Bai Changsheng sensed something strange and couldn't help but raise his eyes to the Ink and Jade mythical beast with a few doubts in his eyes. Eat it. I don't like meat. There are still Fae that don't like meat? Bai Changsheng clearly saw the Ink Jade mythical beast's throat shrug slightly, a look of swallowing saliva, but the other party had said so. If he didn't eat it, he would look a bit ungrateful. He opened his mouth to take a bite, but his attention was on the inked mythical beast at all times. As soon as the other showed his displeasure, he closed his mouth decisively. However, until the system beep sounded, the Ink Jade mythical beast didn't even turn around to look at that meat again. Congratulations to the host for devouring the long velvet ridge deer, gaining 57 blood points and 21 evolution points. Although he had fallen into a coma earlier and didn't know how much time had passed, he had filled up the upper limit of 1000 points of chi and blood storage that came with the digestive enhancement before he fell unconscious. Through the missing 200 or so points of chi and blood value, Bai Changsheng was also able to roughly deduce just how long he had been asleep. After 2 days of consecutive lethargy, I was not hungry, but my stomach was empty and my mouth was craving for more. The Ink and Jade mythical beast still had no intention of turning back, and Bai Changsheng didn't have the slightest intention of being polite. After a short period of time together, he had already roughly figured out the heart of the Moyu mythical beast. At least the sudden outburst from the other party that he had feared before was impossible. Since that was the case, then he naturally had nothing to fear. Gulping down a few more bites, the not-so-large venison suddenly went about 2/3 of the way down, feeling his stomach bulge once again, as well as the 1,000-point ceiling that had been refilled. Bai Changsheng then closed his mouth in satisfaction. With a light hiss, the ink and jade mythical beast that had been on its back turned its head at the sound, looking at the venison that was only a small half left, heartbroken and at the same time with a kind of inexplicable pride. People are in a good mood after doing good deeds. In the eyes of the murky jade mythical beast, he had just filled up a little guy who had never eaten a full meal. Definitely a good thing. But as pathetic as this guy is, he does seem to have a bit of a large meal. Looking at the remaining small half of the deer meat, the ink and jade mythical beast opened its mouth and swallowed all of it. Rest assured. Later. You eat first. No, you eat the rest of my. Listening to the other party's words, for some reason, it gave Bai Changsheng a feeling that the ink and jade mythical beast was generous and stingy. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that the mind of this ink jade mythical beast was far more innocent than he had imagined. Now it's good. Not only can he stay in this nascent soul sack peacefully, but he can even let the titular Beast King take the initiative to give him a share of the food, which is also considered a windfall. For another 3 days in a row, Bai Changsheng spent his time sharing a room with the ink and jade mythical beast. The ink and jade mythical beast kept its promise, and every time Din Xian had something to feed, it would leave some for Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng couldn't resist the hospitality, and while he came and went, he sighed that what the Beast King ate was just fine. Chapter 71, The Spirit God Deed Broad. Early one morning, Bai Changsheng was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt an additional pulling force on his body, and before he woke up to understand, he had already gone from next to the ink and jade mythical beast to outside the nascent soul bag. Looking up, a young girl stood a few paces away. The green silk was tied to the back of her head, her face was exquisite and stunning, and she was wearing a black sportswear. Who else could it be if not Jiang Jiyu? It was just that at this moment, although Jiang Jiyu's appearance hadn't changed, the aura around her, as well as her qi and blood, which were obviously much stronger, were all proving one thing to Bai Changsheng, that at this moment, she had already succeeded in stepping into the ranks of the third-grade martial artists. It had even stabilized its realm, and even its qi and blood had settled down. Bai Changsheng was astonished at Jiang Jiyu's improvement over the past 5 days, and Jiang Jiyu felt Bai Changsheng's qi and blood improvement and was similarly astonished in his heart. At the time of enrollment, Bai Changsheng's qi and blood was only at the beginning of 3,000, but only a week had passed since the start of the school year, and Bai Changsheng's qi and blood value had actually stepped over the 4,500 mark. If there were no surprises, with this rate of qi and blood enhancement for Bai Changsheng, given another 2 months, he would be able to directly break through the third-grade martial artist mark and step into the beast general rank. This rate of enhancement could no longer be described as terrifying. Mizuki students are talented from all over the country, but most of them, it takes at least a year and a half to step from the third rank into the martial arts. Taking Xian Frost and Zhang Xing as an example, their talents were not weak even in Shui Mu, but even so, after a year of studying in Shui Mu, they were only able to touch the threshold of the martial arts general. With such a comparison, Bai Changsheng's rate of improvement was intuitive, knowing that Bai Changsheng would grow smoother and faster if he stayed with Din Xian, but she hadn't honestly thought it would be this fast. Didn't expect that, did you? To be honest, I didn't expect this little guy's strength increase to be so exaggerated. However, the dragon blood concentration has been promoted twice in a row, and it's normal for the strength to rapidly refine after breaking the growth ceiling. The growth rate will slowly slow down as the qi and blood are raised, and I'm guessing it'll only be about 2 or 3 weeks. Bai Changsheng sniffed and glanced at Din Chen before silently withdrawing his gaze. There was a sentence he hadn't said. As long as he could stay by the side of the murky jade mythical beast, it would be impossible for his qi and blood enhancement rate to drop. This was the benefit of having someone behind him, and when there was something good, the ink jade mythical beast didn't forget to leave a bite for him. Alright, old G has allowed you to step into the realm of a third-grade martial artist, so naturally I can't lag behind. The things I'm going to teach you have been ready for a long time, so take a look. When Din Xian spoke, he took out a gold and red wooden box from his storage ring, and after the lid was opened there was a gray-bound book lying quietly inside, with an ancient cover, as if it was made from the skin of some beast, and 4 words were written on it with golden pigments. The Spirit God Deed Broad? What is it? Jiang Jiyu knew very little about imperial beasts, but something that could be so prized by Din Xian was bound to be something unusual. It's an ancient book I acquired by chance. I don't know the origin. I don't know the author, but I've studied what's inside, and the degree of subtlety and profundity is far superior to all of the exclusive spiritual skills of imperial beast masters that exist today. It's also the one that I felt was most suitable for you and this little guy after carefully selecting it. Din Xian's gaze fell on top of the gray leather book, paused for a moment, and spoke again. Unusual Imperial Beast Master Spirit skills are used to enhance the battle power of spirit beasts after cultivation, or to grant spirit beasts certain abilities. For example, the 3 spirit skills I've been practicing have greatly strengthened the Murky Jade mythical beast's attack and kill, speed, and defense. However, all of these spirit techniques are too conventional, and although you are able to learn them, you will not be able to maximize your respective strengths. Advantages of each? Zhang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng glanced at each other, not understanding what Ding Xian meant by these words. Learning about the spirit god Deed Broad will enable you to intertwine your soul with this little one's more thoroughly. Form a fake dragon vein inside you. Borrowing this fake dragon vein, you can construct a second inner sea within your body. If he hadn't known what Ding Xian intended to do before, when he heard the word second inner sea, Zhang Jiyu got it and instantly understood what Ding Xian meant. A martial artist cultivates by relying on aura, absorbing aura and melting it into one's own body. When the aura is added to the physical body when the force is released, one can erupt into an attack that far exceeds the original strength of the physical body. And after the 3rd grade martial artist, the aura gradually filled up and began to gather chi as dew, so it would be somewhat inappropriate to store it in the flesh and blood. At this time, it is necessary to open up an internal sea in the body for storing aura. The completion of the construction of the inner sea is the sign of entering the martial arts. And beyond that, it is only the difference between the size of the inner sea, toughness or not. On this basis, all people had only one inner sea, which was the consensus of all martial artists since the revival of aura until now. Not even an emperor realm existence could break this shackle. But now, she actually heard the word second inner sea from Ding Xian. Zhang Jiyu was well aware of how many people would go crazy if this sentence was spread. Under the same conditions, the second inner sea meant stronger aura bursts, longer lasting battles, and faster cultivation speeds. But if it was really possible to do this, why didn't Ding Xian himself go and practice? Noticing Zhang Jiyu's gaze, Ding Xian understood in his heart and shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. Practicing it is quite rewarding, but the conditions for wanting to practice it are likewise extremely harsh and even impossible to reach. The first point is that the spiritual power of the martial party must be strong enough. The Marquis of Martial Arts is the threshold, otherwise it is simply impossible to push the souls to intertwine, which you fit perfectly. The second point is that the potential of the spirit beast's bloodline cannot be low. If it doesn't reach the standard of opening up the inner sea, even if it is practiced, it is of no use. And in this regard, the 3rd stage dragon blood is a bit worse, but after several mutations, the level of the bloodline in this little guy's body is obviously not just as simple as the 3rd stage dragon blood. The third and most important point is that neither side should have too much blood. The soul rests on the physical body. If the physical body is too strong and tries to forcefully incorporate other souls, the end result will only be that the physical body refutes the soul. And even if it ultimately succeeds, it won't be of any benefit, but instead, it will cause the physical body to gradually necroticize. In that case, then this is a harsh condition indeed. Maybe someone can fulfill 1 or 2 of the 3 points, but it's much harder to fulfill all 3. Those with extremely strong spiritual power generally specialize in magic, and opening the second inner sea requires the use of a spirit beast's high-grade bloodline. While spirit beasts with a high-grade bloodline, who would give up their roots to pursue the martial arts path, even if both paths were practiced at the same time? In turn, spiritual power became a hurdle. The body of a martial artist, but has the spiritual power of a martial marquis. If he hadn't been reincarnated and reborn with an emperor realm cultivation in his last life, Zhang Jiyu himself wouldn't have been able to think of what enabled him to do it. In other words, trying to fulfill all 3 conditions at the same time meant that the person possessed top-notch talent in all 3 paths of magic, beast royalty, and martial arts at the same time. It was no wonder that Ding Xian would say the words that the conditions were harsh and even impossible to reach. Chapter 72, Soul Link with Zhang Jiyu. With the help of the false dragon vein, you were able to condense the second inner sea, and this little guy, because of the intertwining of his soul with yours, possesses the ability to cultivate human martial arts, and to a certain extent, will also be influenced by you, and will be refined rapidly. On top of that, its spiritual power will also be greatly strengthened and it will be able to spit out human words. I'm also able to cultivate martial arts? Hearing Ding Xian's words, Bai Changxing's heart skipped a beat. Martial arts are, in essence, actually a way for Reiki to operate in the body. Running through different meridians and then manifesting them in external movements can often explode into far more extraordinary effects. And because the meridians in the body were different from a human's, the foreign beasts simply couldn't copy the martial arts to cultivate. That's where the incarnation comes in. Theoretically, human body meridians are the most complete and complex, and the upper limit of martial arts cultivation is also the highest. However, even if they were transformed, it would be difficult to really be like a human, with the meridians running smoothly and unobstructed. Of course, Fae have their own racial talents, Some strong racial talents were even born with a heavenly rank martial skill. There is one thing to keep in mind though. If you're really sure you want to practice the spirit god deed broad, then after it's completed, your souls are deeply intertwined with each other, one for the glory and one for the loss. Far more exaggerated than the effects of an unusual spirit contract. The spirit contract can still be lifted, but the spirit god contract broad will backfire on the other party when one of them dies, or when their souls are heavily damaged. If it's serious, it's even capable of having half of your soul directly erased. Dean Shan looked at Zhang Jiyu with a grave expression. Once the benefits are clearly stated, the harms must naturally be made clear as well. How to choose? It has to be Kang Jiyu's own decision. And Zhang Jiyu heard, just lightly pursed his lips, looked at Bai Changsheng. See, Bai Changsheng nodded after Zhang Jiyu's face unconsciously surfaced a touch of smile. Bai Changsheng had made the same choice as her. So in that case, what was there to hesitate about? Teacher, I want to practice the spirit god deed broad. Zhang Jiyu spoke with determination, while Dean Xian also revealed a smile. To be honest, I also really want to see what this spirit god deed broad is like after being practiced, especially with your talent. If you are able to open the second inner sea, being invincible at the same level is no longer even your limit. There was no teacher who didn't like their students to have outstanding talent, and if they were able to make their students, whose talent was already overwhelming, go even further, this sense of accomplishment could not be described in words at all. The spirit god deed broad requires both parties to establish a soul link. With the foundation of the spirit deed in place, this step isn't difficult, and the results will be available within 3 days. I'll go prepare some spirit-nourishing elixirs and potions for you to ensure the safety of you and this little guy. Close your eyes and try to perceive each other's souls. One person and one snake listened to Dean Xian's words and sat down, slightly closing their eyes. Bai Changxing didn't know how this searching for souls could be done, and closed his eyes with nothing but pitch blackness in front of him. The entire room became silent, and Bai Changsheng could even hear his heart beating slowly. However, as time slowly passed, Bai Changsheng still didn't feel anything. Instead, the sleep that had been disturbed found its way back. Consciousness slowly became sluggish, and Bai Changsheng actually fell into a deep sleep. Eating well meant that it was easy to doze off, or perhaps it was because the days in the middle of the water and wood were too restful. Bai Changsheng slept very deeply and fragrantly this sleep, and he had a dream. In the dream, there was a lotus platform carved out of ice, and on the lotus platform, there stood a person with a slightly slimmer figure. What he was left with was a back figure, as far as the eye could see, with long black hair reaching his waist, holding a long spear. Inexplicably, Bai Changsheng felt that there was something familiar about the other party, and fought to get closer to see who the other party really was, but there was always a distance between the two sides, and no matter how hard he tried he couldn't reach the other side, until he woke up from a sleep. Bai Changsheng hadn't been able to see who the other party actually was, but instead, it gave him a feeling of being exhausted to the point of exhaustion. This sleep made Bai Changsheng sweat profusely and mentally exhausted. On the other side, Zhang Jiyu also slowly opened her eyes. Noticing that both the man and the snake were awake, Dean Xian handed over 2 bottles of potions in his hand, and also gave Bai Changsheng a bottle to share. Biting the cork, Bai Changsheng didn't hesitate and gulped down the potion in a few gulps. The cool potion went down, only to feel that the original somewhat drowsy brain instantly cleared up a bit. Teacher, I failed. His mouth spoke of failure, but Jiang Jiyu's face had little expression fluctuation, and Dean Xian shook his head when he heard this. This step is meant to be a watery way. There is no speculative path. Just keep trying when your spirit recovers. No need to be discouraged. For 2 days in a row, both Bai Changsheng and Zhang Jiyu were constantly trying to establish the soul link that Dean Xian had mentioned. Zhang Jiyu didn't even go back to the dormitory and stayed in Dean Xian's office, but for 3 whole days there was no progress. Bai Changsheng had already lost count of how many times he had dreamed of that figure with its feet on the ice lotus, but he had never been able to see its proper face. When you get mentally tired, you drink a potion to replenish and continue. It wasn't until the night of the 3rd day that Bai Changsheng fell into a deep sleep, only to be greeted by the figure on top of that ice lotus that had turned around. Bai Changsheng recognized the other party at a glance. Who else could it be if not Jiang Jiyu? This should be the Kang Jiyu of the last life, right? Although the person has been reborn, the soul is still the same as in the previous life, looking 25 or 26 years old. Compared to that girlish look now, it's a little less cold, but it carries an inexplicable divinity. Murmuring 2 sentences in his mind, the next moment, a sound that sounded like thunder rang out violently, directly pulling Bai Changsheng out of this state. The Jiang Jiyu on the opposite side was sweating profusely and panting, as if he had some kind of nightmare. Even his spirit was a bit depressed, and this time, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Jiyu's spirit was extremely depressed, as if his spirit had been drained in an instant. When Dean Xian saw Jiang Jiyu in this state, his face was pleased while he hurriedly handed over another pill. Spectral Lotus Stabilizing God Pill. Reaching out to receive the elixir and swallowing it in one gulp, Jiang Jiyu rested on his knees to regulate his breathing, and as the elixir began to take effect, Bai Changsheng could clearly feel that Jiang Jiyu's spirit was rapidly improving from atrophy. It took more than 10 minutes before his eyes reopened. Success? Jiang Jiyu hummed and turned her head to look at Bai Changsheng. Now, I can clearly sense the changes in Xiao Bai's emotions, and his location. In addition to that, there is also its body, which also seems to resonate with me, allowing me to vaguely detect the presence of the dragon's blood. Chapter 73, $10 million loan. The link has been established. The next step is to start proceeding step by step as stated above. The first thing to do is to construct a fake dragon vein within your body. Dean Xian took out a bunch of things from his storage ring, and as these things appeared, the entire office was suddenly overflowing with aura, and the air carried a refreshing feeling. Tricolor grass, rootless fruit, and spirit lake concordia. Looking at these things that Dean Xian took out, even if Jiang Jiyu's character was no longer cold, she could not help but speak out a little at this moment, and Bai Changsheng could clearly sense that after these things appeared, there were obvious mood swings on Jiang Jiyu's side of the room. You know them all? That's just right, and it saves me from having to explain the effects and method of taking them to you one by one. With a wave of Dean Xian's hand, all of these freshly removed medicinal herbs flew towards Jiang Jiyu. Teacher, these things are just too expensive. I can't take it. Only this time, Jiang Jiyu was extremely dry in her refusal. She and Dean Xian were but casual acquaintances, and only 10 days had passed since they met. Previously, Bai Changsheng had gotten a piece of dragon's blood chalcedony that was worth over $2 million. If you add these herbs now, I'm afraid that the total value of 5 million can't be blocked. If the money Dean is his own uncle, then these things she took also took. But the problem is not. Perhaps there was some pretense and fake politeness, but that was Kang Jiyu's nature. You'll be able to use all of these things, so hurry up and put them away. Dean Xian waved his hand at his words and didn't wait for him to say anything else before he saw Jiang Jiyu obstinately shake his head. You girl, you call me a teacher, so what's wrong with me giving you something? It's not like you don't know that these things are nothing to me at all, and besides, they're all necessary things for you to do next. Unless you're willing to give up the chance to condense the second inner sea, how could Jiang Jiyu give up the opportunity that was right in front of her? An opportunity that no one else could even beg for? There was a 2-second silence, and eventually Dean Xian opened his mouth first. Your talent is overwhelming, cultivating extremely fast while practicing several paths in unison. The resources required to be consumed is not a small number. If you want to earn these resources, I'm afraid that even if you stay in the wilderness day in and day out, you won't necessarily be able to catch up. These words of Dean Xian are true, not to mention those high-grade spirit medicines. The daily consumption of basic resources by Jiang Jiyu and by Changsheng alone was not a small number. It was also as if he had relied on a small wave of wealth from the Dengxing building after learning Shuimu, together with the savings he had earned from the Steel Bone Wolf King before, which enabled him to meet his basic daily needs. Even so, once there was a demand for any high-grade spirit medicine, these deposits on Jiang Jiyu's hands simply couldn't be enough. For example, these spirit medicines that were placed in front of her at the moment, picking 2 out at random would be able to drain her savings. And even if you wanted to go to the wasteland right now to make money, we wouldn't let you. By we, here, we are obviously referring to the 3 deans. For one thing, safety can't be guaranteed unless one of us 3 old guys follows you forward. But then, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Secondly, your cultivation has not reached a bottleneck at all. There is no need to fight to break through the realm barriers. What you should do most right now is to feel at ease with your cultivation. When your strength is low, you put yourself in danger to make money, delaying your cultivation and wasting your cultivation talent. It's the kind of thing that stupid people do. Dean Qian, in order to dispel those thoughts that Jiang Jiyu shouldn't have, spoke heavily to her for the first time. But after saying that, he stumbled slightly in his words, and after some thought, he added, tell you what, you can hold on to the stuff for now, and I'll go fetch something. Kang Jiyu didn't know what Dean Chen was going to do, but it was clear that she couldn't ask Dean Chen about it. After the words were said, Dean Chen turned around and left the office, leaving only Jiang Jiyu and Bai Changsheng looking at each other with uncertainty. More than 10 minutes later, Dean Chen went and returned. The difference was only that there was an extra piece of paper in his hand. Come on, fill this out. This is? Jiang Jiyu reached out and took it, and then she saw the line at the top. Application form for interest-free loan for Mizuki students. Teacher, what is this? Dean Chen went out for 10 minutes just to get this? Seemingly realizing that Jiang Jiyu had misunderstood, Dean Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, I didn't get this. Rather, it has existed since Mizuki was first created. The reason for this is so that students from average families don't have to waste their time and talent for cultivation resources, but it was only used frequently in the years when Mizuki was first created. Then as the situation stabilized and resources became available, the school's benefits package for all students was raised. Through the star ascension, ranking rewards, extra point rewards for beast materials, and so on, to ensure that students won't be short of cultivation resources. Of course, these are only relative to the average student. For a genius like you, these things are decidedly insufficient. That's why the existence of this interest-free loan is necessary. Able to apply for up to $10 million in interest-free loans. Interest-free for 4 years, and after 4 years, charged at the lowest bank interest rate. And the application requires a signed guarantee from the special teacher to ensure that the loan will not be fraudulently made in bad faith. Applied for a $10 million top-up loan for you, and I've got my name all signed off on it. All you have to do is fill out all your information and this loan will be available this afternoon. Dean Xian didn't have to lie to her about this, because if this was fake, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny or verification. And with this $10 million interest-free loan, Zhang Zhiyu's financial pressure would be greatly relieved, and he wouldn't even need to worry about resources for nearly a year. As for a year later, by then, she would have long stepped into the Marshal General level, so if she went to hunt foreign beasts again, she thought that Dean Xian and the others wouldn't have any opinions. With this in mind, Zhang Zhiyu lifted his pen and wrote his name on it, as well as the basic information behind it. Alright, keep the stuff, and hurry up with your cultivation. The construction of a false dragon vein is likewise an extremely labor-intensive matter. You need to complete the construction of the false dragon vein before you break through to Marshal General. This is so that when you break through the Marshal General and condense the inner sea, you can condense the second inner sea in one go. No one can give you pointers in this area. You need to figure everything out on your own. But remember, if there is any doubt, or if you feel that something is wrong somewhere, stop practicing for a while and then come to me. Teacher has nothing else, just enough heavenly materials. Relying on these heavenly materials and treasures, even if your cultivation goes awry, it's still not a problem to save your life. Zhang Zhiyu sniffed without saying a word, only making a deep bow towards Dean Xian. Chapter 74, Silver Strike Creation Fruit. For an entire month, Bai Changsheng had spent his time in Dean Xian's nascent soul pouch, and if nothing else, he would spend the next 2 months that way. It's boring, but it beats stability. Other than that, the steadily increasing daily blood value alone was extremely pleasing to look at. 100 points a day. Thunder and lightning. At this moment, Bai Changsheng's chi blood value had already stepped over the 7,500 point mark. At this rate of growth, if it continued, it would only take half a month before he would be able to touch the Beast General's mark. As for the evolution points needed to break through the Beast General, Bai Changsheng was also doing his best to accumulate them, and without any surprises, by the time the chi and blood values reached the critical point, he would be able to save up enough evolution points as well. It couldn't be helped. With a good big brother backing him up, Bai Changsheng hadn't been bad in the eating department this month, and as the ink and jade mythical beast watched Bai Changsheng's size become more and more rounded day by day, there was a bit of satisfaction and self-satisfaction in his eyes. He's been withholding quite a bit of his daily feedings from his kibble in order to take care of this poor little guy. The good thing was that the results were promising, and a month's time had transformed Bai Changsheng from a weakling to a bigger weakling. They're all weaklings, but it's always better to look good when you're white and chubby. And Bai Changsheng was also very understanding, providing the Moyu mythical beast with emotional value every day. Chicken was nearly killed, and when he learned of the news, Chun Haonan carried a knife and went after the gang. Dare to touch my brother? Then step over my corpse first. On Zhang Zhiyu's side, he was busy constructing a fake dragon vein and learning from the other deans, while Bai Changsheng had also been able to spit out human words as his soul intertwining continued to deepen. But it takes a lot of practice to speak fluently. The reason for giving the Murray mythical beast a lecture on kookaburras is to practice. Other than that, Bai Changsheng had a little something else in mind. After a big battle, Chen Haonan managed to help Chicken avenge his death, and because of this battle, he got a lot of territory, and even attracted the attention of a beauty who fell in love with him at first sight in the process. While his mouth was talking about the kooks who were forced to magically change because they couldn't remember, his eyes kept falling on the face of the ink and jade mythical beast. After bringing the story to a close, seeing the ink and jade mythical beast's face show a sense of contemplation, Bai Changsheng let out a long sigh. It's a pity that big brothers like Chun Haonan, who dares to stick his neck out for his brothers, are not seen much in the world. If I could meet such a big brother, even if I were to be given a ton of tiger's blood pills, my bloodline would be promoted and my strength would skyrocket. I would be willing. It's just a pity that the one who can be my elder brother is bound to be a righteous, bloodthirsty, unfathomable, and a dragon among men. And it's difficult, just too difficult, to meet such a one. As soon as these words came out, the ink and jade mythical beast on the opposite side of the room was instantly somewhat moved, looking at Bai Changsheng before raising one of its paws and pointing at itself. But Bai Changsheng didn't seem to see it, and continued to speak. Being my big brother, surely the flood of blessings will come to the heavens. Not to mention other things, the growth of strength is inevitable. Even if he's a beast king now, he can definitely become a beast god in the future. Going out and picking up elixirs, casually practicing a bit to break through the realm, and having countless little fangirls behind you. My big brother whom I have never met. Ah, where the hell are you? I'm looking for you to find so hard. Hearing this, the ink and jade mythical beast couldn't hold back completely. I'll be your big brother. Hearing the words of the ink and jade mythical beast, Bai Changqing turned his head in surprise with a look of disbelief. You? How's this? You really want to be my big brother? With a bang, the inked mythical beast slapped a claw on top of its own chest while nodding heavily. Aha! After dangling the fish for so long, the bait has been spread for half a month, and now it's finally biting. However, Bai Changqing didn't directly agree to it, but instead showed hesitation on his face. However, my strength is humble while you are a beast king. My bloodline is impure while you are a dragon son. My background is shallow while you have Dean Shui Mu as a backer. Halfway through his sentence, Bai Changqing was interrupted by the ink and jade mythical beast. It's okay. I don't mind you. Such blunt words could only be said by an ink and jade mythical beast. The corners of Bai Changqing's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but before he could say anything else, the ink and jade mythical beast spoke again. I want to be your boss. We share our blessings and our sorrows. Fruity? Big brother, the ink and jade mythical beast repeatedly insisted, and Bai Changqing bitterly persuaded him, and ultimately had no choice but to agree to this matter. Big brother is above. Accept my little brother's obeisance. With a simple mind and an immature and incomplete spirit, strength and appearance aside, the ink and jade mythical beast really seemed like a human 11 or 12-year-old child, and from the moment he had figured out the heart of the ink and jade mythical beast, Bai Changqing had had this intention. Perhaps there is some suspicion of lying to children who don't know any better, but isn't that always the case in the Battle of the Suns? Resources, background, connections, Bai Changqing didn't have any of them, and if he wanted to grow up peacefully, there were some things he still had to fight for himself. Chan Ho Nam, meet and greet, the ink and jade mythical beast said under its breath, and without knowing where, it fished out a fruit and handed it over towards Bai Changqing. The fruit is not big, just the size of a person's fist, the body is turquoise, and there are silver lines engraved on it. At a glance, it is clear that it is not a mortal product. This fruit, the corners of his mouth moved several times. The ink jade mythical beast seemed to be trying to find a word to describe the rarity of this fruit, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't find a word that fit, and in the end, he only popped out one word. Good. Look at that. That's a good big brother. Bai Changqing didn't have any intention of being polite and opened his mouth to swallow the fruit. In the next moment, a sense of refreshment exploded from Bai Changqing's mouth. The juice of the fruit was refreshingly cool, and Bai Changqing was able to clearly feel that as the juice entered his mouth, something began to act crazily on all parts of his body. Congratulations to the host for devouring the silver striped fruit of creation, gaining 0 chi and blood value and 3,000 evolution points. Holy! Hearing the system beep, Bai Changqing only felt a tingling sensation rushing from his backbone directly to his brain, and there was only one word that could describe his mood at this moment. Yes. Is this the benefit of recognizing an ink and jade mythical beast as a big brother? Casually, he gave him fruit worth 3,000 evolution points. Such an exaggerated amount was still the only thing Bai Changqing had ever seen in his life. The evolution points that were originally not enough to use. With the swallowing of this fruit, the stock balance directly soared to 4,102. Excited heart, trembling hands. If it wasn't for the wrong gender, Bai Changqing would have wanted to give his body to him. But after the brief excitement passed, Bai Changqing also realized that something was wrong. This silver streak creation fruit was able to provide 3,000 evolution points, which was evident of its rarity, and a fruit of this level was obviously prepared by Dean Xian for the Moyu mythical beast. It may well even be something that will serve a great purpose, now that he's eaten it. If Dean Xian finds out about this, how will he explain? With this in mind, Bai Changqing couldn't help but look at the ink and jade mythical beast. My good big brother, do you remember me telling you that betraying your brother is a shameful act? Chapter 75, Soul Refining Grass. New Secret Realm. Another 2 weeks flashed by. As time passed, Bai Changqing had been able to distinctly feel that the threshold marking the beast general was becoming more and more obvious. As a matter of fact, after his chi and blood values stepped into 9,000, Bai Changqing felt like he could break through at any time. If he were to calculate according to the realm of a martial artist, he should now be considered a third-grade beast soldier perfection. However, with the system panel in place, Bai Changqing was able to clearly see the gap. 10 days, just 10 more days and he would be able to cross over the beast soldier and officially step into the beast general. This level of battle power wasn't even weak when placed in the middle of the wasteland. If it was among some small towns close to the wilderness, Bai Changqing would even be able to be a fey head. But this self-satisfaction was being crushed to death by Changxing at the moment. There's no way around it. Just look at what kind of beings he spends time with on a daily basis. The Beast King level Murky Jade mythical beast was not to be mentioned. Even if he grew to the Lord level, it would only be a matter of one of its claws. Din Qian was only casually practicing martial arts, and his battle power was at the late stage of martial general. The only one who could make him somewhat present was Zhang Jiyu. However, Zhang Jiyu's qi and blood growth rate was likewise extremely terrifying, and in a month and a half's time, her qi and blood value similarly stepped over the 7,000 point mark. Looking at the difference in blood value alone, Bai Changsheng seemed to be ahead by quite a bit, but the truth was that if Zhang Jiyu exploded with all her might, the odds were that Bai Changsheng wouldn't be able to go more than 3 rounds under her hand. If he can block the blast gun, he can't block the broken gold gun, and if he can block the broken gold gun, there is still the soul destruction needle waiting for him. But that being said, I'm afraid that no one under the beast generals had been able to block these 3 strikes from Zhang Jiyu. Well, low-level beast generals are bad enough. It was also for this reason that Bai Changsheng had clearly recognized his shortcomings. It appeared that his qi and blood were improving quickly, but in actuality, he was useless except for his qi and blood. Defense is barely supported by rock armor defense and steel bones, but the means of attack is really lacking. A toothless tiger, even if it looks powerful, it just looks. If only there was a racial talent like the murky mythical beast. Bai Changsheng's gaze turned slightly, looking at the ink and jade mythical beast lying beside him, still asleep, and was momentarily somewhat lost in thought. However, with a sudden knock on the door, it brought Bai Changsheng back from his state of disorientation. Come in. Din Shan stopped what he was doing and raised his eyes to the doorway. The mahogany door to the office was pushed open and a man who looked to be in his 30s walked in. Din Qian. The president said something came up and asked you and Dean Ji and Dean Li to come over now. Good. Din Qian waved his hand, and the office door was reclosed. It was still the same hut, still the same vegetable garden, but this time, there were 3 more cups of hot tea on top of the stone table. Coming? The principal still had that old farmer look, but the 3 of them were sure, after seeing the tea that had been poured, that the principal definitely had something for them. Headmaster. The 3 of them all bowed and saluted, and after sitting down, they picked up their teacups and took a light sip. I went out on this trip to strangle the high-grade foreign beasts near the wasteland. On the way, I encountered a beast king near Linen City. With its bloodline, a lord-class Fey is already the limit, and unless it mutates, there is no chance for it to go further. But the truth is, this beast king has not only raised his bloodline level, he has even learned a natural divine ability. Hearing the principal's words, all 3 of them frowned. The bloodline of a Fey, under normal circumstances, was already decided at the moment of birth. The level of the bloodline also determined the growth ceiling of the Fey beast. Although there were spells that could raise the bloodline, it was only useful for low-grade bloodlines. It was as if by relying on the dragon blood chalcedony, Bai Changsheng was able to raise his own dragon blood level by 1 level. But the item was completely useless against the ink and jade mythical beast. Normally, to be able to support the growth of a foreign beast to the lord level would already be considered a high bloodline, and it would be much harder to raise it further. Din Qian was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but he hadn't been able to make the ink and jade mythical beast possess the bloodline of a beast emperor, so it was evident that it was difficult. But now the principal said that the lord had promoted his bloodline? Did you have a mutation? Or have you swallowed some kind of heavenly treasure? I explored around there for a day and a night, and eventually found a secret entrance. The rules of the secret realm restrict me from physically entering it, but even just a cursory exploration by my divine sense allowed me to discover something unusual about it. With that, the principal turned his head to look at Din Qian. In here, the soul refining grass grows. And what is the soul refining grass? Bai Changsheng knew very little about spirit materials, but Din Qian's face changed violently after hearing those 3 words. Principal, is that true? Showing a gloomy expression, Din Qian had already stood up, while Din Ji and Din Li both turned their heads to look at Din Qian when they heard this. Bai Changsheng didn't know what soul refining grass was, but they were clear. The soul refining grass, which refines the soul and cauterizes the blood at the same time. When taken in large quantities, it can purify the bloodline of foreign beasts, and it is the kind that is effective under the beast god. In other words, if he was able to obtain enough soul refining grass, then he could, potentially, further enhance the bloodline of the ink jade mythical beast. It was only that the quantity of soul refining grass was too rare, and it had only appeared 3 times since the recovery of the aura. Old money, even if it's worth a lot of money, can't buy something that simply isn't there. Hold your horses. Seeing Din Qian's gloomy face, as if he was about to leave for that secret realm in the next moment, the principal could only utter a soothing sentence. Soul refining grass does exist. That beast king should have devoured soul refining grass to promote his bloodline, but that secret realm is blocked by prohibitions and suppressed by world rules. so even if it's me, it's impossible for me to break into it the hard way. Even if you go, you'll just get nowhere. Dean Xian sniffed and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. After squatting for a little over half a month, I've roughly figured out the rules of that secret realm. Every week that passes, the entrance to that secret realm opens for 3 days, but it is suppressed by the rules of the world, and those with too much chi and blood cannot enter it, otherwise it will be rejected by the rules of the world and directly suppressed. Below a martial general, as long as you haven't opened up the inner sea, you can come and go in it. I've already reported this matter, and the response I received was that the 10 major martial arts colleges, including Mizuki, will each organize a team of 10 people to enter it for a first exploration. After that, the country will send people from the army to take over this secret place. All 3 of them were a bit silent as they sniffed. Once the military took over, then whatever was in it had nothing to do with them. But it couldn't be helped. The secret realm was in the middle of the wilderness, so it was ownerless. The infestation of foreign beasts is okay, but if the news spreads and attracts people from abroad to covet it, how to deal with it is a trouble. Taken by the military, it's always in the hands of your own family. Just so, who to choose to go to the middle of the secret realm became a difficult problem. Chapter 76, The Last Spot. Selecting students to enter the secret realm was nothing difficult. There were thousands of Suemu students, and although the limitations of the rules of the secret world restricted the strength of the students to only being below that of a martial general, the number of people in this range was not small. Throughout the entire sophomore year, aside from the very few with good talent that had already broken through to martial general, most of the rest were stuck at the third-ranked martial artist. From these students, it was still easy to find 10 whose chi and blood had reached the limit of a third-grade martial artist. But the only problem is this. The destination of this trip was a newborn secret realm that had just come out, with no defined danger level, no defined type of secret realm, and not even a clue as to what existed inside. The best result of rushing into it in this situation would naturally be that all the students would be safe and sound, while the worst result, Headmaster, can you find a way to use your divine sense to probe clearly the specifics of what's going on in that secret realm, such as the type of secret realm, whether it is naturally occurring or left by a great power, and the level of danger in it? Dean Li frowned slightly and opened his mouth to speak out. The principal sniffed but shook his head. Divine sense was suppressed by the rules of the world, and I only lasted less than 3 breaths before I attracted the rule suppression. In 3 breaths of time, I can only roughly sweep through the entire secret realm once, unable to determine the specifics. One thing's for sure, though, in this secret realm, there are no more living creatures with rich chi and blood other than spiritual medicines. I think those living creatures are also all unusual foreign beasts that accidentally entered the secret realm after it came out. It's worth mentioning that the foreign beasts are similarly suppressed by the rules, and above a third-grade beast soldier, they can't enter them. It was impossible to enter it above a third-grade beast soldier? If that was the case, then there was no big problem. At least when students enter it, their safety is greatly guaranteed, and as long as they don't act alone, it's still possible to come out safely. And what they should consider became which students to choose in order to collect as many elixirs as possible. The matter is yours to decide. The reward program, the list of students, including escorting them along the way, will be decided by the 3 of you in consultation. The capital is the farthest from that secret realm, so when everything is ready, we'll leave in 2 hours. What's the rush? When they heard the principal say that they would be leaving in 2 hours, the 3 of them had their hearts tightened, but they didn't say anything. It's urgent. We've only been given one opening cycle from above. A full 13 days, and tomorrow morning is the start of the next cycle. There should be no delay in entering the secret realm. The sooner the better. I've already cleared the air with the principals of the remaining 9 schools. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all students will enter the secret realm together. I have also greeted the nearest martial town, supplies, weapons, and defenses, so feel free to branch out if you need to. It is said that all matters are entrusted to them, but in reality, the principal has already taken care of most of the matters and only needs them to implement them. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't dare to delay any longer and got up together, bowing their hands and leaving afterward, only to stand before a fork in the road. But all 3 stopped again. 10 from one school, and I suggest 3 from each college. The student's earnings are also the responsibility of that academy itself, and the student receives 10% of the proceeds of the elixir picked. How about that? This percentage, which was still quite high, was 2 percentage points higher than the harvest of an unusual secret realm opening team. Other than that, the auction price of a soul refining grass was around 10 million. 10% was 1 million. If one could collect a few more plants, perhaps by relying on this, one would be able to earn the resources needed for the next few years of cultivation. The school can't help the students who enter it in any other way, so it has to compensate them in the revenue piece. I don't have a problem with that. It's supposed to be what students deserve. I agree. But there's one thing I'd like to discuss with you first. Soul refining grass. No matter which academy student gets it, it has to go to me. Of course, I can buy it at a price that exceeds the market price by 30%. Cash, points, or you can exchange it for any other spirit material. The other elixir money Dean is not lacking. As long as it can be bought with money, it is nothing in his case. But the only thing he had to get was the soul refining grass. After searching so hard for so many years, it was not easy to have a chance to be able to obtain it, so he was naturally unwilling to let it go. Dean Lee and Dean Ji naturally knew what was on their old friend's mind, and with a they sort of agreed to the matter. It didn't matter how much they fought in normal times, but this was clearly not something that could be joked about. Just which academy is this last spot for? Dean Lee added. With 10 spots in 3 academies, it was clear that there was no way to divide them equally, so this last spot, no matter which academy it was given to, seemed a bit inappropriate. The 3 of them were a bit silent for a while, but the white Changqing in the nascent soul bag was in a hurry, staying in the nascent soul pouch. The situation outside could also be seen at a glance. Bai Changsheng had listened to the whole thing from beginning to end, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. A secret realm that could make both Principal Mizuki and the 3 deans pay so much attention to it. If one didn't go in to get a piece of the pie, then I'm afraid that every time one thought about it in the future, one would have to beat their chests in regret. Dean Xian intended to feel something, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned Bai Changsheng out. Looking at Bai Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared, the other 2 deans couldn't help but have a flash of surprise in their eyes. A month and a half gone. That once white-scaled snake had actually grown to this extent? At this moment, compared to a month and a half ago, Bai Changqing's qi and blood values had doubled, and even his body size, at this moment, had grown to 15 meters. Although Bai Changsheng was still weak in their eyes, this rate of improvement was something they couldn't ignore. Even Jiang Jiyu, who they had high hopes for and who was constantly supplied with all kinds of spiritual materials and pills, I'm afraid that the speed of qi and blood enhancement wasn't as exaggerated as Bai Changqing's, right? Not to mention the other students. In a month and a half's time, qi and blood boosts that could exceed 2,000 were considered top geniuses, but Bai Changsheng had boosted his qi and blood by a full 4,500. Isn't this Shiyu that girl's spirit beast? Why is it in your nascent soul pouch?